Clearly, you were merely a useless student with F-grade perception, mocked by the entire school and ended up cleaning toilets, yet you filled out the volunteer form without hesitation, selecting the #1 institution in the nation, Warrior Academy. Your homeroom teacher looked at you as if you were insane, and the school bully laughed wildly. You didn't even raise an eyebrow, simply sitting in your chair and taking deep breaths. No one knew that a cold mechanical voice echoed in your mind, basic forging skills simplified to breathing. With every rise and fall of your chest, your muscle fibers were crazily reorganizing. The moment you stood up, a faint blue data stream surged through your retina, vitality +1, vitality over 100. You strolled towards the martial arts hall with your hands in your pockets, seemingly casually walking, but a terrifying airflow swirled beneath your feet. Faced with the bully's provocation, you did not even adopt any fighting stance with a casual punch, you turned a 1-ton high-strength alloy test target into a pile of scrap metal. Sue awakened in F-grade talent and was viewed as a useless person, but unexpectedly bound to the simplification system. Training too difficult? Simplify. The basic forging skill is simplified to breathing. The iron defense passive is simplified to taking hits. The blade skill is simplified to waving. The movement skill is simplified to strolling. While others are in closed-door training, sweating profusely, Sue is breathing, gaining vitality +1. While others are battling for their lives, Sue is strolling, gaining skill EXP +100. Sue states, when it comes to training, isn't it just about having hands? Volume 1. Chapter 1, F-grade talent and the simplification system. Zhanghai City First Martial Arts High School, Awakening Square. The noon sun is scorching, roasting over 3,000 high school seniors on the playground. The air is thick with the smell of sweat and anxiety, yet the vast square is eerily quiet, with only occasional mechanical announcements echoing from the loudspeakers. Next, Class 2, Senior Year, Sue. Upon hearing the examiner call his name, Sue took a deep breath and stepped out from the formation. He is tall and slender, with features as sharp as if carved by a knife. Though wearing a faded school uniform, his eyes are particularly calm, showing no trace of the panic typical of youth. A subtle stir arose from the crowd. That's Sue, the genius in theoretical class from Class 2. So handsome, but in this world, looks are the least useful thing. I wonder what talent he will awaken. I heard he can recite the fundamentals of martial arts backward. If he awakens a combat-type talent, even if it's a C grade, he could soar to great heights. Listening to the discussions around him, Sue's expression remained calm, but his hand hidden in his sleeve tightened slightly. He has been in this world of awakened chi and interspecies invasion for 18 years. As a transmigrator, he doesn't have a prominent family background or a remarkable backstory. Over the past 18 years, he has worked tirelessly to master every aspect of martial knowledge he could access, all for today. Awakening talent, becoming a Tier 1 warrior, and controlling his own destiny. Sue approached the awakening platform and, following the examiner's instructions, placed his hands on the black awakening stone. Buzz. The awakening stone trembled slightly, letting out a soft ringing sound. Then, a weak white light flickered to life. This light was extremely dim, barely noticeable even under the midday sun. Compared to the students who previously awakened powerful talents and shone like the sun, it was like the difference between a firefly and the full moon. The examiner responsible for recording glanced at the device in their hand, frowned slightly, and then coldly began to announce. Sue, F-rank talent, perception buff. This voice spread throughout the crowd via the loudspeaker. Those who had held some hope suddenly fell into silence, followed by waves of regretful sighs. F grade? Is it a perception type? It's over. This basically means he's useless. Perception type talent offers no combat power on the battlefield other than being a human radar. What a pity, scoring full marks in theory means nothing. He is ultimately just an ordinary person. Standing on the platform, watching the fading glimmer in his palm, Sue felt an indescribable bitterness swell within him. F-level talent. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, talent levels are sharply divided into S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, with F being the lowest tier. Although he can train, the upper limit is extremely low at most. He can only aspire to be a Tier 1 warrior. He won't even qualify to enter Warrior Academy, Instead, he'll have to attend a regular arts university or work in a logistical department. Next, step down. The examiner waved his hand, his tone tinged with impatience. Every year, he sees many students like Sue, who have lofty aspirations but fragile fates. Sue silently nodded and turned to descend the awakening platform. Oh, isn't this our Sue genius? Just as he returned to his class, a harsh voice rang in his ear. The speaker was a boy decked out in brand name clothing, named Lee. At that moment, he folded his arms and looked at Sue with a mocking expression. Just earlier, Lee had awakened a C-grade power talent. Although not top tier, it was enough for him to look down on most of his classmates. F-level perception, that's a decent talent. I'll be hunting monsters in the wilderness, and I need someone to stand guard. Sue, considering we're classmates, I'll pay you $3,000 a month, how does that sound? Several of Lee's usual followers burst into laughter. $3,000? Brother gang, you're too generous. Finding a security guard these days still costs $5,000. Right, with Sue's physique, he'd probably be unable to escape when facing monsters, he can only serve as bait. Sue's expression remained calm, he was not angered by Lee's mockery. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his composure was far more mature than these youths. He merely glanced at Lee with indifference, as if looking at a clown. Stand aside. Sue's voice was soft yet carried a chill. Lee felt a jolt in his heart under that gaze, quickly stirring up a wave of anger. How dare a useless F-level dare to be so arrogant? Just as Lee was about to explode, the homeroom teacher approached. What are you doing? Get back to your places. The homeroom teacher glared harshly at Lee, then turned to Sue, his expression growing complicated. He had originally held high hopes for Sue, hoping he would get into a good university and enhance the class's advancement rate, but it seemed that was now impossible. Sue, please go to the academic office later and fill out a form to switch to the logistics class. This statement effectively sentenced Sue's martial arts journey to death. Sue fell silent for a moment and nodded. Understood, teacher. The school bell rang. Sue declined his best friend Fatty's invitation to vent at an internet cafe and returned alone to his rented room in the old district. It was a dim and damp basement of less than 50 square meters, but it was kept neat and tidy. Sue sat on the somewhat shaky wooden bed and pulled out the school-issued basic forging skill from his backpack. This was the most basic skill publicly recognized by the Federation, and only by practicing this skill to proficiency level and extracting the first trace of vitality could one become a trainee tier. Previously, he didn't have enough talent, and no matter how hard he practiced, nothing happened. Now that his talent was awakened, even if it was only F-level, he still wanted to try once more. He was not willing to live his life as an ordinary person. Sue took a deep breath and opened the book. However, just as his gaze fell on the first line, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang in the depths of his mind. Detection of host reading a skill, the simplification system is activating. Sue froze, his hand pausing in mid-air. A system? As someone who had read countless novels, he certainly knew what this meant. Before he could react, that voice rang out again, followed by the appearance of translucent blue text in front of him. System activated successfully. This system can simplify all things in the world, whether it's skills or alchemy, everything can be simplified to its most basic behavioral patterns. Detecting that the host possesses basic forging skill, would you like to spend 1 energy point to simplify? Newcomers receive 10 energy points as a gift. Sue's heart began to race violently, even his breathing became rapid. Simplify. He silently thought. Simplifying, simplification successful. Basic forging skill simplified to breathing. Sue felt a bit dazed, staring at the line of light blue text appearing on his retina, momentarily unable to process it. Is that all it takes? Just breathing? The basic forging skill is notoriously difficult to practice, requiring 36 high-difficulty movements and breath control. A slight misstep could strain muscles. Now he's being told that it only requires breathing? Sue subconsciously took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. At the moment he exhaled, a miracle happened. He clearly felt a weak but warm current emerging from within him, instantly flowing through his limbs. That feeling was like drinking a warm soup on a winter day, bringing immense comfort. At the same time, an eye-catching prompt jumped out in front of him. Vitality +1. Sue's pupils suddenly constricted. It really worked. He quickly took another deep breath and exhaled slowly. Vitality +1. Inhale, exhale. Vitality +1. Sue stood up sharply, an unprecedented light bursting from his eyes. Others practicing basic forging skill could at most train for 2 to 3 hours a day. Their bodies would reach the limit and they had to stop to rest, often needing expensive medicinal baths for recovery. But he only needed to breathe. As long as one is alive, they are breathing at all times. Eating while breathing, sleeping while breathing, walking while breathing, even daydreaming while breathing. This meant Sue could strengthen himself continuously, 24 hours a day. What does it matter that he has F-level talent? Sue looked out at the gradually darkening sky, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. Just give me time, even if it's just breathing, I can collapse the sky. System, open my personal panel. As Sue focused his mind, a semi-transparent screen instantly unfolded before his eyes, with clear data visible. Personal attribute panel. Host, Sue. Tier, level 0 mortal. Vitality, 83-100. Talent, perception buff F rank. Skill, basic forging skill mastery, breathing. Status, currently getting stronger. Watching the pulsating vitality, Sue took a deep breath once again. Vitality +1. Current vitality, 84. In just a short while, his vitality had risen from 80 to 84, getting closer to the peak standard of an ordinary person. At this rate, it would only take a few minutes. As long as he sleeps tonight, by tomorrow morning, his vitality might directly break through 150, reaching the threshold of trainee tier. Sue clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power flowing continuously within him. Tomorrow's class division test seems like it will be quite interesting. Chapter 2, Getting Stronger Even While Sleeping. The night deepened. Sue lay on his bed, originally just wanting to rest his eyes, but after experiencing the highs and lows of awakening and system activation during the day, as soon as he relaxed, drowsiness washed over him like a tide. Soon, rhythmic breathing sounds began to echo in the cramped rental room. For ordinary people, sleeping is just rest, and the body's functions enter low power mode. But for Sue at this moment, sleeping is the beginning of cultivation. In the silent darkness, only the system prompt sounds in Sue's mind, like a tireless precision machine, monotonously yet pleasantly ringing. Detecting that the host is breathing, basic forging skill is automatically operational. Vitality +1. Vitality +1. Time passed minute by minute. A layer of fine sweat beads began to ooze from Sue's skin, not due to heat, but a sign of vitality flushing through his veins and expelling impurities. His muscles twitched slightly in his sleep with every breath, the muscle fibers tore and reformed, becoming tighter and stronger. This speed of cultivation, if applied to an ordinary Tier 1 warrior, would make them envious enough to break apart. Even the so-called geniusly needs to rest for half an hour after 1 hour of cultivation to recover stamina. However, Sue managed to cultivate in his dreams. The next day, in the morning. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the small vent window into the room, Sue suddenly opened his eyes. Gurgle. A loud rumble came from his stomach. Hungry. An unprecedented feeling of hunger swept over him, as if every cell in his body was roaring for energy. Without bothering to wash up, Sue rushed to the makeshift kitchen, dumped the remaining half bag of rice into the pot, and also took out a few packets of instant noodles and several sausages, boiling them all at once. He devoured 2 large pots of food cleanly in 10 minutes, as if a whirlwind had swept through. Huff. Sue exhaled a sigh of relief that hunger that felt like he could swallow a whole cow had finally eased a bit. I can really eat a lot. Sue touched his slightly bulging belly and then realized. The law of energy conservation still applied in this world. Raising vitality required consuming a large amount of bodily energy. Although he had grown stronger during that sleep, it had exhausted the energy he originally stored in his body. Looks like I need to find a way to make money to buy monster meat loot in the future. Just eating rice isn't enough. As Sue thought about this, he moved his mind slightly.
System, open the panel.
A light screen reappeared.
Personal attribute panel. Host, Sue. Tier, trainee tier. Vitality 185-200. Talent, perception buff. Skill, basic forging skill. Current status, proficiency level breathing.
Looking at the glaring 185, Sue's pupils constricted slightly. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still startled. Overnight, his vitality had increased by a full 100 points. To know that the standard for an ordinary adult is 100, and reaching 150 in vitality signifies stepping into the threshold of trainee tier. As for him now, in terms of physical quality, he was undeniably already at the trainee tier. Moreover, he was just one step away from breaking through to a true Tier 1 warrior. Is this what it feels like to be overpowered? Sue clenched his fist, the joints crackling with a series of sharp sounds. He felt that he could take down the three versions of himself from yesterday with just one punch.
Glancing at the wall clock, it was getting late. Sue quickly took a shower to wash off the grime and changed into his school uniform before heading out.
Zhanghai No. 1 High School, Class 2 of Senior Grade 3. Although class hadn't started yet, the atmosphere in the classroom was particularly tense.
Everyone was discussing the class division test in the afternoon.
According to the rules, after awakening their talent, the school would reorganize classes based on the students' talent levels and current vitality. Those with good talent and high vitality would enter the martial arts sprint class, also known as the key class, while those with poor talent would be diverted to ordinary classes or logistics classes. For most people, this was essentially the last chance to change their fate. When Sue walked into the classroom, the originally noisy room quieted down a bit, and countless eyes turned toward him.
Some showed sympathy, some glee at his misfortune, while others were indifferent.
Sue ignored those gazes and walked straight to the last row by the window to sit down.
"Moo, are you okay?"
A little fatty at his desk leaned over, worry written all over his face.
He is Fatty, Sue's only close friend at this school, nicknamed Fatty.
Yesterday, he awakened an E-level defense talent. Although it's not that impressive, it's still better than Sue's F-level.
What could possibly go wrong?
Sue casually stuffed his backpack into the desk, adjusted to a comfortable sitting position, and continued to take deep breaths.
Vitality +1.
Looking at the numbers that popped up, Sue felt elated. Fatty sighed, pulled out a bottle of milk from his backpack, and handed it to Sue.
"Drink this, it'll help."
"I know you're feeling down, don't take that bratly words to heart."
"So what if it's a logistics class?"
"One day, I'll become a Tier 1 warrior and have your back." Sue accepted the milk and smiled.
"Thanks. But who said I was going to the logistics class?" Fatty was taken aback, then his eyes widened, speaking in a lowered voice. "Brother Moo, you're not seriously considering going to the sprint class, are you?"
"They require a minimum vitality of 110. You only tested at 80 before, even though you aced the theory class. The martial science exam only cares about punching power and vitality." Sue didn't explain, just mysteriously patted Fatty on the shoulder.
"Don't worry, you'll know soon enough." Just then, the classroom door was kicked open.
Lee swaggered in, flanked by a group of followers. He had specifically worn tight sports gear today, showcasing the muscles that had just developed due to his awakened power talent.
"Hey, isn't this our F-level genius? You still have the face to come to school?" Lee immediately spotted Sue in the corner, and his voice shot up an octave.
"If I were you, I would have gone home to find a job by now, rather than embarrass myself here."
"What, still hoping to hang around school for resources?"
Nearby classmates chuckled softly. Fatty's face turned red with anger, and he was about to stand up and retort, but Sue pressed down on his shoulder.
Sue remained seated, not even lifting his eyelids, simply uttering one word. "Noisy."
Lee's smile instantly froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged.
It was one thing to be ignored by Sue in the square yesterday, but today he dared to act so arrogant in the classroom? All right.
Sue, just wait." Lee gritted his teeth, pointing at Sue. "This afternoon is the school-wide vitality test and punching power test. I can't wait to see how your 80 vitality holds up."
I hope you'll still be as cocky as you are now. Having said that, Lee snorted coldly and turned around to go back to his seat. The classroom returned to its noisy state, but everyone's eyes on Sue became even more peculiar. To them, Sue was just a classic case of a broken pot breaking further, a dead duck talking tough. Sue was utterly unconcerned about it. He watched the constantly fluctuating vitality +1 on his retina, feeling no waves in his heart, and even wanting to laugh a bit. Debating with someone who was still gloating about whether their vitality could reach 120 was really pointless. His current opponent wasn't this group of high schoolers who hadn't even weaned. Ding ding ding. The class bell rang.
Homeroom teacher Mr. Chen entered with a stack of forms, looking serious.
Everyone quiet.
We'll start taking attendance now. Those whose names are called should come up to confirm your application forms. Everyone should gather at the martial arts hall at 2 p.m. for the final class assignment assessment. This assessment will directly determine whether you can be admitted to the Warrior Academy. I hope everyone will give their all and not leave any regrets for themselves. After Mr. Chen finished speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Sue in the corner, secretly sighing. Even if Sue had rich theoretical knowledge, in this brutal martial arts world, he would ultimately still be eliminated. However, Sue was currently staring blankly at the podium. Just a moment ago, the system's cold voice had sounded again in his mind. Detected new skill available for simplification, movement skill. Would you like to spend 10 energy points to simplify it? Sue's eyes lit up. Yesterday he had a good meal to replenish energy, plus the vitality he had accumulated through breathing, so he had just enough to pay for those 10 energy points.
Simplify. Simplifying, simplification successful. Movement skill simplified to strolling. Sue almost laughed out loud. Is that even possible? Breathing plus vitality, strolling plus agility. So does that mean that as long as he strolls while breathing, he could become a hexagonal warrior with high health, strong defense, and quick speed? Sue felt restless. He couldn't wait to go stroll a couple of laps on the playground. Yes. Just then, Mr. Chen suddenly called out his name. Come up to sign. I made changes to your application form. I filled in your first choice as the logistics management major at Zhanghai Vocational Technical College, which is the safest choice for you. The eyes of all the classmates focused on him once again. Sue stood up and walked to the podium under their gazes. He picked up the pen, looked at the already modified application form, and without any hesitation, directly crossed out that section. Then, under the astonished gaze of old Chen, I swiftly wrote 4 big characters in the first choice column. Warrior Academy. That was the top-tier academy, ranked first in the entire federation, known for only admitting monsters. The classroom fell silent in an instant, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Old Chen's eyes widened, looking at Sue as if he were insane. Sue, are you out of your mind? Sue put down the pen, gave a slight smile to old Chen, and in the sunlight, the boy's smile looked particularly bright and confident. Teacher, everyone needs to have dreams. What if they come true? After saying this, he turned and walked down from the podium, silently reciting in his heart, under the bewildered gazes of his classmates. Vitality +1. Skill EXP +1. With every step he took, he was becoming stronger. Chapter 3, Can You Withstand This Punch? At 2 in the afternoon, at the Zhanghai First High School's martial arts hall. The massive venue was filled with excited chatter, with all 20 classes of senior students gathered here. In the center of the venue were 10 black punching power testing machines, built from high-strength alloys capable of withstanding full-force strikes from Tier 1 warriors. Sue blended in with the crowd of Class 2, slowly moving along with them. Unlike his anxious classmates, Sue walked with ease, almost leisurely. With each step, his feet seemed to glide lightly, as if following a special rhythm. And on his retina, system notifications were flooding the screen. Detected that the host is walking, movement skill proficiency +1. Movement skill proficiency +1. Congratulations host, movement skill has broken through to mastery level. Movement skill proficiency +1. In the short distance of a few hundred meters from the classroom to the martial arts hall, Sue managed to crank up his previously laborious walking skill,
which normally took 3 months to reach proficiency level, directly to proficiency level tier. He felt a flowing energy between his legs, and whenever he wanted, he could unleash astounding speed.
"What are you all doing? Get in line!" The dean shouted from the platform holding a loudspeaker.
Today's test consists of 2 parts. The first part tests vitality, and the second tests punching power.
The combined results will determine your class allocation. Now, Class 1 will go first, Class 2 prepare. As the tests began, students nervously stepped up one by one. Vitality 75, punching power 680 kilograms. Not qualified, go to the regular class. Vitality 92, punching power 810 kilograms. Qualified, temporarily listed as a reserve for the sprint class.
One by one, data was announced, with most people's vitality hovering between 80 and 90. After all, they were still high school students, not yet officially Tier 1 warriors. Only a rare few could reach the standard of 100.
Soon, it was Class 2's turn. As someone with C-level power talent, Lee naturally went up first.
He enjoyed the attention of the crowd, striding confidently to the testing machine.
"Brother Lee, show them what you've got. Let some oblivious people see what real talent is."
Several followers shouted loudly, casting malicious glances towards Sue at the back of the line.
Lee smirked disdainfully, stood in front of the punching target, took a deep breath, his muscles instantly tensed.
As his C-level power talent activated, his right arm thickened significantly, veins bulging.
"Ha!"
Lee shouted and threw a heavy punch.
Bang! A dull thud echoed through the venue, as the numbers on the testing machine fluctuated wildly before finally stopping. Punching power, 950 kilograms. Vitality estimate, 98. Whoosh!
The audience erupted in cheers.
950 kilograms. So close to breaking 1,000.
Incredible, no wonder he has power talent. With this score, he has guaranteed a spot in the sprint class. This year, probably no more than 5 from our school will break 1,000, and Lee South's score will definitely place him in the top 10.
Old Chen, in charge of recording, nodded in satisfaction and made a solid check on the form. "Not bad, Lee. You have a good shot at entering a key warrior academy."
Lee retracted his fist, full of pride. He turned around but didn't hurry down. Instead, he looked back at Sue at the end of the line, giving a thumbs up, then turned his hand upside down to show the difference.
"Sue, the great talent, did you see that? This is the gap.
Some things can't be made up by reading a few more books or filling out a form haphazardly." The crowd burst into laughter. The news of Sue applying for the Warrior Academy had already spread, and to everyone, it was simply the biggest joke of the year.
Sue wore a blank expression, even feeling a bit tired.
After breathing all night, he had indeed become stronger but was also quite sleep-deprived.
"Next, Sue."
Old Chen's voice rang out, filled with a hint of helplessness and routine. Sue patted his slightly sleepy cheeks and stepped out of line. Because he was still in the midst of walking, his steps appeared somewhat unsteady. To others, it looked like he was terrified and his legs were shaking.
"Looks like he was scared silly by Brother Lee's score. He can't even walk straight." Lee's followers mocked.
Sue approached the testing machine, not doing any warm-up like the others, nor did he yell out to pump himself up. He just casually stood there, with his hands in his pockets, looking like someone passing by. "Sue, hurry up and test, others are waiting in line behind you," the proctor urged.
"Got it."
Sue withdrew his right hand from his pocket and casually moved his wrist. He gazed at the punching bag in front of him, mentally calculating how much force to apply. At this point, his vitality had soared to 190. According to the conversion formula in the martial arts community, 1 point of vitality roughly corresponds to 10 kilograms of explosive power. Combined with the body coordination from his basic forging skill proficiency level, his theoretical punching power should be around 1,900 kilograms. If he unleashed his full strength, it would be astonishing.
"Maybe tone it down a bit, don't break the machine," Sue thought to himself.
So, under the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes, Sue did not build up power or pose dramatically. He simply threw a punch casually.
The motion resembled swatting a fly. "Haha, what is he doing? Is he just giving the machine a tickle? Li couldn't help but laugh.
However, in the next second, his laughter came to an abrupt halt.
Boom!
A roar several times louder than Li's punch suddenly erupted in the hall.
The sound was like a clap of thunder, vibrating the eardrums of several students in the front row.
Then, everyone gasped in horror as they saw the punching bag, made of high-strength alloy, deeply dented under this punch.
Beep 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 beep.
The testing machine emitted a piercing alarm, indicating data overflow. The red numbers on the display screen skyrocketed like a runaway wild horse.
500, 1,000, 1,500.
Ultimately, the numbers came to a breathtaking stop.
Punching power, 1880 kilograms. Vitality estimate, 188. Silence.
The vast martial arts hall became so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The originally noisy crowd seemed to have hit a pause button, and everyone gaped, their eyes nearly popping out. Li's smile froze completely, his entire body stiffening in place, as if turned to stone.
950 kilograms? In the face of 1880 kilograms, what does that count for?
What is this, a level F loser?
This is clearly a monster disguised as a human. This machine must be broken, right? Someone said with a trembling voice. This also expressed everyone's thoughts.
How could an F-level talent produce such trainee-tier peak data, even nearing that of a formal Tier 1 warrior? Even the head teacher, Old Chen, was bewildered. He rushed over to check the machine's connection lines and sensors. The machine is operating normally, with no faults. The teacher responsible for maintaining the equipment approached, eyeing the dented punching bag, swallowed hard, and looked at Su with a gaze as if he were a monster.
The result is valid. These 4 words struck everyone present like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts.
Su retracted his fist, gently blew at the non-existent dust on his knuckles, then turned to look at Li, who was already dumbstruck. The youth's expression was calm, and his tone was as casual as if asking how someone was doing.
If that punch had landed on you, do you think you could have taken it?
Li's face instantly turned pale, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, his legs nearly giving out as he almost collapsed to the ground. That punch had nearly 2 tons of impact. If it hit him, he would die.
Su chose not to acknowledge such a clown any longer.
He turned to the still dazed Old Chen and politely asked,
"Teacher, does this score qualify me for the sprint class?"
Old Chen suddenly snapped back to reality, looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar student, his voice trembling with excitement.
"Yes. Absolutely. Su, how did you manage this?"
Su smiled and casually fabricated a reason.
"Maybe I've read a lot of books lately and gained some special insights into power techniques."
After saying that, he walked down the stage leisurely, hands in pockets, under the awe, shock, and disbelief of everyone present. In his mind, the system's pleasant voice rang out again. Detected the host's recent punch, basic fist skill proficiency +1.
Congratulations, host, due to excessive force, a crit reward is triggered, vitality +2. Su's lips curled slightly. Being able to show off and get stronger at the same time feels great. Chapter 4 simplified again, Iron Defense Passive. The dead silence in the martial arts hall lasted a full minute.
The silence was broken by a sudden rush of footsteps.
Who is it? Who just produced 1880 kilograms of data?
An elderly man with graying hair but a spirited demeanor strode in, followed by several panting school administrators.
It was Principal Zhang.
As a retired Tier 1 warrior of Level 3, he was most sensitive to fluctuations in vitality and punching power. The explosion of punching power just now did not seem like something a high school student could achieve. It even made him think there was an external invasion. Old Chen quickly stepped forward, pointing at Su with palpable excitement in his voice.
"Principal, it's Su.
Class 2 of the senior year." Zhang's gaze immediately locked onto Su, observing him closely, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes.
Abundant vitality, tight muscles. Although there are no obvious mana fluctuations, this body.
Zhang stretched out his hand and squeezed Su's shoulder, immediately feeling like he was squeezing a tough piece of beef taffy.
What a good seedling! A natural body cultivation talent. Zhang laughed heartily and patted Su's shoulder forcefully. Even though your talent is F-level perception, the fact that you can practice basic forging skill to this level shows that your perseverance and comprehension are top-notch. Here at Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, we consider this a treasure find. The surrounding students were stunned. A few minutes ago, Su was being mocked by everyone. Minutes later, he became the treasure in the principal's mouth. This enormous contrast made Li so jealous that her face contorted, her nails almost digging into her skin. Su remained composed and slightly bowed. "Thank you for the praise, Principal. It's just good luck. Luck is also a form of strength." Zhang waved his hand grandly. Originally, the school stipulated that the sprint class only offered scholarships. But for a special talent like you, we must make an exception. Su, given your outstanding performance, the school has decided to award you 50,000 in nutrition fees, and you may select any uncommon rank skill from the second floor of the library. Whoosh! Once these words were spoken, the crowd erupted again. 50,000 yuan is one thing, but the key is the second floor of the library. The skills there are real tiered skills. Any book placed outside would cost hundreds of thousands, and they are not available for purchase even with money. Li's eyes reddened. Although his family has money, they can't buy skills of this level. "Thank you, Principal." Su's eyes lit up. With just brute strength and speed, he indeed lacked a means of defense or attack. Half an hour later, on the second floor of the library, Su stood before rows of antique bookshelves, scanning the skill manuals one by one. Flame palm, rock smash leg, tendon breaking hand. There are countless attack type skills, but Su's attention finally settled on an inconspicuous corner. There lay a dusty black book, Iron Defense Passive. This is a hard qigong, belonging to the defense type skill. Once mastered, the body becomes as hard as iron, impervious to knives and swords. However, this skill is rarely chosen in school. The reason is simple: it is too difficult to practice and extremely painful. Cultivating Iron Defense Passive requires continuous striking against the body with wooden sticks and iron bars, along with soaking in specially formulated potions, making the process akin to torture. Ordinary students would feel a prickly sensation just looking at the description. But Su is different. He smiled slightly and reached for the manual. "As long as I can simplify it, the harder the skill is to practice, the higher the cost effectiveness for me." Su opened the first page. The familiar cold mechanical sound arrived as expected. Detected uncommon rank skill Iron Defense Passive. Would you like to spend 50 energy points to simplify it? If it were yesterday, Su might not be able to afford it. But after a night of breathing, though sleeping consumed energy, the increase in vitality raised the energy limit, plus the nutrition liquid awarded by the principal, which he directly downed in one go. His energy reserves are currently plentiful. Simplify. Su did not hesitate. Simplifying, simplification successful. Iron Defense Passive simplified to massage. Su was momentarily stunned and almost burst into laughter. Massage? So this is the essence of Iron Defense Passive? The so-called external force striking is essentially a deep stimulation to the skin and muscles. The system directly simplified this process to a massage, or rather, a gentle touch? To verify, Su raised his left hand and lightly rubbed his right arm. Just like scrubbing during a bath. Iron Defense Passive proficiency +1. Skin toughness +1. A tingling sensation spread from his arm, and soon, Su distinctly felt that part of his skin became tighter, as if covered by an invisible film. This is way too easy. As Su walked out, he couldn't help but rub his hands over his body. Rubbing his arms, rubbing his thighs, even rubbing his face. The passing librarian shook his head at Su's strange behavior. Young people nowadays get so excited about receiving a manual that they become slightly neurotic. Stepping out of the library, Su glanced at the system panel. Host, Su. Vitality 192-200. Skill, Basic Forging Skill Mastery, Breathing. Skill. Movement Skill Mastery, Strolling 56-100. Iron Defense Passive Not Mastered, Massage 12-100. Breathing plus vitality, walking plus agility, scrubbing plus defense.
Sue was in high spirits.
This isn't cultivation at all, it's clearly health maintenance.
Just as he was preparing to go home and continue his health maintenance career, his phone in his pocket buzzed. It was a message from Fatty.
Be careful, Brother Moo.
I just saw Lee making a call at the school gate. Seems he called his cousin from the underworld, saying he wants to block you halfway.
Don't go out the front gate, climb over the wall instead.
Looking at the message on the screen, Sue stopped in his tracks.
Climbing over the wall? That's something only the weak do.
Right now, he's worried he can't find anyone to test just how tough this newly acquired proficiency level iron defense passive really is. Sue put away his phone. Not only did he not take a detour, he even tidied up his school uniform and strode confidently towards the secluded alley next to the school. My sparring partner has arrived, just saves me the hassle of practicing myself.
Chapter 5. Who is the hunter? The back alley of the school is an old street that is half demolished.
On a normal day, very few people pass through it, except for students taking a shortcut. At this time, the setting sun casts long shadows in the alley. Lee stood at the mouth of the alley, twirling a baseball bat in his hand, a sinister grin on his face. Behind him stood three rough-looking youths with tattooed arms, looking like trouble.
Gangsy, are you sure that kid will come this way?
The leader, a blond guy, spat out the cigarette butt from his mouth and asked impatiently.
Don't worry, cousin, this is the only way home for him.
Lee said fiercely. That kid embarrassed me in front of the whole school today. Just don't hold back. As long as you don't kill him, I'll cover the medical expenses. I want to break one of his hands to see how he can still apply to Warrior Academy.
Since you say so, then it's settled.
Blondie chuckled, pulling out a folding knife from his waist and flashing it in his hand. Just then, there was a measured sound of footsteps coming from the end of the alley.
Tap, tap, tap.
Sue, with his hands in his pockets, walked leisurely as if he were strolling in a park.
With each step he took, a line appeared on his system panel, Skill EXP +1.
Seeing Sue appear, Lee's eyes instantly lit up.
Here he comes. That's him.
Lee, holding the baseball bat, led the three of them directly to block Sue's way.
Sue the genius, walking pretty fast, huh?
Lee sneered as he approached.
Back then, the principal had your back at school. Now let's see who can save you.
Sue stopped in his tracks, casting a calm glance over the four people in front of him. His gaze lingered on the blondie with the knife for a second, then he shook his head.
Lee, is this your trump card? 3 punks with less than 120 vitality? Although the perception buff talent can't be used directly in combat, it's superb for reconnaissance.
Sue could see through these guys' strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Apart from the blondie being slightly stronger around the level of a Tier 1 warrior proficiency level, the other two were just ordinary punks.
Cut the crap. You still have some guts left at death's door. Lee was enraged by Sue's contemptuous stare and shouted. Cousin, go for it. Cripple him for me.
Blondie, not one to hesitate, was a street thug who valued speed and precision.
Kid, remember to be more alert in your next life.
Blondie lunged forward, the folding knife slicing through the air towards Sue's thigh.
If it hit, Sue's leg would definitely be wrecked. Just as the blade was about to touch Sue, Sue moved.
No, to be precise, he didn't T-move. He simply stood there, still with his hands in his pockets, not even blinking.
He was betting. Betting on the system's determination. Since the simplified iron defense passive acts like a massage, then perhaps external force impacts could also be considered a form of high-intensity massage? Ding! There was a sharp clang of metal meeting metal. Blondie's sinister grin instantly froze.
He felt as though his knife didn't pierce flesh but hit a steel plate. The immense recoil shot back up the knife handle, numbing his hand and nearly sending the folding knife flying out of his grasp. At the same time, bold red text suddenly appeared before Sue's eyes.
Received external powerful massage, iron defense passive proficiency +5. Received external powerful massage, iron defense passive proficiency +5. Sue smiled. Just as I thought. Self-massaging gives +1, while getting massaged with a knife yields +5. The efficiency difference is clear. You hit a steel plate in your clothes? Blondie stepped back in horror, unable to believe Sue's intact school trousers.
Sue didn't answer but reached out to dust off the non-existent dirt from his trousers. The force was decent, but the technique wasn't very professional.
Sue raised his head, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Come on, let us continue. That last hit didn't feel satisfying.
This scene not only stunned Blondie but also left Lee behind him utterly confused.
Bulletproof? Is this something an F-rated talent can achieve? Damn. This kid is something else. Everyone, go for it.
Blondie, having been in the game long enough, quickly snapped back to reality and called for the other two to join in.
Aim for his head.
I don't believe his head can be that tough too. The three of them charged at Sue, armed with steel pipes and baseball bats, like crazed animals. This time, Sue did not just stand there and take the beating. Although getting hit can increase experience, he doesn't like being slapped in the face.
Since you're so enthusiastic, let me loosen my bones for you. Sue took a deep breath. Vitality +1.
The vitality surging within him burst forth in an instant like rivers. He stepped forward. It seemed slow, but it left an afterimage in the air.
Movement skill proficiency level. Sue's figure appeared before Blondie in an instant.
There were no fancy moves, just a simple slap.
Smack!
The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the alley. Blondie spun like a top in the air for 2 rotations, then crashed heavily into the wall, his mouth full of teeth shattered, and he passed out instantly. The remaining 2 thugs, frozen mid-air with their steel pipes raised, looked at their instantly defeated leader and started to tremble.
Do you want to continue?
Sue turned his head to look at Lee, who was already pale with fright. The baseball bat in Lee's hand clanged and fell to the ground.
He watched Sue approach step by step and finally broke down. Don't come closer. I can pay. I have money.
Sue stopped in his tracks and tilted his head.
Oh? How much? 100,000. I only have 100,000 in my card. Lee trembled as he pulled out a bank card.
Sue took the card, wiped his hands on Lee's designer sportswear, and then gently patted Lee on his swollen pig face. If you had been this polite earlier, we could have avoided all this. Let us keep in touch for such sparring jobs in the future.
With that, Sue turned around and walked away briskly, disappearing at the alley's entrance.
Leaving only Lee and the 3 thugs lying on the ground, bewildered in the wind. As Sue stepped out of the alley, he glanced at the system panel.
Iron Defense Passive Mastery, Massage 88-100. Just a bit more and I would have broken through. Sue let out a sigh, somewhat unsatisfied. Looks like I need to find stronger monsters next time to gain experience. Chapter 6, Cash Ability and Swinging Arms.
After leaving the alley, Sue didn't head straight home.
He took a look at his phone balance. His once flat wallet was now bulging.
The $50,000 awarded by the school plus the $100,000 sponsored by Lee amounted to $150,000.
For an ordinary senior high school student, this was a fortune.
But for a Tier 1 warrior, it was just starting capital. The rich are in weapons while the poor are in literature. The ancients sure didn't deceive me. Sue sighed and turned to step into a Tier 1 warrior shopping mall called Trade Hub. This is the largest Tier 1 warrior resource trading center in Jianhai City, with everything from weapons and potions to monster meat loot. As soon as he entered, a strong scent of medicine and blood assaulted him. The salesgirl saw Sue in his middle school uniform and did not underestimate him because of his youth, but instead welcomed him warmly. After all, in this era, students who can awaken talent are all potential quality customers.
Excuse me, student, what do you need to buy? We just received a batch of E-grade monsters meat, which is very helpful for boosting vitality.
Sue shook his head and spoke directly.
I want a vitality potion.
The salesgirl's eyes lit up. Vitality potions are a sought-after commodity, costing $10,000 each, usually only affordable for rich kids.
Are you looking for vitality potions, or the mid-grade ones? The beginner ones are $11,000 each. I want 10.
Su spoke in a flat tone, as if he was buying not potions but 10 cabbages.
100,000 was spent in an instant. The salesgirl couldn't stop smiling and hurriedly packaged the items.
Su took the exquisite potion box but didn't rush to leave. Instead, he turned towards the weapons section. Now that he had the iron defense passive for protection and the movement skill for dodging, what he lacked now was a suitable weapon. Although his fists can hurt, it's much more effective to use swords against tough-skinned monsters. Give me a standard E-grade alloy war knife, the heaviest one you have. Su pointed to a heavy black war knife in the display case.
Good eye, student.
This is the Breaking Army Series war knife, weighing 30 kilograms, made of E-grade alloy, designed specifically to penetrate monster scales.
It costs 30,000. Swipe the card and take the goods.
Su picked up the heavy war knife and felt it was as light as a feather. With his one arm strength already exceeding 1,000 pounds, 30 kilograms felt like holding a firewood stick. With 20,000 left, Su bought all high-calorie monster meat loot jerky. After exiting Trade Hub, Su found a secluded corner and pulled out the blade skill that came with the knife. Though it's just blade skill with only simple actions like slashing, chopping, flicking, and hanging, it is the source of all techniques. He flipped open the pages. Detected blade skill. Would you like to spend 20 energy points to simplify it? Su had just eaten a piece of monster meat loot jerky and had plenty of energy. Simplify. Simplifying, simplification successful. Blade skill simplified to swinging arms. Su looked at this result, lost in thought. The essence of swinging a knife is just the motion of the arm driving the blade. The system simplified it directly to swinging the arm, which means he doesn't even need to hold a knife. Just swinging his arm will increase his proficiency. Thus, on the way home, a strange scene appeared on the streets of Jianhai City. A boy in a school uniform was taking deep breaths while walking in an unusual manner to gain experience in footwork, and at the same time, his arms were swinging in large circles like a windmill. Bystanders turned to look, and even an older lady pulled her child to the side to keep a distance. Look at that guy, it seems like he's gone crazy practicing martial arts. Su paid no attention to these gazes. In his eyes, all that mattered were the frantic system notifications. Vitality +1. Footwork experience +1. Knife technique experience +1. Breathe, walk, wave your hand. 3-threaded idle training, fully automatic improvement. This is the life a transmigrator should have. Back at the rental place, Su locked the door behind him. He poured the box of vitality potions worth 100,000 yuan onto the table and, like eating jelly beans, swallowed 3 of them at once. Boom! The medicinal power exploded in his abdomen, transforming into a rolling heat that surged through his limbs. If an ordinary person dared to eat like this, they would have exploded from the inside out. But Su was different. His body was like a bottomless pit, capable of devouring and converting any amount of energy through the constantly active breathing technique. Detected a large amount of high energy reactions, breathing technique efficiency increased. Vitality +2. Vitality +2. Su sat cross-legged on the bed, crazily waving his arms while taking deep breaths. The clock on the wall ticked away. This night, it was destined that no one would sleep. Chapter 7, Breakthrough, officially a Tier 1 warrior. 5 o'clock in the morning. Outside the window, it was still pitch black, but inside the small rental place, it felt like there was a furnace burning. Su's entire body was crimson, with steam rising from his head that was a sign of the vitality reaching its peak. After a night of crazed training idling, the 10 vitality potions had been completely consumed. At this moment, earth-shaking changes were happening within him. Initially, in his perception, the vitality was just a flow of heat. But now, this heat was becoming thick and viscous, as if it was about to condense from gas into liquid. This was a sign of a breakthrough. The difference between trainee tier and official Tier 1 warrior is that vitality is like mercury. Only when the vitality becomes rich enough can it break through the body's first gene lock, giving birth to mana, thus possessing the terrifying power to break stones. Break for me. Su took a deep breath. It was so long it felt like he was draining the air from the whole room. His chest swelled up, and his heart beat violently like a drum.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
As the last bottleneck broke, Su felt a crisp sound of shattering echoing within him.
Boom! An unprecedented powerful force rose from the base of his spine and rushed straight to the top of his head. Su suddenly opened his eyes, radiating brilliance, and the room became bright. Congratulations to the host, Vitality has broken the critical point.
Promoted to Tier 1 Warrior Early Stage. Su exhaled a long, murky breath, which surprisingly condensed in the air, forming a white energy sword that shot out over a meter before slowly dissipating.
Breath turns into an arrow. This is the true sign of a Tier 1 warrior.
Su stood up, and he heard all the bones in his body crackle like popping beans. His height had noticeably increased by 2 centimeters, and his previously slender frame now exuded explosive power.
System, panel. A light curtain instantly unfolded, the data fresh and new. Personal attribute panel. Host, Su.
Tier 1 Warrior Initial.
Vitality, 300-2500 Tier 1 Warrior Standard, 300-500. Talent, Perception Buff F rank. Skill, Basic Forging Skill Mastery, Breathing. Skill. Movement Skill Mastery, Strolling 210-500. Iron Defense Passive Mastery, Massage 150-500. Blade Skill Mastery, Arm Swing 89-100.
Looking at this magnificent data, Su nodded in satisfaction.
An ordinary Tier 1 warrior would have about 300 vitality after breaking through.
He had just broken through and was already at 320, demonstrating how deep his foundation was.
More importantly, was his skill.
Both the movement skill and iron defense passive have reached the mastery tier. Now, his skin was as tough as cowhide. An ordinary E-grade alloy knife, if it didn't have mana attached, would barely be able to cut his skin. Now, even if I encounter a mid-stage Tier 1 warrior, I can fight them directly. If I add the proficiency level healing from breathing, I could wear them down until they tire out.
Su clenched his fist, feeling the mana flowing through his fingertips.
At this moment, there were still 3 days until the college entrance exam.
3 days is enough for me to also level up my knife techniques to proficiency level.
Su picked up the broken army battle knife leaning against the corner and waved it a couple of times carelessly. The once heavy battle knife now felt as light as a wand in his hands.
3 days later.
Zhanghai City, at the edge of the eastern wilderness. This is the examination site for this year's provincial martial arts competition. Outside the massive isolation wall, military trucks and various luxury cars were parked. Tens of thousands of senior students from all over the province had gathered here, making it feel like a sea of people with a deafening roar.
Have you heard?
This year's exam questions have changed. I heard too it was always an arena match, but this year it seems they've directly changed to real combat hunting.
What?
Are they really playing for keeps?
Someone could actually die.
The crowd buzzed with discussion, the atmosphere tense and serious.
Su, carrying a battle knife, stood alone in the corner.
He still wore that faded school uniform, making him look a bit out of place.
Brother Mu! Over here!
Fatty squeezed through the crowd, panting, with a big bag of snacks in hand.
You scared me. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Fatty wiped the sweat off his forehead and glanced at the knife behind Su, momentarily taken aback. Brother Mu, that knife of yours looks pretty heavy. Where did you buy the model? Su smiled and didn't explain. Seriously.
Just as Fatty was about to say something, suddenly the loudspeaker above the isolation wall blared to life, drowning out the noise of the crowd.
Everyone, quiet. I am the chief examiner for this major test, Lei.
As the voice fell, a tall figure leaped down from the dozens of meters high city wall, crashing to the ground with a bang, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a middle-aged man in military uniform, adorned with a star on his shoulder, stood proudly.
Grandmaster Tier. The entire venue was instantly silent. Lei's gaze was like lightning, sweeping across the crowd.
Tier 1 warriors are forged in battle, not trained into being. This year's exam is quite simple. Everyone enters the Eastern Wilderness Area E3 for a duration of 3 days.
Hunt 1 E level monster for 10 points. Hunt 1 F level monster for 1 point. Only the top 100 in the final score ranking are eligible to apply for the Key Warrior Academy. Additionally, this assessment allows for competition, teamwork, and even physical confrontation. But there is one bottom line: killing is strictly prohibited. Do you understand? Boom! The venue instantly erupted into chaos. Allowing competition? This isn't just about hunting monsters, it's a free-for-all among the candidates. This is hardly an exam, it's effectively a survival game. Many timid students turned pale, and some even began to reconsider participating. However, Sue chuckled. He gazed at the distant expanse of dangerous wilderness, his eyes sparkled with an intensity hotter than ever. To him, this was not an examination venue. It was a field rich with experience. Breathing is getting stronger, walking is getting stronger, taking hits is getting stronger, swinging a knife is getting stronger. In these 3 days, I'm going to turn this wilderness into my backyard. Chapter 8, Stock Mode. With Lay's command, tens of thousands of candidates surged into the isolation wall like a tide. The massive alloy gates slowly rose, and a wild, bloody scent instantly hit them. That was the unique smell of the wilderness. Here, there were no city lights, only towering ancient trees, crumbling walls, and bloodthirsty monsters that could leap out at any moment. Most students, upon entering, were overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere, huddling together for warmth, cautiously moving in small groups. Only Sue, like a tourist on an outing, sauntered in with his knife, hands in his pockets, casually wandering into a dense thicket. Fatty, stick with the main group and don't get separated. I'm going to check over there. Sue declined Fatty's request to team up. It wasn't that he didn't want to take his brother along, it was just that what he was about to do was too shocking, and having someone else with him would only complicate the explanation. Once out of the crowd's line of sight, Sue's demeanor changed instantly. That lazy, casual vibe vanished, replaced by a hunter's calm and sharpness. System, check current energy points. Sue's mind focused. A light screen materialized. Current energy points, 5,100. Looking at the number, Sue frowned. He spent 20 points earlier simplifying the blade skill, and with the intense training over the past few days, even though his breathing technique was passive, it still consumed energy from his body now. His blue bar was almost empty. I need to find some food to replenish my energy, otherwise, if I encounter something good and can't simplify it, that would be a huge loss. Sue looked around, his perceptive antenna instantly spreading out. F-level perception talent fully activated. Within a radius of 500 meters, any rustle or movement couldn't escape his hearing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. 30 meters to the left front, something was moving under the dry leaves. Found you, take out. Sue's lips curled into a slight grin, and he made a move. Movement skill strolling mode activated. Though his steps seemed slow, each footfall was precisely placed in the visual blind spots. He walked over boldly, and the creature hidden under the dry leaves remained completely unaware. It's getting closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just at the moment Sue got closer, the dry leaves suddenly exploded. Roar! A porcupine over 2 meters long, covered in sharp quills, suddenly charged out, rushing towards Sue's face with a gust of wind. F-rank monsters, monsters. Their rough skin and thick meat, with quills on their back as sharp as steel needles, are a nightmare for many beginners. Be careful! Students passing by in the distance couldn't help but exclaim at the scene. However, Sue didn't even draw his knife. He simply turned sideways, as if he encountered a puddle while walking, casually taking a step to the side. That step was perfection. The massive body of the porcupine almost brushed past the tip of his nose, not even touching the hem of his clothes. At the moment they crossed paths, Sue raised his right hand, not making a fist, but casually swiped at the porcupine's forehead like he was swatting a fly. Blade skill, swing your arm. Though his hands were empty, his heart was armed. This swipe summoned all the power from his muscles, exploding with 320 points of vitality in an instant, creating a fierce wind with his arm that let out a chilling howl. Poof! A muffled thud.
That several hundred-pound monster seemed to be hit by a speeding truck, its head caved in by a great chunk, its huge body suddenly suspended in the air, then crashed down to the ground. Its limbs twitched a couple of times, then lay still. One-hit kill. Congratulations, host, you've killed an F-class monster. Skill EXP plus 5. Sue didn't even glance at the system's notification, squatting down directly and taking out a skinning knife from his bag, skillfully slicing open the porcupine's hind leg. There, he found the tenderest meat. He didn't even start a fire. Lighting a fire here would be asking for trouble. Instead, he took out a special bottle of quick digesting enzyme from his bag and sprinkled it on the raw meat before taking a big bite. This digestive enzyme is designed for Tier 1 warriors, allowing the stomach to digest high-energy monster meat loot in just a few minutes. Though the taste is not great, the efficiency is extremely high. Gurgle. As a large chunk of raw meat went down, the familiar warm flow surged again. Ingested high-energy food, converted to energy points plus 2. Ingested high-energy food, converted to energy points plus 3. As Sue ate, he watched the energy bar on the panel rise at a visible speed. I see. Sue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. As long as you eat enough, there is nothing that can't be simplified. This is not a simplification system at all, it's clearly a glutton system. In just 10 minutes, he managed to eat 1/10 of a several hundred-pound porcupine, and he cut the remaining part to pack into his bag. Energy points, 35,100. Just about enough. Sue stood up, letting out a loud burp. The student who gasped earlier trembled as he approached, looking at the brain-splattered porcupine on the ground, then at Sue with blood all over his mouth, swallowing hard. Do you need help? Sue grinned, exposing a set of white teeth. No, I'm full. With that, he picked up the battle knife, which had never been unsheathed, and continued to wander deeper into the wilderness. There, more energy packs awaited him. Chapter 9, Fishing for Law Enforcement. 2 hours later. Deep in the E3 area. The trees here are even taller, with hardly any sunlight coming through, and it's eerily silent, emanating a chilling aura. Sue didn't seek out E-class monsters to hunt like other experts, even though that would yield higher points instead. He continued to wander around this area. Because he was fishing. At this moment, his backpack was bulging, filled with the materials from his hunted F-class monsters, monster teeth, tusks from monsters, poisonous snake gallbladders. Though these items don't yield high points, their quantity makes up for it. As he traveled, relying on his strange walking style and terrifying explosive strength from swinging his arms, he was practically taking down each small monster in one slap. While his points were still not displayed on the leaderboard, he had a rough idea in his mind that he had at least 50 points. Help! Suddenly, an urgent cry for help rang out ahead. Sue's ears perked up. Someone? He didn't rush in but slowed down his pace, quietly moving closer. In a clearing, 3 students in junior high uniforms were huddled back to back, looking utterly despondent. They were being besieged by 5 windwolves, an F-class monster that, although individually weak, excelled at teamwork and was cunning. It's over, we're doomed. I should have known better than to go deeper. One glasses-wearing boy shouted with a quavering voice. Stop whining. We'll fight back. Another, slightly sturdier boy, held a steel pipe tightly, trembling, while trying to protect the girl behind him. Just as the wolf pack was about to launch their final charge. Sue didn't intervene. He was waiting. Waiting for the wolves to show a flaw? No, he was waiting for the materials on these wolves to be more concentrated. Finally, the wolf pack moved. 5 windwolves pounced upon the 3, their foul mouths nearly biting down on the girl's neck. In that critical moment, a shadow leaped down from the treetops. There was no flash of dazzling swords or blades, only a simple and direct roar. Get lost! Sue landed like a meteor, right in the middle of the wolf pack. Boom! The wave of energy rolled. He did not draw his weapon but used both hands, attacking like a dual bow. Smack! 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 It was like an adult spanking a child's bottom, the crisp slaps echoed consecutively.
With each swift strike, a blue-winged wolf was sent flying with a terrible cry, shattering bones mid-air and hitting the ground as a wreck. In the blink of an eye, the 5 blue-winged wolves that had just been ferocious lay on the ground, convulsing, breathing heavily. The 3 students were completely astounded. They didn't even see how Sue made his move, and yet the crisis was resolved? Is that Sue? The bespectacled boy recognized Sue, as Sue was now a well-known figure in the school, albeit with a not-so-great reputation. How is that possible? Isn't he an F-grade talent? Sue ignored their shock, skillfully drawing a dagger and beginning to collect his spoils. Wolf fangs, wolf pelts, heart of the wolf. His technique was so proficient, it resembled a butcher who had slaughtered pigs for a decade. The girl with the flushed face stepped forward and said quietly, "You killed these wolves, so the points are yours, and the materials are yours too." Sue waved his hand without looking back. "Duh, are you all claiming them?" The girl was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed. Just as Sue put the last wolf heart into his backpack, a chilling laugh suddenly echoed from behind the trees. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Didn't he expect that the infamous F-grade waste from our school is actually a hidden expert?" As the voice emerged, 7 or 8 students wearing uniforms from another school appeared. Leading them was a buzz-cut guy with a scar on his face, holding a still dripping bloodied sword. They were from the neighboring 2nd Middle School. Zhao Chang, the mad dog from Jianhai 2nd Middle School? Upon seeing the newcomers, the bespectacled boy's face instantly paled. Zhao Chang, the top dog of 2nd Middle School, was said to have reached the mid-tier of Tier 1 warrior, with extremely brutal methods, famously robbing other test takers of their score rings in the exam. Zhao Chang and his entourage surrounded Sue, their greedy eyes fixed on Sue's bulging backpack. "You must be Sue, right? I see you've killed quite a few F-grade monsters on your path. You must have good stuff in your backpack." Zhao Chang licked his lips, the tip of his knife pointing at Sue. "You should understand the rules. Leave your backpack behind, transfer the points in your score ring to me, and then scram. Considering that your earlier actions were somewhat interesting, I won't take you out." Sue finally raised his head. He looked at Zhao Chang as if observing a platter of fat lamb waiting for slaughter. "Are you talking to me?" Sue stood up, brushing the dirt off his hands. "Do you know why I didn't leave just now?" Zhao Chang was momentarily stunned. "What do you mean?" Sue's lips curled into a dazzling smile, a chill emanating from it that made one's heart tremble. "Because I was waiting for you all. Killing monsters gives points, but isn't robbing you point transportation leaders faster?" Sue pointed to the shimmering golden score ring on Zhao Chang's wrist. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have stolen quite a lot from others, right?" Zhao Chang's expression darkened, a murderous intent evident in his eyes. "You're asking for it. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. Brothers, let us go together. Take him out." With Zhao Chang's command, the 7 or 8 elite students from 2nd Middle School erupted simultaneously, their various skills illuminating as they charged at Sue. This is the cruelty of the big exam. In this place, humans are far more terrifying than beasts. Yet, faced with this overwhelming assault, Sue still did not draw his blade. He simply took a deep breath. Vitality +1. Then, he took a step forward. This step was as swift as lightning. Movement skill proficiency level. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood, leaving only a shadow that was shattered by everyone's attacks. The next second, he appeared behind Zhao Chang. "Your speed is too slow." Sue's voice whispered in Zhao Chang's ear like the murmur of death. Zhao Chang's pupils constricted violently just as he was about to turn and strike back. He felt a tight grip around his neck. A hand like an iron claw tightly clutched the back of his neck. Responding to a counterattack intent, Iron Defense passive defense bonus activated. Sue lifted Zhao Chang's 180-pound body effortlessly and smashed him like a hammer towards the other attackers. Boom! A human weapon. Since this is an exam, let me give you all a lesson. Sue's voice was cold and domineering. The name of this lesson is, Don't Mess with an Honest Person. Chapter 10, The True Tier 1 Warrior. Don't mess with an honest person?
Zhao Chang, struck by Su's human hammer, was left utterly dazed, but after all, he was the top dog of second middle school and a hardened Tier 1 warrior. He forcibly twisted his body mid-air, landing on his feet. Although he staggered a few steps, he did not fall.
Some brute strength.
Zhao Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning fierce and serious. I thought you were just a flimsy waste of vitality, but unexpectedly, you have broken through to Tier 1 as well. However, brute strength alone does not make a Tier 1 warrior.
Brothers, form a formation. Don't let him get close. The remaining 7 students from second middle school immediately spread out.
Although they were initially shocked, they quickly organized themselves into an offensive formation.
Su stood in the midst of the encirclement, keeping his hands in his pockets, looking calm.
Now was the perfect time to test his tier in actual combat. In this world, martial arts are ranked in 9 tiers, and each step brings elevation.
The lower 3 tiers mainly emphasize the physical body. A grade 1 refining of flesh and skin.
Through vitality enhancement, it makes the skin as tough as cowhide and muscles as firm as steel wire, capable of withstanding ordinary swords. A grade 2 forging of bones and muscles. This penetrates deep into the marrow, with tendons like dragons and bones like iron, dramatically increasing explosive power. A grade 3 training of the organs. This is a watershed moment, where the 5 organs and 6 intestines become strong, breathing becomes prolonged, and endurance is limitless, which is also the upper limit achievable by an ordinary Tier 1 warrior. As for the mid-grade 3 grades 4 to 6, that refers to masters who have given birth to mana, capable of projecting mana and injuring others from a distance. The upper grade 3 grades 7 to 9 are known as grandmasters, involving the use of mental energy and the power of the heavens and earth. This is the level of the current examiner Lei, capable of brief flight and able to single-handedly suppress an entire city. Right now, Zhao Chang's vitality is around 350, placing him in the mid-stage of grade 1, which is just at the proficiency level stage of refining flesh and skin. And Su, although he has just broken through, has a vitality of 320, combined with proficiency level breathing techniques and massage iron defense passive, his physical strength has long exceeded the ordinary pinnacle of grade 1.
Kill. With Zhao Chang's order, the long knife raised a cold gleam, heading straight for Su's neck.
This is still that low-grade yellow skill's storm blade technique. Before the blade even reached, the gust of wind had already caused the surrounding leaves to flutter down.
Too slow. Su shook his head.
Under the full activation of the F-grade perception talent, Zhao Chang's movements looked to him like slow motion, his body full of flaws.
Clang. Su finally moved.
This time, he didn't use that humiliating slap, but truly drew his weapon.
The E-grade alloy war knife-breaking army was drawn in an instant. There were no flashy starting moves, just a simple swing of the arm. Though the blade skill is simple, it embodies the principle of simplicity.
When strength and speed reach their limits, the simplest of slashes become the strongest killing move.
Clang. The 2 blades clashed. Sparks flew.
Zhao Chang felt a colossal force surging through the handle of the knife, causing his tiger's mouth to immediately shatter and his entire right arm to lose feeling.
How is this possible?
Zhao Chang screamed in terror.
You are clearly only at the early stage of grade 1, why is your power even greater than mine at mid-stage? Are you born with divine strength?
Generally speaking, a mid-stage grade 1's vitality and strength would absolutely crush the early stage. But Su is a freak. Every muscle fiber in his body has undergone systemic simplification and reorganization, making use of it several times more efficient than an ordinary person's.
Because your knife is too light.
Su replied mildly, twisting his wrist, and the back of the blade slammed hard against Zhao Chang's chest.
Poof!
Zhao Chang sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his body flew back like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against a large tree, his ribcage surely broken in several places.
The remaining 7 students were completely stunned. The boss was taken out in an instant? Now that's a master at the mid-level. Is this really your strength in class 2?
Su held his knife, his gaze sweeping over the remaining people.
Who else wants to test my knife? The entire place fell silent.
No one dared to move, and even fewer dared to run. Not even the strongest Zhao Chang could withstand a single strike, and anyone who charged at him would just be offering themselves up. The bespectacled man and the girl, who had just been besieged, were now staring in awe at Su's back, their mouths agape. Is this how one wins? Is this the legendary F-grade loser? This is clearly a T-Rex disguised in sheep's clothing. Su walked up to Zhao Chang, who was now like a dead dog, lying on the ground in pain. Please, don't kill me. Zhao Chang looked at the blood-dripping battle knife, his eyes filled with terror. Su crouched down, skillfully removing the point score bracelet from Zhao Chang's wrist. Don't worry, the examiner said no killing is allowed. Su grinned, exposing a set of white teeth. I just came to collect a little tuition. He fiddled with the bracelet, and with a ding, the 300 points Zhao Chang had painstakingly accumulated vanished, instantly transferred to Su's account. Current points, 450, currently ranked 89th in the province. Seeing this ranking, Su curled his lip. Only 89th? Looks like this year's exam candidates are really competitive. He then walked towards the remaining 7 students from Class 2. Are you going to hand them over yourselves, or do I need to take action? A few minutes later, Su's points skyrocketed to 820, directly pushing him into the top 50. The elite squad from Class 2 hung their heads, as though they were eggplants beaten by frost, with their valuable belongings ransacked except for their underwear. Thank you for your sponsorship, everyone. Su patted the bulging backpack, filled with vitality potions and monster meat he had scavenged from them, feeling quite pleased. Now, I've got resources to break through to the second-grade building muscle. Chapter 11, The True Difference. After dealing with Zhao Chang and the others, Su did not leave immediately. He turned around to look at the 3 alumni from Class 1, who were still in a daze. Aren't you going to leave? Su raised an eyebrow. The smell of blood is too strong here. Stronger monsters will be coming soon. With your level of strength, you wouldn't even be enough to fill their gaps. Only then did the 3 awaken from their stupor. The girl blushed and bowed deeply. If it weren't for you, we would surely have been eliminated today, maybe even. Just doing my part. Also, let me remind you of one thing. Su pointed towards the depths of the jungle. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the monsters. In the core area of Zone E3, there are said to be E-grade monsters, iron-armored rhino with nearly second-grade strength. With your current strength, it's better to hang back and collect points on the outskirts. Don't go seeking death. It's true that one must fight for martial arts, but living is the prerequisite to fight. After speaking, Su stopped lingering, wielded his knife, and vanished into the dense jungle. Watching Su's departing figure, the bespectacled man pushed up his glasses inside. Before, everyone laughed at him for being a nerd. It turns out the real clowns were us. That knife just now had at least mid-level strength, right? The boy next to him with a steel pipe shook his head, eyes filled with awe. Not just that. My cousin is mid-level, but he could never handle it as easily as Su. I think he might have touched the threshold for the second-grade building muscle. Second grade? Isn't that a tier only reserved for special recruits from Warrior Academy? The 3 exchanged glances, overwhelmed by a deep sense of helplessness. Though they were all high school seniors, the gap between people was greater than that between man and dog. At that moment, outside the isolation wall, in the command center, dozens of large holographic screens were monitoring the conditions in each examination area in real time. Lei, sitting in the main seat, was observing one of the screens with great interest. What was displayed on the screen was Su's scene as he swiftly dispatched Zhao Chang and scavenged the students from Class 2. This is interesting. Lei picked up a teacup and took a gentle sip. Let's pull up this kid's profile and take a look. The adjutant next to him immediately operated, projecting an electronic file into the air. Su, Jiang Hai, Class 1, Senior Year, Class 2. Talent awakened, F-grade perception. Full marks in cultural subjects, full marks in martial arts theory. Just 3 days ago, he was an ordinary person with a vitality of 80. Now his estimated vitality is over 320. As the adjutant was reading, his voice unconsciously trembled. 3 days?
From 80 to 320? How is this possible? A few teachers responsible for enrollment from Warrior Academy nearby also gathered around, looking shocked. Unless he consumed some extraordinary resources, or he might be one of those extremely rare hidden geniuses whose talent awakening is just an introduction, with immense physical potential instead. A teacher from Magic City Warrior Academy speculated. Lei put down the teacup, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. No matter which it is, this kid's combat awareness is top-notch. He wasn't flustered in the face of a siege, was decisive and ruthless in his strikes, and knows how to utilize the rules. He's a good seedling. However, having the strength of a grade 1 in the early stages is not enough to break into the top 10. This year's top 10 is a group of monsters. Lei pointed to several other screens. On the first screen, a girl in a red outfit was fighting an E-rank monster with her bare hands. Her body was engulfed in crimson flames, and every punch she threw was accompanied by explosive sounds. Yi Hongi from Jinghua Affiliated High School, S-rank elemental talent Blazing Flame, Vitality 450, peak grade 1. On the second screen, a boy carrying a giant sword had just cleaved an armored rhinoceros in half with a single stroke. Wang Tang from the Jiangnan martial arts family, a rank weapon Soul Earthshatter sword, Vitality 480, half a step into grade 2. Lei commented lightly. Compared to these true prodigies, Su's F-rank talent is indeed a significant flaw. In the later stages, the benefits brought by talent will become increasingly substantial. If all goes well, Yi Hongi and Wang Tang will likely break into the mid-grade 3 before graduating from university, reaching the tier of mana externalization. And for Su, without a significant opportunity, whether he can break through grade 3 practice dirt in his lifetime is questionable. Surrounding teachers nodded in agreement, expressing regret. In this world, talent determines the upper limit, while hard work determines the lower limit. The ceiling for F rank is simply too low. However, Su on the screen seemed unaware of these prominent figures' evaluations. He was sitting in a tree fork, gnawing on high-quality beef jerky snatched from Zhao Chang, while staring at the system panel and grinning. Consuming high-energy food, converting to energy points plus 10. Current energy points, 85-100. Eating other people's food is so tasty. Su wiped his mouth and turned his gaze to the depths of the jungle. There, an extremely powerful aura was beginning to awaken. That was an oppressive force only possessed by grade 2 monsters. Energy is full. Next, I should upgrade my sword technique. Swinging blade skill is too boring. I wonder if I can simplify a move. Blade skill? Su took out the advanced skill book Swift Blade Technique that he had snuck out from the library. This is a high-grade yellow skill that emphasizes extreme speed and explosiveness. Detected high-grade yellow skill Swift Blade Technique. Would you like to spend 80 energy points to simplify it? Simplify. Simplifying. Simplification successful. Swift Blade Technique simplified to draw insert. Su stared at these two words, lost in thought. Draw insert? Does it mean, as long as I keep drawing the sword out and inserting it back? Su tried to grip the sword handle. Draw the sword, unsheath it an inch. Reinsert. Flowing Blade Mastery +1. Draw again, insert again. Flowing Blade Mastery +1. Su is having a blast. This action may look a bit sleazy, accompanied by a crack sound, but it's fast. And it doesn't require stamina as long as your hand speed is quick enough, you can rapidly increase your proficiency. In the depths of the silent jungle, a strange sound emerged. Crack, crack, crack. That was Su wildly pulling and inserting his knife. With each draw, it meant that his next strike would be faster and stronger. He was preparing a big surprise for the E-level monsters that were about to confront him. Chapter 12, Strange Sounds in the Jungle. In the depths of the jungle in the E3 area, it should have been fraught with danger and eerily quiet. But at that moment, a strange noise broke the tranquility. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was crisp and rhythmic, like some metal rubbing at high speed, almost like a clock being wound. This sound echoed far in the silent forest, leaving the lurking candidates and monsters bewildered. What is that sound? Is it the call of some new type of monster?
An elite team from School 3 was crouched in the grass, warily listening to the approaching sound.
It sounds like someone is sharpening a knife?
The team leader frowned, gripping the long gun in his hand. Everyone be cautious, making such a big noise in the core area definitely isn't harmless. It could very well be that Mad Dog Zhao Chang, or one of those monsters from School 1. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the direction from which the sound originated. Soon, a figure emerged from the bushes. The person was wearing a School 1 uniform, carrying a bulging backpack, and walked in a very casual manner, even somewhat twitchy. His right hand was constantly resting on the knife handle at his waist, performing the same action at an almost imperceptible speed.
Drawing the knife out slightly, then instantly pushing it back in. Draw again, push again. Crack, crack, crack.
The frequency was astonishingly fast, with each impact producing a sharp sound that made one's teeth ache.
What? What is he doing? The few people in the grass looked dumbfounded. Is he playing with the hilt? What kind of special obsession is this? No, wait. Look at his hands.
The captain, with keen eyes, gasped. His hands were almost leaving afterimages.
He is gathering strength. This is a very advanced swordsmanship technique.
It is said that some ancient swordsmen would nurture their sword intent this way. If they draw their sword, they will surely kill. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, the team members suddenly felt respect and looked at the young man with caution in their eyes.
A master. Definitely a hidden master. Quickly retreat, don't provoke him.
This small team showed no hesitation and quietly slipped away from the other side while the opponent was still unaware of their presence. However, as the party involved, Su wasn't thinking about any sword nurturing techniques at that moment. He was simply focused on gaining experience.
Flowing Blade Mastery +1. Flowing Blade Mastery +1.
Looking at the numbers wildly jumping on the panel, Su felt that although his right hand was a bit sore, the sense of control over the sword was becoming stronger. The once heavy Broken Army battle sword seemed to come alive in his hands. Every friction between the sword sheath and the blade deepened his understanding of the sword's structure, balance, and sharpness.
I've mastered it. Su glanced at the panel.
Skill, Flowing Light Sword Drawing Technique Mastery, Draw Insert 890-1000. In just 1 hour of practice, he had forced a yellow tier superior skill up to the mastery tier. If those seasoned swordsmen who have spent 10 years practicing sword drawing knew about this speed, they would probably spit blood in anger. The mastery tier sword drawing technique emphasizes the heart moves the sword to reach. Right now, my drawing speed is at least 5 times what it was before. Su stopped, shaking his slightly sore wrist. Ahead, a strong smell of blood wafted in with the wind. Along with it came heavy footsteps and the loud sound of trees snapping.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground trembled slightly.
The big guy is coming.
Su's gaze sharpened. He stopped fiddling with the sword hilt and slowly lowered his center of gravity, gently placing his palm on the hilt.
This time, he didn't move again. He was waiting. Waiting for an opportunity to test the blade. Chapter 13, With this blade, you will die. In a clearing before the jungle, a fierce hunt was currently taking place. Or rather, it was a hunt against them. Block it. Quickly block it. Its skin is too thick. Our attacks can't break through its defense. 7 or 8 students dressed in different uniforms were desperately surrounding a massive beast. It was a giant beast 3 meters tall, covered in black iron armor, a level E monster, the iron-armored rhino. Its defense is notoriously insane among level E monsters. Even regular bullets can't pierce its skin, let alone those level E or even level F weapons in the student's hands. At this moment, the giant beast had gone mad, charging wildly with red eyes. Bang! A student holding a shield was knocked away along with the shield, spitting blood, while the alloy shield in his hand had a large dent in it. Captain, let us retreat. We can't handle this. A girl cried out, her voice trembling. We can't retreat. Our points aren't enough. If we don't kill it, we'll fail this major exam.
The leader, a tall boy, clenched his teeth. He was the class monitor from Class 3 of the first high school, with a vitality of 110, one of the seed players for this major exam. But his steel sword only sparked as it hit the rhino's back, leaving not even a mark. Roar! The armored rhino let out a roar, lowered its head to aim its horn at the tall boy, and charged with the force of a tank, ready to crush everything in its path.
Oh no!
The tall boy closed his eyes in despair. With such speed and power, he couldn't dodge or block it.
In that critical moment,
a figure suddenly emerged from the side of the woods. The person walked slowly, almost leisurely, but the timing of his appearance was perfect, blocking the rhino's charging path.
Who is that? Get away!
You'll die! A student next to them shouted in terror. However, the young man seemed not to hear. He stood quietly, facing the giant beast charging at him like a small mountain, slightly turning to the side with his right hand resting on the hilt of the knife at his waist.
This pose resembled an ancient swordsman wandering alone in the wilderness.
In the command center, Lei suddenly stood up from his chair, staring intently at the screen.
It's Sue. What does he want to do? Is he going to confront the rhino head-on? That's madness.
Those are E-class monsters with overpowering force, over 5 tons of impact.
Even a Tier 1 warrior wouldn't dare to take that hit. A nearby teacher shouted in urgency. Quick! Notify the rescue teams nearby. It'll be too late if we wait.
However, Lei raised his hand to stop them.
Wait a minute. Lei's gaze was locked onto the hand of Sue.
As a master, he saw things that others couldn't. At this moment, Sue seemed to merge with the knife. Although the blade was sheathed, a sharp and extreme momentum was wildly gathering.
On the screen, the armored rhino was less than 5 meters away from Sue. The terrifying gust of wind stirred up Sue's loose hair. 4 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. Sue could even distinctly see the cruel and bloodthirsty glint in the rhino's eyes. Now's the time. Sue's pupils suddenly constricted.
Flowing light blade technique mastery activate.
Snap.
A crisp, piercing sound of the blade instantly overshadowed the roar and footsteps of the rhino, followed closely by a flash of light. A dazzling white light, like a meteor, so fast that the retina could not capture it. It was as if this single sword strike left the world with nothing else.
Swish! Sue's figure brushed past the armored rhino.
He still maintained the stance of striking, with his war blade angled to the ground, not a trace of blood touching the blade because it was so fast that the blood hadn't a chance to stain it. And that rampaging armored rhino, due to inertia, continued charging forward for several meters.
Run! It's not dead yet.
The tall boy was so scared he wanted to back away.
However, the next second, boom!
With a massive sound, the giant beast that was rushing suddenly split open its body down the middle. Then, the massive body split into 2, crashing heavily to the ground, the cut smooth as a mirror, before the innards and blood burst forth, staining the earth red.
The entire place fell silent.
Both the students at the scene and the bigwigs at the command center were now like someone who had their throat squeezed, unable to make a sound.
One strike.
Even E-rank monsters with the strongest defenses couldn't scream before being sliced in half.
What kind of sword technique is this? What kind of power is this?
Sue slowly straightened up, flicking his wrist to sheath his war knife.
Click.
The crisp sound of the blade returning to its sheath struck like a heavy hammer, awakening everyone. Sue turned around, not even glancing at the astonished classmates, and walked straight towards the pile of corpses radiating heat. He skillfully extracted a beast core the size of a fist and cut off the most valuable pieces of meat from the rhino.
Kill E-rank monsters, flowing light blade technique proficiency plus 10. Points earned, 100. Sue smirked. Only 10 proficiency points? It seems this guy doesn't take much effort to defeat. He muttered to himself while stuffing the meat into his backpack.
But this meat should be quite nourishing, hopefully enough to fill my energy bar. With that, he picked up his knife and, under the watchful and reverent gaze of the onlookers, continued deeper into the jungle. There, more points were waiting for him. In the command center, Lei heavily sat back down in his chair, letting out a long breath. The flash of that previous strike even left him, a master, feeling astonished. Flowing light blade technique. Great tier. Lei muttered to himself. An 18-year-old high school student, within 3 days, vitality surpassing 300, mastering swordsmanship. This isn't just picking up treasure. This is clearly picking up a dragon. Chapter 14, Who Robbed Who of the Monster? In the depths of the E3 region's jungle, the stench of blood was so strong it was nauseating. Next to the fallen armored rhino that resembled a small mountain, Su was boldly feeding in a barbaric manner. He sat cross-legged on the blood-stained grass, holding a piece of freshly cut rhino hind leg that weighed about 2 pounds. This piece of meat presented a dark red hue filled with a sense of power and was still slightly trembling. Without changing his expression, Su pulled out a bottle labeled Strong Digestive Enzyme from his backpack and sprayed it evenly over the raw meat. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. White foam quickly covered the meat, making slight corrosive sounds. This was a must-have for Tier 1 warriors in the wild, capable of breaking down hard-to-digest monster meat loot into easily absorbable liquid food in a short time. Although the taste was terrible, like eating mud, its efficiency was high. Gulp. Su didn't even frown, biting down on the raw meat. It tasted gamey and rough, but he chewed it with relish. Because on his retina, the delightful system prompts were rapidly flashing. Ingesting E-rank high energy flesh, energy conversion in progress. Energy points plus 5. Energy points plus 5. Energy points plus 5. As the entire 2 pounds of meat went down, Su felt a fiery warmth erupting in his stomach, flowing through his blood to his limbs. His body, which had been somewhat drained from using the flowing light blade technique, instantly felt replenished like parched land receiving rain, filled again with explosive strength. Current energy points, 100 full. Warning, energy has overflowed, please use it quickly, or it will convert into fat storage. Is that already full? Su wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, letting out a satisfied belch. E-rank monster's flesh indeed provides a great boost, far better than the F-rank porcupines and Qingfeng wolves. At this moment, the few first-year students who had been saved by Su had not left yet. They huddled aside, watching Su with blood all over his mouth, eating like a wild man, their reverence only deepening. Is this really the same guy who only knew how to bury himself in books? This is clearly a young monster masquerading in human skin. Su, classmate. The tall class leader swallowed hard, bravely stepping forward to hand him a bottle of water. Have some water. We just checked the leaderboard, your points have already climbed into the top 50. Su took the water, rinsed out his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Only in the top 50? He frowned, raised his wrist, and lit up the points wristband. A holographic screen projected into the air, densely listing the real-time rankings of all candidates in the province. First place, Wangtung Jiangnan Wang family points, 1850. Second place, Yihongyi Jingawat affiliated middle school points, 1780. Third place, Zhao Wujia military compound points, 1620. Rank 48, Su Jianghai number 1 points, 920. Looking at that glaring 920, Su couldn't help but pout in dissatisfaction. I've already taken so many from the second class and even killed an armored rhinoceros. How can I be so far from the top rank? The tall class leader beside him sighed and explained, Su, you don't know. Wang Tang and Yi Hongyi and their group are simply monsters. I heard that Wang Tang just single-handedly charged into the core area of E3, wielding a sword and slaughtered in Shadow Cat Lair, killing more than 20 E-level monsters. That kind of efficiency is not something a human can compare to. Shadow Cat Lair? Su's eyes lit up. Shadow cats are the fastest and most troublesome type among E-level monsters, and their fur is extremely expensive, with the beast core containing a very pure wind attribute spiritual energy. Most importantly, there's plenty of it. Looks like I need to speed up my progress too. Since my energy is full, maybe I should simplify a skill for some fun.
Su rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a thin booklet.
This was a support skill he had casually taken from the library earlier, breath control technique.
In the treacherous wilderness, merely having offense and defense isn't enough.
Sometimes, if you accidentally attract groups of monsters or those D-level lord monsters that exceed E-level, you won't even be able to escape.
Thus, learning to conceal one's breath is crucial.
The breath control technique focuses on controlling the closure of the pores and reducing the heartbeat rate to achieve the effect of disappearing in this world.
Mastering it can even allow one to evade thermal imaging scans.
Detected the yellow grade low tier skill breath control technique. Do you want to spend 30 energy points to simplify it?
Simplify. Su silently contemplated. Simplification successful. Simplifying breath control technique to holding breath.
Su was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly laughed in disbelief.
Holding breath? This system really is straightforward and harsh. The so-called breath control essentially means locking in one's vitality.
And holding one's breath is indeed the most direct way to achieve that.
Su tried taking a deep breath, then held it. Breath control technique proficiency +1.
Current status, breath significantly reduced, presence diminished. At that moment, the tall class leader standing opposite Su suddenly rubbed his eyes, revealing an astonished expression. Just a moment ago, he felt like Su had suddenly disappeared in front of him. Clearly, the person was standing right there, but if you didn't look closely, you would subconsciously overlook his presence. Like a rock or a tree, he completely blended into the surrounding environment.
Su!
Su! The class leader tentatively called out.
Huff!
Su let out a long breath, and the eerie feeling of disappearing was instantly lifted, while a strong sense of pressure returned.
This is interesting. Su's lips curled slightly. Breathing became stronger, and holding breath enabled invisibility.
Now every breath counted, it was a perfect closed loop.
Thanks, the water's good.
Su threw the empty bottle to the class leader, picked up the still bloodied battle knife, and turned to face the deeper shadows of the jungle. You all just stay on the outskirts, the world inside isn't suitable for you. After saying that, he took a deep breath and held it again. In the shocked gazes of the three, Su's figure seemed to blend into the air as he flickered several times and completely vanished into the dense bushes, leaving no trace of footsteps.
E3 area, core zone.
The trees here towered high, blocking out the sun, and the ground was covered with thick humus, feeling soft when stepped on. The air was filled with an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe.
This is the hallmark of the territory of peak E-level monsters.
Su was crouched on a thick branch, blending his whole being with the color of the tree bark. He had maintained this position for a full 10 minutes, his face slightly reddening from the pressure, but he remained motionless.
Because just below him, there was a big fellow.
It was a 5-meter-long black giant tiger, exuding an eerie killing intent. Peak E-level monsters, the black killing tiger. Its strength was infinitely close to a second-tier Tier 1 warrior, making it the overlord of this area. At that moment, it was lying on a large rock taking a nap, surrounded by several corpses of candidates. Although they weren't dead, they had been teleported out. This tiger's fur is in perfect condition. The beast core should be worth 500 points.
Su calculated in his mind. He was waiting for an opportunity. Though the black killing tiger was sleeping, its ears occasionally twitched, indicating high vigilance.
Only when it fell into a deep sleep or rolled over to expose its vulnerable belly would it be the best time to strike.
This is also a hunter's patience. Even with a system, Su maintained this calm.
Finally, the black killing tiger yawned and slowly rolled over, exposing its snow-white, soft belly.
Now's the time.
A gleam sparkled in Su's eyes. He slowly released the breath he had been holding and placed his right hand on the knife handle.
However, just as Su was about to leap down and deliver a lethal strike,
a piercing sound of ripping air suddenly exploded from the other side of the jungle.
Beast! Die!
Accompanied by an extremely arrogant roar, a massive yellow sword energy, with the force to split mountains and rocks, was fiercely slashed toward the black killing tiger.
Boom! Although the sword energy was fierce, the loud noise startled the black killing tiger awake in an instant.
It rolled violently, although it avoided a fatal blow. Its back was still slashed open, leaving a bloody wound.
Roar!
The black fiend tiger let out a deafening roar, angrily staring in the direction of the ambush. Su frowned and forcefully stopped his movement, retreating back into the treetop.
Who is so heartless? Stirring up trouble?
Then, from the opposite woods, a young man dressed in black tight-fitting attire and carrying a giant sword walked out.
He was handsome, with an arrogant expression, emanating an aura that warned others not to approach. It was indeed Wang Tang from the Wang family of Jiangnan, ranked first on the leaderboard.
Wang Tang held the giant sword, glanced at the injured black fiend tiger, revealing a satisfied smile, and then his gaze shot like lightning, surveying the surroundings. This area of monsters, I, Wang Tang, have claimed it all.
No matter if there are people around or not, stay away from me.
Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless.
His voice thundered, extremely domineering. Su, hiding in the tree, curled his lip. Such arrogance. Clearly he arrived first, yet Wang Tang is forcing everyone out?
However, Su did not rush to reveal himself. He had observed earlier that although the black fiend tiger was injured, it was not severely hurt. On the contrary, an injured ferocious beast was the most terrifying.
Wang Tang's strike not only failed to kill it, but instead provoked its ferocity.
Since you want to steal, let me give you a taste of suffering first.
Su held his breath again, entering spectator mode. Below, the battle was about to erupt. You dare glare at me, you worthless creature?
Wang Tang snorted coldly, his giant sword shining with a yellowish light again, imbued with the support of the A-class weapon soul, earth-shattering sword. With a stomp of his foot, he charged toward the black fiend tiger like a cannonball. One must say, Wang Tang indeed had the capital to be arrogant. With the strength of half-step second rank, plus the ancestral mysterious skilled mountain-shattering sword technique, each strike was powerful and forced the black fiend tiger to retreat repeatedly.
Die!
Wang Tang grew bolder in battle and saw that the black fiend tiger was forced into a corner. A flicker of joy appeared in his eyes. He leaped high, gripping the sword with both hands, ready to deliver the final blow.
Mountain-shattering earth splitter. This strike sealed off all retreat paths for the black fiend tiger. However, at that very moment,
the black fiend tiger, which had seemed on the verge of death, suddenly flashed a cunning look in its eyes. It opened its bloody maw, not attacking, but instead, unleashed a gust of black, foul wind.
Talent skill black fiend wind.
This wind was highly corrosive, capable of dissolving even rocks. In mid-air, Wang Tang had nowhere to dodge, so he could only forcefully twist his body and use the giant sword to shield his face. Hiss hiss hiss. The black wind hit the giant sword, producing a painful corrosive sound. Although he blocked the fatal hit, the immense force still sent Wang Tang flying to the ground, landing heavily and appearing somewhat disheveled. Taking advantage of this gap, the black fiend tiger did not pursue but instead used its four limbs to turn and fled deep into the jungle. It was trying to escape. The E-class peak monsters already possess considerable intelligence. It knew it couldn't defeat this human, so it feigned an attack and bolted.
Damn it! Stop right there!
Wang Tang, frantic, scrambled up from the ground, wanting to give chase, but that last strike had shaken his vitality, delaying his movements. As he saw this valuable 500-point prey about to disappear into the dense forest,
Wang Tang's face turned extremely grim.
However, just as the black fiend tiger was about to leap into the bushes,
a shadow seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. No unnecessary chatter. No flashy moves.
Only a gleaming blade, cutting through the air in a perfect arc. Swish! The black wind tiger, rushing at high speed, had its massive head already flying high, even though its body was still propelled forward by inertia. The headless corpse slid forward a dozen meters, stopping right at Su's feet. Blood gushed forth, staining Su's uniform red.
Huff!
Su slowly exhaled and stepped out from the shadows of the tree. He glanced at the corpse at his feet and then at Wang Tang, who looked dumbfounded in the distance, and offered a polite yet awkward smile.
Sorry about that.
Su shook off the blood on his blade. This tiger seems to have panicked and run straight into my blade.
The entire place fell silent.
Wang Tang stared hard at Su, his face shifting from red to white, then from white to green. He worked hard for half a day, suffering attacks from the black wind while being blasted away just when he thought he was about to reap the rewards. In the end, someone snatched it away? And it was done by a passerby who appeared out of nowhere, killing it with a single strike? Did you really walk right into it? Wang Tang gritted his teeth, each word felt like it was squeezed out through gaps in his teeth. That strike just now was clearly a prediction of its landing point. Were you hiding on the side the whole time? Su shrugged, not denying it. I was actually sleeping in the tree. It was you who drove this tiger over here. Moreover, Su pointed at the headless corpse on the ground. It's your fault for not killing it, allowing it to escape. Since it has run in front of me, it's now a masterless object. Helping you is a favor, not helping you is a duty. It seems this 500 points now belong to me. Saying this, Su bent down and skillfully began to dissect the corpse of the black wind tiger. The fluidity of his movements made Wang Tang's eyelids twitch. This is too much. As the heir of the Wang family from Jiangnan, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Put it down. Wang Tang roared, thrusting his massive sword at Su. This black wind tiger was injured by me. The wounds on it are all from my sword. You're just picking up the scraps. What right do you have to claim the points? Leave the beast core and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Su stopped what he was doing. He slowly straightened up, still holding the freshly dug, steaming tiger heart. Facing the sharp edge of Wang Tang's sword, the smile on Su's face gradually faded, replaced by a calm demeanor. A calmness that was frightening. Wang, I think you've misunderstood something. Su spoke calmly. First, I discovered this tiger. First, you suddenly leaped out to interrupt my hunt. Second, it was your lack of strength that let it get away. If I hadn't acted, it would have already dived into the forest without a trace, and you wouldn't earn a single point. Third. Su stepped forward, his aura suddenly surging, equally as strong as Wang Tang's. You want me to leave? On what basis? Just because of that dull, unsharpened sword in your hand? Wang Tang was stunned. He hadn't expected that this seemingly ordinary student in plain uniform would dare to speak to him like that. What shocked him even more was that the vitality fluctuations emanating from Su had already reached the limit of a Tier 1 warrior. All right. Wang Tang, filled with rage, laughed instead, his murderous intent clearly visible. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant you that. Remember, the one who will kill you is Wang Tang. Boom! Wang Tang stopped talking, bursting forth with vitality like lava. The huge sword in his hand glowed again, brighter than before. Mountain-splitting force. With both hands gripping the sword, he unleashed a thunderous force directly towards Su's head. This strike did not hold back. He genuinely meant to kill. In this examination hall where combat was allowed, killing a few people could simply be explained as collateral damage, and with the Wang family's influence, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Faced with this terrifying sword strike, Su did not dodge. He merely watched the blade descend quietly, then made an action that Wang Tang could not comprehend. He neither drew his sword to block nor attempted to evade. Instead, he slightly puffed out his chest and even took the initiative to welcome it. He silently recited a phrase in his heart. Iron defense passive, activate. Clang! With a massive sound, Wang Tang felt as if his sword had struck a piece of ancient black iron. The enormous backlash caused a sharp pain in his wrist, and his palm immediately cracked. Yet Su only stepped back half a step. His clothes were ripped by the blade's energy, revealing his bronzed skin underneath, untouched with even a single white mark. Received powerful /massage, iron defense passive proficiency plus 20. Congratulations to the host, iron defense passive has upgraded to mastery. Su patted his chest, looking at the dazed and doubtful Wang Tang and smiled broadly. The force was decent. It just lacked accuracy. Come on, give me a few more. Chapter 15, Your massage skills have regressed. Again, give you a few? Hearing this, the anger-twisted face of Wang Tang turned an even deeper shade of dark red. As the heir of the Wang family from Jiangnan, this massive sword in his hand, named Earth Splitter, was crafted from the highest grade D-class Clo alloy, mixed with a small amount of C-class conductive metal, worth as much as 3 million. In the previous battle, even an E-grade peak monster like the Black Devouring Tiger would be severely injured if struck by this sword. But now, hitting this Su only made him take half a step back? I want you dead. Wang Tang was completely broken. If the previous sword strike still contained a bit of rationality, now he had completely transformed into a mindless beast. Boom! A surge of raging vitality erupted from his body. To wash away the shame, he didn't hesitate to overdraw his vitality, forcibly activating that bit of mana that was not yet fully formed. The D-grade alloy greatsword in his hand emitted a buzzing vibration, the sword blade slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. Wang family secret technique mountain crushing earth shattering slash. Wang Tang held the sword with both hands, leaping high into the air with a momentum like a mountain pressing down, bringing a destructive force as he fiercely struck down at Su. The power of this sword was sufficient to slice through the armor of a heavy tank. The surrounding trees were caught in the gust of wind, breaking in half. At the center of the storm, Su's hair was blown wildly, yet his dark eyes remained calm as still water. He did not unsheath his sword. He even placed both hands behind his back, slightly puffing out his chest, with muscles flowing like water, perfectly demonstrating the unloading technique of that iron defense passive. Come on, hit harder. Su calmly uttered 4 words. Arrogant. Wang Tang roared, the giant sword crashing down. When? A sound several times louder than before resonated deep in the jungle. Su's feet instantly sank into the earth, until it was over his ankles. At the moment of contact, Su's chest suddenly shook. The proficiency level iron defense passive was not merely hard, it also possessed a strange shock power. This was a kind of recoil. Click. A sound that was painfully crisp. Wang Tang's proud D-grade peak alloy greatsword, upon striking Su's chest, could not withstand that massive recoil force, causing a rice-sized crack to form in the center of the blade. Meanwhile, Su's chest only bore a faint white line, with not even a drop of blood. Received a powerful physical/iron defense passive proficiency plus 50. Received mana shock iron defense passive proficiency plus 50. Congratulations to the host, iron defense passive has broken through to proficiency level indestructible. Su only felt a tremor throughout his body, as a warm current instantly flowed through him. His originally hard skin suddenly gained flexibility, resembling a layer of active metal covering his surface. Huff! Su let out a breath of relief. He lowered his head, glanced at the greatsword with the crack, then looked at Wang Tang, whose mouth was agape in disbelief, and shook his head. 3 million for a D-grade weapon, and this quality? Looks like your Wang family got scammed. This alloy purity isn't good enough, too brittle. Su's words were not harmful but extremely insulting. Wang Tang staggered back 2 steps, the giant sword in his hand clattering to the ground. He looked at Su's unharmed body, and the anger in his eyes was finally replaced by a deep fear. You are a monster. A D-grade alloy can't break your defense. Have you already reached the 3rd grade in internal cultivation? Even a peak 2 grade tier 1 warrior wouldn't dare to take a D-grade weapon head-on. Only a 3rd grade tier 1 warrior, with iron-like organs and mercury-like vitality, could achieve this. But Su was clearly only 18 years old. 3rd grade? Su removed his feet from the earth, brushing the dirt off his pants. I'm only 1st grade. I'm a bit tougher than others. After speaking, Su slowly raised his right hand, resting it on the battle blade at his waist. Having just been passively beaten massaged, now that the iron defense passive proficiency level is up, it was time for him to take the initiative. Massage time is over. Since you're out of strength, it's my turn now. A sharp intent filled the air, instantly locking onto Wang Tang. Wang Tang shuddered, a biological instinctive reaction faced with a natural enemy. What do you want to do? I am the young master of the Wang family. There are cameras here, you can't kill me. Wang Tang shouted, retreating while trying to appear fierce. Su did not respond. He merely crouched slightly, assuming a very standard sword drawing posture. Flowing light sword draw mastered, charging complete.
You just slashed me twice. In the spirit of reciprocity, you should take a slash from me too. Before the words even fell. Swish! A dazzling flash of light, like a lightning bolt, sliced through the dark jungle.
Wang Tang didn't even have the chance to react, feeling only a blur in front of him.
Poof!
A long scar burst open on his chest, blood splattering everywhere.
But he didn't die.
At the last moment, Su slightly twisted the blade, using the back of the sword. Even so, the terrifying impact still blasted Wang Tang several meters away, heavily crashing into a large tree, and then sliding down like a puddle of mud.
Cough, cough. Wang Tang spat out a mouthful of blood, several ribs broken, completely losing his combat ability. One strike.
With just one strike, this so-called half-step level 2 prodigy was defeated.
A complete and utter defeat. Su walked in front of Wang Tang, looking down at him. This strike is a lesson for you. Don't be too arrogant in the future, it's easy to get beaten.
After saying that, Su crouched down and, under Wang Tang's desperate gaze, grabbed his wrist.
Ding!
With a crisp sound indicating a notification. The 1850 points that Wang Tang had painstakingly accumulated were instantly wiped out.
Chapter 16, The Leadership Changes, Shaking the Province. At the same time.
In the command center outside the isolation wall. The atmosphere here was originally tense and orderly, but at this moment, it had turned dead silent. Dozens of admission office teachers from various martial arts schools, as well as military officers, all widened their eyes, staring intently at the huge leaderboard screen.
Just now,
the name Wang Tang, which had always dominated the top spot, suddenly dimmed, and the score directly dropped to 0.
In its place was a brand new name, ascending to the top in an unmatched manner. First place, Su Jianghai No. 1 High School. Score, 3,800.
This score was more than twice that of the original second place, Yihong's 1,780 points.
A clear gap at the top. 3,800 points? Has the system encountered a bug? Why does Wang Tang's score show as 0? Could he have been eliminated? Who is Su? Why have I never heard this name before?
When did Jianghai No. 1 High School produce this kind of prodigy?
Hurry! Pull up the surveillance from the core area.
Head examiner Lei slammed the table hard, causing a crack to suddenly appear on the solid wooden desk. His eyes glinted with disbelief. The screen flashed.
Deep in the jungle of Area E3, chaos unfolded.
The ground was covered in sword marks and cracks. The broken D-grade alloy giant sword stood alone in the ground. In the midst of that wreckage, the once invincible prodigy from Jiangnan, Wang Tang, lay in tattered clothes under a tree, his life uncertain. Not far from him, a bare-chested young man with muscular physique was holding an ordinary E-grade battle knife and playing with the score wristband that was taken from Wang Tang. It seemed he had noticed the surveillance drone in the sky. The young man raised his head, smiled brightly at the camera, and then made a V gesture.
Arrogant. Confident. And radiating an undeniable dominance. Good kid. Lei couldn't help but burst into laughter, vigorously slapping his thigh. So bold. I like it. He actually took down Wang Tang. And it was a frontal confrontation. A nearby admissions teacher gulped, tremblingly saying, General Lei, if I'm not mistaken, the sword in Wang Tang's hand is the D-grade peak rift?
That is a weapon capable of chopping through the bones of second-grade monsters.
But it broke upon hitting this Su? What is this kid's body made of? Has the E-grade alloy turned sentient? Lei's smile vanished, his gaze became deep and grave. No, it's not the alloy. It's iron defense passive.
Moreover, it's cultivated to the legendary proficiency level, where all the strength in his body is unified, combining hardness and softness. Only with such a state can one shatter weapons while enduring damage with shock waves. Upon hearing the phrase proficiency level, the surrounding teachers gasped in unison. To practice any skill to proficiency level requires several years, if not decades, of grueling effort.
How could an 18-year-old high school student achieve that? A genius? No, this is a monstrous talent. A teacher from the Warrior Academy in the Magic Capital had fiery eyes. This student is definitely ours. We can offer a full scholarship along with a set of C-grade combat gear. Get lost. Such a physical cultivator is naturally fit for the military. He should come to our military academy. Hey, don't fight, the kids indicated volunteer as Warrior Academy. In the command center, teachers from various universities nearly started fighting over Sue. In the jungle. Sue was still oblivious that he had become the coveted talent in the eyes of the bigwigs. He was happily looking at the score on his wristband. 3,800 points. According to the scoreline from previous years, this score was already a safe bet for the top rank. Sure enough, killing monsters is not as good as killing people, and killing people is not as good as robbing. The ancients certainly did not deceive me. Sue fiddled with a storage ring in his hand. This was taken from Wang Teng's finger. As the heir of the Wang family, what was most valuable on Wang Teng was not the sword, but the resources within this ring. Medicines, monster meat loot, and perhaps even higher level skills. Although the ring had a mental imprint and Sue couldn't open it for now, that didn't prevent him from treating it as loot. You, just wait. Under the tree, Wang Teng finally caught his breath and, weakly trying to sound tough, but his gaze dared not meet Sue's. The Wang family won't let you off. Sue walked over, crouched down, and looked at him as if he were an idiot. I say, young Master Wang, has your brain been damaged? This is a major exam, a territory monitored by the military. If you're outperformed and robbed by me, that's your own fault. What, do you want to go home and find your parents? Sue patted Wang Teng's cheek, not holding back, the slaps echoing sharply. That's right. Sue nodded earnestly. If I hadn't shown mercy, that earlier strike would have been more than just breaking a few bones. I would have split you right down the middle with the blade. Wang Teng shivered at the memory of that stunning and terrifying strike, finally closing his mouth. He knew that Sue wasn't joking. Alright, since you're out of money, get lost and stop being an eyesore here. Sue stood up and, without caring whether Wang Teng could move or not, kicked him hard in the behind, sending him tumbling into the nearby bushes to avoid the annoyance of looking at him. Having done all this, Sue raised his head and looked deeper into the jungle. There lies the core area of E3. In there, a presence, several times more powerful than the Black Tiger, was slowly reviving. That was the ultimate boss used in this major exam. D-grade early-stage monsters, the Earth Shatterbear. D-grade monsters correspond to the second tier, Tier 1 warrior, among humans. If this had been before, Sue might have hesitated a bit. But now, with iron defense passive proficiency level, the blade technique mastered, and holding a massive sum of 3,800 points, he felt that he could go give that bear a massage. I wonder if the skin of D-grade monsters can withstand my knife? Sue held the battle knife that, while only, is this what D-grade monsters look like? Sue smacked his lips. It's quite large. I wonder if its paws are good for stew. Though the Earth Shatter Bear couldn't understand human speech, it could read intentions in their eyes. This little bug, does it want to eat it? Roar! A deafening roar erupted instantly. The terrifying sound wave, filled with saliva, crashed down like a 12th grade hurricane, causing Sue's skin to twitch. Several surviving small trees were uprooted. Facing this roar that could scare normal people's hearts out, Sue merely dug at his ears. Nice volume, but unfortunately useless. Instead of retreating, Sue took a step forward, beckoning with his fingers at the furious bear. Come on, stupid bear. Come hit me here. He pointed at his chest. Provocation. A blatant provocation. The Earth Shatter Bear totally went berserk. As the lord of this area, when had it ever suffered such an insult? Boom! It raised its right paw, as big as a grinding disc, the heavy bear paw shimmering with earthy yellow light, a sign of its earth talent skill, heavy rock strike. With this one slap, the power exceeded 10 tons. Even that armored vehicle that Wang Teng had split earlier would be flattened into a metal pancake by this blow. Huff! A piercing wind sound arose,
the huge bear paw descending like a crushing mountain, brutally slamming down on Sue's head.
Sue did not dodge.
He took a deep breath, stomped his feet hard into the ground, and settled into a standard horse stance. His muscles tensed instantly, and a faint golden light surfaced on his originally bronze skin.
Iron defense passive mastery indestructible body.
Since he wanted to test the limits of defense, he had to take it head-on.
Bang! A dull yet intense impact resounded, as if a damaged giant drum had been struck.
Centered around two people, the ground within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed half a meter deep.
Countless fragments shot outwards like bullets, filling the air with dust.
In the command center monitoring this scene via drones, everyone instinctively closed their eyes.
It's over. That's a 10-ton impact. How could he dare to take it head-on? Even a pinnacle Tier 1 warrior wouldn't dare to withstand that slap with just his body, right? However, the next second, the dust settled. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief.
In the center of the massive pit, Sue still maintained his horse stance, his feet deeply embedded in the rock layers up to his knees.
But he did not fall.
His back remained perfectly straight. The enormous bear paw pressed against his head, pinned by his crossed arms.
It's a bit heavy.
Sue's voice came from beneath his arms, sounding somewhat muffled but full of energy.
But this is about as far as it goes.
Sue slowly lifted his head, looking at the ferocious bear face inches away, and cracked a sinister smile.
Are we done? Now, it's my turn. In the next moment, Sue's arm jolted fiercely. Recoil.
The unique property of the mastery-level iron defense passive activates. A strange force of shock resonated back through the bear's paw.
Click. The earth-shattering bear let out a mournful howl, hastily retracting its right paw.
To everyone's astonishment, a bloody gash opened up in its iron-like paw, with blood pouring out. The effects of force are mutual.
The harder you hit me, the more it hurts you. Dying while you're sick.
Sue leapt out of the pit, his E-grade battle knife instantly unsheathed.
Swish.
Flowing lightsword technique slash and plunge.
This strike was incredibly fast, heading straight for the earth-shattering bear's eye. However, D-grade monsters are no fools. Although its palm throbbed with pain, driven by instinct for survival, the bear quickly tilted its head while its earthy yellow aura surged. Talent skill, rock armor. A thick layer of rock instantly covered its already hard fur. Clang. Sue's knife stabbed into its cheek. Sparks flew. Though the E-grade battle knife was sharp, it was like poking a rock with a toothpick against the D-grade rock armor. The blade only penetrated less than an inch before getting stuck on that layer of rock armor. TSK, this weapon is useless. Sue frowned. If he had Wang Tang's D-grade giant sword, that strike would have definitely pierced its brain. But the hardness of the E-grade alloy is just too poor. Roar! Although the bear blocked the fatal blow, it had completely enraged it. It stood upright, its massive bear paws striking down like a storm. Boom! 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 Each impact shook the earth. Sue stopped resisting directly and, leveraging his movement skill proficiency level agility, darted through the gaps in the bear's attacks. He was like a slippery loach despite the bear's terrifying power, it couldn't touch him at all. System, can you simplify this bear's defenses? Sue asked internally while dodging. Tip, the object to be simplified must be a skill or ability owned by the host. Cannot simplify enemy units directly. TCH, useless system. Sue complained. Since the weapon couldn't break through the defense, he'd have to use a more straightforward method. Constant effort will wear down stone. Sue flashed, reappearing on the bear's right side. Swish. Another slash. This time, he aimed for the bear's leg joint. Clang. Sparks still flew, leaving only a white mark. But Sue did not stop. Swish, 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 swish. In just 1 second, he unleashed 10 slashes. The mastery of the flowing lightsword technique bestowed him unparalleled attack speed. Each slash precisely hit the same spot. First cut, white mark. 5th cut, rock armor cracked. 10th cut, rock armor shattered. Give it to me.
Su yelled fiercely, the 11th slash bringing forth the full power of his vitality, striking harshly at the damaged opening.
Poof!
This time, it was no longer the sound of metal clashing, but the dull thud of a blade biting flesh.
Blood spurted.
The earth-shattering bear let out a chilling scream, its massive body collapsing awkwardly, the right leg cut halfway through the tendon by that slash.
Boom!
The unbalanced bear crashed heavily to the ground.
Indeed, as long as you're fast enough, nothing is unchoppable.
Su landed, breathing a little heavier. The series of combos he just unleashed drained a lot of energy. Luckily, he had previously eaten 2 pounds of rhino meat, providing ample energy reserves. Energy points consumed, 10 points, restoring stamina. With the depletion of energy points, Su's fatigue instantly vanished.
This is how a powerful battler fights endless endurance. It's over.
Watching the earth-shattering bear struggle to get up from the ground, a glint of cold light flashed in Su's eyes. He did not give his opponent a chance to breathe. This time, he gripped his knife with both hands and leaped high. Target, the eyes. That was the only part of the body not covered by rock armor.
Die! Su became like a meteor falling.
Sensing the threat of death, the earth-shattering bear desperately tried to shield its face with its paw, but the severed tendons in its leg slowed its movements.
Put! The battle knife precisely pierced the bear's right eye, burying itself deep. Roar! The final scream abruptly cut off.
With a twist of his wrist, mana erupted, directly shattering the bear's brain. That massive body twitched a few times before finally coming to a complete stop.
Defeated D-class initial stage monsters, Earth Bear. Earned points, 2,000. Flowing Light / proficiency plus 100.
Congratulations, host, Flowing Light / has reached proficiency level. As the system's prompt sound echoed, the E-rank battle knife in Su's hand finally couldn't bear the strain.
With a crack,
the blade shattered, leaving only half of the hilt in Su's hand. For an E-rank knife, exchanging it for a D-rank bear was worth it. Su casually tossed aside the hilt and sat on the bear's carcass, gasping for breath.
Meanwhile,
in the command center,
a deathly silence.
General Lei stared at the screen showing the blood-soaked boy sitting on the bear's carcass, unable to speak for a long time.
After a while, he finally slowly uttered 2 words. Maniac.
A teacher beside him trembled and added, an invincible maniac. If he had used a high-level weapon to kill the bear, they could have understood. But Su used a pathetic E-rank battle knife and, relying only on speed and skill, managed to wear down a formidable earth grizzly known for its defense.
What does this indicate?
It shows that his combat IQ, physical fitness, and skill tier have all reached an astonishingly high level.
This year's top scorer is guaranteed.
Lei stood up and straightened his military attire. Prepare the helicopter. I want to personally go to the examination venue to bring this top scorer home.
At the examination venue, Su didn't rush to celebrate.
He looked at the terrifying number on his wristband that had shot up to 5,800 points, nodding in satisfaction.
Now, not only am I first, but I might also break a provincial record, right?
Just then, his stomach let out a growl. Although the recent battle looked easy, every second was an intense burst, consuming a massive amount of energy. Just in time, a D-rank monster's bare paw, this is a huge boost. Su took out his skinning knife, his gaze fixed intensely on the bear's intact left paw.
I heard bear paws need to be steamed to be tender? Too bad I don't have a pot. Forget it, let's just grill it and eat.
Just as Su was about to make use of the local resources for an outdoor barbecue, a sudden, tremendous roar echoed from the sky.
Tat 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 tat.
An armed helicopter, marked with military insignia, hovered above his head, creating a huge blast of air. A dignified voice came from the loudspeaker.
Su examinee, I am Lei, the chief examiner for this major exam. Congratulations, you've passed the level.
Su looked up at the imposing helicopter, then glanced at the bear paw he had just cut in half, and sighed helplessly.
Can you wait until I finish this meal first? I'm so hungry that my front and back are sticking together.
In the helicopter, Lei, who had originally looked serious and was ready to give an inspirational speech, nearly fell over when he heard this.
This kid. He's got some nerve. Chapter 18, Special Simplification Times. In the core area E3, amidst the devastated scorched earth,
the huge propeller whipped up a fierce wind, sending debris and broken wood rolling in all directions. The menacingly painted armed helicopter, equipped with heavy machine guns and air-to-ground missiles, was slowly hovering about 10 meters above the ground, making a loud roaring sound. In the howling wind, Su's clothing flapped loudly, and his hair was blown into a messy disarray. Yet he seemed completely oblivious at that moment. His attention was not on the war machine representing the military's greatest deterrence, but entirely focused on the massive corpse beneath his feet. A Titan bear, D-class early-stage monsters, worth at least $5 million on the market. This was not just a pile of meat, but a gold mine, a guarantee for his future cultivation resources. From the loudspeaker, the voice of the chief examiner, Lei, came through, carrying a hint of authority mixed with a touch of peculiarity. Su, I am Lei, the chief examiner of this major test.
The exam has concluded.
As the undeniable top scorer of this examination, you are eligible to take a private jet back home. As for food, you don't need to worry about that dumb bear. The base cafeteria has special supplies of C-class monsters meat. It corresponds to Tier 1 warrior ingredients for Level 4, which will greatly benefit your body right now. Plenty to eat. Upon hearing the words C-class monsters meat, Su, who had initially been a bit indifferent, suddenly had his eyes light up with astonishing intensity.
C-class.
In this world, C-class monsters correspond to human Tier 1 warriors of Level 3 and above, which are powerful beings that produce mana. The energy contained in this level of flesh far exceeds that of D-class.
If E-class meat is like charcoal, then C-class meat is the equivalent of high-purity anthracite.
One bite could greatly increase the system's energy reserve.
Is it really filling?
Su raised his head and shouted into the wind. The helicopter slowly descended, and as its landing gear touched the ground, a cloud of dust was kicked up. The door opened, and a burly figure jumped down. Lei was not in combat uniform, but instead wore a crisp military outfit with the rank of Major General on his shoulder. This battle-hardened general, who had guarded Jianghai City for many years, now looked at the blood-soaked youth before him, holding a half-broken knife, with bright and clear eyes, and a hint of undisguised admiration flashed deep in his gaze. In the military, there are no empty words. Lei marched up to Su, extending his calloused hand and giving a heavy pat on Su's shoulder.
Bang!
With that slap, Lei used a bit of hidden strength. He wanted to personally gauge just how strong this kid was who could break a D-grade weapon. However, as his palm came down, it felt like he was hitting a block of special rubber that had been hammered into shape. The strength capable of shattering rocks, upon contact with Su's skin, was strangely dispelled by an unsettling rebounding force, with even a weak counter force bouncing back. Lei was secretly amazed but kept a calm expression, laughing even more heartily. Good kid, it seems you really have the proficiency level iron defense passive.
This flesh is tougher than regular E-grade alloys.
Su chuckled and, without being modest, just pointed at the large bear corpse that resembled a small mountain at his feet, seriously asking. General, while this C-grade meat is good, we can't waste this D-grade meat either. The bear paws, bear gall, and beast core together are worth several million. I come from a poor family, I can't stand waste.
While speaking, Su skillfully waved the remaining half of his E-grade battle knife.
With a flash of cold light, he skillfully sliced open the belly of the Earth Fury bear, extracting the fist-sized, dirt-yellow glowing beast core carefully and stashing it carefully away. Following that, he swiftly detached the 4 gigantic bear paws with a few deft cuts. After doing all this, he seemed to feel it wasn't enough, pointed at the 2-ton bear carcass, and tentatively looked at Lei.
Is our aircraft's load capacity enough? Can you help me take this meat along too?
The fur is a bit damaged, but selling it to an armory for a few D-grade leather armor sets will still be no problem.
Lei was stunned.
His subordinate behind him was also stunned. Their distinguished special operations team from the provincial military district usually carried out decapitation operations or beast-tied defense missions, When had they ever been treated as a cargo transport service?
And even transporting a dead bear?
The subordinate was just about to scold this kid for being disrespectful, but was stopped by Lei's raised hand.
Ha ha ha. What a waste not to waste.
Lei suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, shaking the air around him.
What character!
Today's young people are either spoiled or have big dreams, getting a little success and feeling pleased.
But a practical genius like you, so grounded, is rare. Lei waved his hand grandly and ordered the soldiers behind him. Approved. Today I'll be your porter. Bring me high-strength steel cables. Suspend this bear from the helicopter and take it away. Let everyone see what the top scholar from Jianghai City hunts. 10 minutes later.
A wild-looking heavy-armed helicopter, with a massive bear carcass missing its limbs dangling from under its belly, flew over the E3 region's jungle like an iron eagle carrying its spoils.
This scene was extremely visually impactful. At this moment, the big exam had not yet fully concluded, and quite a few candidates in the outer areas were still desperately trying to snatch points, or struggling against F-grade monsters.
As the tremendous roar passed overhead, casting a shadow, everyone instinctively looked up.
Then, the entire examination hall seemed to hit the pause button. What the hell is that? That hanging under the airplane seems to be a Earth Fury bear? God! That's a D-grade monster. I've seen it in the guide. An adult weighs at least 2 tons, with tough skin and thick meat. Not even a rocket can kill it. Who killed it? And also just wrapped it up and took it away? Is this an exam? This is simply stockpiling. Countless candidates stared wide-eyed, almost dropping their weapons. They were still fighting hard for a measly 10 points from a Greenwind wolf, while this guy had already bagged the final boss worth 2,000 points. This kind of gap was despairing and maddening. Inside the spacious helicopter cabin, Su sat in the leather seat, holding the freshly dug out bear gall in his hands to prevent it from drying out, comfortably watching the clouds retreating outside the window. On the opposite side, Lei was increasingly pleased with the sight. Su, are you interested in joining the military?
Lei couldn't help but extend the olive branch once more, his tone sincere.
As long as you join, I'll give you the rank of second lieutenant right away, enjoying company-level treatment.
Resources will be more than enough if you like hunting bears. I'll take you to the front lines where there are plenty of C-grade, even B-grade monsters.
How about this bear?
I'll get someone to make it into a specimen and place it at your dorm door as a guardian.
What do you think? Su thought for a moment but shook his head. Thank you for the kind offer, General. However, I still want to go to university. Why?
Lei asked, puzzled, his brow slightly furrowed. The military has more practical combat opportunities. It's more suitable for someone like you who takes a bold approach to physical training. The theoretical stuff at university is too slow for you. Su touched the bear bile in his arms, his gaze sincere and devoid of any pretense. I've heard that the cafeteria at Warrior Academy is the best in the country, and it seems like it's the closest to the National Library.
I want to read more books.
Lei was speechless.
For food and books? This reason is very compelling, very Su. He looked deeply at Su, no longer trying to persuade him. He knew that for someone as determined as Su, once they set their mind to something, it would be as hard as pulling a cow with 9 heads back. The exam base in Jianghai City, Command Center helipad. At this moment, the area was completely surrounded. Besides the teachers already present from various schools and the anxious waiting parents, there were dozens of journalists rushing over upon hearing the news. Cameras and equipment were set up, and flashes were going off like a grand press conference. Everyone wanted to see what that prodigy looked like, the one who had emerged during the exam with the highest score and was suspected of slaying D-class monsters. They're here. Over there. Someone shouted.
Everyone looked up to see a small black dot in the sky growing rapidly larger.
Then, a huge rush of air followed.
When the helicopter hovered at a low altitude and everyone got a clear view of the enormous beast hanging beneath it, still dripping blood, the entire helipad fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, it erupted into excitement.
A earth-shattering violent bear. It really is an earth-shattering violent bear. Oh my god, such a huge size, is this really the one killed by Sue? Is this still a high school student? This can't be a reincarnation of a war god. The head is gone, this is a beheading. The helicopter slowly descended. As the cabin door opened and Sue stepped out, carrying half a broken sword, doused in blood, with a bunch of bear paws in his hand, the flashes went wild, nearly dazzling him. Sue! How did you manage to slay the D-class monsters? Did you use traps? Sue! I heard you only have F-class talent, is that true? Does that mean the talent theory has been broken? Sue! What do you have to say about Wang Tung? The reporters surged forward like sharks smelling blood but were firmly blocked by 2 rows of armed soldiers. Lei walked beside Sue, radiating a fierce aura that immediately commanded the scene. Step aside. Lei's eyes widened, his voice thundering. Sue has just gone through a fierce battle and needs rest. Any questions can be addressed after the results are announced. If anyone dares to push forward again, they will be dealt with as disturbance to military affairs. With that, he escorted Sue straight to the command hall. Inside the hall, the huge electronic screen displayed the final score list, and the red font stood out glaringly. First place, Sue Jianhai No. 1 High School. Score, 5,800. This number not only broke the historical record for the province, the previous record was 3,200 points, but also set a seemingly insurmountable benchmark. The second place, Yihongi, managed to score only 2,100 points despite pushing hard at the last moment. As for Wang Tung, because he was cleared out by Sue, he ended up relying on a small amount of base points to rank over 1,000, completely becoming a laughingstock. Sue! As soon as they entered the hall, before Sue could even set down the bare paws he was holding, a group of eager admissions office teachers pounced on him, completely disregarding Lei's intimidation. I'm from the Warrior Academy of Magic City. Sue, just come to us, tuition is completely free, and there's a scholarship of 1 million each year, plus a seaside apartment in the city center. And a C-class alloy combat knife. Don't listen to him. Come to our Bastion Military Academy. Our academy is the Holy Land for physical training. You'll receive a C-class alloy armor upon admission, and personal guidance from a master one-on-one. Your Iron Defense passive will get the best inheritance here. Jiangnan Warrior Academy isn't bad either. We have more beautiful girls, no, wait, we have more resources. Surrounded by this enthusiastic group of teachers, Sue looked a bit at a loss. This wasn't recruitment, it was more like a vegetable market brawl over freshly harvested cabbage. Ahem. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined, leisurely walked out from the back of the crowd. Unlike the others, he didn't shout loudly but smiled as he handed a business card to Sue. Hello, Sue. I am Li Wenyuan, the admissions director of Warrior Academy. Our school may not have other advantages, just that it was established earlier and has a more solid foundation. At this point, he paused, adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and casually added. Our library has 30 million books, including 100,000 rare skill volumes, accessible to all students. Additionally, our first cafeteria has just hired 3 state banquet chefs who will be responsible for handling high-grade monster ingredients. We have professional cooking plans for things like the earth-shaking bear you brought and the C-grade beast meat promised by General Lei, ensuring a perfect balance of flavor and medicinal properties. Moreover, for the provincial top scorer, we provide an additional 10 kilograms of C-grade monster premium meat each month, as well as unlimited supply of D-grade monster meat. Hearing these words, Sue, who had been hesitating, suddenly perked up. What a kindred spirit! Now that's someone who truly understands him. The teachers around, who offered sky-high scholarships, felt deflated as soon as they saw Li Wenyuan's presence and heard those words. Unlimited supply of D-grade, 10 kilograms of C-grade per month. Only a wealthy institution like the Warrior Academy, the top university in the Federation, could afford such generosity. I'll sign. Sue took the business card and replied decisively. But I have a small condition. Li Wenyuan's smile widened as he gently asked, what condition? Feel free to mention it.
Sue pointed at the still bleeding earth-shaking bear outside.
This thing is too big, my fridge can't fit it. Plus, I don't know how to handle such high-grade ingredients. Could I trouble your esteemed institution to help me transport it to Jinghua? And while you're at it, could you help me process it?
Li Wenyuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, almost in tears.
No problem. Absolutely no problem.
I'll have someone airlift it tonight and store it in the school's cold storage.
When you enroll, we'll hold a grand bear feast to welcome you.
Let all the faculty and students taste the catch of our top scorer. In front of everyone, Sue solemnly signed his name on the admission agreement for the Warrior Academy. At that moment, the camera flashes illuminated the scene. A blood-soaked boy, wearing tattered school clothes, signed on the admission letter of the top university in the Federation, holding a broken knife. Behind him stood the score chart towering at 5,800 points, along with the still proud earth-shaking bear.
The following day, this photograph made the front page with an extremely exaggerated headline.
The underdog of F-grade talent strikes back, from useless to god of slaughter. After completing the complicated contract procedures, Sue declined all interviews and celebratory dinners, even turning down the celebration banquet that Lei proposed.
He just wanted to go home now.
Not just because he was tired, but also because on the way back, a new prompt suddenly popped up on the system panel, flashing with golden light. Detected that the host has completed the level-skipping first kill achievement first-class pinnacle slaughter of D grade.
Reward, Special Simplification time X1. Note, Special Simplification can simplify concepts and is not limited to skills.
Sitting in the bulletproof car sent by Lei, Sue looked at the message and fell into deep thought.
Concept simplification? What does this mean? Could it be that not only can concrete skills like iron defense passive and sword drawing technique be simplified, but also some abstract things? For example, that ever-plaguing talent level? Sue's heart raced.
If that's the case, then his F-grade talent, which has been criticized and is his only weakness, might finally have a chance of redemption.
Chapter 19, Profound Skill and Special Simplification.
In the old district of Jianghai City, the night was deep.
In the dim underground rental room, Sue pulled the curtains tight.
After locking all the doors and windows, he finally calmed his excited heart and sat cross-legged on the only single bed. On the folding table in front of him lay a pile of loot, glimmering enticingly. This was the largest fortune he had ever seen in his life. First, there was the storage ring he took from Wang Tang. This was a D-grade space equipment, with 10 cubic meters of space inside, far better than Sue's shabby hiking backpack. On the black market, just this ring alone was worth 5 million, and even then, it was hard to come by. I'll never have to carry a heavy backpack into the wilderness again.
Sue happily slipped the ring onto his finger. It fit perfectly.
Then, with a thought, he emptied everything from the ring in a rush.
Clatter. A mountain of bottles, cards, and odds and ends piled up. Sue picked up a black, anonymous savings card first.
After scanning the query code on the back with his phone, he inhaled sharply at the sight of the long string of zeros on the screen.
2 million? Did Wang Tang bring 2 million in pocket money just for a big exam?
Sue felt that his poverty limited his imagination. He fought tooth and nail to kill a D-grade monster and sold it to the military for only 5 to 6 million.
Wang Tang just tossed down enough pocket money to equal half a bear.
Besides the money, there were more than a dozen bottles of pills.
Second-class rejuvenation pill X5. Second-grade vitality potion X5. Explosive energy pill X1.
Each of these pills was worth a fortune, especially the explosive energy pill, which could save lives in critical moments. However, all of these combined didn't compare to the value of the thin booklet Sue held in his hand. This booklet's cover was made from an unknown beast's hide, smooth to the touch, with 3 bold golden characters embossed on it: mountain crumbling strength. In the lower right corner of the page, there was an inconspicuous mark that made countless Tier 1 warriors go wild: profound tier, lower grade.
Mystic level.
Sue gently traced the mark with his finger, his breathing quickening. In this world, the levels of skills are very strict. Basic skills are common goods, yellow level skills are essential, a top-grade yellow-level skill like the flowing lightblade technique costs hundreds of thousands.
And the mystic level, that's a huge dividing line.
Mystic-level skills often involve profound applications of strength and the embryonic form of mana, and usually only those deep-rooted aristocratic families or top-tier warrior academies possess them. In the market, a low-grade mystic-level skill has a starting price of at least 10 million, and often, it's more a matter of having a price than having a market no one is willing to sell.
For Sue at the moment, this is more than just not bad, it's practically a divine artifact.
No wonder that kid Wang Tang could deal such destructive force with a D-grade weapon. Turns out he has this family-exclusive skill.
Sue opened the first page and read carefully.
The core principle of the mountain cracking force lies in creating a spiral force through the special vibrations of muscles and bones. This force has a strong penetrating ability, able to injure enemies' internal organs through armor, commonly known as hitting a cow across a mountain. If I master this skill, combined with my proficiency level iron defense passive,
a scene appeared in Sue's mind.
When the enemy's blade struck him, not only did it fail to break through his defenses, but the recoil from the iron defense passive combined with the spiral force from the mountain cracking force instantly shattered their arm.
This isn't defense at all, it's clearly a spiked rebound armor. I must learn it.
Sue's eyes burned with passion. System, simplify the mountain cracking force. Detected low-grade mystic level skill mountain cracking force, classified as a high-level power technique.
Simplification requires energy points, 200 points. 200 points?
Sue was momentarily stunned. Before, simplifying a high-grade yellow-level skill only cost 80 points. This mystic level skill has directly more than doubled.
However, it's worth it.
Fortunately, he had gnawed on quite a bit of C-grade jerky on the helicopter, plus back home he had consumed a few vitality potions, so his energy reserves were overflowing.
Simplify, Sue confidently murmured. Consuming 200 energy points, simplifying, analyzing the principle of force vibration. Simplification successful. Mountain cracking force simplified to leg shaking.
Sue looked at the two words on the panel, falling into a long silence.
Leg shaking? Is this what the once priceless, family secret mystic level skill truly is? System, you really know how to simplify. Sue couldn't help but complain.
But upon reflection, the core of the mountain cracking force is indeed high-frequency vibration, and leg shaking is undoubtedly the most primal, highest frequency, and least laborious way of vibrating for a human.
Alright then, since I'm at home and no one can see. As long as I can get stronger, I could shake my entire body if I had to.
Sue sat on the edge of the bed, trying to lift his right leg and begin rhythmically shaking it up and down.
Tat 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 tat.
As his leg shook rapidly, a weak yet clear vibration force transmitted from his thigh muscles to his waist, then to his spine, and finally spread throughout his body.
Mountain cracking force proficiency +1. Mountain cracking force proficiency +1. Watching the continuously pulsating proficiency, Sue shook even more enthusiastically. That tingling sensation was surprisingly a bit intoxicating. Not bad, now I have another fully automatic grind project.
Putting away the mountain cracking force, Sue took a deep breath, his expression becoming unusually serious. Next, it was time for the real highlight of the night. He turned his gaze to the special reward at the very top of the system panel, the one flashing with golden light. Special simplification count X1. This was the only reward he received after completing the Level 0 Mortal Slay AD grade achievement. Its description was simple, it could simplify concepts and was not limited to skills. System, I want to simplify talent upgrade. This had been Sue's long-standing concern. While his combat power already rivaled peak second tier, this was largely due to the system's proficiency stacking and infinite energy. F-grade talent perception is like a bucket with a massive leak. Although his perception was sharp, compared to S-grade elemental talents like Yi Hongyi's or A-grade weapon spirits like Wang Tang's, it fell far short in terms of potential. As the tier increases, this genetic gap becomes more and more apparent. If the talent issue isn't resolved, he might be stuck at 5th tier for life, never able to reach the threshold of a master. Detected host intention, upgrade F-grade talent perception. Goal, E-grade talent spiritual sight. Regular methods require consumption of heaven and earth treasures, body washing fruit, injection of S-grade gene agents, or undergoing high-risk genetic modification surgery, with a success rate of less than 1%.
Special simplification initiated.
The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and Sue's palms started to sweat.
Will it work? Can something involving genes, souls, and leaps in life levels really be simplified? Analyzing. Exploring the essence of life. Examining self-awareness and the subconscious. Simplification successful.
Talent enhancement level F level E simplified to looking in the mirror. When these three characters appeared on the retina, Sue froze completely. He blinked, even doubting whether he had imagined it due to shaking his legs.
Looking in the mirror? Is that it? Not some meditation? Not some kind of asceticism? And definitely not about devouring? Sue looked utterly bewildered. Wasn't the direction of this all a bit off? System prompt. The essence of talent enhancement is essentially a leap in life level and the awakening of self-awareness.
By observing oneself, appreciating oneself, and affirming oneself, special hormones can be stimulated from the cerebral cortex and pineal gland, subtly optimizing genetic sequences and enhancing perception. Listening to the system's serious explanation, Sue actually felt like it might make some sense. Are you saying that as long as I think I'm handsome enough, I can become stronger? This is just so fitting for me. Sue jumped out of bed and hurried to the full-length mirror stuck on the wardrobe door. In the mirror, a teenage figure appeared. At 18, he was in the prime of youth. Though dressed simply in a t-shirt and shorts, his body had a tall and well-defined physique thanks to years of practicing vitality, with muscles that were firm yet not exaggerated, and skin that had a healthy bronze hue. His features were sculpted, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Especially those eyes, which, due to his perceptiveness, always shone with a deep and calm light. To be fair, Sue was indeed handsome. He had that kind of rugged charm. This nose, these eyes, this jawline. Sue raised an eyebrow at his reflection, struck a pose he thought was cool, and even tousled his bangs. So handsome. The moment that thought crossed his mind. Ding! Beholding such beauty brings joy, increases hormone secretion, talent experience +1. Sue's eyes widened. It really worked. He changed angles, turned his face to the side, and flexed his biceps. These muscle lines are simply perfect. After appreciating the perfect physique, confidence skyrockets, talent experience +2. Sue was thrilled. This was not training, it was pure enjoyment. Thus, a bizarre and perverse scene unfolded in this cramped rental room. A teenager stood before the mirror, shaking his legs wildly while making various poses like a bodybuilder or model, breathing deeply. Occasionally, he would even rub his hands over his own body. If someone barged in at that moment, they would have thought Sue was lost in some intense training. But Sue was thoroughly enjoying it. Time passed minute by minute. The night deepened. Sue had been standing in front of the mirror for a full 3 hours. His legs were trembling, his smile was stiff, but his eyes grew brighter. Because on the panel, the talent experience bar was nearly full. Talent experience, 998-1000. One last push. Sue took a deep breath, leaned closer to the mirror, and stared intently into his own eyes. That gaze was focused and affectionate, as if he were looking at the most precious treasure in the world. Sue, you are the best, he said to himself in his heart. Boom! In that instant, Sue felt a rumble deep within his brain, as if an invisible shackle had been broken. A cool current swept out from the pineal gland at the center of his forehead, instantly coursing through his body and finally converging in his eyes. The world changed. The originally dim rental room suddenly appeared incredibly clear to Sue. He could see the dust particles floating in the air, the texture of the curtain fibers, and even through the thin wooden door, he could see a spider crawling in the hallway. The hairs on that spider's legs were distinctly visible. Not just sight. Hearing, smell, touch, all his senses underwent a qualitative leap in that moment. Congratulations, host, talent upgrade successful. Current talent, E-level spiritual vision, microscopic perception. Spiritual vision significantly enhances dynamic vision and microscopic insight based on existing perception. Can activate bullet time, temporarily slowing down the flow of the world in one's vision can perceive the faint energy flows and structural weaknesses inside objects. Sue closed his eyes, adapting to this sudden change. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a faint golden ring rotated, marking his E-level talent.
Is this E-level talent?
Sue raised his hand and looked at his palm. In his vision, the lines on his palm were no longer simple lines but transformed into countless subtle grooves. He could even see the blood flowing in the veins beneath the skin and the faint power waves generated in the muscles from shaking his legs. Seeing through power, discerning weaknesses. Sue turned to look at the broken E-level battle knife on the table. In the state of spiritual vision, he could see the countless cracks within the knife's structure, which were the hidden injuries left from battling the earth-shattering bear. Most crucially, he spotted a red dot on the knife. That was the weakest structural point. A light knock on that point would completely shatter the knife. So strong. Sue inhaled sharply. This wasn't just an upgrade, it felt like getting a new pair of eyes. F-level perception could only vaguely sense the surrounding environment, while E-level spiritual vision provided him with the precision of a scalpel. With his proficiency level skill, luminous blade technique, and the freshly acquired mountain breaking force. In the future, anyone who dares to play tricks in front of him, or anyone who dares to wear heavy armor, will seem transparent to him. Just as Sue was basking in the joy of his rising power, his phone placed on the bedside suddenly rang. Who would be calling at this hour? Sue picked up his phone and saw that the caller ID was an unfamiliar number, and the location was Jinghua City. Hello? Sue answered the call. An elderly yet powerful voice came from the other end, tinged with a hint of unmistakable urgency. Is this Sue? I am Gu Changfeng, the principal of Warrior Academy. Sue was taken aback for a moment. The principal? Calling personally? Hello, principal. Is there something urgent? Gu Changfeng seemed to realize the time wasn't quite right, awkwardly cleared his throat, and then lowered his voice to say, Well, Sue, I heard from Director Lee that you brought over a massive Earth Fury bear? Yeah, it should arrive by tomorrow. Cough, cough, it's like this. A few old professors from our school's biology department insisted on using this bear for dissection research. But I stopped them. I said this is the top scholar's rations, and nobody can touch it. At this, Gu Changfeng's tone turned slightly sneaky. However, Sue, could we negotiate a bit? Could you spare me 2 of those bear paws? I'll trade you a mid-tier mystic grade sword technique, how about it? Sue blinked as he held the phone. A mid-tier mystic grade? Worth its weight in gold. The principal of Warrior Academy sounds just like a foodie. But this deal seems pretty advantageous. Principal, deal. Sue agreed without hesitation. But I don't want the sword technique, I have something else in mind. Oh? What do you want? Gu Changfeng asked curiously. Sue glanced at the mirror and then at his still trembling leg, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. I've heard that the Warrior Academy has a special training room called the Gravity Room. I want unlimited access to it. Also, can you arrange for the largest full-length mirror with professional lighting for my new dormitory? Ideally, one that covers 360 degrees without any blind spots. On the other end of the line, Gu Changfeng fell silent. The Gravity Room is reasonable, it's a standard feature for body cultivators. Although it's expensive, it makes sense for a top student to have access. But a full-length mirror? With lighting? This top student. Does he have some special quirks? Alright, okay then. Gu Changfeng's voice was a bit strange. As long as you come, don't mention the mirror, I'll have someone cover the entire wall of your dormitory with mirrors if you want. After hanging up the phone, Sue was in high spirits. With the Gravity Room and breathing techniques, along with the full-length mirror to help upgrade his talent, plus that ice cellar full of monster meat to serve as an energy source. His college life is bound to be incredibly exciting. Sleep.
Su lay back on the bed, closing his eyes.
The breathing technique operated automatically, the mountain bursting technique turned into slight muscle tremors, so he could practice without shaking his legs, while ion defense passive slowly improved under the blanket's friction. In this quiet night, Su was like a finely tuned machine, continuing his seemingly absurd yet truly terrifying journey to grow stronger in his dreams.
Chapter 20: The Dormitory Full of Mirrors. 2 days later.
Shanghai City High-Speed Railway Station. As a transportation hub connecting major cities, it is heavily guarded year-round.
Huge anti-air cannons and laser arrays are aimed at the sky to prevent aerial monster attacks on the trains. Muga, remember to keep in touch when you get there.
Fatty stood at the ticket gate, his eyes red, holding a large bag of Shanghai City's specialty spicy rabbit heads. I heard the stuff over in Jinghua is super expensive, take these to eat on the way.
Su took the bag, feeling a warm wave in his heart.
This large examination, although Fatty only got into an ordinary martial arts university, he still became a Tier 1 warrior, which means his future won't be too bad.
Alright, don't make it sound like a heartbreaking farewell.
Su punched Fatty playfully and laughed, when you have time off, come find me in Jinghua, I'll treat you to a class monster meet.
It's a deal. Fatty suddenly smiled. After bidding farewell to his best friend, Su boarded the express train to Jinghua City.
This armored train named Revitalization is entirely made of Tier C alloy, reaches speeds of 600 km per hour, and is equipped with close-range artillery on the roof, a steel beast traversing through the wild.
Su bought a business seat since he had money now.
Once on board, he found a window seat to sit down.
But it wasn't to enjoy the scenery, but rather to look in the mirror. Although the train windows are made of bulletproof glass, the reflective effect is excellent.
Su tilted his head, gazing at his vaguely visible handsome reflection in the glass, his expression tender and focused.
Admiring the ambiguous beauty, talent experience +1. Talent experience +1.
The passenger next to him was a stylishly dressed young girl, who initially thought of approaching Su because he was so handsome. But after seeing him stare at the window for half an hour, with occasional strange smiles and even raising his eyebrows at the window, the girl quietly shifted her seat away. He is indeed quite handsome, but unfortunately, he is a narcissist, and doesn't seem quite right in the head.
Su was utterly unconcerned about it. As long as I'm not embarrassed, I'm the one getting stronger. Besides looking in the mirror, his right leg was also shaking violently at a rate of 10 times per second. Tat 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 tat. The entire row of seats vibrated with him. Finally, a bald uncle in the front row couldn't take it anymore, turned around, and glared at Su. Hey, can you stop shaking? My heart disease is about to come out. Su was taken aback and quickly pressed down on his thigh. Sorry, I got a bit carried away with my practice. The bald uncle rolled his eyes. Practicing? Shaking your leg is practice?
If you can shake out a flower, I'll eat this table right here.
Su awkwardly chuckled, not daring to say that if he kept shaking like that, the table would actually shatter into dust. 4 hours later. The train smoothly arrived in Jinghua.
As the capital of the Federation, Jinghua's level of prosperity far exceeds Shanghai. Skyscrapers reaching hundreds of meters stand in rows, and massive energy shields envelop the entire city, with patrolling mecha formations visible in the sky. Warrior Academy, located in the northern district of the city, is backed by the Yenshan mountain range, covering an area equivalent to a small town. When Su stood in front of the grand school gate, he was still taken aback. The school gate is carved from 2 massive 30-meter black obsidian blocks, with 4 large characters intricately inscribed, Martial Path Cease Hostility. This was personally written by the first principal, the Federation's first 9-rank Grandmaster, with an overpowering aura that suppresses all eternity in his words. Is this really Warrior Academy? Su took a deep breath, feeling that the energy particles floating in the air here were several times denser than in Shanghai. If I don't take a good breath here, I would be failing my system. Su picked up his luggage and strode through the school gate. Since he arrived early, there weren't many people on campus. As for why he reported so early, it was definitely for the Bear Paw Feast. Following the directions on the admission notice, Su made his way to the freshman dormitory area. On the way, he turned quite a few heads. After all, a freshman who is this handsome, walks with flair, and occasionally admires himself in car windows is hard to miss.
Who is that? So handsome. I don't know, looks like a freshman. But why does he seem a bit narcissistic? Hey, look at how he walks, each step seems like he's taking a leisurely stroll. Sue ignored the chatter and walked straight to the innermost part of the dormitory area.
There stood a standalone two-story villa, with the door number, Special 001. This is the top scholars building, where only the top provincial students or specially recruited students are eligible to stay. At this moment, an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in training clothes, was standing at the door, smiling at him. It was none other than the principal of Warrior Academy, Gu Changfeng. Welcome to Warrior Academy, student Sue. Gu Changfeng stepped forward without putting on any airs of a principal. Instead, he was as friendly as a neighborly grandfather. So, how was your journey?
Smooth enough?
Pretty smooth, Sue nodded, but his gaze went past the principal, fixated on the villa's main door.
Principal, has my stuff arrived yet?
A twitch appeared at the corner of Gu Changfeng's mouth.
He certainly knew what Sue was asking about.
It was either that bear or those mirrors.
Yes, it's here.
Gu Changfeng pointed at the villa with a hint of resignation. The bear is already in the cold storage, and the chef team is dealing with it.
As for your dormitory, you can go in and see for yourself. To meet your special request, I exhausted the school's renovation team.
Sue's eyes lit up, unable to wait to push the door open.
Click.
The moment the door opened, Sue felt as if he had stepped into a crystal palace. Or perhaps, a kaleidoscope. In the spacious living room, the walls, ceiling, and even part of the floor were all covered with high-quality floor-to-ceiling mirrors. Moreover, these mirrors weren't ordinary flat mirrors, but had been specially angled and calibrated composite mirrors. As long as Sue stood in the center of the living room, no matter which direction he looked, he could see countless handsome reflections of himself.
Front view, side view, back view, top view.
A full 360-degree view without blind spots. What is even more ridiculous is that the ceiling was adorned with a ring of professional studio-level soft lighting, which illuminated him with a skin-smoothing and brightening effect, showcasing his looks as if he were a celestial being.
Whoa!
Even Sue himself was stunned by this scene.
This is just too awesome. In an environment of extreme beauty, enjoying oneself from all angles, feeling extremely pleased. Talent experience +5. Talent experience +5.
Sue stood in the center of the living room, feeling his experience bar soaring wildly. This speed was at least 5 times faster than looking into a little mirror.
Are you satisfied?
Gu Changfeng stood at the door, watching the entranced expression on Sue's face, feeling a bit of a toothache. Having lived for 80 years, he had seen those who love money, those who love power, and those who were lecherous. But someone like Sue, who loves to admire himself in the mirror, was a first for him. This kid, he wouldn't happen to have some psychological issues, would he?
I'm satisfied.
Very satisfied. Sue turned around, grabbed Gu Changfeng's hand, and was moved to tears.
Principal, you truly understand me. This is simply the sacred ground for my cultivation dreams.
Gu Changfeng chuckled awkwardly and extricated his hand.
As long as you're happy. About the bear paw? Don't worry.
Sue waved his hand grandly, pulling out 2 bear paws packed in iceboxes from his storage ring and handing them to Gu Changfeng.
As promised, 2 for you, I'll keep the other 2 for myself. Gu Changfeng's eyes brightened as he hurriedly took the icebox and stuffed it into his coat like a thief. Good boy, you keep your word.
That middle-tier profound knife technique, breaking water flow, will be sent to you shortly.
With the transaction concluded, everyone was happy. By the way,
just as he was about to leave, Gu Changfeng seemed to remember something important and stopped to remind him. Sue, although you are the top student of the province, at Warrior Academy, being a top student isn't worth much. This place gathers geniuses from 36 provinces and municipalities across the country, as well as those from prestigious families and specially trained military students. This villa, Special 001, has been allotted to you, but according to school rules, a ranking battle is held every month. As long as someone can defeat you, this villa, along with its resources, including your gravity chamber access, will all belong to them. Especially those second and third year upperclassmen, what they love to do most is to teach newcomers a lesson. Gu Changfeng gave Su a meaningful glance. In Warrior Academy, the fist is the only currency. If you don't want your room full of mirrors to be shattered, you'll need to show some real skill. Hearing this, Su didn't show a hint of worry. Instead, he raised an eyebrow with interest. Trying to take over dorms? Principal, if I win against them, can I take their stuff? Gu Changfeng was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Of course. As long as you don't kill them or cripple them, you can even hang their underwear at the school gate, and the school won't take care. Got it. Su nodded, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. Then I can relax now. After seeing off the principal, Su did not rush to train. Instead, he stood in front of the many mirrors for half an hour striking poses, gaining some talent experience, and feeling a slight improvement in his spiritual vision, even able to see the dust particles floating in the air. Then, his stomach rumbled. Time to eat. I heard there's a special window for C-grade monsters meat at the first cafeteria? Su rubbed his belly, tucked a half-broken knife into his waist. Though broken, it was still handy for cutting meat. Changed into a clean set of sportswear, and walked out of the villa. As soon as he stepped outside, he sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off. On the tree-lined path of the villa area, a group of people had gathered without him noticing. These individuals were dressed in Warrior Academy uniforms, adorned with badges indicating they were sophomores or juniors, each crossing their arms and gazing mockingly at the entrance of Villa number 001. At the forefront was a tall young man with a buzz cut, casually playing with two iron balls in his hands, radiating an exceptionally strong vitality fluctuation. He had actually reached the mid-stage of the second rank. Upon seeing Su exit, this group rushed towards him. Oh, you finally came out. The buzzcut youth glanced Su up and down, a flicker of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Villa number 001 is the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy on campus, complete with a private gravity chamber. Even he, a top 50 fighter in his junior year, could only reside in a regular apartment. Why should a newcomer get to live here so soon? You're the top student from Jianhai province, Su? The buzzcut youth blocked his path, smiling with a mocking demeanor. Su paused, glanced at the group, then looked at the time on his wristband. Mealtime had arrived. If he was late, the C-grade meat might be gone. Make way, good dogs don't block the path, Su said indifferently. The entire place fell silent. All the seniors were taken aback. They had anticipated that Su would be scared, beg for mercy, or become angry. But they never expected this newcomer to be so bold. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? The buzzcut youth's face darkened, the iron balls in his hand creaking ominously. I'm Zhao Lei, a junior, ranked 48th on the dragon list. According to the school tradition, freshmen must pay a protection fee upon enrollment. Hand over your points, pills, and the keys to this villa. From now on, I Zhao Lei will cover you at school. Otherwise. Zhao Lei took a step forward, releasing his mid-stage vitality pressure towards Su without reservation. Otherwise, you might end up in the infirmary tonight. The surrounding seniors burst into laughter. Zhao bro, don't waste your breath, just make your move. This kid looks all soft and delicate. He has probably just a pretty face. I heard he has an F-grade talent? What a joke, when did our school start picking up trash? Faced with this group of aggressive seniors, Su sighed. He really just wanted to go eat. Why do people always come looking for a fight? A protection fee? Su raised his head, his eyes glistening with a faint golden aura, calmly staring at Zhao Lei. In his spiritual vision, Zhao Lei was full of gaps. His vitality was unstable, likely due to drug use, and his left leg bore an old injury while his right shoulder had uneven strength. This kind of person dares to come and collect protection fees from him? Perfect, I've been a bit tight on cash lately, just spent it all on renovations. As Su spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a robust forearm.
He offered Zhao Lei a friendly smile. Since you're so enthusiastic, wanting to give me money to spend, then I want to be polite. Are you all going to come at me one by one, or? I'm in a hurry, the cafeteria is about to close. Chapter 21, Reverse Protection Fee. Warrior Academy, Freshman Villa Area.
The midday sun filtered through the gaps in the tall sycamore leaves, casting mottled shadows on the asphalt road. The faint floral scent that used to fill the air was now overshadowed by a tense standoff. The junior named Zhao Lei, upon hearing Sue's nonchalant "you can all come together, I'm in a hurry," felt his mocking smile freeze instantly, replaced with anger born from being underestimated. He had spent 3 years in Warrior Academy. While not the top genius, he had relied on his mid-stage second-rank bone-refining strength, claw his way into the top 50 of the Dragon list. Usually, whenever freshmen saw him, they respectfully referred to him as Labro.
But today, an F-grade talent freshman actually dared to provoke him in public? In a hurry to get to the cafeteria? This was like throwing his face on the ground and stepping on it. Good. Very good.
Zhao Lei laughed in anger. The 2 stainless steel iron balls in his hand creaked ominously, producing the painful sound of metal rubbing against metal. Since you're in such a rush to reincarnate, then let me help you.
Remember, at Warrior Academy, this is a freshman-esque compulsory course. Learn to show reverence.
Before he finished speaking, Zhao Lei's vitality erupted explosively. Although he was also of the second rank, as a senior in the Warrior Academy, his vitality refinement was far beyond that of the common competitors. A heavy pressure instantly enveloped the area, and the onlooking freshmen felt breathless, their faces turning pale as they instinctively retreated. Second-rank bone-forging realm, with bones as tough as iron, explosive power several times that of an average person.
Rock smash fist.
Zhao Lei shouted loudly, stomping down hard on the ground, and his entire body charged towards Su like a raging bull, accompanied by a howling wind. In that punch, a faint gray mana swirled around his fist, clearly a high-level yellow skill perfected to the Grandmaster tier. Before the punch arrived, the swirling sand and stones had already stung people's cheeks painfully. Faced with this forceful strike, Su stood still, not moving an inch. In fact, he even slightly squinted his eyes. If you didn't look closely, you would think he was scared stiff. But in reality, in Su's view, the world had completely transformed. Talent skill, spirit vision activated. As the faint golden light swirled within his pupils, the originally colorful world instantly faded, turning into a black, white, and gray composition of lines and energies. And amidst this dullness, only the vibrant red trajectory of Zhao Lei's vitality stood out, clear as a torch in the night. Vitality surged from the dantian, traveling along the spinal dragon, gathering at the right arm. But when it flowed through a meridian node called shoulderine point at the right shoulder, the red vitality stream suddenly encountered noticeable stagnation, as if there was an invisible blockage. In addition, there was also a dull gray shadow at Zhao Lei's left kneecap, which was the trace of an old and unhealed bone fracture. Vitality flow is disrupted. There's an old strain at the right shoulder. The lower body is unstable. The left knee has a risk of bone fracture.
Su instantly formed a judgment in his mind.
Under the bullet time effect of the E-level talent's spirit vision, Zhao Lei's seemingly mighty and lightning-fast actions appeared to be in slow motion, like someone pressed the 0.5x speed button, with every move's preparation clearly visible.
So this is what they call a dragon ranking expert? Full of holes.
5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Zhao Lei's fist was already just an inch away, and the wind from his punch even messed up Su's fringe.
Die.
A glint of cruelty flashed in Zhao Lei's eyes with this punch. This kid's nose bone was definitely going to break.
In that instant, Su moved.
He neither retreated nor drew his half-broken knife, but rather, strangely stepped forward half a step. This half step perfectly positioned itself into Zhao Lei's power dead zone, right at the point where his left knee with an old injury would bear the force. Immediately after, Su raised his left hand. He did not clench his fist for a hard clash, but instead held his fingers like a blade, gently poking at the red dot where Zhao Lei's vitality was sluggish at the right shoulder. This gentle poke seemed trivial, but it actually concentrated the impact force of the proficiency level skill Iron Defense passive. 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds.
Poof.
A very subtle muffled sound.
like a fully inflated balloon being pierced by a needle. Zhao Lei's originally fierce fist suddenly froze just 2 centimeters from Su's nose.
Immediately, the grim expression on his face twisted, his features contorting into a picture of extreme pain and terror.
Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the skies, startling the sparrows on the trees into a flurry. Zhao Lei felt as if his entire right arm had been electrocuted, instantly losing all feeling. Then, a sharp pain exploded from his shoulder, as if the bones in his arm had been shattered by that light poke. The power of the rock-breaking punch that had been gathered in his fist lost its pathway and surged chaotically at his shoulder. Bang! Zhao Lei's shirt ripped at the shoulder, and a large bruise welled up beneath the skin. His whole body felt as if all the bones had been pulled out. Staggering backward, he cradled his shoulder and knelt on the ground, sweating profusely from the pain, unable to hold onto the 2 iron balls, which clanged to the ground. The entire place fell silent. The older students, who were initially waiting to watch the spectacle with crossed arms, had their smiles frozen on their faces, their eyes bulging. What just happened? One move? No, it didn't even count as a move. Su just raised a hand and poked, and this second-tier Master Zhao Lei was done for? What did you do to me? Zhao Lei lifted his head, looking at Su with terror in his eyes. In that split second, he felt like a snake had bitten him at his crucial point, his strength cut off before he could even unleash it. Su retracted his hand, lightly blowing away non-existent dust from his fingertips, looking completely innocent.
Senior, your body is in bad shape. Su looked down at him from above, his tone sincere as if he were an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor diagnosing a patient. Ripped muscle at the right shoulder girdle, energy meridians obstructed for at least 3 years. If this injury isn't treated properly, forcing energy will only cause your vitality to backflow, ruining your martial arts. I was just helping you to clear the meridians and disperse the bruise, don't mention it.
Clear the meridians?
Zhao Lei nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood.
Is there anyone who claims to clear the meridians after crippling someone's arm? Alright, warm-up's over.
Su glanced at the remaining 7 or 8 older students, a bit impatiently waving his hand.
It's your turn. Hurry up, the braised pork in the first cafeteria is almost sold out. The group of older students exchanged fearful glances, seeing dread in each other's eyes. Even Zhao Lei, a mid-second tier, was taken out in a second. What about those at the peak of the first tier or just entering the second tier? Wouldn't they be delivering themselves to him? Everyone, don't be scared. He must have used some supernatural method or secret weapon. One older student with a long pole shouted through gritted teeth. Zhao Ji got careless just now. We have so many people here, how can we fear a new student? Let us all go at once. A swarm of ants can kill an elephant. Yes. Let's all attack together. Form a formation.
As the saying goes, the law does not punish many. Combined with sheer numbers, this group of older students finally gathered their courage, yelled loudly, and various skills sparkled as they converged on Su. Long poles, daggers, boxing gloves, a variety of weapons surrounded Su, sealing off all his escape routes.
That's more like it.
Su's lips curled slightly, the golden halo in his eyes swirling again. In his vision, the movements of these people appeared not only slow, but each person's weapon and body were marked with countless weak points in bright red. The one wielding the pole had an unsteady stance, with all his weight on his front foot. The one with the dagger had stiff wrists and insufficient grip strength. The one throwing punches had brute force but no technique, and there were openings everywhere.
Too slow. Su's figure flashed. Movement skill, strolling mode mastery.
He moved as if he were strolling in his own backyard. It looked slow, yet he managed to avoid all attacks by a whisker.
Whoosh!
An older student's steel long pole came crashing down, and Su merely leaned slightly to the side, gently bumping his shoulder.
Iron defense passive counterstrike. Click!
The pole struck Su's shoulder, causing no harm but instead ricocheting off due to the immense recoil. That older student felt his hands go numb, the pole slipped from his grip, and he was spun around. An older student holding a dagger attempted a sneak attack from behind without even turning around, Su slapped his hand on the wrist joint.
Smack!
The dagger clattered to the ground, and that person knelt on the ground, clutching his wrist and wailing.
Bang! 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 For the next half-minute, it turned entirely into Sue's personal showcase.
He didn't even pull out that broken knife relying solely on his bare hands and proficiency-level iron defense passive. He bulldozed through the crowd. Each strike precisely landed on opponent's joints, tendons, or vitality nodes. Every collision sent an older student flying out like a kite with a severed string.
Was this a new student being schooled by older students?
This was clearly a max-level character returning to the novice village to bully the weak.
30 seconds later. In front of the Villa No.
T001, people lay scattered across the ground.
The wails echoed, each person rolling on the ground holding different parts of their bodies.
Although they weren't seriously injured, they had dislocations or numbness, but their faces were completely lost. The only one still standing was that boy whose hairstyle was not even a mess.
Sue dusted off his clothes, shaking his head in disappointment. Is this what the older students of the Warrior Academy are like?
Their practical abilities are too poor, all show and no substance.
They're not as tough as that dumb bear.
He walked up to Zhao Lei, who had initiated everything. At this moment, Zhao Lei was utterly terrified, having even forgotten the excruciating pain in his shoulder. He looked at Sue as if he were staring at a devil.
What do you want?
Zhao Lei trembled backward, no longer as arrogant as before.
I tell you, the school rules forbid private combats that lead to disability. You've already won, what more do you want? Smack!
Sue gave a light tap on the back of his head.
Who said I would harm anyone? Am I some kind of violent maniac? Sue squatted down, showing a harmless, even somewhat shy smile. Senior, let us do the math on the economics here. You just blocked my way and even laid hands on me, wasting 10 precious minutes of my time. How do you calculate the compensation for that?
And for the sake of unblocking your meridians, I consumed quite a bit of vitality. How do you calculate the nutrition fees for that? Sue extended his hand, pointing at the smart bracelet on Zhao Lei's wrist.
I'm a fair person. Each of you should contribute 30 credits as medical fees.
Zhao, as the leader, you need to contribute 100 credits. If there's even 1 credit less, I will record your current appearance and have it played in a loop on the school's electronic screen at the entrance.
How much? 100 credits?
Zhao Lei's face turned pale. At the Warrior Academy, 1 credit is roughly equal to 1,000 federal coins.
100 credits is equivalent to 100,000.
Though he is a master of the Dragon List, after expenses for training resources and elixirs, he can only save around 20 to 30 credits a month.
This 100 credits equates to 3 months of work for free. What? You think that's too little? How about 200? Sue raised an eyebrow. No. 100. Just 100.
Zhao Lei raised his hand with a trembling voice, nearly in tears. When it comes to money, saving face and avoiding a beating are more important.
Ding!
With a crisp notification sound, 100 credits were transferred to Sue's account. The other seniors watched, shuddering in pain as they had to part with their money, each also contributing 30 credits, which for them was a month's worth of living expenses.
In just 2 minutes, Sue's account increased by a full 340 credits. Looking at the numbers on the bracelet, Sue's mood instantly turned from cloudy to sunny. Thank you all for your generous contributions. Sue stood up, feeling elated.
340 credits, combined with my own, is enough for a good meal. He didn't even glance at the unlucky lot and turned around to dash towards the first cafeteria.
Oh no, it's already 12:30. My C-grade braised pork. Please don't run out.
Leaving a group of bewildered seniors in disarray, wanting to cry but having no tears.
They came today to collect protection fees, but instead of collecting, they were robbed by the freshmen? Who the hell do I talk to about this?
Chapter 22, The Poor Rich Man and Quantum Speed Reading. The afternoon sun lazily spilled across the campus of Warrior Academy. On the tree-lined path leading to the first cafeteria, Sue was humming a tune, feeling especially happy.
The recent operation of reverse protection fee collection not only established his reputation but also earned him a windfall. Sue assessed his current assets. Top exam scorer reward, 2,000 credits. This was a joint reward from the province and the school, already the highest in history. Kind-hearted senior sponsorship, 340 credits. Total assets, 2,340 credits. In the outside world, 1 credit can be exchanged for about 1,000 federal coins. This means Sue's current wealth is approximately 2.3 million. For an ordinary freshman, starting funds of only 100 credits is definitely a huge sum. But Sue knows well that this little money won't last long in a cash pit like Warrior Academy. 200,000 sounds like a lot, but in the Tier 1 Warrior world, that's only enough for a few bottles of potions. Sue stroked his chin, feeling that his wallet was still not thick enough. Forget it, let's try that legendary C-grade monsters meat and see if I can fill up my energy points. Warrior Academy, first cafeteria, 3rd floor VIP area. This place was lavishly decorated. Most of those dining here were school mentors or top 100 masters on the dragon list. Sue walked straight to the window marked with a sign for C-grade monsters special. Inside the window stood a big, pig-like chef wearing a tall hat. He was wielding a butcher's knife over a chunk of meat glowing with intense red heat. "Hey, give me some meat." Sue boldly patted the counter. The fat chef glanced at him, saw a new face he didn't recognize, and lazily said, "This is the C-grade special area. Today's offering, belly pork from the C-grade blazing pig, taken from the most tender 3 layers of the abdomen, stewed in a secret medicinal marinade for 12 hours. Price, 50 credits. Portion approximately 200 grams. The fat chef paused and kindly reminded, "New freshmen only have 100 initial credits. Spend wisely. 50 credits is enough for you to eat ordinary meals for a month downstairs." 50 credits a portion? That's like $50,000 for a bite of meat? Sue twitched his mouth. After all his hard work overcoming so many people, was this all he could afford? Just enough for 6 plates of meat? And that exam reward would only get him enough for 40 plates. This is outrageous. Sue complained inwardly, but thinking about his system that desperately needed energy, he straightened his back. "I'll have 5 portions. 5 portions? The fat chef was taken aback, looked at Sue a couple more times. "That'll be 250 credits in total." Swiping his card and seeing his balance drop by 1/10 in an instant, Sue's heart bled. Carrying 5 exquisite porcelain plates, he found a spot to sit down, each plate containing only a few thin slices of braised pork, the color bright red and emanating an appetizing aroma. 250,000 for this little bit. I hope it's worth it. Sue sighed and picked up a piece of meat to put in his mouth. It melted in his mouth, rich but not greasy. As soon as the meat hit his stomach, a scalding wave of heat erupted, racing down his esophagus into his gut, then transforming into pure energy that surged toward his limbs. Sue's skin immediately flushed red and his bones emitted faint popping sounds. System, convert energy. Sue silently chanted, filled with anticipation. However, the system's feedback felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Detected ingestion of C-grade high-energy food. Body absorption rate, 99%. The host is in a critical period of breakthrough from Tier 1 peak to Tier 2 bone refinement. Bone cells are in an extreme state of thirst, automatically retaining most energy for bone density enhancement. System conversion rate, 1%. Only the overflow part converts into general energy. Energy points acquired, 150 points. Current energy points balance, 950 points, including the original balance of 800 points. Put. Sue almost spat out the meat in his mouth. How much? 150 points? Sue's eyes widened as he looked at that pathetic number on the panel, his mindset collapsing. System, did you rob me? I spent 250 credits, and this is all I get? System prompt, the host's meat body is not yet saturated. All nutrients ingested will prioritize the evolution of the meat body until it is full.
To gain a large amount of energy points, it is recommended that the host ingest pure energy forms, e.g., beast cores, spirit stones, or wait to eat after breaking through to Tier 2. After hearing the explanation, Sue helplessly stuffed the final piece of meat into his mouth, grinding his teeth. Even though the energy points given were little, he could clearly feel that after this meal, all the bones in his body were itching and heating up. His vitality jumped from 320 points to 345 points. Gaining strength in the physical body is real, while energy points have become an extra.
Alright, 950 points it is. Sue stroked his chin and began to rethink his budget.
With only this amount of energy points, don't even think about simplifying the Earth tier skills. Even decent profound tier skills will be a challenge. I need to spend wisely. Feeling full, Sue left the cafeteria and headed straight for the library. Regardless of anything else, knowledge is power, and reading is a cost-effective way to gain it. Warrior Academy Library. This towering white giant building, reaching a height of over 100 meters, stands at the center of the campus, resembling a temple of knowledge. Beep. Deducting 10 points. Sue swiped his card to enter, watching as 10 credits were deducted, lamenting once again about the school's relentless greed for money. To enter here costs $10,000, it's like robbery at this point. As he walked into the hall, the overwhelming scent of countless books greeted him. Sue didn't go directly to the skill area on the top floor. He knew that sharpening the axe doesn't delay the work of cutting wood. His current knowledge reserve left him at a high school level in understanding martial arts.
What are the 12 meridians for mana flow? What is the essence of a grandmaster's insight? What is the distribution of weaknesses for abyss monsters? He is completely clueless about these foundational theories. If he relied solely on rote memorization, it would take him until the next lifetime to read through these 30 million volumes. I must find a way to increase my reading speed. Sue approached the search machine and entered keywords: mental strength, memory, reading techniques. A plethora of book titles instantly popped up on the screen. Sue flipped to the last page, his gaze locking onto a special auxiliary manual labeled Profound Tier Low Quality Mind's Eye Divine Reading Technique. This is a fragment originating from the ancient spirit cultivation school. The introduction is very enticing. Mastering this technique allows one to open the mind's eye, ignoring visual barriers and directly scanning text with mental power. Those who master it can read 1,000 lines in a single breath, with perfect recall. But there is a warning in red letters below: the cultivation threshold is extremely high. Only those with innate strong mental power can achieve proficiency level. Ordinary people attempting to practice will experience dizziness at best, or severe mental breakdown at worst. To exchange for reading permission for Mind's Eye Divine Reading Technique, you need 500 credits. Sue's mouth twitched. Another 500 credits. That's $500,000. By the end of the day, he spent 250 on food, and now he needs to spend 500 here. 23 40 250 10 500 is equal to 1,580 credits. And he hasn't even begun training yet. Half of his finances are already gone. For the sake of knowledge, I'll go for it. Grinding his teeth, Sue swiped his card. After getting the book, Sue found a corner with no one around and opened the first page. System: Simplify Mind's Eye Divine Reading Technique. Detected Profound Tier Low Quality Mental Manual Mind's Eye Divine Reading Technique. This type of manual involves brain area development, and simplification is quite challenging. Estimated energy points consumption: 600 points. Sue's hand trembled. 600 points. He currently only has 950 points in total. This one book would wipe out more than half of his assets. With only 350 points left, he probably won't be able to simplify even a decent attack skill. This is outright robbery. Sue gritted his teeth, his face pained. If he doesn't simplify, he will have to chew through books one by one like a fool. Such low efficiency. In this world of martial arts where every second counts, time is literally life. Besides, if he has this skill, he won't need to spend money on buying books in the library anymore. He can just flip through them there, equivalent to having free access to reading forever. Better a short pain than a long one. I'll just treat it as getting a permanent VIP card. Simplify. consuming 600 energy points. Current balance, 350 points. Analyzing optical nerve transmission protocol.
Analyzing hippocampus memory storage mechanism.
Simplification successful.
Mind's eye, divine reading technique simplified to page flipping.
Sue stared at the two words on the panel, falling into prolonged silence. Page flipping? Spent a whopping 600 points, and you simplified it to this? Meaning, as long as I flip fast, my brain will keep up? Isn't this just the so-called quantum speed reading that fools 3-year-olds? System, you understand quanta.
Sue helplessly made a remark. Though it sounds absurd, considering the previous stronger breathing, twitching legs causing harm, and looking in the mirror making one handsome, Sue feels that this translating memories seems quite logical.
Try it out.
Sue walked into the comprehensive reading area on the first floor and casually pulled out a thick book titled The Complete Guide to Blue Star Monsters, which had 1,000 pages.
Take a deep breath, letting the energy settle in the dantian.
The right thumb pressed against the edge of the page while the index finger curved slightly, forming a standard counting money pose.
Get up. Swish. Sue's fingers suddenly flicked.
The pages of the book sliced through the air, creating a series of crisp rustling sounds, reminiscent of a fierce storm. In just 5 seconds, he flipped through 1,000 pages of a hefty book from start to finish.
In that instant,
Sue felt a slight warmth in her forehead, and a stream of cool energy flowed from her fingertips along her optic nerves, instantly flooding into the memory area of her brain. The once blurry words, complex illustrations, and detailed annotations on those pages now appeared in his mind like a series of 4K high-definition photos, forcefully burned into his memory.
Quick page turning, reading mastery +1.
Information entry successful, Blue Star Monsters Encyclopedia reading progress 100%.
Closing my eyes, I reminisced for a moment.
On page 568, the distribution map of the armored rhinoceros's weak points, clearly visible. He even remembered the tiny ink dot in the lower right corner of that page.
Wow, that's an amazing skill.
Sue suddenly opened his eyes, the pain in his flesh instantly disappeared, replaced by ecstasy.
Those 600 points were definitely worth it. Where is this reading? This is simply a brain-machine interface.
With this skill, these 30 million books are no longer a burden to him, but rather a readily accessible experience pack.
Well, in that case, don't hold back.
Sue looked at the vast library before him, a greedy smile creeping onto his lips. Thus, a rather bizarre scene appeared on the first floor of the Warrior Academy library. A good-looking new student, like a wholesale merchant here to make a purchase, was darting quickly between the bookshelves.
He picked up a book. Swish! A gust of wind blew, flipping the pages of the book. Let it go.
She picked up another book.
Swish! Let it go.
His movements became faster and faster, until finally there was nothing left but a remnant shadow.
Whoosh! In the quiet library, the sound of pages being turned echoes rhythmically, like a flock of pigeons flapping their wings. In the corner, an elder manager responsible for maintaining order on the first floor was drawn to the commotion here. The old man, with his graying hair and a thermos in hand, was dozing off.
Upon hearing the continuous clattering sound, he frowned.
These young people today are getting more and more impatient.
The old man shook his head and walked over with his hands behind his back. He was ready to teach this disrespectful kid a lesson about books. However, just as he approached Sue from behind and was about to speak, Sue had just finished reading a book on advanced martial arts theory derivation. He put down the book, closed his eyes, seeming to savor the experience. The old man seized the opportunity to pat his shoulder and said earnestly, "Student, books are the ladder of human progress, not something to fan yourself with. What can you learn by flipping through them like that, besides wrinkling the pages?" Sue opened his eyes, saw it was the old librarian, and quickly smiled apologetically. "Sorry, old man, didn't mean to disturb you. But I'm already done reading." "Done reading?" The old man was both amused and angered. That book had a whopping 500 pages filled with complex and incomprehensible martial arts formulas.
Young man, it's one thing to brag, but you need to practice first.
The old man straightened his face, casually picked up that book, and flipped to a page to quiz him.
Since you've read it, tell me what this page is about. How should the Han Shaoyang San Jiao Jing operate when breaking through to the second rank? That was the content on page 248.
Su glanced at it, and the high-definition image in his mind popped into view. Page 248 discusses the reverse operation hypothesis of the Han Shaoyang San Jiao Jing. The book proposes that during the breakthrough to the second rank of bone refining, if you reverse operate the San Jiao Jing combined with the oscillation method, it can increase the skeletal tempering speed by 30%.
But the risk is that it can easily cause vitality reversal. The author's annotation on this page states, those below vitality proficiency level should not attempt this. Silence. A deathly silence.
The old man's hand holding the book froze in mid-air, his eyes nearly popping out from behind his reading glasses.
Word for word. He even memorized the annotations. Have you ever memorized this book before?
No, I just read it.
Just like that, a quick flip.
The old man opened his mouth, feeling that his worldview had been challenged.
Old man, can I keep flipping through the pages?
Su pointed to the remaining pile of books on the shelf nearby, his eyes gleaming. I still have 350 points. Oh no, I have plenty of time, and I want to read a few more before closing time. Upon hearing this, the old man's expression shifted from reproach to shock.
He silently stepped aside. Go ahead and flip, you can go ahead.
Also, there is a rare book section on the second floor, where the books are even more profound, but the exchange prices are steeper.
If you're up for it, you can go give it a shot.
Su's eyes lit up, and he cupped his hands towards the old man.
Thank you for the guidance, old man. With that, he transformed once again into a relentless book flipping machine. Clatter.
At this moment, his pocket only had a pitiful 350 energy points left. With this amount, he couldn't even afford a low-tier skill, let alone a decent mystic grade one.
Looks like I can only go to the second floor's rare book section to pick up some bargains.
Hopefully, I can find an affordable and useful fragment.
Chapter 23, Picking Up Bargains and Barbaric Collisions.
Second floor of the library, rare book collection area.
Unlike the bustling first floor, it is overly quiet here.
The air is filled with the aroma of aged paper and ink, along with a distinctive scent of preservatives. The heavy rosewood floor is covered with soundproof carpet, making no sound at all when stepped on. Students who can access the second floor are mostly juniors and seniors, or privileged individuals like Su, although he is a broke privileged one. Su swiped his card and looked at the remaining points, 1580 displayed on his wrist, feeling slightly relieved, but still cautious. Earlier he had been gaining proficiency in divine reading on the first floor, although it didn't consume his universal energy points, it drained his mental strength, and right now it felt as if 1,000 flies were buzzing in his head.
I need to take a breather.
Su rubbed his temples, not rushing to flip through the books, instead leaning on the railing and leisurely wandering among the shelves. The books on this floor were clearly fewer than on the first floor, but each was encased in a special glass cover, with detailed descriptions and exchange prices posted beside them. Su felt like a broke kid with only $2 trying to order at a Michelin restaurant. His gaze swept across the exquisite books, and then
quickly moved away. Thunderlight Sword Technique. Rank, Mystic Grade Middle Tier. Description, infuses thunderous power into the sword, launching strikes like lightning, with astonishing destructive power. Exchange price, 5,000 credits. Estimated simplified consumption, 1,200 energy points. Can't afford it.
Su walked by with an expressionless face. Just the exchange price for this sword technique was 5 million, even selling his broken sword wouldn't be enough. Not to mention the 1,200 energy points required for consumption. He currently only had 350 points, and a simplified exchange was a dream. The previous low-tier mental technique book Hard Eye, Divine Reading was so cheap because its training difficulty was exceedingly high, but to get another bargain now is simply dreaming.
Illusionary Footsteps. Rank, Mystic Grade Low Tier. Description: transforms into an illusion, difficult to distinguish between reality and fantasy, a life-saving skill. Exchange price: 3,000 credits. Estimated simplified consumption: 600 energy points. Still can't afford it. Sue sighed. This is reality. Although he is the top student of the province and has a system, he still feels constrained in the face of an absolute resource barrier. The reason high-tier skills are precious is not only because the books are expensive but also because the invisible costs of mastering them simplify the energy required, which is too high. It seems impossible to find a complete mystic tier skill. Sue is very self-aware. His current strategy must be adjusted by the right skills, not the expensive ones. He needs a skill that can compensate for his existing weaknesses, priced cheap, under 350 energy points and 1500 credits. Let's analyze the current setup. Defense: Iron Defense passive proficiency level. Strong enough and comes with recoil. Melee: Blade skill proficiency level, Flash Blade technique proficiency level. Extremely explosive power but lacks sustained output methods and is highly dependent on weapons. It would be awkward if the blade broke. Agility: movement skill proficiency level. Sufficient for walking normally, but lacks explosive movement. Ranged: none. Control: none. It would be best to find a skill with control or charging effects, preferably one that doesn't require a weapon. While Sue was pondering, he unknowingly walked to the furthest corner of the second floor. There was a dust-covered wooden shelf with 3 characters written on it: Fragmentary Skills Area. So-called fragmentary skills are those whose content is lost due to being too old or are considered not recommended for cultivation by the school due to severe side effects. These books usually have very low exchange prices, with some only costing a symbolic few credits. This is the paradise for the poor. Sue's eyes lit up, as if he sensed the aura of a bargain. He casually picked up a book. 7 Injuries Fist Fragment. Summary: one who practices 7 injuries first injures themselves before injuring others. Its power is comparable to the top quality of mystic tier skills, but practicing it for too long can easily lead to organ failure. Exchange price: 200 credits. System estimated simplified consumption: 400 points. That's over budget, and even though I have Iron Defense passive that can withstand it, this thing hurts the organs, way too dangerous for me. Sue shook his head and put it back. Explosive step. Summary: by igniting the vitality in the soles of the feet, obtain an instantaneous linear acceleration. Extremely fast, but cannot turn and is likely to break leg bones. Exchange price: 150 credits. System estimated simplified consumption: 280 points. This is quite interesting. Sue rubbed his chin. Not being able to maneuver is a big problem. It's easy to crash headfirst into a wall. However, the side effect of shattering bones is, for him who possesses the proficiency level Iron Defense passive, about as serious as a tickle. Tentative alternative. Sue continued to flip through. Suddenly, a tattered volume with a barely legible title caught his attention. Berserker Charge Revised. That name sounds quite cheesy. He opened the introduction. Source: created 50 years ago by a retired officer renowned for his strength, mimicking the charging method of the D-level monster Iron Bull. Grade: Yellow tier, high quality explosive power close to low tier Xian level. Principle: all muscles harden, vitality concentrates in the shoulders and back, using the body as a weapon for a straight charge. Side effects: this is a classic suicidal attack. The recoil during impact is extremely strong. If the body isn't tough enough, one could fracture their bones upon hitting something hard. Moreover, due to excessive speed during the charge, vision becomes blurry, making it difficult to change direction, leading to missed targets. Status: due to the high fracture rate among practitioners, it is classified as a high-risk incomplete technique. Redemption price: 100 credits. After reading the introduction, Sue's eyes grew brighter. What's this? This is obviously a divine skill tailor-made for him. First, he has proficiency level Iron Defense passive, making his body indestructible. While others fear the recoil causing fractures, he actually needs the recoil for a massage. Second, he has an E-level talent clairvoyance, which grants him dynamic vision and bullet time. While others struggle to change direction due to blurry sight when charging, he can see everything clearly. Third, this move doesn't require a weapon, which perfectly fills the gap after losing his knife. The most crucial point is system estimated simplified consumption, 300 points. It's perfectly within budget. Sue almost laughed out loud. 300 energy points, 100 credits. It's a good deal, no risk of loss. This is it. Sue took the tattered berserker charge and walked to the borrowing station. The person in charge of registration was a hard-working senior wearing black-rimmed glasses, looking demure. When she saw Sue with the notorious fracture technique, she pushed up her glasses and kindly reminded him. Junior, this book, although it only costs 100 points, practicing it is very dangerous. Last year, a junior who practiced this broke his collarbone and lay in the infirmary for a month. Moreover, this skill lacks follow-up decompression methods and can easily injure the cervical spine. Sue grinned, exposing a set of white teeth. Swipe your card. Beep. 100 credits deducted. Remaining credits, 1480. Holding the book as if it were a treasure, Sue found a secluded corner. System, simplified berserker charge. Detected yellow tier high-quality skill incomplete berserker charge. Consume energy points, 300 points. Current balance, 50 points extremely poor, please replenish energy soon. Analyzing muscle force model. Analyzing impact mechanics. Simplification successful. Berserker charge simplified to hit things. Sue looked at the result and nodded in satisfaction. This makes sense. The core of berserker charge is all about charging, and simplifying it to hit things is spot on. Hit things, that's quite a broad scope. Sue looked around. The library was filled with precious ancient books and expensive mahogany bookshelves. If he broke something, he couldn't pay for it even if he sold himself. I need to find a sturdier place to try it out. Sue put away the book and left the second floor. By this time, the sky was getting late, and the moon hung above the treetops. Sue walked out of the library, not returning to the mirror-filled villa, but instead heading to an abandoned training wall next to the playground. This was a specific area for Earth attribute supernatural beings to practice skills. The walls were made of high-strength C30 concrete, a meter thick, with a surface rough and full of traces left by various spells. You're the one. Sue took a deep breath, removed his outer jacket, revealing his muscular upper body. He didn't start by charging at full force but instead walked to the wall, turned sideways, and gently leaned his shoulder against it. Bang! Like an old man or woman exercising in the park by bumping into trees. Minor impact, berserker charge proficiency +1. It really works. Sue was overjoyed. Since even a morning exercise-style wall bump counted, he wouldn't have to worry about knocking himself silly. So, in the quiet corner of the playground, a strange figure appeared. A young man stood with his back to the wall, rhythmically, rubbing against it. Thump. The force is a bit small. Bang. This force is alright, and it can also boost my iron defense passive. Sue increased his force. He took 2 steps back and suddenly leaned back hard. Bang. A dull thud echoed. Some debris fell from the concrete wall, while a flash of gold sparkled at Sue's shoulder, unharmed. Strong impact, berserker charge proficiency +5. Affected by recoil, iron defense passive proficiency +2. Double happiness. This is the charm of system synergy. Sue, in high spirits, decided to drop the shoulder bumping altogether and switch to side shoulder bumps, chest bumps, and even elbow strikes. With every impact, his muscles trembled as if following the forced trajectory of berserk bull charge, while under the influence of the recoil, his iron defense passive was also working furiously. Gradually, his movements became larger, and the crashing sounds grew louder. Boom! 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 Half an hour later. The abandoned wall had been dented into several shallow human-shaped craters. Sue stopped, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, with red shoulders.
Although his energy points were down to 50, his mood was more fulfilling than ever. That 300 points were well spent. Su moved his shoulders, feeling that his entire skeletal structure had been thoroughly opened up from the previous impacts, bringing a sense of indescribable relief. With this move, I won't have to slowly grind away at those tough-skinned monsters anymore. Just activate the Iron Defense passive and charge straight in, giving them a concussion. This is Su's combat aesthetics: simple, brutal, and cost-effective. At that moment, his stomach let out a timely growl. Gurgle. Su touched his flat stomach and glanced at the time on his wristband. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. The energy from that 250 credit C-grade braised pork meal was almost entirely consumed by his earlier wall-slamming training. The energy consumption is a bit high, I need to replenish it. But the C-grade meat in the first cafeteria is too expensive, I can't afford it. Su patted his pocket. Although he still had 1480 credits left, this had to last for his living expenses at Warrior Academy for an entire semester, and he'd have to save it for purchasing training resources. I heard the second cafeteria has that kind of large portion, filling E-grade monsters mixed noodles for just 5 credits a bowl? Su swallowed hard. 5 credits, which means 500 yuan. It's not cheap, but in a place like Warrior Academy, it's considered commoner food. From a lavish meal worth 2.5 million to eating a roadside snack costing 500. This is the true reflection of someone who has lost the halo of energy points. Let's go, get some noodles. Su picked up his jacket and walked towards the second cafeteria in the moonlight. Although he was poor, his steps were unusually firm. Because he knew that as long as he was given time to crash and turn over, this school would eventually be under his feet. Chapter 24, Mixed Noodles and Reflections in the Mirror. Warrior Academy, Second Cafeteria. If the first cafeteria is a 5-star hotel serving the wealthy and mentors, then the second cafeteria is a bustling food stall. There are no exquisite private rooms or waitstaff in Qipao, just rows of neat stainless steel long tables, with a strong aroma of spices in the air. Slurp. Su sat in the corner, focused on a porcelain bowl larger than a wash basin in front of him. The bowl was filled with a red oil and sauce soup base, topped with a thick layer of chili oil and cilantro, hiding beneath it a mountain of meat chunks and hand-pulled noodles. This is the signature dish of the second cafeteria, E-grade monsters mixed noodles. Although the name doesn't sound very high-end, it's genuine E-grade monsters, usually the internal organs of monsters or windwalk sheep, stir-fried over high heat to remove the fishy smell, and then paired with broth boiled from beef bones, making it extremely flavorful. The key aspect is that the portion is large and filling. Ah, so satisfying. Su finished the last sip of broth in one go, put down the bowl, and let out a contented sigh. Though the energy contained in E-grade meat was far less than that of the earlier C-grade braised pork, and its texture was a bit rough and chewy, he was almost exercising his jaw. It offered a sense of fullness from freely eating meat and drinking broth that those exquisite small plates could not provide. Ding! Deducted 5 credits. Seeing the deduction notification on his wristband, Su didn't feel distressed at all. Instead, he felt exceptionally at ease. 5 credits is equivalent to 5,000 federal coins. It not only filled his stomach but also replenished his energy. This is how one should live. System, settle up. Intake of E-grade high-energy food mixed noodles, 1 serving extra large bowl. Body absorption rate, 99.9%. System conversion rate, 0.1%. Gained energy points, 5 points. Current energy points balance, 55 points. Looking at the meager 5 points received, Su remained calm. Even mosquito legs count as meat. Anyway, today he had already spent 300 points simplifying Brawn Bull Charge in the library, and another 600 points simplifying God Reading Technique, leaving just this small change, which really couldn't do much. His primary task now was to hone the proficiency of the skills he just learned. Returning to the freshman villa area, the night was already deep. Villa No. T001 stood solitary in the depths of the shaded lane, surrounded by silence. Su pushed the door open but did not turn on the lights. Because the wall mirrors in the living room, reflecting the moonlight from outside, already showed countless faint shadows. Let us start, night training. Sue took off his jacket, wearing only a pair of athletic shorts, revealing his muscular physique.
He walked to the center of the living room and took a deep breath. First task, increase talent.
He turned around, facing the largest floor-length mirror, and struck a pose to showcase his latissimus dorsi like a bodybuilder. The boy in the mirror had broad shoulders and a narrow waist, the lines of his back muscles undulating with his breath, resembling a taut bow. Tisk, with that back view, it would be a shame not to cup a vacuum. Sue narcissistically praised himself.
Admired perfect back view, talent experience +1.
Second task, practice Stormbreaker.
Meanwhile, his legs began to tremble rhythmically.
It was not a major shaking, but rather a high-frequency contraction using muscle to simulate the oscillation of bioelectric current.
Buzzing.
It seemed that a faint buzzing sound filled the air.
Mountain cracking force proficiency +1. Third task, practice Brawn Bull Charge Iron Defense passive. This was the highlight of the night.
Sue did not slam into the wall after all. It was a finely decorated villa, and he would have to compensate for any damage. Instead, he focused on the specially made thick sandbag in the corner of the living room. It was left by the previous owner, who was reportedly a strong person. Its exterior was made of C-grade monster's leather, filled with high-density iron sand, weighing 500 kilograms.
Come on, little darling.
Sue turned to the side, his shoulders slightly pressed down, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes as he activated his insight and locked onto the stress points of the sandbag.
Charge. Bang.
He charges like a stubborn calf, crashing sideways into the sandbag. The heavy sandbag jolts violently, swinging up at a 45-degree angle, producing a dull thud. A massive recoil force travels back through his shoulders, making Sue's bones tingle.
Battering ram proficiency +1. Received recoil, iron defense passive proficiency +1. Not enough force, try again. Sue takes 2 steps back and charges again. Bang. Bang. Bang.
Thus, on this quiet night, a bizarre one-man show unfolds in Villa number 001. A young boy, shaking his legs in front of the mirror, madly charges at the sandbag with his shoulder. After each hit, he pauses to adjust his hairstyle in the mirror, exclaiming, "This pose hitting the sandbag is really cool." This is why the villa has good soundproofing. Otherwise, the school clinic's psychiatric department would definitely have one more registered patient the next day. He practiced until 2 in the morning. Sue was drenched in sweat, his shoulders swollen and red. Although the iron defense passive provided high defense, after thousands of hits, the capillaries underneath his skin still ruptured. But his eyes shone with an alarming brightness. On the panel. Talent clairvoyance, progress bar increased by 10%. Mountain shattering strike, proficiency level, proficiency level, proficiency level. Battering ram, proficiency level mastery. This visibly accelerating strength made it impossible for him to stop. Sleep. Continue practicing breathing techniques in my dreams. Sue took a shower, collapsed onto his bed, and fell asleep instantly. The next morning, Sue was awakened by the sound of a doorbell. Groggily, he climbed up and glanced at his wristband. 7 o'clock in the morning. Who is it? So early. Sue ruffled his messy hair and went downstairs in his slippers to open the door. At the door stood a floating drone delivery person, with mechanical arms carrying 2 enormous temperature-controlled boxes. Mr. Sue, your expedited delivery. From Logistics Department of Warrior Academy. Sue's eyes lit up, instantly wide awake. He signed for the package and brought the 2 boxes into the living room. The first box opened, releasing a rich aroma of meat and herbs. Inside were 2 vacuum-sealed braised bear paws neatly arranged. These were the bear paws from his earth-shattering violent bear, treated by state banquet chefs to not only remove the fishy taste but also incorporate dozens of precious medicinal herbs, locking in all the essence. What a good thing! Sue swallowed hard. This was the most essential part of a D-rank Lord monster. Although the energy density wasn't as high as C-rank meat, it certainly provided a significant boost. The second box was relatively light. Opening it revealed a blue-bound book and a handwritten note from the principal. Book title,
cutting water flow. Rank, middle grade profound. The note read, I've given you the knife technique, and I've eaten the bear paw too.
Also, a reminder, the freshman ranking battle will commence in 3 days. There may be many upperclassmen coming to check out the competition these days, so be careful.
Gu Chongfeng. Old fox eats pretty fast.
Su curled his lips and picked up the book Cutting Water Flow.
Cutting water flow. Synopsis: draw a knife to cut off the flow of water?
No, practice until mastery, and with one slash, you can sever waterfalls and reverse rivers. It focuses on the concepts of speed and stickiness.
Features: continuous and unending, combining offense and defense.
It compensates for the weak point of the drawing technique, which is one-hit kill, no follow-up.
Exchange price, 5,000 credits. What a good knife technique. Su couldn't put it down. What he was lacking now was this kind of blade technique that could sustain combat.
But then, he habitually asked in his mind.
System, how much energy is needed to simplify cutting water flow? Detected middle grade profound knife technique cutting water flow. Estimated energy points consumption, 1,500 points.
Su glanced at his pitiful 55 points balance. Then he looked at the outrageous simplification fee of 1,500 points.
A deep sense of helplessness welled up. A penny can stall a hero. The book was in hand, yet he couldn't practice. It was like having a goddess lying in bed, only to find out that he didn't bring his ID and couldn't check in. Eat.
Su viciously tore open a bear paw's packaging.
I refuse to believe that this bear paw won't replenish this little energy. He directly grabbed the bear paw, which was the size of a wash basin, and consumed it cold, without heating.
The texture was soft and elastic, packed with collagen. As he chewed, a gentle yet lasting warmth began to spread in his stomach. Ingested D-level high-energy medicinal dish braised bear paw. The medicinal effect is gentle and easily absorbed.
Acquired energy points, plus 50. Acquired energy points, plus 50. Half an hour later.
Su let out a satisfied belch, and in front of him were only a pile of slick bones left.
Settlement completed. Total energy points gained, 600 points. Current balance, 655 points. Only 600?
Su felt a bit disappointed. It seems that although this D-rank monster was a lord, it really couldn't compare to C-rank in terms of energy level. Moreover, most of the medicinal effect had been used to nourish his bones, which felt stronger. Still about 900 points short. Eating the remaining bear paw will only add another 600, still not enough.
Su fell into deep thought.
At this moment, he profoundly realized the importance of resources.
In school, if you want to become stronger, you have to have credits.
Only with credits can you buy C-level meat, B-level beast cores, and high-level spirit stones.
And his current credit balance, 1,475 points.
This amount of money needs to be reserved for food. Even the daily scraps and noodles cost money, and he has to keep some for emergencies.
I need to find a way to make money. Su rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping across the empty villa. Just then. Knock, knock, knock.
Suddenly, a series of strong and urgent knocks on the door rang out, shaking the mirrors in the living room.
Su frowned. Who is so rude? He walked to the door and looked outside through the peephole. At the entrance of the villa stood 3 boys dressed in sophomore uniforms.
The one in front had blonde hair, a toothpick in his mouth, and was holding a red envelope, smugly banging on the door of room No.
T001. Su. I know you're inside.
The blonde shouted, his voice piercing.
Stop hiding.
I'm Zhang Hu, ranked 96 on the dragon list. According to the school's rule of may the strongest prevail, I'm eyeing this villa.
Come out. Accept the challenge. If you lose, this villa will be mine, including the gravity room inside.
Su looked at the blonde outside, then at his deflated wallet and energy bar. His eyes suddenly lit up.
It wasn't the gaze of someone looking at an enemy. It was the gaze of someone seeing a walking ATM. What you lack will come to you. Sue smiled brightly, pulling the door open. Creak. The door opened.
Zhang Hu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Sue to be so straightforward. He was just about to strike a pose as a master and say a few formal words. But he saw the boy wearing big shorts and slippers, warmly shaking his hand.
"Oh, are you Senior Zhang? Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Did you come to deliver, oh no, to challenge me?"
Zhang Hu was a bit confused by Sue's enthusiasm, instinctively retracting his hand and puffing out his chest.
"Why yes. I want to challenge you. The wager is the right to live in this villa." "No problem."
Sue agreed with great enthusiasm.
"But Senior, since it's a wager, just betting for the villa seems a bit dull, doesn't it?"
Sue pointed at the smart bracelet on Zhang Hu's wrist, his gaze genuinely sincere.
"Shouldn't we spice things up a bit? How about 1,000 credits?"
Zhang Hu was taken aback, and then furious.
1,000 credits? Are you crazy for money? Where would I get that much? How about 500?
Sue took a step back.
"I don't have 500. I only have 300 on me."
Zhang Hu's face turned red.
300.
Sue made a face of distaste but quickly replaced it with a smile.
300 is fine, even fly legs are meat. Come on in, let's sign an agreement. Seeing Sue's eager expression, Zhang Hu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This script. Why did it seem so different from what he imagined? Who is challenging who, in the end? Chapter 24, Raising Hostility. Villa No. T001, Living Room.
Zhang Hu stood at the door, staring at the kaleidoscopic scene before him, feeling completely bewildered. He had thought that, as the best freshman villa in the school, it would be luxuriously decorated with real leather sofas and mahogany furniture, exuding an air of understated luxury.
But he never expected this.
The room was filled with mirrors. The walls were mirrored, the ceiling was mirrored, and even the floor was laid with highly reflective tiles. Above him, a circle of soft lighting for photo studios was on, the light reflected countless times off the mirrors, making the entire living room painfully bright. No matter which direction he looked, he could see countless versions of himself looking utterly dumbfounded.
What is this decoration style? Zhang Hu felt like his eyes were going blurry, a wave of intense dizziness hitting him. Is this a place where people live? This is clearly a maze. This is what we call 360-degree self-reflection style. Sue closed the door enthusiastically while wearing slippers, even casually locking it. As Tier 1 warriors, we must always confront our shortcomings.
Every mirror in here is meant to help us see our truest selves. Sue spoke in a serious tone while spouting nonsense. What he really thought was, as long as I stay in this room, my talent experience points will grow automatically.
Less chit-chat.
Zhang Hu shook his head, forcing himself to suppress the dizziness.
He glanced at Sue standing in the center of the living room and sneered.
Don't think that by doing all this flashy stuff you can win against me. Even though you're the top student, there is an insurmountable chasm between freshman and sophomore. It's not just a gap in vitality, but also in practical experience. Before his words fell, Zhang Hu took a sudden step forward. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, creating a dull thud on the tiled floor. As rank 96 on the Dragon list, Zhang Hu excelled in the technique cracking stone kick, an upper-grade yellow-level leg technique. His legs had been soaked in a special potion, becoming as hard as iron. A single kick could shatter granite.
Take this. Spinning kick.
Zhang Hu jumped into the air, his right leg slicing through the air with a fierce wind sound, like a battle axe, striking sharply at Sue's neck.
However, the moment he leapt, he couldn't help but catch a glimpse of the mirrors surrounding him. There was one of himself on the left, another on the right, and countless reflections above.
That disorienting visual effect caused his movements in mid-air to stiffen slightly.
And it was precisely this moment of stiffness. Sue's eyes lit up. Talent, insight activated.
In his line of sight, Zhang Hu's originally swift kick now appeared to be in slow motion, Moreover, since the room was filled with mirrors, Su didn't even need to turn around through the reflections. He could see every detail of Zhang Hu's movements from every angle. Not even the slightest twitch of the muscles on Zhang Hu's back could escape his gaze. The lower stance is stable, but his aerial maneuvering ability is too poor.
And the impact point of this kick has too many flaws.
Su didn't draw a blade. In fact, he had nothing to draw, and the broken sword hadn't yet been washed, so he didn't evade either. He simply tilted his body slightly, letting his shoulder drop, adopting an extremely bizarre posture. Like a bull preparing to charge. Brawny bull charge master level. Charge. Su silently recited the incantation in his heart.
The next second. Boom!
The tiles under Su's feet instantly exploded, and he turned into a golden afterimage, his iron defense passive fully activated. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at Zhang Hu's kick.
A head-on clash. Seeking death.
Zhang Hu was overjoyed to see this. His cracking stone kick was most feared in a direct confrontation. With this kick, even an iron plate would bend, let alone a flesh and blood shoulder.
Bang!
A dull thud, so painful it made the teeth ache, erupted in the enclosed living room, echoing so loudly it was deafening. The two figures crashed heavily into each other mid-air.
Immediately after. Click!
A sharp cracking sound of bones echoed. The ecstasy on Zhang Hu's face immediately froze, replaced by extreme terror and distortion. He felt that what he kicked was not a shoulder but the front of a speeding locomotive. That terrifying recoil not only shattered his leg's power but also traveled up his leg bone, directly injuring his hip joint.
Ah!
Zhang Hu let out a miserable scream, his entire body flying backward faster than when he arrived. He traced a parabolic arc through the air before crashing heavily against a mirror on the wall.
Splash!
Although the mirror was made of specially designed shatterproof glass, it still cracked in a spiderweb pattern under such impact. Zhang Hu slid down like a puddle of mud, rolling on the ground while clutching his right leg, cold sweat instantly soaking his back.
Is your body made of iron?
Zhang Hu gritted his teeth in pain, his face full of disbelief.
He was clearly in the early stage of rank 2.
And he specialized in leg training.
Yet, colliding with a freshman of rank 1, it was actually his leg that got broken? Is this really still human?
Su stood in place, brushing off imaginary dust from his shoulder. Although it hurt a bit, his proficiency-level iron defense passive combined with the brawny bull charge's unloading technique only left him with a red patch on his skin.
Thank you, thank you.
Su smiled and walked over, squatting down in front of Zhang Hu. Senior, your cracking stone kick is pretty good, but it's just not hard enough. Next time, remember to drink more milk to supplement your calcium. While speaking, Su skillfully grabbed Zhang Hu's wrist and brought up the transfer interface.
A promise is a promise. Ding.
Received 300 credits. Looking at the balance change to 1780 credits, Su felt extremely pleased. This money was earned much faster than grinding monsters outside. Just a little shoulder movement and a charge, and 300,000 was in hand. This is knowledge. Oh no, this is the power of the physical body.
Alright, stop howling.
Su patted Zhang Hu's face.
Even though you lost, I'm a reasonable person. I'll give you a little benefit.
He pointed towards the door. Turn left out the door, orthopedic department of the campus hospital, just give my name, no discounts. Zhang Hu wanted to cry but had no tears, limping away from this horror house full of mirrors with the help of two companions. He vowed never to come back to this villa again. After sending off the money-dispensing boy, Su sat in the mirror-filled living room, deep in thought. 300 credits sounds like a lot, but it's really just a few meals worth. If I want to simplify water break flow, I need 1500 energy points, which is equivalent to the cost of eating several thousands of credits worth of Class C meat or higher level resources. This amount is just a drop in the bucket.
Su rubbed his chin.
Earlier, Zhang Hu's appearance opened a door to a new world for him. The Warrior Academy has rules, the strong prevail.
Moreover, students are encouraged to spar as long as both parties agree and set a wager. The school doesn't interfere.
If I can turn this challenge into a long-term stable business.
Su's eyes grew brighter. What does he need most right now? Credits and energy points. What is his greatest advantage at the moment? Unmatched defense at the same level iron defense passive proficiency level. The ability to see through weaknesses psychic vision. Unfazed by injury tough skin, thick muscles. This is simply a natural sparring partner, champion. Rather than running around looking for tasks, it's better to sit at home and wait for others to bring money to him. But, relying solely on passive waiting won't do, he needs to take the initiative. He needs to stir things up. He needs to raise hostility. Sue remembered the disdainful looks from the senior students before, and a plan formed in his mind. He immediately opened his bracelet and logged into the Warrior Academy Campus Forum BBS. At this moment, the forum was bustling. The pinned post was still shocking. F-level freshman grabs top in the province, is there a hidden agenda? The comments section below was full of skepticism and mockery. I heard this Sue only has F-level talent? Is that true? I've seen the video, he relies solely on brute strength. If he meets a real elemental or control type, he'll definitely be kite to death. He just got lucky and picked up a leak. Looking at these comments, Sue was not angry. Instead, he revealed that unique smile of a shrewd businessman. Doubting is good, doubt is just traffic. Traffic is money. Sue thought for a moment, then used his real name account to post a new thread. The title is extremely arrogant, the content is incredibly provocative. Title: Is this the strength of the second-year Dragon Ranking Masters? So disappointing. Content: This morning, the 96th ranked senior Zhang who challenged me, but he couldn't even handle one of my moves and ended up with a broken leg. Is this the so-called value of the Dragon Ranking? I, Sue, F-level talent, the top freshman. Officially setting up a challenge platform at Villanelle. T001. Those who are dissatisfied, come on down. To save everyone's time, the challenge fee is 500 credits per attempt. If you win against me, this villa will be yours, along with all my credits. If you lose, you leave with 500 credits. P.S. It's recommended to bring a stretcher, just in case we have to bother the campus hospital. As soon as the post was released, it exploded. Ding 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 ding. Sue's bracelet started vibrating wildly. The number of comments skyrocketed by dozens per second. Damn! Is this new student that arrogant? Zhang who lost? Is it true? But Zhang who is only a second-class rookie. So arrogant. 500 credits per match? Is he going crazy over money? I'm a sophomore, I can't stand this. I must go teach him a lesson. Let us form a group. Wear him down in a wheel battle. Watching the constantly rising heat and hate values, Sue couldn't stop smiling. Come on, everyone come. What you're after is my villa. And what I'm after is your wallets. Meanwhile, at the Academic Affairs Office of Warrior Academy, Director Li Wenyu, who was sipping tea, nearly spat it out upon seeing the thread that had been pinned red on the forum. Ahem. This kid, just 2 days after starting school, and he's trying to stir things up? The assistant beside him chuckled wryly. Director, should we intervene? This is too high profile, it could easily provoke public outrage. Li Wenyu wiped his mouth, looking at the excited group of upperclassmen below the post, but a gleam flashed in his eyes. Intervene? Why should we intervene? Warrior Academy was originally a place for raising wolves, not sheep. The atmosphere in the school has been too comfortable for the past few years. The upperclassmen are all gloomily just doing their tasks to pass the days. Now that a catfish has come along, it's just what this stagnant water needed to stir things up. Li Wenyu set down his teacup and waved his hand. Send my orders, the security office is not to intervene. As long as no one dies, let them stir things up however they want. I want to see if this kid who treats the earth-shattering bear as his meal can withstand the rage of the entire school. Villa No. T001. Sue didn't keep staring at the forum. After posting, he returned to his training. Because he knew very well that hype is just to mean strength is what really matters.
If he didn't quickly simplify the water-flowing cut, relying solely on this one move, when facing real experts, like speed types or long-range kite players, he would still be at a disadvantage.
Now I have 1780 credits. If I go to the black market or a high-level shop, I should be able to buy a defective B-Class Beast Core?
B-Class Beast Cores correspond to 6-piece monsters. Even if it's a defective product, the energy contained within is still amazing, definitely better than eating meat. I should make another trip to the library to see where I can find cost-effective energy sources.
Sue was just about to go out. Just then, the doorbell rang again.
But this time it wasn't a violent banging, rather a polite ding-dong.
Sue opened the door with some confusion.
A girl wearing a white dress with flowing long hair stood outside. She was very beautiful, with fair skin and a cool demeanor, and she was holding a pure white, seemingly harmless little cat in her arms. Seeing Sue come out, the girl smiled faintly, like a breath of spring.
"Hello, I'm Lin Qingxue, a junior.
I saw your post.
I heard, you can take a hit?"
Sue looked at the beauty before him but wasn't swayed by her looks. Because in his spirit vision, this seemingly fragile girl had an overwhelming cold energy surging within her, 10 times stronger than Zhang Hu.
That cold energy even caused frost to form on Sue's eyebrows. Ranked 10th among the juniors, an ice elemental user, Lin Qingxue. Sue's pupils slightly contracted. A big client has come. Chapter 25, The Ice Mountain Rich Girl and the Professional Dummy. At the entrance of Villa No. T001.
The air seemed to freeze. Sue, dressed in shorts and flip-flops, looked at the stunning beauty before him, who was embracing a white cat and had a demeanor as cold as an iceberg. Instead of feeling appreciation, he tensed up, like a porcupine encountering a natural enemy.
Lin Qingxue. Ranked 10th among the juniors, an ice elemental user. In Sue's activated spirit vision, the energy flowing within this woman was not the red vitality, but a concentrated ice blue elemental energy.
This energy created an invisible force field around her, freezing the moisture in the air into tiny ice crystals.
A big client?
Although Sue thought so in his heart, he honestly asked,
"Senior, are you here to steal the villa too?"
If so, we need to discuss the appearance fee first. For a master of your level, the appearance fee should at least double.
Lin Qingxue was momentarily taken aback.
A glimmer of surprise crossed her icy blue eyes, which seemed as if they would never melt. She had spent 3 years at Warrior Academy, and suitors could line up from the school gate to the second ring road. Other boys, upon seeing her, either became so nervous they couldn't speak, or desperately tried to show off. This was the first time someone had directly mentioned a performance fee.
"I'm not stealing villas."
Lin Qingxue shook her head. Her voice was crisp yet carried an icy chill.
"I have my own stand-alone apartment, and it's bigger than yours." Sue felt as if he'd been shot in the knee. Damn rich people. "So why are you here?" Sue asked cautiously, "Is it to come talk to me about dating?" "Just to be clear, I'm not selling my body for money." The white cat in Lin Qingxue's arms let out a meow, as if rolling its eyes. "I've seen the video of you battling the earth-shaking bear, and that moment when you kicked Zhang Hu's leg to shreds." Lin Qingxue extended a long, pale finger and pointed at Sue's shoulder. "Your physical defense is quite strong, especially that kind of rebounding force. It's interesting. I've recently been practicing a new ice-based spell, and I need a durable target. The training robots at school are too stiff and expensive. If they break, you have to compensate. And regular meat shield-type classmates can't withstand my chill." As she spoke, a hint of "I have faith in you" appeared on Lin Qingxue's cold face. "Sue, be my sparring partner. One time, one payment, medical expenses covered." Sue understood. So, she is treating him like a living punching bag? No way.
Sue refused without a second thought.
"Are you kidding?
I'm the champion of the province. I'm a dignified Tier 1 warrior."
"You want me to be your target? Am I the type to sell my body for money?"
"If this gets out, how will I, Sue, survive in this field in the future?"
Lin Qingxue seemed to have anticipated Sue's reaction long ago. She said nothing, merely pulling out a transparent small box from her storage bracelet.
Inside the box lay a thumb-sized stone, crystal clear and glowing with a faint blue light. As the stone appeared, the temperature around them dropped several degrees, even forming a thin layer of frost on the steps at the entrance of the villa.
Su's eyes widened instantly.
His system panel was frantically flickering.
High-purity energy source detected.
Item: Begrade Monster Ice Spirit Snake Beast Core Fragment.
Estimated energy points, 2,000 points.
Evaluation: although it's just a fragment, and has a cold attribute, for the system, this is high-purity compressed food.
Su's Adam's apple bobbed. 2,000 points.
Adding to his current balance, it was more than enough to simplify the frozen water flow, and he might even have some left over to upgrade his talent.
Ahem.
Su instantly changed his expression, straightening his back and revealing a warm smile like spring. Senior, earlier the wind outside was strong, and my mind wasn't quite clear.
Forget about dignity. Helping others is a noble tradition of our warrior academy. Moreover, helping a master like Senior Lin, who is a campus beauty, train is an honor for me.
Su swung open the big door and gestured for her to enter.
Come on in. Let's head to the basement. The soundproofing there is good and it's sturdy. Lin Qingxue.
She looked at the boy in front of her, whose expressions changed faster than flipping a book, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly.
This champion seems a bit shameless. Villa No. TE001, Underground Training Room.
This place was originally meant for gravity training, with walls made of thick alloy steel plates and the floor covered with high-strength energy-absorbing rubber. At that moment, Su was only wearing shorts, standing in the center of the area, striking a big character pose.
Come on, Senior, hit me head on.
Su patted his chest, his sun-kissed muscles shining under the lights. Lin Qingxue stood 10 meters away, placing the white cat on her shoulder, and conjured a halo of ice blue light in her hand.
Be careful.
This move is called Frost Penetrating Needle, designed specifically to break external martial arts techniques.
Before the words even fell. Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
3 ice needles, each the thickness of a chopstick and honed to perfection, shot towards Su's chest, abdomen, and shoulder in a triangular formation. They moved at lightning speed, leaving only a white trail in the air. If a regular Tier 1 warrior faced this strike, they would absolutely be frozen solid.
But Su didn't dodge. Talent, insight activated.
In his field of vision, the trajectories of the 3 ice needles were clear. The left one has the greatest force, the middle one carries rotational energy, and the right one is a feint.
Su instantly formed a judgment in his mind.
He took a deep breath, fully activating his proficiency level iron defense passive, as a layer of golden metallic sheen surfaced on his skin. At the same time, the vitality within him oscillated violently following the rhythm of mountain-shattering force.
Pow! 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 The 3 ice needles accurately struck him. Pain. The biting pain.
That sensation was like having liquid nitrogen spilled directly onto his skin, the chill creeping into his bones. But at the moment the ice needles made contact with his skin, Su's muscles twitched violently.
Shock. Smack.
The originally condensed ice needles were actually shattered into ice dust under the combined force of the recoil from the proficiency level iron defense passive and the spiral power of the avalanche technique.
When attacked by ice-type spells, iron defense passive proficiency +10. Resist the corrosion of cold, cold resistance attribute +1.
Su took half a step back, with 3 white spots appearing on his chest and abdomen, and the surrounding skin turned purple from the frost, but he was not bleeding.
Huff.
Su exhaled a puff of white mist and rubbed his chest.
It's a bit chilly.
But the force is quite strong, it's packed with flavor. On the opposite side, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Qingxue's eyes. Her bone-piercing ice needles wouldn't dare to be faced head-on even by a peak Tier 1 warrior of rank 2. How could this Su bear it with just his body?
And looking at him, it seems like he is actually enjoying it? Bring it on! Lin Qingxue's competitive spirit was also ignited.
In the next hour, the basement turned into a battlefield of ice and fire.
Ice spikes, ice blades, waves of cold.
Lin Xingxue treated Su as the best target to practice on, bombarding him with various techniques she wouldn't dare to use casually on classmates. Meanwhile, Su was both pained and elated. While shivering from the cold, he watched the proficiency on the system panel wildly increase. It wasn't until Lin Xingxue's spiritual power was exhausted that this special training came to an end. At this point, Su had ice fragments all over his eyebrows and hair, his lips were frozen and purple, and he looked like a piece of frozen meat just pulled out from a cold storage. Achoo! Su sneezed and tightened the military coat that had been prepared nearby.
Senior, are you satisfied with the service?
Lin Xingxue looked at Su, who appeared ragged yet still full of energy, and nodded in satisfaction.
Very satisfied.
She casually threw the small box containing the B-grade beast core fragments to Su.
This is today's reward. I'll come back tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
After saying that, she picked up the white cat, turned around, and left, carrying herself like a wealthy woman who had just finished shopping.
Su caught the box even though his hands were stiff with cold, his face lit up with a radiant smile. Take care, Senior. We look forward to your next visit.
After sending off the big client, Su couldn't wait to run back to his bedroom, burrow into the covers, and take 10 minutes to warm up before he felt any warmth return to his body.
Is this what it feels like to be rich?
Su opened the box and gazed at the shard of the beast core radiating a ghostly blue light.
System, devour.
Detected B-class energy source.
Devouring. Transforming.
As a massive, icy energy surged into his body, Su felt every one of his cells rejoicing.
Obtained energy points, 1,800 points after impurity loss deducted. Current energy points balance, 2,455 points. I've hit the jackpot.
Su was so excited he almost jumped off the bed.
That's a whopping 2,400 points. He's never fought such a wealthy battle. Now, finally, I can master that knife technique.
Su picked up the blue thread-bound book titled The Flow of Water Breaking.
A mid-tier knife technique, a gift from Principal Gu.
Compared to the extreme one-hit kill style of sword draw technique, the flow of water breaking emphasizes continuous movement and using strength against strength. Its blade flow is like water, drawing the sword to break the water, and the water flows even more.
Once unleashed, enemies find themselves caught in a quagmire, helpless against attacks. This is precisely the sustained combat ability that Su currently lacks.
System, simplify the flow of water breaking.
Detected middle-grade profound knife technique cutting water flow. Estimated energy points consumption, 1,500 points. Would you like to simplify? Simplify. Su declared boldly. Consumed 1,500 energy points. Remaining balance, 955 points. Analyzing the knife intention model. Analyzing fluid dynamics.
Analyzing water flow characteristics.
Simplification successful.
Discontinuous water flow simplified to washing hands.
Su.
He stared blankly at the two words on the panel.
Washing hands? What does this have to do with knife skills?
System prompt: the core essence of discontinuous water flow lies in perceiving the resistance and yield of water flow, finding the point of strength amidst motion. The process of washing hands, with the hands continuously interacting with the water flow, is the best way to grasp the concept of water has no constant form.
Listening to the system's explanation, Su looked down at his hands. So, if I just wash my hands, I can master this knife technique worth 5 million? That's just 2. That's incredibly worth it.
Su instantly sprang up from the bed and rushed to the bathroom.
He turned on the faucet. Clatter. Clear tap water flowed out.
Su extended his hands, placing them under the water, and began earnestly washing his hands.
Rub left, rub right. Don't forget to clean in between the fingers.
Perceiving water flow resistance, discontinuous water flow proficiency +1.
Water flowing blade proficiency +1. Watching the numbers continuously increase, Su was filled with joy. Is this even knife training? This is clearly about maintaining hygiene.
From now on, please call me Warrior Academy Hygiene Model.
While washing his hands, Sue looked at his reflection in the mirror. Since I still have 955 points left, why not?
His gaze once again focused on that coveted talent upgrade. Although leveling up to D rank requires 10,000 points, there's a branch skill in E rank talent that can be unlocked. Talent branch, Micro Perception Energy Perspective.
Cost, 500 points.
Effect, can see through clothing barriers of targets of the same rank and below, limited to energy flow, not true X-ray vision, accurately locking onto meridian nodes.
This is great. Sue's eyes lit up.
Before, to spot Jalea's weaknesses, he had to observe his movements with this. Even if the opponent was in heavy armor, it would be like they were running around naked in his eyes.
Upgrade. Consuming 500 points. Talent enhancement successful.
As a golden light flashed, Sue felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes. He turned to look at the wall of the bathroom. His gaze surprisingly pierced through the tiles, catching sight of the flowing tap water concealed within the pipes in the wall.
That's impressive.
Sue turned off the tap and shook the droplets of water from his hands. At that moment, he had only 455 points left. But he was not worried at all. Because he knew that tomorrow, there would be more good Samaritans like Zhang Hu coming to donate money.
And also, Sue took a glance at the forum on his wristband.
His challenge post had already climbed to the top of the school's trending list.
Freshman boldly challenges the whole school? The stakes are a villa. In the comments section, quite a few sophomores and even juniors were already teaming up. Sue, I hope your wallet is thick enough. Sue walked to the living room and pulled out the broken knife.
Though the knife was broken, combined with the water-flowing blade technique he had just learned, even a broken knife could show a light as smooth as flowing mercury.
It's also time to get a new knife.
Sue looked at himself in the mirror, a confident smile curving at the corners of his mouth.
The money for this new knife will be crowd-funded by the seniors. Chapter 26, Broken Blade Flow. Villa No. T001, early morning. Just as the sun filtered through the curtains, a strange sound of running water broke the villa's tranquility. Splashing. Splashing. Sue stood before the sink, focused as if conducting some kind of sacred ritual.
His hands were covered in foam, rubbing them repeatedly under the flowing water. Every corner, including the spaces between his fingers, the back of his hands, and his palms, was meticulously cleaned. The gentleness and fluidity of his movements were even more precise than a surgeon's hand-washing before surgery.
Understanding the entwining of water flow, water-flowing blade proficiency +1. Water-flowing blade proficiency +1.
Congratulations to the host, water-flowing blade has broken through to proficiency level 10-100.
Huff.
Sue turned off the tap, shook off the water droplets from his hands, and looked at the radiant self in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Although my hands are a bit rough, this was a huge profit. After a night of hand-washing training, he had already gained a preliminary mastery of this high-level knife technique. Unlike the explosive style of flowing light sword technique, which focused on a single strike, water-flowing blade emphasizes sticking, entwining, unloading, and following. The blade flows like water, continuous and unending, specifically designed to counter flashy movements.
I wonder how many good Samaritans will come to donate money today.
Sue dried his hands, walked to the living room, and picked up the half-broken knife resting on the coffee table. Though the blade was broken, the edge where it was severed had been sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Old buddy, even though you're down to half, you should be enough to collect tolls. Sue twirled the knife, and the half-blade traced a strange arc in the air, surprisingly making no sharp slicing sound, instead gliding through the air like a fish slipping over the water's surface, silent.
This is the characteristic of water-flowing blade, quiet water runs deep. 9 a.m.
Outside the villa, the originally spacious tree-lined avenue was now packed tightly. Second and third-year students clustered in groups, cracking their knuckles and glaring maliciously at the tightly shut door.
Ever since Sue's provocatively bold post went up last night, the entire senior circle at Warrior Academy had exploded. A freshman, just 2 days into school, dares to openly challenge the whole academy? And charging 500 credits as an admission fee? If they let this slide, how could they continue to hold their ground in front of their juniors? Why hasn't that Sue come out yet? Could he be chicken? I bet he's scared witless. No matter how tough he brags online, he's just a F-class talent tier 1 warrior. With so many of us, we can wear him down in no time. Who goes first? Remember, whoever wins gets the villa, no stealing. The crowd was in an uproar. Creak. The villa's door slowly swung open. Sue stood there in his iconic white training uniform, which was actually the school uniform with the sleeves torn off, holding a broken sword in one hand, and even brought a folding chair, sitting grandly at the entrance. Next to him stood a small blackboard he'd apparently found somewhere, on which several large characters were written in chalk. Sue's Arena. Admission, 500 credits per entry. No credit, supports card transfer. Today's special, lose 3 matches in a row and get a stretcher from the school hospital. Seeing this commercial vibe, all the seniors present had dark expressions. Is this a fight? This is obviously a stall. Sue. You're too arrogant. From the crowd, a skinny boy with a sinister look stepped forward. Dressed in a tight black combat suit and wearing specially designed wind-chasing boots, he exuded a sharp aura. He is Phantom Li Feng, ranked 88th on the sophomore dragon list. Someone recognized him and gasped in a low voice. Li Feng is a speed-type superpowered individual, skilled in movement and fast attacks. Sue, with his brute force style of fighting, is most afraid of this kite style. Li Feng walked up to Sue and let out a cold laugh. Sue, don't think that defeating someone as foolish as Zhang Hu means you can act recklessly. In the face of true speed, your strength is worthless. 500 credits, right? I'll pay. Li Feng generously swiped his wristband. Beep. Received 500 credits. Hearing the delightful notification, the lazy expression on Sue's face vanished, replaced by a warmth as if seeing a loved one. Great. Senior Li is generous. Sue stood up, raised his broken blade, and slightly moved his neck. Since the senior is so generous, I can't be stingy either. Please, teach me. Before the words even fell. Whoosh. Li Feng's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. His speed was extreme, creating several afterimages in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he circled around to Sue's back. Too slow. Li Feng produced a short dagger in his hand, glowing with a chilling light, aiming directly at the back of Sue's neck. This strike was fast, precise, and ruthless. The surrounding freshmen gasped in surprise, with some even closing their eyes, unwilling to witness Sue's blood spilling on the spot. However, Sue didn't even turn his head. Talent, insight activated. In his view, Li Feng's so-called extreme speed looked like a fly moving in slow motion. Moreover, due to upgrading his energy perspective, Sue could even clearly see the path of the green wind energy flowing through Li Feng's leg veins. Left foot exerting force, center of gravity leaning forward, the right hand dagger is just a feint, while the real killing move is the hidden darts in the left hand. Sue instantly formed a judgment in his mind. He didn't use the iron defense passive to withstand it. Although he could, it would ruin his clothes, and changing clothes is quite expensive. He moved. The half-broken blade in his hand appeared to casually swipe backward. This strike was light and without any sense of smoke or fire. But it just happened to block the path Li Feng was taking. Like water encountering a stone, it naturally diverted. Ding! A clear sound of metal clashing echoed. Li Feng felt as if his dagger had plunged into a mass of sticky glue. There was an eerie adhesive force on that half-broken blade, drawing his dagger in a circle. Water-breaking flow, the entangling technique. What? Li Feng was taken aback, wanting to withdraw quickly. But Sue wouldn't give him the chance. Since you've come, don't be in a hurry to leave. With a shake of his wrist, Sue's broken blade slid down along Li Feng's dagger, the back of the blade struck fiercely against Li Feng's wrist. Smack! The dagger slipped from his hand. Then, Sue suddenly stomped with his foot. Bull rush. No need for a running start, no need to gather power. In the moment they were close together,
Su's right shoulder collided with Li Feng like a battering ram, crashing directly into his embrace. Puff! Li Feng's eyes nearly popped out. He felt like he had been rammed by a rampaging rhinoceros. His entire body flew backward in the air for over 10 meters, eventually crashing heavily into a pile of people, losing one of his expensive windchaser boots. The entire place fell silent. Another one shot? And this time, it was against the speedster Li Feng? What exactly happened with that last strike from Su? It was apparently so slow, yet it managed to accurately block the fast dagger? Next. Su stood there with his blade withdrawn, calmly glancing at the balance on his wristband. 2,280 credits. Is there anyone else? Su's gaze swept over the crowd, his expression full of anticipation. Damn! So arrogant! I don't believe it. He is only a grade 1, vitality must be his weak point. We'll wear him down with a wheel battle. Let me try. Another burly senior rushed forward to swipe his card. Beep. Received 500 credits. The battle began. 3 seconds later. That senior was sent flying, clutching his stomach. Next. Let me try. Beep. Received 500 credits. 5 seconds later. The senior skilled with the whip clutched her wrist, retreating from the ring with a bewildered expression. Half an hour later. In front of Su's blackboard, there were already people sprawled all over the ground. Some were clutching their legs, some their arms, and some their stomachs. And Su stood still in the place, not even breathing hard. His fighting style was too strange. Regardless of whether the opponent used fists, feet, or weapons, that half-broken blade seemed to have a mind of its own, always able to deflect attacks in the most effortless way, then smoothly deliver a crushing blow. What is most infuriating is that after every match, he has to run back inside to wash his hands. He grandly calls it maintaining hygiene, preventing bacteria. But in reality, he's just practicing his proficiency in water flow cutting, because he gained new insights from the previous battle. Is anyone else left? Su walked out wiping his hands, looking at the remaining group of older students who had started to hesitate. At this moment, his balance had skyrocketed to 6,780 credits. In just half an hour, he earned more than an average student earns in 4 years. This is simply robbing money. Su sighed in his heart. But the expression on his face grew more and more disappointed. Seniors, if no one else is left, then I'll close up shop. The cafeteria is about to serve food. If you don't get there soon, the C-grade braised meat will be gone. This statement became the last straw that broke the camel's back. This is too much. A sudden angry shout came from the crowd. A young man dressed in a white training suit and carrying a long sword slowly walked out. As soon as he appeared, the originally noisy crowd fell silent instantly, even parting to create a path. It's the vice president of the Sword Society, Zhou Yunshin. He is ranked 28th on the Junior Dragon ranking. I heard he has already touched the threshold of sword chi, and is a true technical expert. Zhou Yunshin walked up to Su without any expression, not swiping his card, but directly tossing out a blue crystal. 500 credits is too troublesome. This is a C-grade water spirit stone, worth 1,000 credits. If you win against me, the spirit stone is yours. If you lose, this villa becomes the Sword Society's branch. Looking at the gently glowing spirit stone, Su's pupils constricted sharply. C-grade spirit stone. System estimated energy points, 1,000 points. This is pure energy matter and doesn't require worrying about tolerance issues like eating meat. Alright. Su grabbed the spirit stone, afraid the other party would change their mind. You are Zhou-sen, right? Please. Zhou Yunshin drew his sword from its scabbard. The long sword gleamed like autumn water, cold and piercing. Be careful, my sword is fast. Before he finished speaking, the sword light had already arrived. This sword was indeed fast. Not only was it fast, but it also carried a sharp will known as breaking wind. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistle. Su's expression finally became serious. This was the first real opponent he had met who understood meaning.
Simply relying on the stickiness of his broken knife might not be enough to block it. Talent, spiritual sight fully activated. Iron defense passive proficiency level. Bengshan skill proficiency level. Water cut flow proficiency level. All 4 major skills are operating simultaneously.
Su did not retreat. The broken knife in his hand shook violently.
Splash!
Clearly a knife, it let out a sound like waves crashing against the shore.
Su no longer held back.
He stepped forward, the broken knife carrying an unstoppable momentum, slashing towards Zhou Yunshan's long sword.
Draw the knife to cut the water.
Since he couldn't block it, let us just cut it down.
When? A deafening clang of metal on metal rang out. Sparks flew.
Zhou Yunshan only felt a force as overwhelming as a mountain flood traveling down the sword, causing his palms to sting, nearly making him lose grip on the sword. And Su's broken knife surprisingly managed to jam his sword's edge.
How is this possible? Your strength. Zhou Yunshan was greatly astonished.
He was clearly at the pinnacle of second tier, with his vitality much higher than Su's. Why did he lose in this strength contest? Because Su had activated a cheat. Proficiency level, Iron Defense passive plus charging skills of the Mighty Bull plus the shockwave boost of Mountain Crushing Force.
Triple boost. Senior, your sword is good. But my knife is harder.
Su grinned, forcefully pushing his shoulder forward.
Mighty Bull charge, close combat. Bang!
Zhou Yunshan was directly knocked out of the door, tumbling in the air twice before barely landing, his face turning red, clearly injured internally.
I concede.
Su sheathed his broken knife and picked up the spirit stone on the ground, blowing off the dust.
Is there anyone else? Oh no, any challengers? The venue fell silent.
Even Zhou Yunshan from the dragon ranking had been defeated.
Is this freshman really only F-grade talent? This is simply a monster.
Seeing no one dared step forward again, Su sighed regretfully.
He packed up the small blackboard and folded the chair. Since no one is left, I'll call it a day. Let us continue tomorrow, and feel free to make an appointment.
With that, he swaggered back to the villa amidst countless odd yet complex gazes.
Bang!
The door closed. Su leaned against the door, looking at the pile of credits and the C-grade spirit stone in his hand, finally unable to hold back his laughter.
I've hit the jackpot. System, swallow this spirit stone for me first. Consuming C-grade water spirit stone. You have obtained energy points, 1,000. Current energy balance, 1,455 points. Adding the resources bought with credits.
Su looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes sparkling with ambition. Tonight, I'll grind water flow cutting to proficiency level.
And then, it's time to consider going to the black market to find a real weapon.
This broken knife can hardly hold up anymore.
Su looked down.
The clash he just had with Zhou Yunshan had left yet another deep crack on the C-grade broken knife that had accompanied him for so long.
Chapter 27, Picking Up a Bargain. Villa No. T001, late at night.
Although the Su's arena had closed during the day, the villa was still brightly lit. In the bathroom, the sound of rushing water was echoing. Su stood in front of the wash basin, his expression solemn, as his hands changed positions constantly in the flowing water. Sometimes he let the water carry his hands downstream, other times he worked against the current, and occasionally his hands crossed over each other, like two playful fish frolicking in the water. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would definitely think that this person had a severe case of obsessive-compulsive disorder or was extremely clean freak. But only Su knew that he was practicing his knife skills. As the water flowed over him, his perception of water became increasingly clear. The water's resistance, buoyancy, its omnipresence, all these elements transformed into the profound mysteries of blade techniques in his mind. Understanding the entwining of water flow, water flowing blade proficiency +1. Understanding the flow of water grants proficiency in interrupting water technique +1. He kept washing until 3 in the morning. Su's hands were all wrinkled and white from soaking, yet the brightness in his eyes grew stronger.
Finally. Ding.
Congratulations to the host, interrupting water technique has reached proficiency level 1500. Game trait, water screen strikes like flowing water, defense increases by 30%, force release effect enhanced.
It's done.
Su turned off the faucet, shook his hands, and didn't rush to dry them. He casually picked up the half-broken blade that was resting beside him. At that moment, his aura changed. The originally sharp presence of his blade technique retracted, replaced by an aura that was as gentle as water yet hid thorns within. Swish! Su waved his hand. The broken blade traced an arc in the air. There was no piercing sound cutting through the air, only an extremely subtle splash sound, as if someone had splashed a bucket of water in the air. The blade light flowed like mercury, laying down a thick defensive net in front of him.
What a good knife technique! Su was overjoyed.
With this water screen technique combined with his iron defense passive, he would be nearly unassailable on the defense. The next time he encountered a speed-type assassin like Li Feng, he could just cover himself with a water screen and then Berserk Bull Charge. Su subconsciously dropped his shoulder, wanting to chain his attack. However, click! A crisp sound rang out. The E-grade broken blade in his hand, which had long since reached its limits, finally met its end after a night of intense swings, compounded by the earlier hard clashes. The blade snapped off from the handle and fell to the ground, breaking into 3 pieces. Su looked at the pieces on the ground and remained silent for 3 seconds.
Now it's really bad I have no weapon left. He sighed.
This blade was one he had brought from Jianghai City, accompanying him in battles against the Qingfeng Wolf, slaying the Black Sha Tiger, and even had directly clashed with the Earth Violent Bear. Though it was just a mass-produced E-grade alloy knife, it had earned its keep.
Out with the old, in with the new.
Su swept the pieces into the trash can. Currently, he had 6,780 credits, plus a C-grade spirit stone that he hadn't had the chance to sell yet worth 1,000 credits. It was about time to get himself a real divine weapon.
The next day, in the morning. Jinghua City, Panjiayuan Tier 1 Warrior Trading Market.
This is the largest free trading zone in the entire Jinghua City, housing not only official shops but also countless hunters from the wilderness and students from various martial arts schools setting up their stalls. A mix of everything, where truths and fakes are hard to differentiate. Some came here and spent a few $100 to find remnants of ancient relics, instantly becoming rich, while others spent millions only to end up with a heap of scrap metal, losing everything.
Su, dressed in casual clothes and wearing a snapback, walked through the bustling crowd. He did not approach the lavishly decorated big stores. Though the items in those shops were guaranteed authentic, the price was far too high. An ordinary C-grade alloy combat knife was priced at least 3,000 credits, with even more expensive brand markups. As a man who would eat cheap noodle scraps to save money, Su had a clear goal: the street vendor area. Don't miss out. Just unearthed C-grade monsters materials. Fresh. Inherited treasure blade, cuts through iron like mud. Only 888 credits.
Mysterious fragments excavated from the abyss ruins, only for knowledgeable buyers.
Various shouts rose and fell.
Su had his hands in his pockets, appearing to browse casually, yet he had already activated his talent, Spirit Vision. In his vision, the items at these stalls instantly shed their shiny exteriors, revealing their true energy luster.
This inherited treasure blade has a loose internal structure and cracks. It's just an ordinary refurbished D-grade knife, a fraud. This abyss fragment has no energy response. It's just a piece of broken plastic, a fraud.
That beast core is legit, but it has lost 80% of its energy, making it scrap.
Su walked along, shaking his head.
The counterfeit rate here is as high as 99%, it's like a den of swindlers. Just when he felt a bit disappointed and was about to head to a reputable shop to get robbed, a stall tucked away in the corner caught his attention. The vendor was a middle-aged man dressed in tattered leather armor with a scruffy beard, looking like an old hunter who had just returned from the wild. He wasn't shouting, just sitting on a stool smoking, with a pile of dirt and blood-stained rags in front of him. Among those rags, there was a dark, rod-like object that looked like a burnt fire poker. In Sue's spirit vision, this fire poker radiated an extremely restrained yet exceptionally heavy dark red glow.
The density of this radiance even surpasses the C-grade alloy that Sue had seen before. Is that? Sue felt a flicker of interest and walked over calmly. He crouched down, not directly picking up the burning rod but first grabbing a piece of beast skin nearby. Boss, how much for this iron skin rhino hide?
The middle-aged man puffed out a smoke ring without lifting his eyelids.
Not for sale individually, this whole pile is 500 credits. 500? Why don't you just rob someone? Sue scoffed, disdainfully tossing aside the beast skin, then casually pointed at the burning rod. What about this? Such a big chunk of scrap iron, can you lower the price a bit?
Just what I need for a weightlifting dumbbell.
The man glanced at the item and snorted. That one's not for sale. Not for sale? Sue was taken aback. Why not? Too heavy, no one wants it.
The man extinguished his cigarette and sighed. I picked that up in the battlefield ruins of Layer 1 of the Abyss. I initially thought it was a fine blade, but after bringing it back to the appraiser, I was told it was some kind of unknown high-density scrap iron. Even though its hardness is comparable to C-grade alloy, because of too many impurities, it can't conduct mana, and it weighs 800 pounds. Even a Tier 1 warrior of the second rank wouldn't be able to swing it much. It's simply impractical in battle. If you want it, just cover the moving fee, 200 credits to take it away. Otherwise, I'll have to sell it as scrap iron to the recycling station. 800 pounds? Can't conduct mana? Sue's eyes lit up instantly. For an ordinary Tier 1 warrior, being unable to conduct mana is indeed a fatal flaw because, at the third rank and above, battles mainly rely on mana enchantments.
But Sue is different.
He possesses the proficiency level skill Iron Defense passive, which requires heavy objects for stimulation, and has the Brawn Charge skill, which necessitates large mass objects to increase inertia, along with the recently acquired proficiency level skill Water Flow Break, where the heavy blade can not only cut through water but also redirect currents. Most importantly, his current vitality and strength far exceed that of others at the same tier.
800 pounds? Isn't that exactly the heavy sword without a blade, great skill without craft he's been dreaming of? Moreover, under the perspective of spirit vision, Sue could see clearly. This is definitely not scrap iron.
Beneath the thick layer of black rust is an ancient-looking straight blade forged from a dark red metal. The texture of that metal looked like flowing veins.
This is blood-patterned steel.
A very rare natural metal, with the properties of being extremely heavy and blood-sucking. It does not conduct mana, but it can absorb vitality, allowing the user's physical strength to explode exponentially.
This is the divine artifact for body cultivators. 200 credits?
Sue suppressed the ecstatic joy in his heart, pretending to hesitate and frowning slightly.
This thing is so heavy, I'll need a vehicle to haul it back. Alright, I'll take it, considering it's hard for you too, old man.
Fearing the old man would change his mind, Sue immediately swiped his card.
Ding! Spent 200 credits. Transaction complete.
Sue grabbed the blackened burning stick with one hand. At the moment he picked it up, his arm suddenly sank down.
Good grief, it's really heavy.
The weight of 800 pounds is equivalent to the density of this blade being several times that of ordinary steel. Even for Sue, who has peak Tier 1 strength, carrying it with one hand is still somewhat strenuous. But as he activated his vitality, a surge of blood connection rushed up in his heart. The vitality within him seemed to find an outlet and frantically flowed into the blade.
Buzz!
Though there was no mana radiance, this black blade surprisingly emitted a deep dragon-like roar, and the surface rust slightly trembled.
What a good blade!
Sue praised in his heart.
This is no scrap iron. This is clearly a buried gem of grade B or even higher.
As long as he finds a master blacksmith to remove the surface rust and resharpen it.
Kid, you've got some strength there.
Seeing Sue lift the 800-pound object with one hand, a glint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. This thing may not be able to use mana, but it definitely hurts when used to smash someone.
Perfect for smashing walnuts too.
Sue chuckled. I'll take your good luck charm, I do love smashing stuff. Having acquired the weapon he desired, Su didn't rush to leave. Since he was here, he needed to get a fitting sheath for this sword, otherwise, he'd look like a scavenger. He would also buy some herbs. He still has 1455 energy points and 6,580 credits left. While it seems quite wealthy, considering the refurbishing costs for this black blade, it's likely to be a hefty sum. With the black blade in hand, Su was just about to find a weapons shop to ask about refurbishing prices. Suddenly, there was a stir in the crowd ahead. Look! The weapon pavilion is opening blind boxes. They say there's a batch of unidentified weapons transported back from the front line. There might even be relics from a great experts mixed in. Let us go see the excitement. Upon hearing the words blind box, Su's footsteps came to a halt. In this world, a so-called blind box refers to equipment that has been contaminated by abyssal energy, covered in a layer of stone skin or rust. Since their rank cannot be directly assessed, they are sold as a gamble, relying entirely on one's eyes. If it were someone else, this gambling behavior would be a sure way to lose 9 out of 10 times. But Su touched his eyes. Spirit vision plus energy insight. Isn't this basically handing him money? Let us go take a look. Su carried the heavy dark knife like a thug shouldering a door plank, striding into the crowd. At the entrance of the armory pavilion, a long display counter was set up. On it lay dozens of variously shaped rusty bits. Some resembled swords, some looked like knives, while others were just lumps of iron balls. Each blind box was not cheap, with the cheapest being at least 1,000 credits, and expensive ones even going for tens of thousands. Classmates, this is the latest batch of excavated artifacts. A boss dressed in a tang suit was smiling as he held the microphone. Inside, there may be a mystical weapon or just a pile of scrap metal. No returns once purchased. At this moment, there were already quite a few students gathered around. Among them, Su spotted a familiar face. Zhao Lei. The sophomore senior who had been unblocking him yesterday was now standing in front of the display stage, with a sling on one arm, being surrounded by a few younger followers, pointing around. Brother Lei, this sword looks good, there is very little rust and it has a slight gleam. A little brother pointed at a long sword and said. Zhao Lei nodded, looking like an expert. Looking at these patterns, this is at least a D-grade peak alloy. Priced at 2,000 credits, if it turns out to be C-grade, it can sell for 10,000 credits, a huge profit. Buy it. Even though Zhao Lei was outbid by Su for a moment, he was still a second-year senior with a decent background. He generously swiped 2,000 credits. The staff immediately came forward and used a special cleaning solution to wash the sword. Zizizi. As the rust faded away, a shimmering long sword was revealed. It's a go. It's a go. Everyone exclaimed. However, after it was completely cleaned, everyone discovered that there was a nick the size of a fingernail on the blade, and there was a crack running through the sword's body. The shop owner shook his head regretfully. What a pity, it's a defective product. If it's not repaired, it's only worthy grade. Buyback price, 500 credits. Zhao Lei's face instantly turned green. Bought for 2,000, selling for 500? A loss of 1,500. Damn, what bad luck. Zhao Lei cursed and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw Su in the crowd, grinning with a huge black stick on his shoulder. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Su? Zhao Lei gritted his teeth. You're also here to gamble on weapons? What? You robbed my money and came here to squander it? Su blinked innocently. Senior, you can't say that. I'm here to stock up. He pointed at a black round ball in the corner of the display that looked rather unremarkable, even resembling a lump of coal. Boss, how much is this one? The boss glanced at the coal ball and casually replied. That one is priced at 1,000 credits. It was cleaned out from a battlefield meat grinder. It's probably a shard of a heart shield or helmet, not very useful. 1,000? Su shook his head. Would you sell it for 500?
If not, I'm leaving.
The boss hesitated for a moment. That lump of coal had been sitting for 3 months with no one wanting it, taking up space.
Alright, fine, take it for 500.
Su swiped his card and picked up the coal ball.
Zhao Lei sneered from the side. Buying a lump of coal for 500 credits? Su, have you gone silly from practicing? If there's anything good inside, I'll eat this table on the spot.
Su looked at Zhao Lei inside.
Senior, you said the same thing yesterday. And?
Su weighed the coal ball in his hand, the glint of gold flickering in his eyes. In his vision, this unremarkable coal ball housed a core radiating dazzling white light. The intensity of that light was 10 times stronger than the C-grade spirit stone he had eaten before.
It was
a grade metal beast core, compressed and sealed in some kind of metal. And I suggest you practice your biting skills first. Otherwise, this table is too hard and could break your teeth.
Su handed the coal ball to the staff. Please help me open it.
Be careful, don't blind yourself.
Chapter 28, The Blinding Coal Ball and Eating the Table.
Jinghua City, Panjiayuan Tier 1 Warrior Trading Market, in front of the Weapon Pavilion blind box display.
The atmosphere was oddly lively.
Everyone was staring at the black, coal-like round lump in the staff's hands. The grinder was spinning wildly, making a screeching sound, and black powder was falling off. Zhao Lei stood to the side, wearing a sneer, and even pulled out his phone to record.
Come, everyone watch closely.
Our new freshman genius Su spent 500 credits to buy a lump of coal. This is the best wasteful scene of the year. I'm going to record it and post it on the campus forum for everyone to enjoy. Su ignored him and just propped the heavy black sword he had just bought on the ground.
Bang!
The ground trembled slightly, and cracks appeared on the concrete floor laid with a red carpet. He leaned against the sword handle, squinted his eyes, fully opened his spiritual sight, and stared intently at the coal ball. Master, be careful not to grind too deep, it might explode, Su kindly reminded. The grinding master was an old hand at hearing this. He disdainfully curled his lip. Kid, I've opened blind boxes for 20 years, what stones haven't I seen?
This stuff is just waste from an abyss iron mine, high hardness but no.
Before the words even fell.
Click.
As the black stone skin completely fell off the surface, an extremely dazzling, even blinding platinum light suddenly erupted from under the grinder. The brilliance of that light was like someone detonating a flashbang in the crowd.
Damn! My eyes!
What the heck?
So bright!
The crowd erupted into screams, covering their eyes. Even the craftsman was shaken to tears, and his hand trembled, almost throwing the object away. But in the next moment, a terrifying aura, sharp enough to seem like it could slice through the air, instantly enveloped the entire exhibition booth.
Zzzzz. In the center of the unremarkable coal ball, a thumb-sized, solid diamond crystal with a platinum hue was quietly floating. The air around it was strangely cut into fine black cracks due to the sharp aura that diffused from it. Even the hard alloy stand it was placed on had silently developed a deep cut. The entire place fell silent. Everyone was too shocked to cry, each of them gaping like someone had a hand around their throat. Only the boss wearing a tang suit trembled as he adjusted his reading glasses, letting out a shrill scream that was off pitch. Gold, ultimate golden energy? Is this an A-class monster's sky-rending golden eagle core? Or a type of high-purity gold essence? A class? The crowd instantly erupted. What does a class even mean? That corresponds to a human rank 7 master. A terrifying being capable of easily tearing apart mechas and slicing through city walls. An A-class beast core starts at 10,000 credits, and because gold is primarily used for killing and is the best material for crafting weapons, the price often doubles. 20 million. Su bought the piece of coal for 500 credits and can sell it for 20 million. This is not just a good deal, it's practically robbing the treasury of the goddess of fortune. I knew it. Su grinned, taking the beast core that was still radiating a terrifying sharpness from the stunned master. It felt ice cold, with a stinging sensation. Even with his proficiency level iron defense passive defense, holding this beast core made his fingers feel like they were cutting through skin. What a great item, so powerful.
Su satisfiedly tucked it into his pocket, actually placing it in his storage ring, otherwise his pocket would be ripped apart. Then, he turned his head and looked at Zhao Lei, who was completely petrified. His phone dropped on the ground.
Zhao Lei's current expression was exquisite.
Shock, jealousy, regret, fear, a riot of colors, like a spilled palette.
Just a moment ago, he was mocking Su as a fool. But now, the fool turned out to be him.
If only he hadn't bought that broken sword earlier and had purchased this coal instead.
Zhao Sr.? Su's devilish whisper echoed in his ear. If I remember correctly, someone seemed to have sworn earlier?
Su pointed to the alloy display platform in front of him, which had a cut made by a beast core. This table may be a bit hard, but as a tier 1 warrior, your teeth should be quite good.
Are you steamed? Or braised? Or just gnawing on it?
Zhao Lei trembled, his face pale.
Eat a table? This is a Class C alloy table. If you take a bite, your teeth will be shattered and you won't be able to bite through it.
The crowd around also reacted, turning their gazes toward Zhao Lei, their eyes filled with mockery. People have a common tendency to enjoy a spectacle, no matter how chaotic it may be.
Su, don't go too far.
Zhao Lei shouted sharply but with a hint of timidity, we're all classmates, it's just a joke.
Do you really want to drive me to my death? A joke?
Su let out a cold laugh, lifted the 800-pound black club, and gently thumped it on the ground.
Bang! The ground shook again.
Alright, since it's a joke, I recently bought this new dumbbell that feels a bit awkward to handle.
I'm looking for someone to practice with. Senior, how about we go to the arena and spar a bit more?
Looking at the thick black iron rod that was thicker than his thigh, and recalling the terror of his leg being broken yesterday, Zhao Lei's legs went weak, and he nearly knelt down on the spot.
I have something to do. I need to leave.
Zhao Lei didn't bother with the broken sword that had lost 1,500 credits, pushed through the crowd, and fled in embarrassment. That fleeing figure had none of the former dignity of a senior.
TCH, coward.
Su rolled her eyes, not bothering to chase after him. Anyway, someone like Zhao Lei would just be his cash cow in the future, so there was no need to rush. The urgent matter was to deal with these two treasures in hand. A heavy, blood-patterned steel-heavy sword of B rank that couldn't conduct mana. A sharp A rank beast core of the gold type that was difficult to absorb directly, it would cut the intestines.
Since it can't be eaten, there's only one way to go.
Su's gaze turned deep into the market, to the building with the giant hammer logo, Tiangong Workshop.
The best weapon forge in Jinghua City. Tiangong Workshop, Advanced Forging Room.
Here, there was no outside noise, only the rhythmic clinking sounds and the intense warmth of the furnace. An old man with a head full of white hair, muscles more developed than those of young people, was wearing goggles, looking at the fire stick Su placed on the workbench with disdain.
You want to repair this? The old man was Ouyang Yi, the chief blacksmith of Tiangong Workshop.
Usually, he only accepted orders of C rank and above, and if it weren't for Su paying 2,000 credits, he wouldn't even come out to meet this freshman.
This thing is just a piece of worthless iron. Ouyang Yi tapped on the black rod, producing a dull sound.
Although its density is large, it has no spirit at all.
It's like a vegetable person, how can you wake it up?
And it doesn't conduct air. Even if you sharpen it, once it reaches B rank and encounters a mana shield, it won't be able to cut through.
I have a way to wake it up.
Su took out the A rank beast core of the gold type that he had just obtained. When the dazzling platinum light illuminated the forge, Ouyang Yi's eyes went wide, and he nearly dropped the hammer on his foot.
The core of Gengjin?
You kid, are you going to use this a grade material to inlay this useless sword? Ouyang Yi looked at Su like he was crazy.
This is like using a diamond to inlay a brick. What a waste. It's not a useless sword. Su stroked the rough blade, feeling the thirst for blood emanating from within. It's just hungry.
Master Ouyang, I don't need it to conduct mana. I just need it to be heavy enough, hard enough, and sharp enough. Please, refine this beast core into the blade, make it have a sharp edge. As for the body, keep it as it is, and you can even add a bit of gravity runes. Yang Yi was silent for a long time. As a perfectionist blacksmith, this design was simply anti-human. A sword that doesn't conduct air, is dead heavy, and relies solely on physical sharpness? In this age dominated by mana, it's simply a freak. But looking at that top-grade rank beast core, Yang Yi's hands itched. Challenging the impossible is what brings joy to the master. Alright. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and fierce flames ignited in his eyes. 2,000 credits aren't enough. This task is too difficult, and I need to use my private furnace. Add another 1,000. Su's heart skipped a beat. Add another 1,000? Then he would only have 3,780 left. But this knife is vital for his future combat potential. Add it. Su gritted his teeth and swiped his card. Alright. That's the spirit. Yang Yi laughed heartily, effortlessly picking up the 800-pound black rod and tossing it into the furnace as if it were a toothpick. Kid, go wait outside. Come back in 3 hours to pick up your order. Today, I'll forge you a real killing weapon. 3 hours later. When the door to the forging room opened again, a wave of scorching air mixed with a strong scent of blood rushed out. Yang Yi looked exhausted, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. He pointed at the weapon on the workbench, which had completely transformed. The original firewood stick was gone. In its place was a gigantic straight-edged blade, 1.5 meters long and as wide as a door. The blade was pitch black, covered in dark red blood veins, as if magma was flowing through it. And the edge of the blade had a piercing platinum gleam. That was the sharp edge forged from an A-grade gold beast core, radiating a chilling light that was hard to look at. Black and white, heavy and sharp, formed a perfect opposition and unity at this moment. What's the name of the knife? Yang Yi asked. Su stepped forward and gripped the long handle wrapped in anti-slip beast leather with one hand. Lift. 1,200 pounds. Elevated by gravity runes and beast core weight. Even Su, the veins in his arms bulged immediately, and the ground beneath him cracked with a loud snap. But he still managed to lift it. This knife felt like an extension of his arm, heavy yet filled with a sense of security. Su swung it around. Whoosh! The terrifying pressure of the wind instantly blew away the blueprints on the nearby table. This knife is specially made for dealing with all sorts of flashy nonsense. Since it's black and heavy, let us call it. Su grinned, exposing a set of white teeth. Rational talk. Yang Yi stumbled and nearly fell. What? Rational talk, of course. Su lovingly caressed the blade. No matter if it's a person or a ghost, whenever I have to be unreasonable, I'll bring this out to have a good talk about it with them. I think they'll listen. Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at the weapon that could split a tank in half, suddenly feeling that this name was just so fitting. Carrying this heavily wrapped reasoning in fabric strips, Su walked out of the workshop. It was already dusk. His account balance, 3,780 credits. Although he spent over half of it, Su felt it was worth it. With this knife, tomorrow's business could be expanded greatly. By the way, I still need to buy some herbs. Su remembered his talent upgrade. Now he was an E-level talent, and if he wanted to upgrade to D-level, he needed not only 10,000 energy points but also some auxiliary herbs to stimulate the pineal gland. He wandered around the herbal area, spent 1,000 credits, and bought some auxiliary materials like bright grass and purple lingji. Balance, 2,780 credits. Money is a damn thing, earn more after spending it all. Su hummed a little tune, carrying the reasoning as he boarded the subway back to school. Just before he entered the carriage, the surrounding passengers looked at the doorboard behind him, which was bigger than a person, and hurriedly retreated to another carriage in fright. Only a little elementary school student with a backpack curiously approached to ask, "Big brother, what are you carrying? Is it a piano case?" Su looked down at the innocent child and smiled gently. "It's not a piano case. This is a teaching tool that Big Brother uses to reason with bad people. Chapter 29. It is used for sweeping. Warrior Academy, Freshman Villa area. The evening sun stretched Sue's shadow long. Along the way, many passing students pointed at Sue. Not just because he was the wildly outstanding freshman champion, but also because of that thing behind him. That thing was wrapped in thick canvas 7 or 8 layers deep, half a meter wide and 1.5 meters long, looking like a huge door panel, or perhaps, a coffin? What is that? Did he take down the villa's door? Looks like it. Probably afraid that the seniors would rob him of the villa, so he carried the door panel away? This champion really has a unique way of thinking. Listening to the discussions around him, Sue remained unfazed and walked steadily. Only he knew just how heavy this thing really was. With a weight of 1,200 pounds on his back, even his proficiency level's iron defense passive body left shallow footprints on the asphalt with every step. If he switched to an ordinary Tier 1 warrior, they probably wouldn't last 200 meters before suffering from a herniated disc. Back at Villa number 001. Sue closed the door and threw the heavy object onto the living room floor. Boom! The entire villa shook, and the cups on the coffee table jumped up half a foot. The hard, anti-slip ceramic tiles instantly cracked in several places. This weight is really something. Sue unwrapped the canvas, revealing the true form of this deadly weapon. It was entirely pitch black, wide as a door plank, and thick as a brick. Dark red blood patterns spread across the blade, pulsating like veins. And the platinum sharp line at the edge emitted a chilling light that made one's skin tingle, even in dim lighting. Just saying. Grade, Intermediate B-level blade A-level edge. Weight, 1200 gene. Characteristics, blood-sucking blood pattern steel, armor-breaking core of gunmetal, crushing gravity inscription. Sue gripped the handle with one hand, took a deep breath, and unleashed vitality. Get up! His upper arm muscles bulged as he slowly leveled the heavy blade. Ha! Sue swung the blade forcefully. Whoosh! A terrifying wind pressure whipped up a storm in the living room, causing the mirrors on the wall to rattle. But Sue frowned. Too slow. Moreover, the inertia is too great, I can't hold it back. Although this previous strike was incredibly powerful, he felt as if he might be swept away by the blade. While the earlier flowing light blade technique emphasized speed, and water flow focused on stickiness, this one, just saying, is neither fast nor sticky. It's all about one thing: smashing. Looks like I need to find a skill specifically for heavy weaponry. Sue put down the blade, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He didn't go to the library again, it was too far, and he didn't want to spend money. He already had what he needed. He had previously used quantum speed reading to go through 2,000 books in the library. Although he only memorized the contents, it was like data stored on a hard disk that could be accessed at any time. Search keywords: heavy sword, heavy blade, strength type skills. Sue's brain was working rapidly. Soon, a yellow grade upper tier skill he had forgotten in the corner floated into his mind. Mountain breaking heavy sword fragment. This is a fragment that only contains the first half. It requires a hefty 500 gene of arm strength to start and has been gathering dust in the corner. Summary: a heavy sword with no edge, great skill unrefined. It doesn't seek intricate techniques, only seeks to overpower 10 with 1. When practiced to perfection, it's as light as a feather, with the sword striking like a mountain collapsing. This is the one. Although it's just a yellow grade upper tier skill, the principles are similar. System: simplify the mountain breaking heavy sword. Detected yellow grade upper tier skill mountain breaking heavy sword in memory. Estimated energy points cost 100 points. Only 100 points? That's cheap. Sue currently has 1455 energy points. This little amount is nothing. Simplify. Consume 100 energy points. Analyze gravitational potential energy. Analyze inertial control. Simplification successful. Bengshin heavy sword simplified to sweeping the floor. Sue suddenly opened his eyes wide, stared at the words on the panel, and felt his mouth twitch. Sweeping the floor? You call this sword training? System prompt: the swinging trajectory of the heavy sword bears a striking resemblance to the sweeping action of a broom.
Both utilize leverage principles and inertia to move objects.
As long as the broom in your heart is heavy enough, dust will be everywhere.
The broom in my heart is heavy enough.
Sue looked down at the 1,200-pound reasonable sword at his feet, then at the scattered broken tiles from earlier. All right, this broom is indeed quite heavy. Sue sighed, lifted the invaluable deadly weapon, and walked to the back garden of the villa.
This place was originally filled with precious ornamental flowers, but now it's about to suffer. Start sweeping the floor.
Sue gripped the handle of the knife with both hands and pressed the wide blade against the ground.
Here it comes.
He moved as one with his waist and suddenly twisted.
Boom! The 1,200-pound heavy knife swept across the ground,
like a bulldozer crashing into the garden. Soil flew everywhere, the sod was lifted in large chunks, and the delicate roses were directly shredded by the blade's wind.
Clearing debris, Bangshin heavy sword proficiency +1. Is this really working? Sue is having a blast. Since sweeping can make me stronger, let us sweep with gusto.
Thus, on the quiet night, in the backyard of Villa number 001, a series of thunderous sounds like a demolition began.
There's a bit of dirt on the left, sweep it up. Boom! A rockery was smashed to pieces. There are fallen leaves on the right, sweep it up. Boom!
A decorative tree was cut in half.
This ground is uneven, level it out. Boom! Boom! Boom!
The ground was pounded to a hardness like concrete.
Half an hour later,
Sue leaned on the knife, gasping for breath, looking at the once lush now flattened backyard, and nodded with satisfaction.
This looks much cleaner. Bangshin heavy sword proficiency level 5100.
Although the garden was destroyed, Sue felt that his control over the heavy knife in his hand had greatly improved. He no longer relied solely on brute force to lift it, but learned to utilize its inertia. Now, even carrying this knife with one hand felt as easy and effortless as wielding a broom.
To sweep people into the trash. 3 days later. Warrior Academy, Central Gymnasium.
It can accommodate 50,000 spectators, and the seats are already filled to capacity.
Today marks the annual grand event of Warrior Academy, the freshman ranking battle. It is also the hunting day for upperclassmen.
According to tradition, the top 100 freshmen in the ranking battle will gain the qualification to train in the Vitality Secret Realm.
Upperclassmen can also participate, not only to suppress the enthusiasm of the freshmen but also to seize their points. On the podium,
Principal Gu Changfeng and Director of Academic Affairs Li Wenyuan were sitting together, sipping tea.
Oldly, I heard that this Sue has been renovating his villa these days? Gu Changfeng asked with a smile. Li Wenyuan's mouth twitched. Not just renovation, it's practically demolition.
According to the logistics department's report, the backyard of Villa number 001 is gone, turned into a dirt playground. The living room's floor tiles are completely shattered.
And what?
And he's been setting up challenges at the door these past few days, beating up the last 50 experts on the sophomore leaderboard. Just the medical fees earned him nearly 10,000 credits.
Upon hearing this, Gu Changfeng not only didn't get angry but burst into hearty laughter. Good. This is the spirit of a Tier 1 warrior. If they don't stir trouble, are they even young people anymore? But
Gu Changfeng's tone shifted, looking down at the arena. Today's ranking battle has some altered rules. The top geniuses from the junior class will also participate. If this kid continues to be so arrogant, he might face some repercussions.
In the center of the gymnasium, the huge arena.
Thousands of freshmen stood in neat lines by class, each one looking nervous.
Opposite them stood a group of upperclassmen in various combat uniforms, their expressions teasing.
Sue, as the provincial champion, naturally stood at the front of the freshman ranks.
However, today's appearance was just too conspicuous.
Others carried swords, knives, or were empty-handed.
Only he
had a long object wrapped in tattered canvas slung over his shoulder, and since he couldn't afford a scabbard, the one from Tiangong workshop costs 500 credits, which he found too expensive. He also held a thermos in his hand, filled with cheap goji berries bought from the pharmacy. In that look, he didn't resemble a combatant but rather a laborer just finishing work on a construction site.
Is that Sue?
Among the upperclassmen, a young man with a cold gaze and hands behind his back asked lightly. Those around him immediately responded respectfully.
Yes, Senior Zhao.
He has been grinding points like crazy these days and even broke Zhao Lei's leg. The young man referred to as Senior Zhao is Zhao Tianba,
5th on the junior leaderboard. Also Zhao Lei's older brother. This is interesting.
Zhao Tianba looked at Su's lazy figure, a flash of cold light appearing in his eyes.
Since he dares to touch my Zhao family, then today's ranking battle will be his funeral.
Tell the ones below, in the first round of chaos, don't rush to eliminate others. Focus fire on that one carrying the doorboard.
Boom.
As a melodious bell rang out, Li Wanyuan stepped onto the stage.
Quiet. The overwhelming pressure from the master level instantly engulfed the entire venue. Next, I announced the rules for the freshman ranking battle. First round, melee chaos.
All freshmen and registered seniors, a total of 3,000 people, will enter the E3 simulated battlefield together. Everyone starts with an initial score of 10 points.
Defeating one person will allow you to take half of their score. The top 100 in final scores will advance to the next round.
Saying this, Li Wanyuan paused and showed a meaningful smile.
Additionally, to add some fun, in this melee chaos, a bounty target has been added.
At this moment, a photo suddenly appeared on the big screen. It was a photo of Sue, carrying a broken knife, setting up a stall to collect money at the villa entrance. Below the photo, a line of blood-red characters read, "Wanted, Sue. Defeating reward, 20,000 credits, sponsored by the school plus all of Sue's personal scores."
Whoosh! The crowd erupted.
In that instant, everyone's gaze was focused on Sue. That was the look in the eyes of those who saw a moving gold mountain.
20,000 credits. How many resources could this buy? How many pills could it be exchanged for?
Even those seasoned seniors who originally planned not to intervene were now breathing heavily. Sue was sipping goji berry water when he saw the scene and nearly sprayed the water out.
What the hell?
He suddenly looked up at the stage, just in time to meet Gu Chongfeng's smiling old face.
Old fox. This is meant to roast me on the fire. Student Sue.
Beside him, Fatty swallowed hard, quietly stepping aside. Even though we are brothers, but 20,000 credits is just too much. I'm afraid I might get blood splattered on me later.
Sue. He sighed and slowly put down his thermos.
Then, he reached up to unfasten the reasoning canvas strap on his shoulder.
Sizzle. The black heavy knife was exposed to the air, the platinum blade glimmering with a cold light. All right then.
Sue looked at the thousands of greedy eyes around him, not at all frightened, but rather licking his lips.
Since the entire school is going to attack me, can I? Justifiable defense? Fellow students.
Sue lifted the 1,200-pound heavy knife, revealing that signature warm-hearted smile.
Do you want to grab 20,000 credits? Then come talk reason with me.
But just to be clear,
my reasoning is quite heavy. Chapter 30, The Correct Use of Reasoning. E3 Simulated Battlefield.
With a sense of distortion in space, 3,000 students were instantaneously transported into a vast ruined city. Rubble and overgrowth everywhere. This is a virtual scene mimicking the Abyss frontline, with complex terrain suitable for ambushing, and also good for surround tactics.
Almost instantaneously upon landing, Sue felt something was off.
Because the refresh points around him were just too lively. Within a 500-meter radius, there were densely packed people. Not only were there freshmen, but even more upperclassmen in various combat attire with greedy eyes. Those were hundreds of greedy eyes. In their eyes, Sue was no longer just a person, but a moving 20,000 credit bounty, plus ownership of a seaside villa.
He's over there. Don't let him get away. Brothers, charge. 20,000 credits, grab it and you've profited.
I don't know who shouted, as if throwing a ladle of water into boiling oil.
Boom!
Hundreds of students simultaneously erupted in vitality, various colors of skill lights shining, surging towards Sue like a tide. Flying knives, fireballs, sword chi, fist prints.
Overwhelming, impenetrable.
Faced with this multitude pointing at him, Sue did not flee as everyone expected. He simply calmly tightened the thermos in his hand and hung it at his waist. Then, he gripped the giant black knife that was stabbed into the concrete ground with one hand.
Sigh.
Sue sighed, watching this group of classmates who had lost their sanity due to greed, his eyes filled with pity that seemed to say, "Why can't you be as good as steel?" The teacher taught us to stay calm and reason things out from a young age.
Why don't you listen? The next second, he moved. No fancy starting moves, no dazzling mana effects.
Sue simply held the knife handle with both hands, body and horse in unison, and with his foot serving as the axis, swiftly drew a semicircle on the ground. Mountain Smasher's sword, first move, sweep the floor.
All of you, get lost. Boom!
With that 1,200-pound doorboard sweeping across, it felt as if a thunder had rolled through the air. The terrifying black blade pushed aside the shockwave, and due to its extreme speed, even produced a visible white shockwave at the edge of the blade. The dozens of seniors rushing at the front, before they even realized what happened, felt everything go dark. It was like a high-speed train colliding head-on.
Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions.
Those dozen or so originally fierce students couldn't even let out a scream, like flies hit by a fly swatter, were shot out at 3 times the speed they came. They traced elegant parabolic arcs in mid-air, accompanied by the cracking of bones, and crashed heavily into the ruins dozens of meters away, kicking up a cloud of dust.
The once noisy battlefield fell silent in an instant.
The people behind, who were about to charge forward, abruptly halted, their shoes leaving 2 black marks on the ground. They widened their eyes, staring at the fan-shaped vacuum zone ahead.
There were originally people there.
Now, all that remains is a pile of shattered bricks and a boy wielding a massive black knife with a face full of confidence.
What kind of monstrous strength is this? A sophomore swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry.
Among those who had flown out just now, one was a low-grade body cultivator at the 2nd tier. He had activated his copper skin and iron bones. As a result, he was just grazed by the side of that knife, and he flew away as if made of paper? Is there anyone else who wants to reason with me? Sue shouldered the knife. That heavy knife, named Reasoning, felt weightless in his hands at this moment. But in everyone's eyes, it was nothing short of the Grim Reaper's scythe.
Everyone, don't be afraid.
That knife is so heavy, he definitely can't swing it many times. A sinister voice from the crowd yelled from behind.
That's an explosive skill. He must be out of strength now. Take advantage of his weakness and kite him.
This statement made a lot of sense. After all, even a peak Tier 1 warrior wielding a 1,200-pound weapon would suffer tremendous physical exhaustion.
Yes.
Use ranged attacks.
Fireball. Ice spike. Shoot arrows.
Dozens of students skilled in ranged attacks immediately scattered, standing at a safe distance, and began launching a frenzied assault. Swish, swish, swish.
Countless beams of light surged towards Sue.
Sue stood firm, watching the incoming attacks rather than dodging. He displayed a hint of disdain.
Kiting style? You know nothing about the defense of a doorboard.
Sue raised that half-meter wide heavy knife in front of him.
Clang. What knife is this?
It's clearly a wall of size. All the fireballs, ice spikes, and arrows struck that thick black iron blade, creating only a hint of sparks and frost without leaving a single mark. This weapon is forged from B-grade blood-patterned steel combined with a grade beast cores.
Are we done?
Hiding behind the knife, Sue's voice emerged, deep and resonant.
Done. Now it's my turn.
Sue suddenly withdrew his defense. His legs bent slightly, and the concrete ground beneath him exploded, leaving 2 deep craters. Bull charge plus movement skill.
Boom!
He charged forward like a heavy tank at full throttle, wielding that giant knife directly into the crowd.
What kiting style! What ranged suppression! In the face of absolute speed and weight, they are nothing but jokes. Oh my god! A tank is charging in. Run!
The students who had planned to kite collapsed instantly and scattered in panic. But Sue gave them no chance. He dove into the crowd, not swinging at anyone, instead using the knife's blade like a paddle, knocking one on the left and one on the right.
Smack! Senior, you're blocking the way. Points +5. Smack! Senior sister, this knife is not for sale. Points +5. Smack! Oh, isn't the Jiaolei's younger brother? Families should be together. Points +5.
Sue seemed to be playing whack-a-mole in his own backyard. Anyone touched by that black blade, even if just grazed, would have their bones broken and lose their fighting ability instantly.
In just 5 minutes.
Within 100 meters around Sue, there was no one standing. The ground was littered with groaning students, their wristbands flashing distress signals, lighting up the rubble like a disco hall.
Ding! Defeated 128 contestants. Ding!
Plundered points, 640 points. Each person starts with 10 points, plundered half.
Sue glanced at his wristband.
In this first round of chaos, although the points were few and everyone was broke, there was no shortage of quantity.
Only 640 points? That's a bit low.
Sue curled his lips in dissatisfaction. He cast his gaze further into the depths of the ruins. There, several powerful auras were watching. They were the top-tier experts from the 3rd year. They did not rush in like cannon fodder. Instead, they were observing and searching for weaknesses.
Since you won't come to me, then I'll go to you. Sue readied his knife and prepared to take the initiative. Suddenly,
a sudden rush of wind whistled from the side. It was not an ordinary arrow, but a blue wind blade with a swirling current. The angle of that wind blade was extremely tricky, perfectly catching Sue in the opening between his old strength fading and new strength not yet building, heading straight for the back of his knee.
An ambush! And it was from a skilled opponent.
Sue didn't even need to turn around. Spirit vision had already captured the trajectory of the attack.
Interesting. Sue did not turn around, nor did he block with the knife. He merely performed an unexpected move. He let go of the heavy knife in his hand. Buzz.
The 1,200-pound heavy knife lost support and plunged downward under gravity. The tail of the knife landed squarely behind Sue.
Clang! That deadly wind blade slashed hard onto the knife handle, shattering it into countless wind elemental particles.
And Sue, taking advantage of that fleeting moment, turned around like a ghost. 100 meters behind him, on the roof of a half-finished building, a young man with a long bow and a cold gaze was in shock.
How did he discover me? And how could he block in this way? Before the young man could react,
Sue had already picked up the heavy knife from the ground again and grinned towards that direction.
Gotcha, little mouse. The next second,
Sue made an astonishing maneuver. He gripped the end of the knife handle with both hands, spun his body like throwing a hammer, and swung the 1,200-pound heavy knife in a full arc.
Here it comes. Boom!
A massive black knife shot out, accompanied by a terrifying howling sound that was suffocating, like a black cruise missile crossing 100 meters, heading straight for the rooftop. The young man was scared out of his wits.
Is this really a sword technique? This is using a knife as a throwing weapon. What kind of concealed weapon weighs 1,200 pounds? No.
The young man wanted to escape, but he was locked in place by the terrifying pressure of the wind, his calves cramping.
Boom!
The heavy blade smashed mercilessly into the load-bearing column of the unfinished building.
The entire 3-story building shook violently, and then collapsed halfway amidst a cloud of dust.
Although the young man wasn't directly hit, he was still shaken to confusion, falling together with the collapsing floor, directly buried under the rubble.
Ding! Defeated the 68th ranked on the junior dragon list, Wang Feng. Plundered points, 550 points. Senior students generally have more points.
Su clapped his hands, strode over, pulled his knife out from the rubble, and casually wiped the points off the dirt
young man's wrist. Thank you for the delivery, senior. Su slung the knife over his shoulder and looked around.
The senior students who had been glowering at him were now quietly retreating one by one. They were scared.
This new student was simply not human. Invincible in close combat and able to use heavy weapons for long-range throwing? Who could withstand this? What? No one left? Su looked at the cowardly senior students with some disappointment. Then I'm heading to the central area. I heard there are a few big points earners over there?
Su, carrying the knife, swaggered toward the high resource zone in the center of the map. That place was the gathering spot of top experts like Zhao Tianba. And behind him, he left a path that looked as if it had been plowed by a bulldozer, filled with logic.
Chapter 31, Subduing with Virtue and Physically Overcoming.
E3 simulated Battlefield's central ruined square. This is the highest point on the entire map, the most resource-rich area, and the concentration of senior students known as the high ground. Originally, about a dozen experts ranked in the top 50 of the junior dragon list gathered here. They didn't surround the new students like the cannon fodder on the outskirts, but rather occupied advantageous terrain, watching each other and maintaining a standoff. The atmosphere was subtle. However, this subtle balance was broken by a strange sound.
Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz.
It was an extremely jarring metallic scraping sound, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, slowly coming from the mist at the entrance to the square. It sounded as if a giant beast was dragging a heavy chain forward.
What was that sound?
In the center of the square, a stocky, heavily built bald young man furrowed his brows. He was bare-chested, muscles bulging like granite, and wore a pair of massive sea-level alloy gauntlets.
He was Zhao Tianba.
Fifth on the junior dragon list, a peak level 2 closely bordering level 3, known for his defense and strength, the Iron Man.
Sounds like dragging something? A girl beside him holding a staff said doubtfully.
Soon, the mist cleared. A boy in tattered school uniform, shouldering a giant door panel, strolled out slowly. He walked at a snail's pace, and each step he took caused spiderweb-like cracks to appear in the concrete below. The jarring sound was indeed from the massive black knife being dragged across the ground. Su? Zhao Tianba's eyes narrowed instantly, revealing a fierce glint. Heaven has a path you don't take, hell has no door you come through on your own.
Zhao Tianba let out a ferocious laugh, his fists crashing together. Clang! A visible wave of earth-yellow ripples emanated from the gauntlets. Everyone, this brat's head is worth 20,000 points.
According to the rules, whoever grabs it owns it.
But
Zhao Tianba scanned the surroundings, his intimidating aura erupting.
I'm his creditor.
Whoever competes with me for this first round is going against me, Zhao. Several Dragon List experts around exchanged glances. Although they were reluctant to give up the 20,000 points, they didn't want to risk confronting Zhao Tianba at this critical moment, so they all took half a step back, adopting a look of watching the show.
Yes.
Zhao Tianba stepped forward, like a moving iron tower, blocking Su's path. You broke my brother's leg and stole 1,000 points from him. Today, I want you to spit out everything you've swallowed, principal and interest.
Su halted, planting the 1,200-pound knife into the ground. Boom!
The ground made another deep pit. He was not intimidated by Zhao Tianba's imposing aura. Instead, he dug in his ear and looked rather helpless. Senior, you're being unreasonable with that statement. It was clearly your brother who initiated the attack first. I was just acting in self-defense. Besides, that 1,000 points was for mental distress. I have the invoice. Oh no, I have the transaction record.
Less chit-chat. Zhao Tianba didn't pay any heed to the explanation.
In this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason.
Today, I will let you know what true power is. Boom!
Zhao Tianba stopped wasting words. Stamping his foot hard, he shot forward like a bullet leaving the chamber, charging straight at Su. A radiance of earthy yellow mana surged around his fists, as if wrapped in a thick layer of rock. Low-grade mystical skill, Shatter Rock Fist.
This punch was incredibly forceful, capable of shattering real rock.
Moreover, Zhao Tianba, being at peak level 2, had long since cultivated a mana shield, so he was not afraid of the recoil from Su's attacks. Facing this ferocious punch, however, Su sighed.
It seems my senior is not going to reason with me. Since that's the case.
Su gripped the knife's handle with one hand, suddenly raising his drooping eyelids, golden light bursting forth.
Talent, spiritual sight fully activated.
In the sight provided by bullet time, Zhao Tianba's movements, though fast, revealed many flaws.
Center of gravity too high, wind up too long. Since you like to use fists to counter hard. Su didn't dodge but instead made a very simple movement. Swing.
He held the long handle like he was playing baseball, his waist muscles suddenly tensed, wielding the 1,200-pound heavy blade upward, tracing a black crescent arc.
I know a little bit about fist techniques with this knife too. Whoosh. The terrifying wind pressure was even more ferocious than Zhao Tianba's fist wind. The next second, the fist collided violently with the blade in mid-air. Everyone expected a violent explosion or that Su would be blown away. But the reality was, poof.
A strange muffled sound.
It was like a hammer smashing into mud.
Zhao Tianba's originally indestructible mana shield was surprisingly cut open like tofu upon contact with the platinum-colored fine line on the blade. That was the extreme sharpness from the A-rank monster sky-rending Golden Eagle.
It was designed to break mana. Immediately after, when the terrifying kinetic energy carried by the 1,200-pound blade hit Zhao Tianba's gauntlet squarely. This was not just a slash, it was a blunt strike. Click.
Zhao Tianba's proud C-rank alloy gauntlet instantly deformed and twisted. Then came his hand bones and arm bones.
Ah! Zhao Tianba let out a scream that was not human-like.
He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a fully loaded dumper truck. That unmatched immense force ran through his arm and spread throughout his entire body, shaking his internal organs loose.
Swish! Zhao Tianba flew back faster than when he charged.
He spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, flying over half the square before embedding himself with a boom into the wall of the ruins.
The kind that couldn't even be removed. The entire place fell silent. Deader than the outskirts of the battlefield just now.
The dragon ranking experts who were originally ready to watch the show had their jaws dropped to the ground.
That's Zhao Tianba. The Iron Man known for his defenses. A peak second-tier powerhouse. Just like that, was he knocked away by a single strike? And looking at that, the gauntlet is even deflated?
Su maintained the stance of swinging his knife, looking at the humanoid depression embedded in the wall, shaking his head in dissatisfaction.
The quality of this C-rank alloy isn't great either. It deflated after just one hit.
He retrieved the knife and rested it on his shoulder, scanning over the remaining dozen or so dragon ranking experts. Those usually lofty third-year elites looked at Su's calm gaze, and all of them shivered in unison, instinctively taking a step back.
What kind of newbie is this? This is clearly a humanoid monster. Dear seniors.
Su revealed that signature smile and pointed at the heavy knife in his hand. Senior Zhao just said, it's the size of the fist that matters.
I think he was wrong.
Su slapped the broad blade, producing a series of dull clangs.
Clearly, it's the size of the knife that counts. Now, I'd like to talk to you all about what matters. About that reward of 20,000 credits, and also. Su pointed at the shimmering credit wristbands on their wrists. The credits on all of you. I'm a fair person. I 1T bully you. Su stabbed the knife into the ground. One-on-one, or gang fight? One-on-one means I challenge all of you by myself. Gang fight means I beat all of you by myself. Make your choice. Crazy. Utterly insane. Yet, none of the dozen dragon ranking experts present dared to rebut immediately. Because that heavy knife still dripping with blood was just too persuasive. Everyone don't get scared by him. A girl holding two swords in the crowd shouted through gritted teeth. That knife of his, while heavy and sharp, must consume a massive amount of energy. He is only first tier, how many swings can he manage? That last strike must have already been his limit. Everyone, let us go together. We'll wear him down with ranged attacks. The girl's words instantly awakened everyone. Right. A 1,200-pound knife, combined with the breaking defenses effect, this consumption must be astronomical. How long can a Tier 1 warrior hold out with that little vitality? On it. Fortunes favor the bold. The dozen dragon ranking experts instantly came to an agreement. Colorful skill lights lit up again. Sue watched this scene, sighing helplessly. Why do people always think I can't do it? He pulled out a black, questionable object from his waist, chewing on the half-piece of C-rank jerky he had left over from earlier. Energy points plus 50. Though not much, it was better than nothing. Since you all have to force me to fight. Sue's eyes narrowed, gripping his knife tightly. This time, he didn't use the sweeping move from Mountain Crushing Sword. Instead, he employed the technique he had just washed his hands for yesterday. Waterless flow essence, the great river flows east. Although this was originally a light and agile sword technique, in Sue's hands wielded with this heavy blade, the style abruptly changed. Boom! As Sue began to spin, that massive black blade created a black tornado in the air. The sound of the wind was like thunder, the momentum of the blade surged like a river bursting its banks. Bring it on! Sue transformed into a black whirlwind of death, charging straight into the crowd. Bang bang bang! The square erupted with a storm of clanging iron sounds. Any weapon caught in that black whirlwind, be it a sword, knife, or shield, was shattered and sent flying at the moment of contact. My great long sword. My shield is shattered. Help! Is this a meat grinder? The screams echoed back and forth. What kind of battle is this? This is simply a physical purging. 3 minutes later. The square finally quieted down. Aside from Sue, there were no standing people left. Sue leaned on his sword, breathing heavily. He was genuinely tired this time. Swinging this thing was exhausting. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, he pulled out a thermos from his pocket and sipped some goji berry water. Huff. Now, the reasoning is clear. He approached the nearest corpse, which was the girl who had shouted earlier, squatting down and skillfully opening her score wristband. Ding! Plundered score, 800 points. Sue smiled happily. This wave not only earned him credits but also leveled up the compatibility of his new knife to proficient. Adding in Zhao Tianba's 1500 points, and these people's scores. Sue roughly calculated. This trip banked at least 10,000 credits. Now, I've got a good basis for leveling up my talent. Just as Sue was happily cleaning up the battlefield. Suddenly, a loud broadcast echoed across the sky. Announcement. Newcomer Sue has defeated over 500 seniors and wiped out the top 50 elite teams on the Dragon list. Triggered hidden achievement, Supreme Killer. Boss battle mode is now forcibly activated. All remaining non-eliminated candidates including top-tier seniors from the 3rd and 4th years have had their coordinates forcibly locked to Sue's position. Defeating Sue will double the reward, 50,000 credits. Sue's hand counting the money froze. He looked up at the line of blood-red characters in the sky, then glanced at the countless greedy gazes suddenly shining from the ruins in the distance. Principal, you can't play this game, can you? Sue hoisted his blade and turned to run. With the wind tight, let's get out of here. Though he could fight, facing thousands of students from the entire school together would wear him out. He needed to find a narrow place to exploit a bug. Oh no, to take advantage of the terrain. Like, the narrow sky canyon. That would truly be the stage for his heavy sword. Chapter 32: The Narrow Sky in True Points Farming. E3 Simulated Battlefield, Northwest Side. The earth trembled. This wasn't just an adjective, it was a physical tremor. In the formerly silent ruins, a scene unfolded like thousands of horses galloping.
At the front was a boy striding with a gigantic black sword. With every step he took, the ground would be deeply dented under that terrifying weight. Trailing behind him was a long dragon of smoke. And 200 meters behind him was a dense, red-eyed army of students. Don't let him get away. 50,000 credits. That's 50 million Federation dollars. If we grab him, we'll become rich overnight. Charge, brothers. He is carrying such a heavy sword he definitely can't run far.
Let us wear him out. Greed is humanity's greatest motivator.
Under the dual stimulus of 50,000 credits and school-wide announcement, even after Sue had showcased astonishing fighting capabilities, these students still charged at him like moths to a flame. However, running forward, the few upperclassmen leading suddenly sensed something amiss.
Wait. The terrain ahead. Is that the narrow sky canyon?
Before them, two towering abandoned skyscrapers had collapsed, forming a natural angle. There was only a narrow passage less than 5 meters wide and about 100 meters long in between. On both sides were towering concrete cliffs, smooth and steep, standing tens of meters high. And Sue was halted right at that narrow entrance.
SZZ.
The screech of tires echoed. Sue abruptly turned around, and the heavy sword in his hand was slammed down heavily to the ground as if to make a point.
Boom! With a loud bang, stones flew.
That black giant blade, 1/2 meter wide and 1.5 meters long, stood in the middle of the road like an unpassable tombstone.
It effectively blocked most of the entrance.
Sue stood behind the blade, one hand resting on the hilt while the other held that thermos, leisurely unscrewing the lid and sipping goji berry water.
Huff!
He looked at the thousands of students hitting the brakes before him and broke into a brilliant smile.
Classmates, why are you running so fast? Be careful not to trip. Since everyone is so eager to hear me make a point. Please.
Sue pointed at the narrow passage ahead.
Queue up properly, one at a time.
Don't crowd, don't cut in line, there's enough for everyone. Seeing that boy standing in the shadows like a gatekeeper, the originally frenzied crowd suddenly became much calmer.
Even fools could see this was a trap.
In the narrow sky-s terrain, one person could hold the pass, 10,000 could not open it. Plus, with that heavy weapon in Sue's hands, swinging it in this narrow space would be like a meat grinder.
Don't be afraid.
He asked just one person.
Amidst the crowd, someone shouted out loudly, perhaps hoping to stir things up. Let's cover from a distance. Smash him to bits. Right.
Prepare for long-range attacks. Hundreds of students skilled in spells and archery immediately began to chant and draw their bows.
However, Sue was already prepared.
He didn't even dodge, he simply held the wide heavy sword in front of him, shrinking behind the blade.
Clang 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 clang.
The concentrated fireballs, ice spikes, and wind blades struck the blade made of B-grade blood-patterned steel, producing sound but leaving not even a scratch.
This sword was so wide, it was practically a tower shield. Are we done? When the first wave of attacks ended, Sue poked his head out. It's my turn now.
He abruptly lifted the heavy sword, using no fancy moves, just a simple strike. Mountain Smasher's sword, first move, sweep the floor. But this time, it was a sweep in a narrow canyon.
Buzz. With a terrifying momentum, the 1,200-pound sword swept low along the ground.
Because of the narrow terrain, this strike almost covered the full width of the passage. There was no escaping. The dozen or so frontline melee veterans watched in horror as the black blade came at them like a bulldozer, instantly filling their field of vision.
Can't stop it. Fall back. Don't crowd from behind. Retreat.
However, the people behind were still pushing forward, and those in front had nowhere to retreat.
Bang! The first row was directly blasted away.
They didn't fly far like in the square, they collided directly with those behind them.
It was like bowling. The immense momentum transmitted instantly. Crack, crack.
The sound of bones breaking filled the air. A dozen people were smashed against the canyon wall like they were stacking paper dolls, unable to peel themselves away.
Ding! Defeated 15 people, gained 1,200 points. Su listened to the alert from his wristband, beaming with joy. This efficiency is so much better than before. Back in the square, everyone could scatter and run. Here? There's nowhere to flee. Bring it on. Su didn't move forward, he just stood guard at the entrance.
As long as someone dared to approach within 10 meters, he would swing the heavy sword in a sweeping motion.
Boom! The person on the left flew away. Boom!
The person on the right slammed against the wall.
Boom! The one in the middle turned into a rolling gourd. In just 10 minutes.
At the entrance of the narrow canyon, a 2-meter-high mountain of bodies had already formed. All groaning, with broken limbs and eliminated students.
Su looked like a diligent janitor, repeatedly swinging his big broom to sweep away the trash trying to intrude. Mountain Smasher Sword Proficiency +1. Mountain Smasher Sword Proficiency +1.
Congratulations, host. Mountain Smasher Sword has reached Proficiency Level 1500. Gained attribute, Heavy Pressure Sword Strike adds a gravity field, slowing enemies in the area by 30%. So comfortable. Su felt the sword in his hand becoming increasingly nimble. The original heavy feeling gradually disappeared, replaced by a sense of control. Meanwhile, the students outside were on the brink of collapse.
How the hell do we fight this?
Melee can't get close, and ranged attacks can't pierce through.
It's like playing a tower defense game, only to find the opponent has blocked the entrance with a tank. We can't just give up like this.
In the back of the crowd, a sharp-eyed young man in camo stood up.
Third on the Junior Dragon leaderboard, Lin Xiao.
Skilled in earth-based powers and gravity control. Although his sword is strong, he himself is only at the first rank and can't float. Lin Xiao analyzed calmly. As long as we attack from above, he'll be like a turtle in a jar.
All those who can move quickly and climb walls, follow me up the cliff.
Jump down from above and concentrate fire to take him down. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up.
Yeah.
If ground paths are blocked, let us go over the top. Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
Instantly, dozens of figures took to the air.
Some climbed quickly along the walls like geckos, some glided briefly with wind abilities, and others jumped over debris. They moved like a group of agile monkeys, bypassing Su's defenses from above.
Ha ha! Su! Die!
Lin Xiao charged ahead, diving from a 30-meter-high cliff.
With his hands forming seals, the surrounding gravity instantly doubled, as if a mountain was crushing down on Su. Earth escape, Mount Tai pressing down. Simultaneously, dozens of experts unleashed their deadly moves, descending from all directions. All around, no dead angle attack. Watching the dense barrage from above, Su did not panic.
He didn't even lift his head, just curling the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile.
Talent, spiritual sight fully activated. Energy perspective activated.
To him, all the trajectories seemed to move in slow motion.
Want to parachute? Did you ask about the brick in my hand?
Su made a move no one expected. He didn't swing the sword to cut. Instead, he lifted the wide heavy sword over his head. It was like holding up a giant shield, or a large umbrella. Water flow cut shelter from wind and rain.
Clang clang clang.
All the attacks, whether Lin Xiao's gravity suppression or other swords, slammed against the wide spine of the sword.
Sparks flew.
Su's feet sank half a foot into the ground, but he held firm with his proficiency level iron defense passive and terrifying spinal strength.
Is that it? From behind the blade, Su mockingly taunted. Are you just scratching me?
Before everyone in the air could land, Su suddenly withdrew his strength, and then...
shock! Mountain-shattering strike erupted with full power. Voom!
The originally motionless heavy blade suddenly vibrated at a high frequency, bouncing off all weapons. Immediately afterward, Su released one hand and pulled out a pebble from his waist. This was what he had casually picked up from the ruins just now. It's rude not to reciprocate.
Take this. Su's secret weapon.
Swish, swish, swish.
Under the terrifying force of Su, these ordinary pebbles instantly transformed into bullets. Spirit vision automatically locking onto weaknesses. Poof! Ah! My eyes!
Lin Xiao fell down, covering his eyes.
Poof! Ow! My knee!
An assassin attempting a sneak attack fell to the ground, hugging his leg.
Pow! Pow! Pow!
Those masters in the air fell like birds that had been shot down, screaming as they descended.
And the spots where they landed were right in front of Su. Welcome to land.
Su grinned and brought down the heavy blade without mercy.
Slap! Like swatting a fly. Points plus 500. Smack! Points plus 800.
This wave of airborne assault not only failed to kill Su, but instead delivered a whole bunch of high-score monsters to him.
10 minutes later, the narrow canyon fell completely silent.
Because no one dared to charge in again. On the ground lay heaps of eliminated contestants. In the air, anyone who dared to jump was struck down by stones. Su, alone with a blade, firmly blocked this army of 3,000 outside.
Is anyone else left? Su glanced at his wristband. Current points, 28,000.
This does not count the reward of 50,000 points as long as he holds out till the end without anyone defeating him, that 50,000 points will be his.
If no one comes.
Su looked at the group of timid seniors who had been thoroughly traumatized. He suddenly made a gesture that brought despair to everyone. He pulled out a small stool from his storage space and took out a bag of seeds. Sitting behind the heavy blade, he began to crack seeds.
Crack, crack. The crisp sound echoed in the silent canyon. It's fine, I'm not in a hurry.
Su spat out the seed shell and shouted at the thousands of people outside.
There are still 2 hours left until the end of the competition. I'm just waiting right here.
If you feel bored, you can go pick up some trash over there, don't just stare at me here, it's a bit embarrassing.
Shame. A great humiliation.
Thousands of elite warrior academy students, blocked at the door by a freshman cracking seeds.
But no one dared to move.
Because the boy sitting on the stool, along with that blood-stained heavy blade beside him, had already become a nightmare in their minds.
Surveillance room.
Principal Gu Changfeng watched the scene on the screen, and his expression was extremely rich. There was both comfort and speechlessness, along with a hint of headache.
This kid.
This will crush the fighting spirit of the seniors. Li Wenyuan smiled bitterly beside him and said,
Principal, if this continues, this year's freshman ranking battle will become a joke.
There's no ranking, just him racking up points.
Should we let those two make a move?
Gu Changfeng was silent for a moment and glanced at the 2 light dots in the corner of the screen that had not moved. They were the first and second in the 3rd year dragon ranking. Also the true foundation of the Warrior Academy, renowned as the Twin Stars, these 2 monsters. No need for us to shout. Gu Changfeng pointed at the screen.
They can't sit still anymore. On the screen.
At the very edge of the crowd. A terrifying aura of thunder and a blazing aura of fire were slowly rising.
That was the mana manifestation that only Tier 1 warriors possess.
The real boss battle was just beginning.
Chapter 33, The Thunder and Fire Twins and the Version Answer.
E3 Simulation Battlefield Narrow Canyon. The air suddenly became hot. Su paused his movement of cracking seeds. He sensed 2 extremely strong auras quickly approaching. One was violent like thunder, the other hot like fire. The thousands of students who had been surrounding the canyon and feared him like a tiger, now uniformly stepped aside, creating a wide passage. At the end of the passage, 2 figures slowly walked in. On the left, one person wore purple robes and held a silver spear, with faint arcs of electricity jumping around him, emitting crackling sounds.
Second on the 3rd year dragon ranking, Lei Lai. Attributes: Lightning Elemental Ability plus Spear Genius.
Tier: Early Tier 1 Mana Manifestation. On the right, another person wore scarlet battle armor and stood empty-handed, but each step left a charred footprint on the cement ground. First on the 3rd year dragon ranking, Huo Ling.
Attributes: Fire Elemental Ability plus Explosive Fist Technique.
Tier: Early Tier 1 Mana Manifestation. This is the Thunderfire twins of Warrior Academy, and they are undoubtedly the pinnacle among this year's students. The moment they appeared, the previously oppressive atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited.
They've arrived. The twins are here. Senior Lei. Senior Hua. Take down that arrogant freshman. Make him realize what it's like to be outmatched. Level 3 taking on Level 1, let us see how he handles it.
Listening to the cheers around him, Su calmly stuffed the remaining half a bag of sunflower seeds into his pocket and tightened the lid of his thermos. Then, he picked up the heavy sword that was plunged into the ground and squinted at the two in front of him, like a miser eyeing his treasure.
Thunderfire twins? Su's gaze swept across the expensive gear that both of them were wearing. With gear like that, you must be pretty rich, right?
Leilai shook the spear in his hand, unleashing a burst of lightning that created a small pit in the ground. He looked coldly at Su, his eyes carrying a hint of condescension.
Su, you do have some skills.
Being able to utilize brute force and terrain to this extent, you're the first among the freshmen.
But your journey ends here. Hand over the points you stole, and then get off the map.
I don't want to bully a junior who can only swing a door panel in front of so many people. Upon hearing this, Su not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled. He slung the heavy sword over his shoulder and said with a grin, "Senior, you're being unreasonable with that statement.
Why should I give up the points I earned through my own ability? And..."
Su extended a finger, pointing at the massive 50,000 credits bounty hanging above his head.
"You guys came here for this, right? Since you want to take my bounty, you'll have to be prepared to get robbed back by me."
Huoling, who had been silent, let out a cold grunt, her fiery aura suddenly surging, distorting the surrounding air.
"Why are we wasting words with him? Leilai, let's take him down, one on each side. Whoever knocks him out first gets the points." "All right."
Before the words even fell.
Boom! Boom!
The two figures vanished from their spots simultaneously. This time, it wasn't a tentative attack, but a full-blown finishing move. On the left, Leilai transformed into lightning, his spear dashing forth like a venomous dragon, accompanied by a piercing shriek, aimed straight for Su's throat. Top-tier skill, Thunderbolt Spear. On the right, Huoling's fists ignited with raging flames, her entire being like a falling meteor with terrifying heat, crashing towards Su's chest.
Top-tier skill, Explosive Flame Fist.
Lightning and fire, attacking from both sides.
Moreover, both were empowered by Tier 3 mana.
A Tier 1 warrior at level 3, with mana released, can attach it to weapons or fists, forming an indomitable edge.
Even an ordinary Tier 1 warrior at level 2, with Iron Defense passive, would be instantly overwhelmed. "You're dead." The onlooking students all had this thought simultaneously. However,
in the eye of the storm, Su's expression was eerily calm.
Talent, Spiritual Sight fully activated. Energy Insight fully activated.
In his vision, high-density lightning element particles were gathering at the tip of Leilai's spear. Unstable fire element clusters were compressing around Huoling's fist. Once these 2 points explode, their power could collapse this half of the canyon. Taking it head on one work.
Then,
Su neither retreated nor tried to block the incoming attacks with his sword. Doing so would injure his internals.
He made an extremely bold, even insane move.
He gripped the sword's hilt, not swinging it, but instead, turning it upright to spin. Essence of water flow cut plus inertia of mountain crash heavy sword equals?
Here we go.
Su engaged his waist and spun like a top. And that 1,200-pound, door-width heavy sword also began to rotate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh.
The terrifying centrifugal force erupted instantly.
Because the blade was too wide, too heavy, and too fast, it formed a black, impenetrable metal storm around Su. It was like an industrial fan running at full power.
What the hell is this? Both Leilai and Huoling were taken aback.
Their sure kill attacks, as soon as they touched that black storm circle, felt like they had crashed into a high-speed rotating iron wall.
Clang, 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 clang.
The sound of dense collisions erupted. Lei Lai's spear hit the sword blade, and the lightning mana on the tip was deflected by the sword's unique insulated material. Huoling's flaming fist hit the blade, and before the flames could explode, they were extinguished by the terrifying wind pressure. This is the triumph of physical laws. As long as my sword is heavy enough and spins fast enough, your magic can't keep up with me.
Let it rip! Su roared.
When the spinning speed reached its peak, he suddenly released his grip. No, he forcefully swung it out.
Boom!
The heavy sword, carrying the terrifying momentum accumulated from spinning, slammed heavily towards Huoling on the right. Huoling's face changed dramatically, instinctively raising her arms to form a flame shield.
Tier 3 mana shield. However,
against the sharp blade forged from a great gold element beast cores, the mana shield felt as fragile as plastic wrap.
Crack!
The shield shattered on impact. What followed was a heavy collision.
Bang!
Huoling felt as if she had been struck by a train from the side. Her prized flame armor shattered instantly, and she was launched backward like a cannonball, crashing hard into the canyon wall, unable to dislodge herself.
Old Hua!
Lei Lai was horrified. But before he could rescue, Su had already redirected the force of the backlash and turned the knife back.
Don't rush, there's still you. Su held the knife with both hands, slicing downwards in a simple yet powerful move. The mountain breaker soared, splitting wood.
This strike had no fancy maneuvers.
It was heavy. It was fast. Lei Lai could only raise his gun to block. Clang!
With a massive sound, the sea-grade alloy silver spear in Lei Lai's hand bent into an exaggerated curve, and then
smack! It snapped.
The giant black knife, as unstoppable as a bamboo being cut, pressed down on the broken spear and slammed hard into Lei Lai's shoulder.
Puff!
Lei Lai spat out a mouthful of blood. Half his body was driven into the ground, leaving only his head and half his body exposed.
Silence. A deathly silence.
Outside the canyon of light, thousands of students were gaping, their eyes nearly popping out.
One move? Not even 3 seconds again?
And this time, the ones who fell weren't random nobodies, they were the Thunder Fire Twin Stars. They were third-tier experts.
What about their proud mana? What happened to their powers? Why did they seem as fragile as paper in front of this new student? Su leaned on his knife, gasping for breath.
After this series of moves, his stamina was nearly depleted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the two seniors draped on the wall and buried in the ground, smiling apologetically.
Sorry, two seniors.
This knife of mine doesn't really play fair. It specializes in dealing with all kinds of flashy nonsense. Su stepped forward and first approached Huoling.
Ding! Looted points, 5,000 points.
Then he moved to Lei Lai.
Ding! Looted points, 4,800 points.
Plus the points he had collected earlier.
Su glanced at his wristband. Current total points, 37,800 points. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 reward points. I'm rich, really rich now. Su smiled like a fool from a wealthy family.
He looked around at the students who were utterly shocked.
Is anyone else left? If no one is around, I wonder who the champion of this first round chaos will be. Su hadn't finished his sentence. Boom!
Suddenly, a thunderous announcement rang out in the sky.
Emergency announcement.
Due to candidate Su's actions severely disrupting the balance of the competition, the school committee has decided to end the first round of the chaos battle early. Congratulations to Su for winning the first round. Reward: 50,000 credits bounty plus additional reward, a mysterious gift pack.
Hearing the announcement, Su was momentarily stunned. It's over? He hadn't even gathered enough.
But looking at the students around him who seemed to have been relieved, with some even crying from joy, Su could only helplessly shrug.
All right then.
Though I'm feeling a bit unfulfilled, one shouldn't be too greedy.
Su wrapped the influential knife back in canvas and strapped it on his back.
Then, amidst the thousands of awed, fearful, and envious gazes, he twisted open his thermos and sipped some goji berry water.
Thank you, classmates.
If anyone wants to discuss reason, feel free to come to Villa number 001 to find me anytime.
As long as you have enough credits, Su will not refuse anyone. On the podium.
Gu Changfeng watched the figure on the monitor, the one carrying the door slab and drinking goji berry water, and couldn't he help but chuckle while scolding softly. This little rascal.
Looks like this year's Vitality Secret Realm is going to be lively.
Li Yuan beside him smiled wryly.
Principal, I worry about another matter. What?
This knife of his has embarrassed our second and third year students. In the upcoming dueling competition and secret realm exploration, the seniors will definitely unite against him.
And
I've heard that those fourth-year real monsters who are out on a mission seem to have learned about this too and are preparing to rush back. Gu Changfeng chuckled even more at the words.
Isn't that even better? Jade that isn't cut doesn't become a refined item.
This raw jade must be carved with the sharpest knife.
But
Gu Changfeng glanced at Su's black knife. I feel this kid seems more like a hammer.
Just smashing anyone who irritates him. Settlement interface. As the light flashed, Su was teleported back to the gym.
His wristband vibrated.
Account credited, 87,800 credits. Current total balance, 94,380 credits.
Looking at the number approaching 100,000, almost equivalent to 10 million federal coins, Su's hand trembled a bit.
Is this really wealth? This is simply sudden fortune. Over 90,000 credits.
Su took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Now, not only do I have enough money to upgrade my talent.
Even that.
Su's gaze turned to the very top of the redemption list, to something he had never even dared to think about before. Low-tier Earth-level skill 9-fold Thunder Blade. Redemption price, 50,000 credits.
Buy it. I must buy it.
With this heavy sword and the explosive Thunder Blade. Su licked his lips. At that time, I could truly talk reason with these seniors.
Chapter 34, Prodigal Training. Warrior Academy, Central Gymnasium.
At the award podium, Su held the so-called mysterious big gift in his hands, looking at the 94,380 credits lying in his account, feeling as if he were radiating.
That was the glow of money.
Su, in light of your outstanding performance in the first round, the school committee has decided to grant you the title of Rookie King. The head of the academic office, Li Yuan, handed him a delicate small box with a smiling face that didn't reach his eyes.
This is the mysterious big gift, 1 drop of the essence blood from the S-grade monster purple lightning dragon python. Although it's just 1 drop, it contains extremely violent energy after being refined by the pharmacist. It's recommended that you dilute it 10 times under a mentor's supervision before consuming it, as it could explode. Li Yuan's words were not finished.
Su's eyes lit up, directly opening the box and picking up the test tube containing the purple liquid.
Gulp.
He tilted his head back and gulped it down.
Li Yuan. The entire audience of teachers and students. Are you crazy? That's S-grade essence blood. It will explode.
Li Yuan was almost scared enough to reach for Su's throat. However, Su only let out a purple burp and tasted his mouth.
It's a bit tingling, like popping candy.
Detected S-grade high-energy material, purple lightning dragon python essence blood. Extremely violent energy detected, forcibly suppressing it using system computing power.
Absorption successful. Earned energy points, 8,000.
Looking at the suddenly skyrocketing energy bar, Su nodded in satisfaction.
If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded by now.
But he had the proficiency level iron defense passive locking his physical body, and with the system being a bottomless pit sucking energy, this drop of essence blood didn't even have time to circulate in his stomach before being converted into pure values.
Thank you for the treat, Director, it tasted great. Su wiped his mouth and swaggered down the podium amidst Li Yuan's strange looks. Half an hour later, Warrior Academy Redemption Hall.
This is the most lavish place in the school, filled with countless coveted skills, pills, and weapons. Su, holding a fortune, walked in with the demeanor of "I'm going to buy this place." He went straight to the skill section, his gaze fixed on the golden scroll protected by 3 layers of bulletproof glass at the very top.
Ninefold Thunder Blade. Rank: low-tier Earth-level pinnacle of blade techniques. Description: created by the Earth's top powerhouse, the Thunder God. It emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ferocity.
Every swing can unleash a hidden force. When mastered to the 9th level, 9 hidden forces surge forth, with a potential power increase of up to 700%. Requirements: must have thunder affinity or an extremely strong physical body able to withstand recoil from lightning. Price: 50,000 credits. Su had been longing for this blade technique for a long time. His boulder-heavy sword was powerful, but too heavy and had a long wind-up time. While water-cutting flow had good defense, it lacked explosiveness. The ninefold Thunder Blade perfectly compensated for all his shortcomings. With that 1,200-pound talking reason, and if combined with 7 times the power. That image was too beautiful to even look at.
Bought it.
Su swiped his card with grandeur.
Ding. 50,000 credits deducted. The balance was instantly halved to 44,380.
Su's heart twitched for a moment, but it was quickly dulled by the joy of acquiring the tome. Immediately after, he went to the resource area.
Boss, give me 10 B-grade Thunder Beast cores.
2,000 credits each, totaling 20,000 credits.
1 box of C-grade Vitality Potions, please. 5,000 credits.
And the best sheath for this sword.
500 credits.
After a round of crazy shopping, when Su walked out of the redemption hall, his account balance was left with 18,880 credits. From being a near 100,000 rich man, he instantly returned to a middle-class level.
Money flows like water.
Su sighed, then quickly ran back to his villa with big bags and small bags.
Villa No.
Special 001, Underground Training Room. Su sat cross-legged, with the golden ninefold thunder blade and a pile of beast cores radiating thunder light in front of him.
First step: accumulate energy. The current energy balance is 9,455 points, originally 1,455 plus Essence Blood 8,000.
I still need a bit more to reach the 10,000 points required to upgrade the talent, not to mention simplifying the Earth stage skill.
Eat.
Su grabbed a B-level Thunder-type beast core and tossed it into his mouth like it was a jelly bean.
Crunchy. Devouring B-level Thunder-type beast core. Acquired energy points, plus 1,000. He ate 5 of them in a row. Current energy points balance, 14,455 points. Enough.
Su took a deep breath, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes.
Step 2, upgrade talent. System: upgrade talent, psychic vision, to D level. Spend 10,000 energy points. Buzz.
Su felt as if his brain were struck by a heavy hammer, and then a wave of extreme coolness rushed through his optic nerves. The pale golden halo in his eyes began to shatter and reorganize, eventually transforming into a more complex dual gear structure.
Talent upgrade successful. Current talent: D-level insight evolved from psychic vision. New features. Dynamic vision max, can even see the floating trajectories of dust in the air.
Energy vision max, can penetrate higher level energy shields. Weakness prediction, based on subtle muscle movements and energy flows in the target, predicts the opponent's actions 0.5 seconds in advance.
Prediction? Su was overjoyed. Now that's an incredible skill.
In a duel, even a difference of 0.1 seconds can mean life or death. To predict 0.5 seconds in advance is basically like activating mind reading. Looking at the remaining 4,455 points of energy, Su turned his gaze to the book Ninefold Thunder Blade.
Step 3, simplify the divine skill. System: simplify Ninefold Thunder Blade.
Detected Earth Grade Inferior Skill Ninefold Thunder Blade.
This skill involves force-making techniques, the essence of thunder, and meridian loads. Simplification difficulty: extremely high. Estimated energy points consumption, 3,000 points. 3,000 points? Sue breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't exceed the budget. Simplify. Consuming 3,000 energy points. Analyzing multiple forces. Analyzing bioelectric stimulation. Simplification successful. Ninefold Thunderblade simplified to static electricity. Sue. He stared at the 4 words on the panel, dumbfounded for a full 5 seconds. Static electricity? System, are you serious? System prompt. The core of Ninefold Thunderblade lies in channeling the body's bioelectricity to stimulate muscle cells to vibrate at high frequency, thus unleashing multiple forces. Static electricity is the most basic way to generate electricity in nature. As long as the host has enough static electricity, they can comprehend the essence of thunder. Sue looked down at the cotton t-shirt he was wearing. So, does this mean I won't need to practice with a blade anymore? I just have to turn myself into a static electricity baby? Although it sounds ridiculous, considering the precedence of hand-washing while practicing and practicing against a wall, Sue thought. This makes sense. Let's give it a try. Sue rummaged through a pile of clutter nearby and found a piece of plastic foam used for packaging deliveries. He also dug out a wool sweater from his wardrobe that he wore in winter. He put on the sweater, grabbed the foam board, and began to rub it frantically on himself. Zzzzzzz. In the dry basement, the sound of static electricity burst forth like a volley of fireworks. For an ordinary person, a shock of static electricity would be painful. But for Sue, with his tough skin, that level of voltage felt like a massage. As the rubbing frequency increased, Sue's hair began to stand on end, turning into an explosion of frizz. Blue sparks crackled across his body. Creating strong static electricity, proficiency in Ninefold Thunderblade +1. Understanding electric current stimulation, proficiency in Ninefold Thunderblade +1. Wow! It really works! Sue was overjoyed. He tossed the foam board aside and picked up the talking point. At that moment, he was charged with electricity, like a super scion. The instant his hand grasped the hilt of the blade, the static electricity coursed along the platinum blade. The A-level metal beast core has excellent conductivity and transferred to the sword. Buzz! On the black blade, a faint blue arc actually began to flicker. Sue felt inspired and swung the blade decisively. Ha! At the moment the blade swung out, he sensed his muscles twitch involuntarily under the stimulation of the current. Buzz boom! With a ringing of the blade, it was followed by an explosive sound. Double force. Although still rough, he had indeed managed to unleash the first layer of hidden power from Ninefold Thunderblade. Power increase, 140%. Amazing! Sue trembled with excitement, or perhaps it was from the electricity. As long as I keep rubbing myself. Oh no, rubbing my clothes, I can surely train this Thunderblade to the 9th layer. The next 2 days. In Villa No. TE001, a strange phenomenon occurred. Sue stopped going out. But the light bulbs in his room often flickered on by themselves for no apparent reason. If you got close to his villa, you would hear strange crackling sounds coming from inside, and smell a faint burnt odor. That was Sue undergoing devil training. To improve efficiency, he even spent a fortune of 500 credits to buy a giant synthetic fiber carpet. Every day's task is to roll around on the carpet while wearing a wool sweater. Roll over here, roll over there. Buzz 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 buzz. The whole person crackles with electricity, like the arrival of Thor, although the pose resembles a creature known as a husky. 2 days later. Warrior Academy, the second round of the school-wide competition arena battle, officially begins. This round is not a free-for-all, but a 1v1 showdown among the top 100 contestants. Sue, as the champion of the first round, directly advances and becomes the focus of the whole venue. When he walked into the arena carrying a heavy sword wrapped in a new scabbard, which was actually just a piece of high-quality black cloth, everyone instinctively stepped back. Especially when they saw his hair standing up like spikes, resembling a porcupine. What's wrong with Sue? Did he change his hairstyle? What a non-mainstream style. But why do I feel that there's a dangerous vibe from him? I accidentally touched him earlier, and my hand got shocked. Sue, with his explosive hair, had a cold expression. In reality, his facial nerves were shocked. He glanced at the status panel. 9-layer Thunder Blade, first layer proficiency level. Current status, high voltage static electricity charging. Please do not touch. Caution against electric shock. In the first match, Sue faces off against Zhao Taizhu, ranked 19th on the senior rankings. With the referee's command, a muscular man, wielding 2 large iron hammers, jumped onto the arena. Zhao Taizhu was a typical strength-type Tier 1 warrior, very large and at the peak of the 2nd grade. He looked at Sue's frail frame and sneered. "Sue, I heard you have great strength. Today, I'll show you what real power is. Take a hammer from me." Zhao Taizhu bellowed, swinging his hammers down like a mountain. Sue did not dodge. He just sighed, then extended a finger. That's right, just a finger. He lightly touched the large iron hammer coming at him, aimed at Zhao Taizhu. "Hey, don't touch me." Zzz. A blue electric arc jumped from Sue's fingertip to the hammer, then, using the hammer's excellent conductivity, directly entered Zhao Taizhu's body. The tens of thousands of volts of static electricity Sue rolled up on the carpet found an outlet at that moment. Ah! Zhao Taizhu's scream changed pitch, turning into a trembling sound with an electric tone. He twitched severely, his hair standing on end, eyes rolling back, and foam coming from his mouth. Bang! 2 seconds later, Zhao Taizhu fell stiffly to the ground, emitting smoke, and his 2 hammers clattered to the floor. The entire place fell silent. The referee looked at Sue, then at Zhao Taizhu on the ground, swallowing hard. What kind of skill is this? Sue retracted his fingers, blowing at the non-existent smoke on his fingertips. With a profound expression. Didn't you see? This is called the finger of love. Next. Chapter 35, The Woolen Sweater Battle God. Warrior Academy Central Gymnasium Arena 1. The entire place fell silent. All eyes were focused on the muscular man, Zhao Taizhu, who was twitching on the ground and foaming at the mouth, and on Sue, who was standing nearby with an explosive hairstyle, occasionally emitting blue sparks. Is this a lightning-type superpower? The referee swallowed hard and asked uncertainly. Sue adjusted his unmanageable explosive hair, looking serious. No, this is the power of science. Physics, understand? As he spoke, he subconsciously tugged at the pure wool sweater he was wearing. Hiss hiss hiss. With the friction of the fabric, a sound like crackling electricity filled the air again. The enormous black knife in Sue's hand, the reasoning blade, also flashed with a blue electric arc. Gulp. The waiting competitors in the audience all swallowed hard. Who the hell would dare to go up? Touching it would give you an electric shock. How can you fight like this? In the following matches, the atmosphere became extremely bizarre. In the second match, Sue faces senior student Xiantong. Xiantong was a master at using the monkey staff and was very agile. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, he pulled out an insulated wooden stick without saying a word. Ha ha! Sue! I know your weakness. Your electricity is ineffective against wood. Xiantong laughed heartily and charged forward. Sue sighed. Who said I only know how to discharge electricity? He lifted up a 1,200-pound heavy knife with one hand, not even using the blade, directly swiping the wide blade like a fly swatter at the charging Xiantong. Boulder smashing, great sword sweeping. Who? A fierce wind rushed at him. Xiantong's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the black shadow approaching like a wall, and the wooden stick in his hand felt as fragile as a toothpick. Click! The wooden stick shattered. Bang! Xiantong's body was pinned against the blade like a picture, and then, with Sue's swing, he flew off the stage and slammed into the audience's railing. Next. Sue thrust the knife into the ground, static electricity crackling all over his body. In the third match, Su wins. In the fourth match, Su wins. Su was like an unwearied machine.
When facing opponents with metallic weapons, he would extend the loving finger or use the electrified blade to disrupt them. When encountering those with insulated weapons or in hand-to-hand combat, he would swing the 1,200-pound reasoning blade to teach his opponents a lesson.
In just one short hour,
Su had already achieved 10 consecutive wins, directly advancing into the top 10 of the entire school. And his appearance shifted from non-mainstream at the beginning to the most terrifying Great Demon King in the room. The figure clad in a wool sweater with a frizzy hairstyle, carrying a black doorboard, became a nightmare for all the competitors.
Top 10 promotion match rest area.
Su sat in a chair, busy, recharging himself. He was seen vigorously rubbing his chest, back, and arms with a piece of foam board, seemingly found from nowhere. Buzz 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 buzz. His wool sweater had already started to pill, but he paid no mind. As the friction speed increased, the force of the ninefold thunderblade within him surged wildly.
Intense friction, ninefold thunderblade proficiency +1. Storing high-voltage static electricity, first stage of dark energy charging, 100%. Trying to store for the second stage. This ninefold thunderblade is indeed a divine skill of the earth level. Su felt an inner satisfaction.
Although simplified to friction-generating electricity, its power was genuinely formidable. He realized that as long as the static electricity on his body was high enough, at the moment of swinging the knife, he could trigger the bioelectricity within him, resulting in an extra burst of thunderous dark energy.
This is the principle behind the Thunderblade. Su.
Just as Su was getting into it, a cold voice sounded from above. Su looked up and saw that familiar figure in a white dress.
Lin Qingxue.
The 10th on the dragon ranking, and also his big client.
However, Lin Qingxue today had switched to a set of ice blue light armor, tied her long hair back, appearing valiant and graceful. Senior? You made it to the top 10 too? Su stopped rubbing the foam board, a bit surprised.
Lin Qingxue looked at Su's spiky hairstyle, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly, managing to hold back her laughter as she said,
"In the next match, it's you against me. I'm here to tell you."
Lin Qingxue paused, taking out a crystal card from her storage ring.
"This contains 2,000 credits. I admit defeat in this match."
Su was momentarily stunned, then his eyes lit up.
"Admit defeat? Why?"
"I can't beat you," Lin Qingxue replied candidly. "I realized that in the basement that day, my freezing spell couldn't break your defense.
Moreover,"
she glanced at Su's heavy knife, which was still sparking.
"I don't want to be slapped away by that doorboard. That would be too humiliating. This 2,000 credits will serve as your toll.
Additionally, if you can win the championship, I'll personally sponsor you a B-level ice core." Hearing B-level core, Su jumped up, even forgetting that he was still holding the foam board.
"Deal. Senior is generous. Wishing you good health."
Su grabbed the crystal card, his smile radiant like a blooming flower. To win without fighting and make a profit, where else could one find such good luck?
With Lin Qingxue's withdrawal, Su advanced to the top 5 without shedding blood.
The remaining 4 individuals are Su, a first-year student and a favorite to win, nicknamed Wool Sweater Warrior. Lei Lai, second in the dragon ranking of the 3rd year, a Thunder Elemental Gunmaster. Huo Ling, first in the dragon ranking of the 3rd year, a Fire Elemental Boxing Champion. Yi Guqing, 4th in the dragon ranking of the 3rd year, a mysterious swordsman said to have been hiding his strength. Wang Dali, 3rd in the dragon ranking of the 3rd year, a pure power-type body cultivator, known as the Mighty God. These 5 represent the current pinnacle of power at Warrior Academy. The semi-final draw is starting. On the big screen, the names of the 5 began to scroll. Finally, it froze. First match, Lei Lai vs Huo Ling.
A twin star showdown.
Second match, Su vs Wang Dali.
A peak power confrontation.
By Yi Guqing. Seeing this matchup, the entire venue erupted.
Wow!
The twin stars are meeting ahead of schedule. It's like Mars colliding with the Earth. But Su's matchup is even more thrilling. Su has monstrous strength, and so does Wang Dali. If these two clash, will the arena remain intact? Semi-finals second match. On the arena. Su, armed with a knife, looked at the massive man standing opposite him, who was over 2.5 meters tall, resembling a small giant. Wang Dali. True to his name, his body was full of muscles as if cast from steel, and every step shook the arena. He had no weapons because his fists were bigger than sandbags. Yes. Wang Dali bellowed in a deep voice, sounding like thunder. I watched your match too. You have decent strength, able to wield a 1,200-pound knife. But let me tell you, my strength is innate. I once lifted a heavy tank with my bare hands. I can also tear apart D-level monsters. Today, we won't be comparing anything else, just strength. Do you dare put down that knife and come for a real brawl with me? Wang Dali slapped his chest, producing a resounding thud. The entire audience turned their attention to Su. A brawl? Brawling with the mighty god? Isn't that asking for death? However, Su chuckled. He stuffed the foam board into his arm, intending to save it for recharging. Then, he truly thrust the heavy knife into the ground. Boom! All right. Su flexed his wrist, tidying up his hair, which was standing on end from the static. Since my senior is so interested, then I'll play along with you. Perfect. He also wanted to test how tough his proficiency level iron defense passive, combined with a near second grade body and just upgraded D-level talent could be. Good courage. Wang Dali was greatly pleased. What he feared the most was Su using that electrified knife to fly a kite. Since it was hand-to-hand combat, that was his territory. Roar! With a roar, Wang Dali's skin turned a bronze color. High-grade mystery-skilled diamond body. He moved like an uncontrollable dump truck, taking heavy strides as he charged at Su. Wild charge. Faced with this terrifying charge, Su did not dodge. He took a deep breath, digging his feet into the ground like an old tree's roots. Iron defense passive mastery golden body. Brute bull charge mastery power up. At the very moment the two were about to collide, Su suddenly made a move. He didn't T-charge with his shoulder. Instead, he extended his hands, assuming a posture as if to catch something. Bang! A deafening thud echoed. Wang Dali's massive frame actually came to a sudden stop. Su held Wang Dali's shoulders tightly with both hands, his feet plowing deep trenches in the ground, 1/2 meter deep, as he slid back 5 meters before finally stopping. You stopped it? The entire crowd gasped. Wang Dali was also stunned. His full force charge could knock down a building, yet this little guy managed to catch it? Senior, you're quite strong, huh? Su lifted his head, revealing a warm smile. At this moment, his hands were firmly gripping Wang Dali's shoulders. And his wool sweater, due to the previous intense friction and pressure, generated terrifying static electricity again. But strength is useless. What matters is the electric current. Su's mind focused. Ninefold Thunder Blade Static Electricity Generation Human Body Conductive Edition. ZZZZ. A surge of unprecedented violent current coursed through Su's hands, directly flooding into Wang Dali's body. This was the high voltage Su had accumulated for a long time. Aooooo. Wang Dali's towering 2.5 meter frame instantly stiffened, and his proud bronze muscles began to twitch wildly. His hair, eyebrows, and even chest hair stood on end in that moment. You're breaking the code of martial arts. Wang Dali trembled as he uttered a few words. From his mouth came a puff of black smoke. Su looked innocent. Senior, this is called bioelectric stimulation therapy. It's really good for muscle relaxation. I saw your muscles were so tense, so I thought I'd give you a free treatment. With that, Su applied force with both hands. Over the shoulder throw. Get up. As Wang Dali was momentarily paralyzed by the shock, Su exerted his waist strength and actually lifted this 300-plus pound strongman. Boom! Wang Dali was slammed heavily onto the stage, causing one corner of the arena to collapse.
KO. Su wins. Advances to the finals.
With the referee's announcement, the entire crowd erupted into thunderous applause and laughter.
What the hell is bioelectric therapy? The wool sweater warrior is incredible. This ISNTA competition, this is the site of a major electrical leakage accident.
Su clapped his hands, straightened his clothes, and realized that his sweater was completely ruined, full of holes.
He picked up the rationalizer and looked towards the opposite arena.
There, the battle between Thunder and Huo Ling had just ended.
As expected, Thunder won.
As a lightning-type ability user, he had a slight advantage over Huo Ling, and his marksmanship was superior. At this moment, Thunder held a newly exchanged spear, surrounded by crackling lightning, looking at Su with intense battle spirit.
Su.
Thunder's voice resonated like thunder.
See you in the finals.
I hope your static electricity will still be this useful in front of real thunder. Su shrugged and took out a piece of foam board from his pocket.
Don't worry.
I'll be fully charged waiting for you.
Chapter 36, Real Thunder and Static Electricity, a Physics Showdown. Warrior Academy Central Gym Finals Arena.
The protective shield around the arena has been set to the highest level. The air was filled with the smell of burning and ozone. On one side stood Thunder, holding a silver spear, surrounded by lightning like a god of thunder descending. On the other side stood Su, with an explosive hairstyle, wearing a torn sweater, and shouldering a massive black door. The contrast in appearances felt as jarring as a character from Tom and Jerry crashing into a scene from The Avengers.
Su.
Thunder slowly raised the spear in his hand, its tip aimed directly at Su's forehead. The lightning at the spear's tip was no longer scattered arcs but a compressed point of incandescent light. Just now, you defeated Wang Dali, relying on brute strength and biological electric paralysis.
But I am a lightning-type ability user. My resistance to electric currents is 10 times that of a normal person. Your static electricity is ineffective against me.
Before the words even fell.
Crackle! Thunder's figure vanished into thin air.
That was the visual aftereffect caused by extreme speed. In the next second, a cold gleam shot out, followed by the spear striking like a dragon. High-tier skill, Thunderbolt Spear instant kill. This shot was too fast. So fast that Su couldn't even swing that 1,200-pound heavy sword in time to block it.
So fast. Su's pupils suddenly contracted. Talent, Insight D level activated.
In his slow-motion vision, the spear still moved like a flash of lightning, darting towards his left shoulder, with Thunder holding back, not aiming for the heart.
If he couldn't block it, then, just take it head-on.
Su swiftly sidestepped, avoiding the critical hit, while the muscles in his shoulder contracted violently, shining brightly with gold.
Iron Defense Passive Mastery Adamantine Body. Poof! A dull thud of a blade entering flesh.
That's the great alloy spear, imbued with the brilliance of third-tier mana, actually pierced through Su's supposedly invulnerable skin.
The spear tip sank 3 inches into flesh, lodged in his collarbone. Broke through my defenses? The audience gasped.
This was the first time Su had actually bled. Humph, the penetrating power of third-tier mana is not something you can imagine. Lei Ling let out a cold snort, his wrist trembled, and the gun quivered violently. A torrent of furious lightning mana surged through the wound, attempting to burst through Su's meridians.
However, in that moment, Su smiled.
He didn't retreat instead, he shot his left hand out with force, gripping tightly onto the gun barrel that had pierced his shoulder.
Got you.
Su grinned, exposing a set of white teeth.
Senior, you just said, you have high resistance to electrical currents? Then let us see how this goes.
Su suddenly released his heavy sword with his right hand, pulling out a piece of a Class Lightning Beast Core shard from his pocket. He had just bought this in the exchange hall, originally planning to absorb it gradually.
But not anymore. System. Draw in the energy. ZZZZ.
The static electricity in Su's body, which was originally just at the level of friction electricity, instantly underwent a qualitative change under the guidance of the A-grade beast core. A surge of blue and purple chaotic electrical current erupted from his body, traveling through his left hand and directly pouring into Lei-Lai's spear.
Ninefold Thunderblade Artificial Thunder Summoning. What? Lei-Lai was taken aback.
He felt a current more chaotic and violent than his own thunder mana rushing into his veins.
This is not static electricity at all. This is high voltage. Get off me. As expected of the second on the dragon rankings, Lei-Lai reacted quickly.
He decisively tossed away his spear and explosively retreated 10 meters.
Boom! The moment he released it, the spear lodged in Su's shoulder shattered into pieces due to the clash of the two bolts of lightning.
Su staggered back 2 steps, his shoulder a bloody mess. But he acted like nothing had happened, casually pulling out the metal fragments embedded in his flesh, and the muscles at the wound visibly began to staunch the bleeding and scab over. Proficiency level breathing method plus mutated physique equals super strong self-healing. That's powerful. Su moved his shoulder, picking up the heavy blade. Let's talk reasoning from the ground.
Senior, the warm-up is over. Next, I'm going to get serious.
Su took a deep breath and ripped off his tattered wool sweater, revealing a muscular upper body.
He was no longer just generating static electricity.
Because that clash in energy had completely activated the bioelectric field within him. At this moment, every hair on him was glowing, and his eyes flickered with traces of lightning.
Come!
Su held the blade tightly, dragging it forward at high speed.
Zzzzz.
The 1,200-pound heavy blade dragged along the ground, sparking and increasing in speed. Lei-Lai's expression was grave. He had lost his weapon, but he still had stronger means.
Thunder Prison.
Lei-Lai formed hand seals, unleashing all his mana. In the sky, an ominous dark cloud seemed to form out of nowhere, with dozens of thick bolts of lightning crashing down, sealing all retreating paths for Su.
This is an extraordinary move. Let's see how you avoid this. Lei-Lai roared.
Su looked up at the overwhelming lightning.
Avoid? Why would I need to avoid?
Su stomped his foot down heavily, causing the ground to shatter. Instead of retreating, he charged towards the deluge of lightning. The heavy blade in his hand swept upwards. Water flow break, the essence of reversing the flow. At the same time, the ninefold thunder blade within his body operated at its peak, the first dark strength, the second dark strength.
Boom!
The massive black blade surged forward with an unyielding momentum, striking furiously at the descending lightning. At the moment when the platinum blade made contact with the lightning,
Su's blade had transformed into a massive lightning rod. Give me conductivity. Zzz boom.
The torrents of lightning did not strike Su dead. Instead, they were entirely absorbed and guided by the blade forged from an A-grade gold attribute beast core. Su bathed in the glow of the lightning, resembling a thunder god.
The black heavy blade, infused with too much electricity, now shone a dazzling blue and white. How is this possible? Lei-Lai's eyes nearly popped out. Is this physics? Or is it cultivating immortality? Is there really someone daring enough to face lightning with a weapon? Aren't they afraid of being electrocuted?
Su was certainly scared. His hair was now completely singed, his skin was bright red, and he was emitting smoke. But he had the proficiency level iron defense passive protecting his organs, bravely withstanding the onslaught of the current.
Moreover, he drew upon the power of the lightning. Senior, here you go.
Su forcefully twisted his waist mid-air, gripping the now thunder blade and striking down fiercely towards Lei-Lai below.
Ninefold thunder blade first form, thunderstorm might.
This strike combined 1,200 pounds of physical weight plus gravitational potential energy from above plus Lei-Lai's ultimate move energy.
The power was so immense that even the air visibly distorted.
Lei-Lai had nowhere to escape. Because he was locked on. That terrifying sense of pressure made him feel as if he were facing not a person, but a collapsing mountain of thunder.
Aha! Thunder God armor!
Lei-Lai howled frantically, squeezing out the last bit of mana, conjuring a purple thunder armor around his body.
When?
A sound that shook the entire Jinghua city. The protective shield of the finals arena trembled violently, even cracking open a gap.
Dust and smoke rose up.
All the spectators stood up, staring intently at the center of the ring.
2 seconds later,
as the dust settled,
the arena had vanished. The originally hard alloy arena had now become a 20-meter diameter deep pit. At the bottom of the pit,
Lei lay spread-eagled among the rubble. His Thunder God armor had been shattered, and his once expensive combat suit had turned into rags, with his breathing shallow. And beside him, Su knelt on one knee, propping himself up with the still smoking heavy blade, gasping for breath. His upper body was covered in charred marks, his wild hair had turned bald from the burn, looking worse off than Lei. But he was still conscious. Su struggled to stand up, shakily pulling out the surviving thermos from his waist. He twisted open the lid. Tilting his head, he took a sip.
Put.
He let out a puff of black smoke. Su looked at Lei beneath him and grinned, showing a dazzling set of white teeth against his dark face.
Senior.
It seems that this physics.
I'm still a step ahead. Silence. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Immediately after, boom!
Cheers erupted like a tsunami, almost overturning the dome of the stadium.
We won. Yes. 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 Newcomer king. Newcomer king. Countless freshmen were moved to tears. F-class talent, a broken sword, a wool sweater. He really did it. He pounded the lofty elites of the Dragon rankings into the ground one by one. This is the victory of the commoners. This is the miracle of hard work. Oh no, this is the achievement of effort. On the podium,
Gu Changfeng slowly stood up, looking at the boy who stood in the center of the ruins, disheveled yet holding his back straight, his eyes filled with admiration.
What a physics lesson! What a way to break the rules with brute force! Old Li, announce it.
Li Wenyuan took a deep breath, picked up the microphone, his voice trembling but carrying across the entire school. This year's freshman ranking match, the champion is
Su. System notification.
Just as the crowd cheered, a delightful notification sound rang in Su's ears. Congratulations, host, for defeating a Tier 1 warrior early stage in cross-tier combat.
Combat rating, S-class.
Extra reward, energy points plus 5,000. 9th tier lightning sword proficiency significantly increased, level 1 proficiency level 2 proficiency level. Iron defense passive proficiency significantly increased, lightning resistance plus 10. Listening to the notifications made Su feel that the pain in his body had lessened considerably. However, before he could savor his joy for too long, a hurried footstep approached. A school doctor in a white coat rushed onto the stage, looking anxiously at Su.
Student. Are you all right? You seem to be smoking. Su waved his hand, looking calm. I'm fine, I just overcharged. Doctor.
Does our school S-clinic treat hair loss?
Can it be reimbursed?
Su touched his smooth bald head, nearly in tears.
Now it's done. The woolen sweater warrior has turned into a bald powerhouse. Chapter 37, The Hairstyle of the Strong and the Promise of a Rich Woman. Villa No. T001, early morning.
In front of the bathroom mirror. Su looked at the smooth, shiny head in the mirror, resembling a boiled peeled egg, even reflecting light, and fell into deep thought. Balding also means getting stronger. Su touched the top of his head surprisingly. It felt quite nice, smooth with no hindrance at all. Although the school doctor said it was because the high voltage current burned the hair follicles, and a high-grade hair growth solution would grow it back in half a month, during that half month, he was destined to flaunt this 200-watt light bulb in public. Forget it, bald is a standard feature for the strong. Su comforted himself and turned to leave the bathroom. Entering the living room, he instinctively reached for that wool sweater, only to find it had long turned to ashes. Looks like I can't take the static electricity route anymore. It wears out clothes too quickly and is likely to expose me. Sue sighed, wrapped in a bathrobe, sat on the sofa, and began tallying up yesterday's gains.
Asset review. Credit balance, 94,380 points.
Includes a bounty of 50,000 plus nearly 10,000 for raiding the Gemini plus miscellaneous income. Striking it rich overnight, in the Warrior Academy, this is a huge sum, enough to buy 2 local grade skills or 10 B-class beast cores.
Energy points balance, 19,455 points.
Includes original balance plus 5,000 points from S-class combat rating reward.
Sufficient ammunition to support a large-scale spending spree.
Loot, S-class purple lightning dragon python essence already swallowed, a damaged let us be reasonable blade burnt in several places, needing maintenance.
Almost 20,000 energy points, over 90,000 credits.
Sue licked his lips. If it was the past, he would surely feel invincible.
But after yesterday's battle with Lei Ling, he deeply realized his shortcomings. His tier is too low.
He is merely at the peak of the first tier. Although with the proficiency level iron defense passive and a heavy sword weighing 1,200 pounds, he can contend with a third tier. This is clever trickery. Lei Ling lost due to underestimating Sue and being limited by terrain. If on an open field, the opponent using hit and run tactics or directly relying on third tier mana for defense, Sue would definitely lose. I must break through to the second tier of bone forging as soon as possible. As long as the bones finish quenching, my physical strength will double, and the defensive iron defense passive will undergo a qualitative change. At that time, if I pair it with the second layer of the 9th tier lightning sword's inner strength.
Just as he was thinking. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Sue took a glance at the surveillance monitor and raised an eyebrow. It's that big client. He opened the door.
Lin Qingxue still wore a cool white dress, holding that white cat in her arms. However, when she saw Sue opening the door, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eternally cold eyes. Immediately after, the corners of her mouth began to rise uncontrollably, her originally aloof demeanor collapsing instantly.
But you can laugh if you want to, Sue said with a black face, letting her into the house, just don't let it out loud. Ahem. I am trained, generally I don't laugh.
Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, forcing down her laughter, but her shoulders trembled slightly. She walked into the living room, took out a delicate icy jade box from her storage ring, and placed it on the coffee table. I'm here to fulfill my promise.
Congratulations, Rookie King.
Sue's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he opened the box. A bone-chilling cold air rushed out, causing the temperature in the living room to drop several degrees. Inside the box lay a crystal the size of a duck egg, completely ice blue.
And be great ice-type beast core. This is not a fragment like the previous ones, nor is it the second-rate product that loses energy at the trading market. This is fresh, just dug out from a B-grade monster. Market price, starting from 30,000 credits. Impressive. Sue gave a thumbs up.
Senior sister, if there's ever a need for some beating up work, please be sure to contact me first. Whether it's ice needles or fireballs, my physique will ensure your satisfaction. Lin Qingxue shot him an exasperated glance.
Stop being so cheeky. Besides delivering your gift, I also need to remind you of something. Lin Qingxue's expression turned serious.
In 3 days, the Vitality Secret Realm will open. As the Rookie King, you have the qualification to enter the core zone for 3 days.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Lin Qingxue paused and looked at Sue. There are only 10 spots in the core zone. Other than you, the remaining 9 are top experts from the 3rd and even 4th years.
Lei Lai and Huo Ling lost to you yesterday because they underestimated you and were restricted by the venue. But in the secret realm, anything goes in the fight for the Vitality Spring. As far as I know, the top 5 monsters from the 4th-year dragon rankings have already returned from the front lines. They have been stuck at the peak of their 3rd tier for a long time, and they are back to break through to the 4th tier in the secret realm. 4th tier. Sue's gaze sharpened. 1st tier is skin training, 2nd tier is bone forging,
third tier is organ refining.
Upon reaching the fourth tier, it becomes the muscle-shifting realm.
That represents a qualitative leap.
Mana can attack at 100 meters away, and the physique becomes incredibly strong, even capable of momentarily hovering in the air.
Are you asking me to give up the core zone? Su asked. No. Lin Qingxue shook her head.
I want to tell you that once you enter, if you are at a disadvantage, retreat immediately to the inner zone.
Although the concentration of vitality is lower there, it is safer.
Also, be careful of Yi Gucheng.
That swordsman ranked 4th?
Su recalled the mysterious person who had been skipping rounds.
Yes.
He is more dangerous than Lei Lai and Huoling. Because his sword is a killer's sword. He has killed more monsters on the Abyss battlefield than all the students in the school combined.
After saying that, Lin Qingxue stood up. I've said everything I needed to say.
You should absorb that beast core as soon as possible. It will benefit your bone refining.
I'm off, bawled Chang.
Lin Qingxue waved her hand, held her cat, and left with light steps.
Bawled Chang.
Su touched his smooth head, his lips twitching.
So this nickname is now confirmed?
After seeing Lin Qingxue off, Su closed the doors and windows and sat back on the sofa. He looked at the ice-type beast core on the coffee table, which was radiating a tempting cold air, and his gaze gradually became fervent.
4th tier monsters? Killer's sword?
They are indeed very strong.
But what if I can also break through?
Su picked up that beast core with one hand.
System, devour. ZZZZZ.
The cold air penetrated his body.
Su felt as if he had swallowed an iceberg.
That extreme cold energy instantly froze his esophagus, then surged into his stomach, transforming into a roaring torrent. Detected B-grade high-purity energy source.
Devouring. Transforming. Acquired energy points, 3,000. Current energy points balance, 22,455 points. Delicious. Su exhaled a puff of white breath, feeling completely relaxed.
More than 20,000 energy points, that should be enough for me to make some big moves. Su opened the system panel and scanned over several skills. 1. Ninefold Thunder Blade Earth Tier, low grade, currently at level 1 proficiency.
The simplified method is friction generates electricity.
To practice to a higher level, he needs to find stronger voltage. 2. Iron Defense Passive Mystic Tier, low grade, proficiency level. Already maxed out, unless he finds an advanced skill. 3. Water Flow Break Mystic Tier, mid-grade, proficiency level. 4. Barrage Greatsword Yellow Tier, high-grade, proficiency level.
The shortcoming lies in my major skill.
Currently, Su is still training the basic forging skill provided by the school. Although this method is stable, the training speed is too slow and the upper limit is low, only allowing him to advance to the second grade. If he wants to quickly break through to the second grade in 3 days, or even push for the third grade, he must change his skill.
System, search the memory bank.
Is there a top-tier skill that can be practiced quickly, with a solid foundation, and can also utilize my brute strength? The 2,000 books Su flipped through in the library are now proving useful.
Soon, a body refining skill marked as Earth Tier, mid-grade appeared in his mind. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Fragment. Description, derived from the ancient Buddhist guardian technique.
Each level mastered increases 1 dragon and 1 elephant's power. When perfected, it can lift mountains and overshadow the world, with the body becoming holy.
Drawback, extremely difficult to practice. The resource consumption is astronomical. Moreover, the fragment only includes the first 3 levels corresponding to the 1st to 3rd grades.
Status, due to excessive consumption, it's classified by the school as a wasteful skill, with no one inquiring about it.
Wasteful skill? Su smiled. He currently has over 90,000 credits, so he isn't afraid of wasting.
Furthermore, he has the energy conversion perk, so as long as he has energy, he won't fear failing to master it.
System, simplify the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill.
Detected Earth Tier, mid-grade body refining skill Dragon Elephant Prajna skill fragment. This skill requires massive vitality to flush out bone marrow, reshape bones, and must be paired with a specific breathing frequency.
Estimated energy points cost 5,000 points. 5,000 points? Sue said without hesitation, simplify.
After all, he still has more than 20,000, it's affordable.
Cost 5,000 energy points. Analyzing dragon elephant power. Analyzing the great dragon of the spine. Analyzing the bone marrow oscillation frequency. Simplification successful. Dragon elephant prajna skill simplified to stretching.
Sue looked at the panel, once again falling into silence.
Stretching? You charged me 5,000 points for this? System prompt: the dragon elephant power originates from the great dragon of the spine. Stretching can maximally elongate the spine, flex the muscles and bones, simulating the actions of a dragon rolling and an elephant swinging its trunk.
As long as the posture is correct, paired with specific breathing, each stretch refines the bone marrow.
Got it. The simplest way is the greatest.
Sue stood up, took a deep breath, crossed his hands above his head, and made an extremely stretching motion, even letting out a groan while stretching.
Crack, crack, crack.
Along with his movements, his vertebrae emitted a series of crisp sounds like popping beans. Immediately, a warm current rose from his tailbone, instantly spreading throughout his entire skeleton.
Stretching the spine, dragon elephant prajna skill proficiency +1. Vitality +1, bone density +0.1%. Wow! It really works! Sue was overjoyed. This isn't just practicing, it's pure enjoyment. So, for the next 3 days, Sue didn't go anywhere. He stayed in the villa, day and night, stretching.
Stretching while standing, stretching while sitting, stretching while lying down.
Twisting left and right.
When hungry, he nibbled on C-grade vitality potions, and when thirsty, he drank goji berry water. All day long, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout the villa.
Those who didn't know would think a husky was doing some serious destruction inside. 3 days later. Warrior Academy Forbidden Ground entrance.
This place is shrouded in mist all year round and heavily guarded.
Today, hundreds of students gathered here.
In addition to the 100 qualified freshmen, there were also dozens of terrifyingly powerful 3rd and 4th year students. Among them, Lei Lai and Ho Ling were present, but they were standing on the outskirts, looking serious. At the forefront stood 5 young men and women with various expressions. The aura they exuded was even stronger than that of Lei Lai. They were true quasi-4th grade, half-step muscle mastery practitioners.
Top 5 of the senior dragon ranking. Why hasn't that Sue arrived yet?
One of the stern youths carrying a massive sword frowned. He was Yi Guqing, ranked 4th on the dragon list, but reputed to be the deadliest.
Not scared, are you?
A stunning woman in a red dress with fiery red lips giggled nearby. I heard he was struck bald by Lei Lai. Maybe he's too embarrassed to show up?
Just then, a strange sound came from afar. Ma.
The sound was lazy and enchanting. Everyone froze and turned their heads. Through the morning mist, they saw a boy with a shiny bald head strolling leisurely towards them. As he walked, he raised his arms high, stretching while emitting comfortable moans. With each stretch, a dull crack echoed from his body, as if a giant beast was waking within him.
Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Level 1 Proficiency Level. Sue approached the group, lowered his arms, and yawned.
Looking at the crowd of top experts wide-eyed, he rubbed his bald head and grinned.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I slept too soundly and just came over after yawning. When are we going in? I'm really looking forward to soaking in the core area.
Yi Guqing stared at Sue, his pupils suddenly shrinking. As a swordsman, his intuition was the sharpest. 3 days ago, Sue felt like nothing more than a hard stone.
But now, this bald-headed boy seemed to harbor an ancient dragon elephant breathing within him. 2nd tier. Bone forging proficiency level?
Yi Guqing mumbled to himself. No, this vitality fluctuation is even stronger than a typical 3rd-tier early-stage warrior. This bald head has something special.
Chapter 38, The 8th Set of Radio Calisthenics. Warrior Academy Rear Mountain Vitality Secret Realm Entrance. With a deep rumble, 2 bronze giant doors, 10 meters tall, slowly opened to the sides. A dense vitality, almost turning into white mist, surged out from the door crack, accompanied by heavy pressure. The secret realm is now open. The voice of Dean Li Wenyuan echoed all around. The rules are simple. The secret realm is divided into outer layer 3x gravity, inner layer 5x gravity, and core area 10x gravity. The further inside, the higher the vitality concentration. The core area only has 10 meditation mats, which is where the vitality spring is located. Whoever can sit steadily for 3 days will undergo a metamorphosis. Now, go in. Swish. 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 Before his words faded, hundreds of figures shot into the mist like arrows, vying to be the first. Su did not rush in. Carrying the talking logic, he walked into the bronze door with a leisurely gait. Vitality Secret Realm Outer Layer. As soon as Su stepped over the threshold, his body felt a sudden heavy drop. It was as if someone had forcibly placed 2 sacks of rice on his shoulders. The surrounding air became incredibly thick, and each breath required his chest muscles to strain and expand. This was a 3x gravity environment. If it were an ordinary Tier 1 warrior, the moment they entered, they would become dizzy due to changes in blood flow and might even experience internal bleeding. At this moment, not far ahead, many new students had pale faces and staggered steps, needing to sit down and circulate their breathing techniques to resist the gravity. But Su. He stood still, not showing any discomfort. Instead, he emitted a comfortable moan. He crossed his hands, palms up, and performed an exceedingly standard sky-supporting stretching motion. Crack, crack, crack. Under the pressure of 3x gravity, his internal dragon spine emitted even more intense cracking noises. The marrow that had been itching from days of stretching finally received a deep scratch from this external pressure. Ah! So refreshing. This was not gravity suppression at all, it was simply a full-body deep tissue massage. Stretching in high-gravity environments doubles the effect. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency +2. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Proficiency +2. What a nice place. Su's eyes lit up. He felt every cell in his body cheering, as the hidden dragon elephant power deep within his bones greedily absorbed the rich essence around him. System, can the essence here be consumed? Detected high purity free essence. Due to low concentration outer layer, direct absorption efficiency is lower than breathing method. Recommended to head to the core area. Got it. Su put down his hands, glanced at the classmates struggling to adapt to their surroundings, and shook his head. These students lack physical fitness, they need to train more. With that, he proudly bore his reflective bald head, hoisting 1,200 pounds of heavy knife, and started jogging amidst the glaring eyes. Boom! 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 With each step, the ground shook. Under 3 times normal gravity, he ran even more cheerfully than others outside. Essence Secret Realm Inner Layer Area 5 times gravity. The essence concentration here is already twice that of the outside. But the pressure is also incredibly immense. At this moment, Lei Lai and Huo Ling were sweating profusely as they moved forward. As Tier 1 warriors, they could withstand 5 times the gravity, but a considerable amount of mana was needed to shield their bodies. Huo Ling wiped his sweat and glanced at Lei Lai beside him. Old Lei, do you think that bald guy can make it this far? Lei Lai scoffed, his body crackling with lightning, countering the weight of gravity. His physical strength is formidable, reaching the inner layer shouldn't be a problem. But getting into the core area? That's difficult. The 10 times gravity of the core area is a qualitative change. Without strong mana to support the organs, relying solely on a robust body will crush the bones. Just as they were speaking, a strange chant suddenly erupted behind them. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Change poses, do it again. Lei Lai and Huo Ling were taken aback and instinctively turned around. In the mist, a dazzling bald head was rapidly approaching. Su wasn't carrying the knife.
At that moment, he was holding the 1,200-pound knife at chest level, doing chest expansion exercises. With each expansion, the heavy knife sliced through the air, producing a piercing whistle. Whoosh! 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 Doing chest expansion exercises under 5 times gravity? And lifting 1,200 pounds of weight? Good morning, senior brothers. As Sue ran past the two, he didn't even stop to catch his breath, merely exchanging a casual greeting. The air in the inner layer is pretty good, but the gravity is still a bit light, the massage isn't strong enough. I'm heading to the core area first, see you later. With that, Sue exerted his legs and zipped past. Only Lei Lai and Huo Ling were left in the wind, feeling lost. Did he just say, not enough strength? Huo Ling felt his worldview was shaken. Is he even human? Essence secret realm edge of the core area. This is a large circular open space. In the center of the open space, there is a circular stone platform with a diameter of 100 meters, and that's the core area. On the stone platform, 10 ancient mats emit a soft glow, while below, the rich essence seems to be bubbling like a liquid fountain. But at this moment, there was no one sitting on the mats. 5 terrifying figures stood in a fan shape at the edge of the stone platform, like 5 gatekeepers, blocking all entry. Top 5 of the senior dragon ranking. Leading them was Yi Guchen, resting with his eyes closed while bearing a giant sword. Beside him stood a fiery beauty in red leather armor, Han Luan, third on the senior dragon ranking, fire element. Another figure, a nearly 3-meter tall giant whose skin resembled black iron, Taishan, second on the senior dragon ranking, pure body cultivator. They didn't rush in, for they needed to clear out the small fry first to ensure 3 days of training without interruptions. It's here. Yi Gucheng suddenly opened his eyes and directed his gaze into the depths of the mist. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed. Su walked out, bearing the knife while twisting his neck. Seeing these 5 blocking the way, Su stopped in surprise. Wow, it's quite lively in here? Why isn't anyone going in for a soak? Are you waiting for a back rub? Han Luan looked at Su's bald head and couldn't help but chuckle, her figure quivering. Is this the junior? He looks quite unique. What a shame, the core area spots are all reserved by us seniors. The giant named Taishan stepped forward. Boom! With this step, he directly shattered the ground. As the second-ranked body cultivator, he had been stuck at the peak of Tier 1 for a long time, reputed to have the strongest physical power in the school. Kid! Taishan's voice boomed like a thunderclap. I heard you're quite strong. Have you practiced iron defense passive? Perfect, I'm also a body practitioner. Don't say I'm bullying you. As long as you can take one of my punches without retreating, I'll let you in. Su looked at this black iron tower, which was even bigger than Wang Dali, and his eyes brightened. He set down the blade and flexed his wrists. Take one punch? Senior, you said it yourself. Su stabbed the reasoning blade into the ground and then struck an extremely bizarre pose. With feet apart and hands raised above his head, his waist bent backward like a big bow. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill, the 10th set of radio gymnastics, the lazy stretch. Bring it on! A flicker of anger flashed in Taishan's eyes. Is this posture insulting me? Seeking death. Taishan roared, his entire body surging with black light. He executed the profound great ultimate skill Black Gold Charge. He transformed into a black torrent of steel, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, and slammed fiercely into Su's belly, as Su was bending backward. Closer. Just as Taishan's fist was about to smash into Su's abdomen, Su's long-charged lazy stretch finally snapped back. It was like a bow that had been pulled taut, suddenly releasing its string. Boom! Su's upper body folded sharply forward, and the dragon-like spine emitted a thunderous roar. The power of the dragon within surged along his spine, shoulders, and arms, finally converging at both palms. Su's palms came down forcefully, perfectly slapping against Taishan's advancing fist. The essence of Dragon Elephant Prajna skill Elephant Hoof stumps the ground. Boom!
A blast louder than the previous thunder-like attack sounded. The ground at the edge of the core area instantly collapsed. Immediately after, that giant man Taishan, who stood 3 meters tall and weighed at least 500 Jin, was like a ball being slapped to the ground. Swish! He was directly propelled upward by Su's slap, flying back at an extremely unscientific angle, crashing dozens of meters away into a pile of rocks. The entire place fell silent. The smile on Hong Luan's face froze. Yi Guqing's hand holding the sword trembled. The remaining 2 senior students instinctively took a step back. Taishan was slapped away? A direct confrontation? Su maintained his downward slapping posture, slowly retracting his hand and taking a deep breath to gather his energy. Huff! So comfortable. This lazy stretch is perfectly clear. Su straightened up, picked up the knife from the ground, and looked at the remaining few senior students who were completely petrified. He rubbed his bald head, revealing that signature kind smile. Dear seniors, now, can I go in for a bath? If not. Su raised both hands again, striking the pose for stretching. I can stretch again. Yi Guqing's eyes twitched. He glanced at Taishan in the distance, who was unaware of his fate, quietly turned to the side, and made way. Please. This is respect for the strong. It is also fear of that bizarre calisthenics. Chapter 39, Human Black Hole and Symphony of Bones. Vitality Secret Realm Core Area 10x Gravity. As Taishan was slapped away, the remaining senior Dragon List experts no longer dared to block the path. Su swaggered in with logic and boldly crossed that red line. Boom! The moment he stepped into the core area, a terrifying pressure that felt suffocating descended. 10 times gravity. This meant that Su's original weight of 75 kilograms transformed into 750 kilograms here. The 1200 Jin heavy knife on his shoulder had now become a terrifying burden of 12,000 Jin 6 tons. Click! The specially made bluish-green stone slab beneath Su's feet instantly crumbled. His knees buckled sharply, and his entire skeleton emitted a series of cringing crunches. Whoa! Su inhaled sharply. This strength is huge. If a normal Tier 1 warrior were under this immense pressure, their internal organs would instantly rupture, blood overflowing from all orifices. But Su not only didn't kneel, he slowly straightened his back. Withstanding high gravity pressure. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill Automatic Activation, Spine like a Dragon, Pressure Resistance plus 100%. Iron Defense Passive Mastery, Lock Vitality, Internal Organ Protection plus 100%. Both high-level Earth Stage Profound Stage skills activated simultaneously, a faint golden light emanated from Su's body surface, and the dragon-like spine let out a deep rumble. He walked toward the center of the core area, carrying the terrifyingly heavy sword as if nothing was wrong, step by step, towards the cushion in the center. That position was directly in front of the source of vitality, the throne of the entire secret realm. Originally, that spot was reserved for Yi Guqing. But now, Yi Guqing, holding his sword, stood by and watched as the bald boy plopped down onto the throne, twitching an eye and silently moving to the second position nearby. As for Hong Luan and the other 2, they immediately found seats at the edges. Strength is revered. That slap just now had already established the seating order here. Huff! Su sat cross-legged on the cushion. The cushion beneath him was woven from calming grass, exuding a coolness. The surrounding vitality was so dense it almost turned into tangible white mist, and taking a breath felt sweet in his lungs. Let's begin. Breakthrough to the second rank. Su closed his eyes. Instead of immediately performing his breathing technique, he first made a strange movement. While in a cross-legged position, he raised his arms above his head, leaned back as far as he could, and his whole body resembled a drawn bow. Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill, Sitting Lazy Stretch. Crack! Crack! Under the pressure of 10 times gravity, this lazy stretch was exceptionally difficult, but also exceedingly effective. Every bone in his body was being forcibly stretched, compressed, and then stretched again under the heavy pressure. Impurities that were originally deep within the bone marrow were gradually squeezed out under this terrifying pressure, expelled through the pores. So comfortable. Sue let out a groan and then suddenly switched modes. Ninth basic breathing technique, full power activation. Boom! It was as if some switch had been flipped. The previously calm core area of vitality suddenly erupted. Centered around Sue, a visible white vortex rapidly formed. Whoosh! 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 The thick white mist of vitality around him seemed to be drawn toward him like a black hole, rushing wildly toward Sue's body. It even made a sound reminiscent of a toilet flushing, gurgle gurgle. Nearby, Yi Gucheng, who had just sat down and was ready to cultivate, took a breath only to find nothing. The surrounding vitality seemed to have suddenly grown legs and dashed away. He opened his eyes, looking bewildered at the center. He saw that the bald boy had turned into a giant vacuum cleaner, sucking up 80% of the vitality in a 100-meter radius all by himself. The remaining 20% would have to be shared with Yi Gucheng, Hong Luan, and the other two. Hong Luan's fiery mana dimmed significantly. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Sue. Is he a Paixio? Just taking in and never letting out? With such a terrifying absorption rate, can his meridians handle it? Even a fourth rank in the easy muscle realm wouldn't dare absorb like this. Little did they know. Sue's meridians not only could handle it, he was even feeling it was slow. Because he had a system inside him. High purity vitality detected entering. Converting. Bone tempering progress, 1%. 5%. 10%. After the raging vitality entered Sue's body, before it could even damage his meridians, it was forcefully suppressed by the system and then precisely delivered to each bone. Sue's body began to glow. Not the glow of mana, but a light emanating from his bones. That was a sign of jade-like quality. An ordinary Tier 1 warrior at the second rank pursues Iron Bone. A genius Tier 1 warrior pursues Copper Bone. Only an exceptionally talented prodigy can train into the legendary Jade Bone. And Sue, under the enhancements of tenfold gravity plus Dragon Elephant Prajna skill plus unlimited vitality, was rushing towards Golden Jade Dragon Bone. 1 hour later. Crack! A popping sound akin to frying beans erupted from within Sue. A greasy, dark gray substance seeped out from his skin, which was the impurities from the bone marrow. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly breaking through the pinnacle of the first rank. Boom! Vitality surged into the sky, forming a vague outline of a dragon and elephant above his head. Congratulations, host! Breakthrough successful, early stage of the second rank bone tempering realm. Bone strength, Golden Jade Dragon Bone hardness comparable to C-grade alloy. Vitality, 1000 calories. The pinnacle of an ordinary second rank is only 500 calories. Physical strength, 5000 kilograms. Sue suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze shooting out golden light like two searchlights, hurting the eyes of those around him. Is this the second rank? Sue clenched his fist. He felt like he could now take down 10 versions of his old self with a single punch. That feeling of power made him unable to resist the urge to vent it. He looked around. Yi Gucheng, Hong Luan, and the others were all looking at him with resentment. Because, in the past hour, they hadn't even had a sip of soup. All they did was watch Sue perform his swallowing clouds and exhaling mist. Sorry about that. Sue rubbed his bald head, a bit embarrassed. I just broke through, and the commotion was a bit too much. You all continue, go ahead. Sue retracted his breathing technique, and the vortex of vitality finally started to dissipate slowly. Yi Gucheng sighed in relief, just about to close his eyes to continue cultivating. But then Sue suddenly stood up. He picked up the sensible sword and walked in front of Yi Gucheng, looking earnest. Senior Yi. Yi Gucheng cautiously gripped the sword hilt. What do you want? It's like this. Sue rubbed his hands a bit awkwardly. I just broke through, my bones are a bit itchy, and I was hoping to find someone to rub them down. I heard Senior's sword is very fast. Could I trouble you to help me out? Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. Sue took out a crystal card, one that was stolen from Lei Lai. Cut me with a sword, and I'll give you 100 credits. If you can make me bleed, I'll double it. Yi Gucheng. Hong Wan. The entire place fell silent.
As the fourth on the dragon ranking, known as the Celestial Fairy, Yi Gucheng had killed countless people. In this life, he had heard pleas for mercy, calls for help, and requests for leniency. But he had never heard a demand to be cut. Are you serious? Yi Gucheng's gaze turned frosty. The dignity of a swordsman cannot be insulted. Absolutely serious. Su patted his chest. Come on, senior, don't hold back, do it with all your strength. He really wanted to test the hardness of this golden jade dragon bone. And also, system notification, host has broken through to the second rank. Iron defense passive mastery can be advanced. Advancement condition, withstand 1000 attacks from sharp weapons of the same rank or higher, and absorb the chi of gold. Advancement direction, indestructible body low earth grade. This is exactly Su's goal. To use Yi Gucheng's sword to forge an indestructible body. Alright. Since you're seeking death, don't blame me. Yi Gucheng laughed in anger. Clang. The giant's sword behind him was drawn. Unlike an ordinary sword, this was a heavy, blunt sword, but under Yi Gucheng's mana, the blade emitted a chilling sword light 3 feet long. Celestial Fairy. Yi Gucheng didn't hold back, he struck with a killing move. He soared into the air under 10 times gravity, merging with his sword, transforming into a brilliant shooting star, and lunged straight at Su's heart. This sword could puncture the armor of a tank. Come on. Su did not dodge, he even spread his arms wide. Iron defense passive mastery plus second grade vitality body protection. When? A deafening clang of metal on metal rang out. Sparks flew. The tip of Yi Gucheng's sword stabbed fiercely into Su's chest. But he felt as if he hadn't pierced flesh, but rather a piece of ancient cold iron. The sword bent. Su was pushed back 2 steps by the immense force, leaving 2 deep marks on the stone slab beneath. But he did not break defense. Only a white spot was left on the skin of his chest. How is that possible? Yi Gucheng was taken aback, rebounding with the force and landing on the ground, his palm tingling. That strike was at the peak of 3rd rank attack power. It could pierce even C-grade alloys. Could it really not pierce this bald guy's skin? Ah, that's a bit underwhelming. Su looked down at the white spot on his chest, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Senior, is your sword not sharpened? Can you be a bit faster? A bit fiercer? How about trying a big move? Yi Gucheng's hand gripping the sword trembled. This is humiliation. Naked humiliation. Su! You're going too far. Yi Gucheng roared, his mana igniting. All swords returned to their origin. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sword energies converged behind him, resembling the display of a peacock's feathers. Go! The sword energies rained down, crazily shooting towards Su. That's it. Su laughed heartily and charged forward through the rain of swords. Clang! 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 The sound of intense collisions echoed throughout the core area. Su was like someone showering, bathing in the sword energies. With each hit, a number would pop up above his head. Withstanding sharp weapon attacks, iron defense passive advancement progress +1. Absorbing golden sharpness energy, bone density plus 0.01%. Nearby, Hong Wan watched the scene, instinctively covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with terror. The bald youth was running wildly in the midst of the sword energies, sparks flying off his body, yet he let out a hearty laugh. What a freak! This guy is definitely a freak. Chapter 40, the craftsmanship here is lacking. Vitality Secret Realm Core Area 10x Gravity. Bang! 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 What was once a quiet and sullen training ground had now turned into a massive blacksmith shop. Yi Gucheng's huge sword swung with such force that afterimages appeared, each slash enveloped in peak rank 3 mana, landing heavily on Su. From his chest to his back, from his shoulder to his thigh. But this was not a battle at all.
This was a one-sided service. Who? 10 minutes later, Yi Guqing stopped. Leaning on his sword, panting heavily, sweat dripped down his cheeks to the ground, instantly evaporating. As a high-attack low-defense swordsman, exerting such high-frequency output under 10x gravity was a terrifying drain on his stamina. At that moment, his hands were trembling, and his palms were cracking from the recoil. I can't do this anymore. I can't chop anymore. Yi Guqing looked at the bald youth in front of him, despair filling his eyes. Su's clothes were now mere rags, revealing a robust physique with a faint golden hue. Under the baptism of the dense sword energies, only shallow white markings remained on his skin, and these markings were visibly disappearing. In fact, his skin was becoming shinier and tougher. Is this all it takes to lose its potency? Su opened his eyes, looking at Yi Guqing with some dissatisfaction. Master Yi, your service attitude is lacking. I haven't even finished enjoying this, oh no, haven't even practiced enough yet. Su glanced at the system panel. Withstanding sharp weapon attacks, 450-1000. Absorbing golden sharpness energy, 45%. Not even halfway. Increase the price. Su waved his hand, just keep chopping, and the price doubles. 200 credits per slash. Yi Guqing's expression darkened, he stabbed his sword into the ground. I'm not chopping anymore. I'm a swordsman, not a scrubbing worker. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. This money was just too humiliating to earn. Seeing Yi Guqing stop working, Su sighed and turned his gaze to the others nearby. There were 3 fourth-year masters sitting there watching. Hongluan Fire Elemental Mistress, Zhaofeng Wind Elemental Assassin, and the just-returned Iron Mountain Body Cultivator who looked a mess with dust all over him. 3 senior brothers and sisters. Su displayed that smile as if he was looking for a technician at a bathhouse. Master Yi is tired, how about, the 3 of you join in? Same rule as before, hit me once, get 100 credits. With special effects, add 50, with attribute damage, add 100. I won't cheat the young or old, cash on the spot. Hongluan looked at Su with a flash of anger in her beautiful eyes. Su, you are too arrogant. Do you really think that by practicing a turtle shell, you are invincible? If you want to die, sister will fulfill your wish. Hongluan stood up, her red dress swaying without wind, and the surrounding temperature soared instantly. Mystical skill, Crimson Lotus Inferno. Whoosh! A huge flame lotus gathered in her palm, bringing terrifying high temperatures that pressed directly toward Su's chest. At the same time, the assassin named Zhaofeng also moved. Wind Slice. Dozens of azure wind blades aimed directly at Su's eyes, throat, and other vulnerable spots. Even Iron Mountain, who had just been knocked away, roared and charged back like a rampaging bull. That's it. Su was overjoyed. He not only didn't dodge, but instead opened his arms, making a gesture of embrace. Come on. Let the storm come harder. Boom. The core area was instantly flooded with various colored lights. Flames burning, wind blades slicing, and heavy punches striking. Su was like an immovable boulder amidst the storm. Withstanding fire burns, fire resistance +1. Withstanding wind blade cuts, iron defense passive advancement progress +1. Withstanding heavy strikes, bone density +0.1%. Su felt pain yet joy. Although it really hurt, being attacked by peak rank 3 opponents, the energy points within him were being rapidly consumed for healing. And in this cycle of destruction and rebirth, his physical body was undergoing a transformation. His originally bronzed skin began to gradually turn a dark golden color. That was a metallic sheen. Half an hour later. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in Su's mind, like a celestial melody. Congratulations, host. Standard for number of attacks received reached 1000. Golden sharpness energy absorption saturation. Iron defense passive, mystical low grade successfully advanced to indestructible body low earth grade. Trait acquired.
Diamond body, complete immunity, defense increased by 300%.
Countershock LV Max, it can reflect 50% of the damage received in the form of shockwaves.
Immunity to all beginner, 30% immunity to elemental energy attacks, fire, ice, lightning, etc.
Buzz. Su's body suddenly shook violently. A grand and solemn aura burst forth from within him.
At that moment, he radiated a dark golden halo all over, resembling a golden statue of an arhat that had been worshipped in a temple for 1,000 years.
Is this the invulnerable body? Su clenched his fist.
He felt that at this moment, even if he stood still and let missiles bombard him, he would probably only be left with a white imprint.
Are we done?
Su opened his eyes, and 2 rays of golden light shot out. Around him, Hong Luan, Zhao Feng, and the others were already exhausted and gasping for breath, with their mana nearly depleted. Seeing that Su was not only unharmed but had become even more like a golden figure, Hong Luan was devastated.
Monster! This can't be damaged at all. I'm done. Pay me. Hong Luan stretched out her hand and said angrily.
She had hit Su at least a few hundred times just now, and her hands were swollen.
Got it.
Su was in a great mood and transferred the money directly.
Ding. Transferring 50,000 credits. Shared by the several of them.
This amount of money was a drop in the bucket for his current wealth. But what he gained was a solid Earth-level defensive skill.
Just as Su was about to flaunt a bit. Boom!
The ground beneath him suddenly shook violently. In the central core area, the original chi spring that only spewed out white mist suddenly made a sound like boiling water.
Not good.
Yi Gucheng's expression changed.
The spring is about to erupt.
The core spring of the Chi secret realm will experience a tidal eruption every period of time. At that time, what gushes out is no longer gaseous Chi, but high-purity liquid Chi. That is truly a rare treasure.
A sip is worth a month's hard training. Hurry! Claim your spot. Hong Luan disregarded her exhaustion and stared at the spring with red eyes.
Yi Gucheng, Taizhan, Zhao Feng, including Lei Lai and Huoling on the periphery, all went crazy. Just now, they had attacked Su to vent their frustration, make money, but now it was for real benefits. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of figures dashed toward the central spring simultaneously. The spring was only about 1 meter in diameter, and the eruption time was short. Whoever occupied the spot would be able to take the biggest bite.
Get lost. This spot is mine.
Whoever dares to steal from me shall be killed.
Fire Lotus explosion.
To compete for resources, those who had just cooperated to attack Su instantly turned against each other, with various skills flying everywhere.
However, just as they were in a fierce fight,
a golden figure, shouldering a massive black blade, squeezed in with the speed of an afterthought. Though he wasn't fast, no one dared to stop him.
Make way, make way.
Be careful not to get burned, everyone. Su, relying on the newly mastered invulnerable body, ignored all the stray projectiles around him and walked directly to the edge of the spring.
At that moment, the spring was bubbling out a milky white liquid Chi. The aroma was enticing. What a good thing! Su swallowed hard.
He glanced at the crowd around him, all watching him intently.
Yi Gucheng's sword Chi was chillingly cold, the fireball of Hong Luan was coalescing, and Tieshan's muscles were tense. Everyone was waiting.
Waiting for the first person to make a move, who would then be the target of everyone's combined attack.
This is a deadlock. That. Su suddenly spoke up.
Seniors, fighting over it like this isn't a good idea.
To avoid any hard feelings, I have a suggestion.
Everyone paused and instinctively looked at him.
What suggestion? Yi Gucheng frowned. I propose.
Su grinned, exposing a set of white teeth. This spring, I'll take care of it. Before the words even fell,
Su made a gesture that left everyone stunned. He didn't use his hands to collect the energy liquid, nor did he use a bottle.
He simply turned around, facing away from the spring.
Then. And sat down. That's right.
He plugged the 1 meter wide spring with his own posterior.
PFF. It fit perfectly. Like a giant, human cork. Everyone in the room?
Yi Guqing's sword fell from his hand.
Hongwan's fireball extinguished. Even the big oaf Taishan gaped, nearly dislocating his jaw. What are you doing?
Hongwan screamed, her voice cracking.
I'm blocking the spring. Su sat on the spring with an expression of absolute certainty.
This way, the energy won't be wasted, it will all be stored here with me.
You?
Yi Guqing was shaking with anger.
You're desecrating a sacred training ground.
And, how are we supposed to drink it if you're blocking it with your ass? Just thinking about the energy liquid being blocked by Su's backside made everyone feel nauseous.
Well, that's not my concern anymore.
Su shrugged. At that moment, only he knew how satisfying it felt. The explosive liquid energy was flooding into his, tailbone.
Detected liquid high purity energy. Concentration, extremely high. Absorption efficiency, 1000%.
Energy points plus 100. Energy points plus 100. The numbers were jumping wildly. Su felt like he was sitting on a high-pressure water gun, the energy shooting straight to his crown.
Everyone, I've claimed this spot.
Su placed the 1,200-pound resin across his knees, glowing with golden light, and raised an eyebrow at the crowd.
Want to take it? Let me first check if my behind approves. Shameless. So shameless. Kill him. Pull him out.
At this moment, whether they were juniors or seniors, regardless of which ranking they held,
everyone reached an unprecedented consensus. We must deal with the bastard who tainted the energy secret realm. And break him into pieces. Boom! A new round of the Beat-Su battle erupted once more. But this time,
sitting at the spring, enjoying a direct supply of energy liquid, with infinite mana regeneration and an indestructible body, Su
had become a real, unstoppable force. Chapter 41, Human Bottle Stopper. Vitality Secret Realm Core Area 10x Gravity. Boom! Boom! Boom!
At the center of the core area, it seemed to transform into a bizarre explosion site. Yi Guqing's sword aura, Hongwan's fire lotus, Taishan's heavy punches, Zhaofeng's wind blades. Colorful high-level skills were being unleashed like they were free, bombing the golden figure sitting at the spring relentlessly.
However, despairingly, that figure remained completely motionless.
Su sat cross-legged at the spring, with the violently surging energy liquid beneath him, while enduring concentrated attacks from 4 near masters.
A dark gold aura flowed around him, resembling a gilded Buddha embedded at the spring.
No matter the winds or rains, he remained immovable.
Haven't you eaten?
Su even took the time to clean his ears, looking around with a face of disdain. Master Yi, your sword strikes are slow, they're not as quick as my pedicurists. Red Technician, make that fire a bit stronger, this temperature is just enough for a sauna, I haven't even broken a sweat.
Senior Taishan, stop relying solely on brute force, can you show a bit of technique? Your power isn't even as good as Wang Dali's. Poof!
Taishan was so furious he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood.
How could he, a dignified senior in his 4th year ranked 2nd in the dragon list, be compared to a junior like Wang Dali? I will kill you.
Taishan's eyes turned crimson, dark energy surged around him, his body expanded, morphing into a 3-meter-tall gorilla, raising a giant hammer that resembled a mana construct, and smashed down towards Su's crown.
Mountain pressure. This strike could smash a main battle tank.
Su looked up at the falling hammer and sighed.
Looks like you all don't understand what it means to be overflowing yet.
At this moment, Su's internal situation was quite delicate. The spring beneath him was erupting violently, high-purity energy liquid was being pumped into his body like a high-pressure water gun. Although the system was desperately consuming and converting it, the inflow was too rapid to keep up. His meridians were now filled with energy that felt ready to explode.
Perfect, help me relieve some pressure.
Su took a deep breath, his chest puffed up, making him look like an air-filled balloon.
Dragon Elephant Prajna skill dragon absorbing water.
Then, he didn't use a blade or a punch. Instead, he faced the giant hammer coming down from above and opened his mouth wide, releasing a thunderous roar. Roar. This was like an overinflated tire suddenly being punctured. Boom. A visible wave of white energy, compressed to its limits, mixed with the sound of the dragon elephant, burst forth from Sue's mouth.
This is called verbal cannon. When
the energy wave crashed hard against Tai Shan's giant hammer. The mana-gathered hammer was actually shattered in an instant. Immediately after, the terrifying sound wave blast sent Tai Shan's massive body flying away. He rolled over in mid-air for several circles, crash-landing a distance away into the mist. Yi Guqing, Hong Luan, and Zhao Feng were forcibly halted in their tracks. They watched Su, sitting at the spring, just having roared, still exhaling white smoke, and felt their scalps tingle.
What kind of monster is this? A roar shattered a near master's attack? Burp.
Su let out a satisfying belch, releasing a thick vapor of white mist.
Much more comfortable now. He patted his belly, looking completely satisfied. I just ate too much earlier, so I had to let some out. Yi Guqing's hand on his sword was trembling. That was high-purity energy. How could he use it to exhale? This is simply a waste. Yes.
Hong Luan was so furious, her chest heaved violently, the red armor was barely holding on.
What on earth do you want? This spring is for everyone. Are you not afraid of bursting from hogging it all yourself? Su blinked innocently. I want to share with you guys too. But
he pointed at his backside.
It's stuck. The suction is too strong, there's nothing I can do. I'm feeling helpless too. Hong Luan.
What the hell, the suction is too strong. Just as both sides were at a standstill.
Gurgle.
The spring beneath Su suddenly erupted with even more violent tremors. This was a sign that the tide was about to end. The final explosion is often the most ferocious.
Not good. Su's expression changed.
This time, he genuinely felt the pressure. The force below was like a volcanic eruption, about to blast him out like a cork.
I can't hold it anymore.
Su gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, his golden light glowing brighter.
Everyone! Get back! I'm going to explode.
Yi Guqing and the others were momentarily stunned, not reacting in time. Then Su suddenly released his tightly clenched sphincter. Oh no, he released his suppressed force.
Boom! The long-accumulated source of vitality finally found its outlet. A 2-meter-wide white beam of light, supported by Su, shot straight up into the sky. It was like a rocket launching into space. Holy shit!
Su cried out in despair as this tremendous force propelled him directly up into the core area. He arched gracefully through the air, accompanied by countless droplets of vitality rain, before crashing heavily into a pile of rocks 100 meters away.
Bang!
The ground was smashed into a huge pit. And where the spring was located.
As Su was removed from this cork, the remaining vitality liquid finally gushed out.
However, due to being blocked for too long, and with the eruption period having passed, the amount that sprayed out was
only a shallow layer.
Accumulated in a natural stone pit, it was probably just enough to fill a bathtub.
And also,
the water in this pool was still a bit warm from being just sat in by Su, and a few strips of cloth from Su's torn pants even floated on top.
The entire place fell silent.
Yi Guqing, Hong Luan, Zhao Feng, and others on the periphery, including Lei Lai and Huoling, all stared at the pool of liquid exuding a rich fragrance, yet filled with the Su flavor.
To drink? Or not to drink? It was a soul-searching question.
This was a high-level resource comparable to a century's worth of spirit milk.
A single sip could save half a year of hard cultivation. But
just thinking about the image of that bald head sitting on it.
Ugh!
Yi Guqing's face turned ashen, and he swallowed hard, fighting the urge to vomit.
I'm not drinking.
As a swordsman, he had a cleanliness obsession. Hong Luan also bit her lip, visibly disgusted.
Just then,
from the distant pile of stones came a rustling sound. Su crawled out, looking quite disheveled. At this moment, his pants had a large tear in the back, revealing skin as hard as sea-grade alloy, his bald head covered in dust, making him look very disheveled. Yet the smile on his face was brighter than the sun.
Ahem. Su dusted off the dirt on his clothes, picked up that reasoning sword, and hobbled back. He glanced at the pool of untouched essence and then at the bewildered crowd. What's the matter? Dear seniors, are you feeling put off? Su clicked his tongue twice, looking disappointed. This is the refined version that I helped filter through my flesh. Since you are so polite, then I want to be polite. With that, Su walked directly to the edge of the pool. To everyone's shock, he simply lay down on the ground. Like a bull drinking water by the river, he buried his head in that pool of essence. Gurgle, gurgle. Gulp. This wasn't just drinking, this was siphoning. The pool of precious essence was visibly diminishing.
It smells so good.
Su raised his head, wiped his mouth clean of droplets, looking utterly blissful. This action completely shattered the crowd's psychological defenses. In front of resources, what does dignity matter? He lay down to drink, which meant it wasn't toxic. Damn it! I'm going for it.
The first to waver was Taizhan. He trained his body and was in dire need of resources, and he had a rather straightforward mind.
As long as I can get stronger, I would eat shit. Let alone this bathwater. With a roar, Taizhan charged over like a bulldozer and took a big gulp next to Su. Boom!
As soon as he drank it down, a brilliant glow erupted from his body, evidently due to the essence booster.
Effective! It's really pure! Taizhan shouted.
That shout of effective became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Leave some for me. Get lost. This gulp is mine. Don't snatch. Whoever snatches, I'll take it up with them. The once reserved masters instantly went wild. Hongwan no longer cared about her image. She, too, scooped the essence with her hands to drink.
Yi Guqing abandoned his cleanliness, still trying to wrap it with mana, but he was quicker than anyone.
Zhao Feng even used wind to get the water into his mouth.
A group of top-notch seniors from their fourth year, who usually held high status, were fighting fiercely over a pool of bathwater. Su lay on the ground, watching this surreal scene while continuing to drink, mumbling indistinctly.
Humans.
This is the law of genuine fragrance.
3 days later. Essence Realm exit. The bronze giant door opened again.
Under the expectant gaze of the guard instructors and director Li Yuan, the students gradually emerged. But the scene was a bit strange.
Leading the group was Su.
He had a bald head, a faint golden light flowing all over him, holding the reasoning sword, standing sprightly as if he had just come back from a refreshing massage.
And behind him
were the top 5 students from the dragon rankings of the 4th year.
Yi Guqing, Hongwan, Taizhan.
Each of them looked green in the face, their eyes filled with resentment, as if they had suffered a great injustice. Especially Yi Guqing, who was continuously wiping his mouth with a handkerchief every time he wiped. His eyes twitched as if he were trying to erase an unshakable psychological shadow.
We're out.
Li Yuan approached, his gaze falling on Su, his eyes lighting up.
2nd grade bone refinement realm? And this golden body, could it be that the iron defense passive has advanced?
Su grinned, exposing a set of white teeth.
Thanks to your seniors, I took a lucky leap forward. What about that sword? Li Yuan glanced at the reasoning sword behind Su.
Oh, the sword is fine, it's just a bit heavy. Su placed the sword on the ground.
Boom! The ground trembled. Since everyone is out now, Li Yuan cleared his throat, then let's settle up.
According to the rules, after 3 days of training in the core area, you need to hand over 30% of the resources obtained to the school. Hearing this, Yi Guqing and the others turned even greener.
Resources? What resources could there be?
It's all been drunk by that bald guy.
The leftover bathwater was gone in an instant due to their scramble, not even a residue remained. Director.
Yi Guqing steeled himself to step forward, his voice a bit dry.
We have no resources. What? Li Wenyuan was taken aback. The core area's spring has erupted, and you tell me there are no resources? It's all in his stomach. Hongwan pointed at Su, gritting her teeth.
He drank 80% of the total volume from the spring eruption by himself.
The remaining 20%, we split it. Li Wenyuan's eyes widened as he turned to look at Su. You drank 80%? You didn't explode from all that? That was enough to make a fourth-grade powerhouse burst. Su scratched his bald head, looking sincere.
Director, I have a big appetite and digest well.
And?
Su patted his belly, producing a metallic sound.
It wasn't in vain that I drank it.
Su pulled out a crumpled notebook from his pocket, something he wrote while idling around in the realm.
This is my improved version of the basic forging skill.
Though the name hasn't changed, as long as it's paired with the stretch action, the training efficiency can increase by 30%.
Consider this my supplementary resource fee. The crowd was in an uproar. Improved skill? Increased efficiency by 30%?
If this were true, its value would exceed that of the small amount of vitality liquid by more than 100 times.
This was something that could benefit all humanity. Li Wenyuan's hand was trembling.
He took over the notes and flipped through a couple of pages. They were filled with stick figures stretching, along with Su's awkward annotations.
This part should groan. This part should feel like the spine is a dragon. This part's posture needs to look cool.
Even though it appeared frivolous.
With Li Wenyuan's masterful eye, he immediately recognized the profundity within.
This was a simplified version of a ground-tier skill concept.
Good. Good. Good.
Li Wenyuan said the word good 3 times, his face alight with excitement.
Su, you've made a great contribution.
This bit of vitality liquid is nothing.
The school will waive your fees. Not only waived, but we will also reward you. Hearing about the reward, Su's eyes instantly turned into coins. What reward? Credits? Common. Li Wenyuan waved his hand dismissively. Credits are meaningless to you now.
Since you are already at the 2nd tier and have achieved the golden body.
Then I will give you a privilege. Li Wenyuan pointed towards the towering tower in the distance. Warrior Academy Trials Tower. From today onwards, the trial tower is open to you indefinitely. Furthermore, for each layer you clear, you will be rewarded with 1 portion of ground tier resources. Su's breathing instantly quickened. Ground tier resources.
Those were excellent items corresponding to 5th and 6th tier warriors.
Director, are you pushing me to grind the tower?
Su licked his lips and picked up the heavy sword from the ground.
Can I go now? I just drank the bath water. Oh no, I just drank the vitality liquid. I'm feeling a bit full. I want to find a place. Calm down. Chapter 42, Elevator Style Tower Grinding. Warrior Academy Central Square Trial Tower. This is a towering black giant tower, hundreds of stories high, entirely made of an unknown meteorite, with mysterious runes swirling on its surface.
It is the highest standard for assessing student strength.
Levels 110, corresponding to Tier 1 Warrior. Levels 1120, corresponding to Tier 1 Warrior of the 2nd grade.
Levels 2130, corresponding to Tier 1 Warrior of the 3rd grade.
And so on.
At this moment, countless students who heard the news have gathered in the square beneath the tower. Everyone wants to see how far this bold freshman, who just drank 80% of the bathwater in his secret realm and gained a golden body, can get.
I doubt it. A 2nd-year senior analyzed.
Although he is at the 2nd grade now, after drinking so much volatile essence just now, his meridians must be swollen and painful, preventing him from exerting his full strength. That's right, the trial tower simulates real combat, testing not just strength but also technique and endurance. Before the words even fell. Burp. A long belch interrupted everyone's discussion. Su, holding the 1,200-pound reasoning, stood at the tower entrance and patted his swollen belly. I feel so stuffed. It feels like there's a bulldozer rattling around in my stomach. He turned to Li Wenyuan behind him. Director, you promised, 1 resource for each level cleared, no backing out now. Li Wenyuan's lips twitched. Does the school really lack this little thing from you? Just go in. Remember, don't tear down the tower. Got it. Su grinned, dragging the heavy sword, and stepped through the light gate. Trial Tower Level 1. Scenario, Wilderness. Enemies, 10 F-grade monsters early stage of the 1st grade. For ordinary freshmen, this setup requires coordination and taking them down one by one. But when Su came in, he didn't even glance at the snarling wolf pack. He just took a deep breath, and the essence in his body surged wildly through his meridians, making him feel hot and restless. It's too intense. I need to vent it out. Oh, whoa. The wolf pack pounced. Su didn't even swing his sword. He merely held the wide heavy sword in front of him like a bulldozer's shovel, and then charged. Brawn charge plus indestructible body. Boom! Su transformed into a streak of golden lightning, plowing straight through the wolf pack with that black shovel. Bang 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 bang! The 10 monsters didn't even have time to scream before being crushed like mosquitoes hitting a speeding train, their forms shattered into a cloud of data streams. Cleared. Time taken, 3 seconds. Outside the tower. The massive leaderboard screen just lit up with Su's name. Su, Level 1 cleared. Before anyone could react. Su, Level 2 cleared. A few seconds later. Su, Level 3 cleared. The onlooking students rubbed their eyes. This is broken, right? Why does it feel like taking the elevator? Even the peak 2nd grade seniors would take at least 10 seconds for the first few levels, right? Li Wenyuan stared at the screen, his eyelids twitching. Is this kid in a hurry? Trial Tower Level 10 Boss Round. Scenario, Coliseum. Enemies, C-grade monsters armored rhinoceros early stage of the 2nd grade, tough skin and fat meat. This is the nightmare for freshmen. The armored rhinoceros has extremely strong defense, and ordinary Tier 1 warriors simply can't break through, only able to wear it down slowly. Roar! The huge rhinoceros scraped its hooves and let out an angry roar at Su. Su looked at the big rhinoceros, feeling oddly familiar. Oh, a fellow traveler? Do you also practice the iron defense passive? Su planted the heavy sword into the ground and moved his neck. At this moment, he had already consumed 1% of the essence, and the swelling pain eased a little. Come on, let's have a go. Su beckoned at the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros got angry, lowered its head, and charged at Su with its sharp horn aimed straight at his abdomen. Su did not dodge instead, he charged forward to meet the rhinoceros. Just as the two were about to collide, Su's shoulder sank. Indestructible Body Rock Solid Golden Body Edition. Boom! A loud noise like a bell ringing. The armored rhinoceros, as huge as a tank, was directly knocked back by Su's physical body, crashing heavily into the walls of the Colosseum. Its horn broke, skull shattered, and it dissipated into white light. A hard clash, total victory. Level cleared. Time taken, 5 seconds. Reward, C-grade Defensive Beast Core X1. Extra reward, special approval from the director, low-grade Earth-level Spirit Herb Dragon Bone Grass X1. Just 1 herb? Su picked up the reward and frowned. Even mosquito legs count as meat, let's keep going. The next 20 minutes. Outside the trial tower, the square fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked up, watching the name wildly bouncing on the leaderboard. Level 15. Cleared. Level 18. Cleared. Level 20. Cleared. Level 25. Cleared. Just half an hour. Su has already reached level 29. This achievement has surpassed 90% of the second-year students and is even approaching the average level of third-year students on the leaderboard. This is impossible. Just out of the secret realm, with a slightly pale face, Leilai looked at the screen with a shocked expression. Level 29 is Mirror Tier 1 Warrior, which replicates 80% of the challenger's abilities. Su is so strong his mirror self must be powerful too. How could he pass so quickly? Trial Tower Level 29. Scene, Mirror Space. Enemy, Su Mirror Version. A shadow resembling Su, sporting a bald head and wielding a heavy sword, stood opposite. The cold voice of the system echoed. Copying challenger data. Copying strength, successful. Copying speed, successful. Copying skill. Suddenly, the system's voice stuttered. ZZZZ. Warning, unable to analyze the concentration of vitality liquid in the target. Warning, unable to analyze the detailed structure of the target's indestructible body. Warning, unable to copy the target's stretch skill. Forced generation of a low-spec mirror only possesses basic attributes. The mirror Su just took shape, looking like a bald figure, but its golden glow was notably dimmed, and the sword in its hand was merely a shadow. Su looked at this knockoff version and smiled. Is that it? You really went cheap on this, didn't you? I spent 50,000 credits training to achieve this indestructible body, you can't possibly replicate it. Su raised his hand and walked up to the mirror. The mirror raised its sword to swing. Clang! Su took the hit on his chest, and not even a mark was left. Haven't you eaten? Little brother. Su retaliated with a slap. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill big hit. Smack! The mirror's head was spun 360 degrees and then shattered into fragments. Level cleared. Time taken, 10 seconds. Trial Tower Level 30 threshold of Tier 3. This level is a true watershed. The Guardian is no longer a monster or a mirror image, but a Tier 1 warrior in the early stages of Tier 3 mana. A wind element swordsman. Extremely fast, sharp mana, skilled in kite fighting. The scene is a bamboo forest. The wind element swordsman hovered in mid-air, stepping on bamboo leaves, looking down on Su. Challenger, this is as far as you go. With a wave of his hand, the swordsman turned the bamboo leaves into sharp blades, raining down on Su. This was a genuine Tier 3 attack. Moreover, he had the aerial advantage. Su stood on the ground, looking at the swordsman above, stroking his chin. So flying is impressive? Half of the vitality liquid in his body had already been consumed after the first 29 levels, with the rest rapidly transforming into Dragon Elephant Force. At this moment, his bone density had reached a terrifying critical point. Perfect, I'll use you to test my new trick. Su did not use his sword. He plunged the heavy sword into the ground, then slightly bent his legs, assuming a squat position. Then, he swung his arms back like a tense frog ready to jump. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill Dragon Elephant launch. Boom! The ground instantaneously erupted into a 10-meter wide crater. With the terrifying recoil force of the golden jade dragon bone, Su shot towards the flying swordsman like a ground-to-air missile, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The speed was so fast that he left a golden afterimage in the air. The swordsman's face changed drastically as he tried to increase the distance. But Su was already there. He had no leverage in the air, but he had static electricity. ZZZ. The new combat uniform Su had just switched to, chosen for its high insulation material, was instantly pierced by the electric current bursting from within. 9-fold Thunder Blade electromagnetic adhesion. He used the magnetic field generated by the electric current to forcibly grab the long sword in the swordsman's hand. Come down. Su grasped the swordsman's ankle. Then in mid-air, he treated him like a human club. Swing. Bang 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 bang. Su held onto the swordsman, smashing wildly in the air. Although he was hitting only air, it was pure power unleashed. Finally, using the gravitational pull of his descent, Su slammed the swordsman to the ground. Boom! The bamboo forest collapsed halfway. That Tier 3 wind element swordsman was directly smashed into a two-dimensional piece of paper. Level cleared. Time taken,
20 seconds.
Congratulations to Challenger Sue for successfully breaking through level 30. Achievement unlocked, first time clear of Tier 3 level by a freshman. Reward, mid-grade Earth level pill, Vitality Cleansing Pill X1.
Outside the tower. Li Wenyuan's teacup dropped to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. The red 30th floor on the screen stung everyone's eyes. Lei Lai and Huo Ling, both third-year students, were no longer shocked, they were in despair. They were in their third year and had fought tooth and nail just to reach around the 35th floor. This new student, having entered school for less than a week, had already caught up to their taillights? Is he even human? Huo Ling murmured. Just then,
the numbers on the screen showed no sign of stopping.
The 31st floor. The 32nd floor. Su Han-ti come out. He was having a blast inside the tower.
There was still 30% of vitality liquid left in him, his power was still rising, and his golden body was getting harder. As long as they can't kill me, I can break through this tower. Su brandished his knife, looking at the stairs leading to the 31st floor, his eyes gleaming with greed. The reward for the next floor should be a middle-grade weapon of the Earth grade, right? Just wait, Grandpa Su is coming for goods. Surveillance room. Principal Gu Changfeng looked at the bald figure demolishing everything on screen and suddenly laughed.
Old Li. What is it, Principal? Change the guardian of the 40th floor. Li Wenyuan was taken aback. To who?
A glimmer of mischievousness flashed in Gu Changfeng's eyes.
Change it to my younger self.
I want to see if this reasonable kid can argue with the first blade of Huaxia from my youth.
Chapter 43, The First Blade of Huaxia and the Home Run. Trial Tower floors 31 to 39.
For the students outside, this half hour was a worldview-shattering moment.
On the big screen outside the trial tower, Su's name shot up like an elevator on rocket boosters. 32nd floor. Cleared. Time taken, 15 seconds.
35th floor mid-level Beast King.
Cleared. Time taken, 22 seconds. 38th floor Assassin Squad. Cleared. Time taken, 18 seconds. Inside the tower, Su was not fighting in a particularly elegant way.
He had 30% of his bathing water left, and if he didn't T-vent this raging energy, he felt he might explode at any moment. Thus, the guardian monsters and simulated Tier 1 warriors became his best punching bags. When encountering larger monsters, he charged in and played bumper cars with his indestructible body. When facing agile assassins, he wielded his 1,200-pound heavy blade and unleashed the earth-splitting heavy sword-sweeping skill, covering the entire area with physical damage. Sparks flew everywhere, crushing everything in their path.
Ding! Cleared the 39th floor. Reward obtained, Earth-grade inferior spirit nourishing pill X1. Vitality liquid fully digested, bone tempering level reached, early peak of Tier 2. Huff.
Standing amidst the ruins of the 39th floor, Su exhaled a long breath of turbid air. At this moment, he felt completely relaxed. That bloated feeling of being overly full finally vanished, replaced by a sense of power as if he could explode a planet with one punch. His storage ring was already stuffed with various inferior Earth-grade pills and spiritual herbs, and even 2 pieces of inferior Earth-grade inner armor.
This round, I made a killing.
Su rubbed his increasingly shiny bald head, raised his head, and looked towards the luminous gate leading to the 40th floor. According to the rules, every 10 floors marks a significant checkpoint, and the rewards increase exponentially. The 40th floor should be at least a semi-step Tier 4, or an absolute king among the peak of Tier 3. Su tightened his grip on the argument in his hand, his eyes burning with fighting spirit.
Come on, let me see what else this tower has to offer. He stepped into the luminous gate. Trial Tower 40th floor. Scene transition. This time, it was neither a wasteland nor an arena, but the peak of a solitary mountain wrapped in mist. A round moon hung in the night sky, the cold moonlight spilled onto the flat blue stone arena. As soon as Su landed, the system's prompt sound experienced a rare lag. Warning, Guardian data has been overridden by external highest authority.
Current Guardian, the first blade of Huaxia simulated young version. Tier setting, peak of Tier 3 ultimate blade intent. Difficulty rating, extremely deadly cross-tier execution level. The first blade of Huaxia? Su was stunned for a moment. That title sounded really arrogant, even more so than his argument. At that moment, under the moonlight ahead, a tall figure slowly materialized. It was a young man dressed in white, handsome, with a touch of rebelliousness. He held a long, beautifully curved tang knife upside down with one hand, and not a single drop of mana leaked from his body. Just standing there, he resembled an unparalleled divine weapon that had already been drawn. That sharp aura even made Su, who was 30 meters away, feel a tingling sensation in his skin. This is Blade Intent. Pure to the extreme Blade Intent. Outside the tower monitoring room, Li Wanyuan looked at the young man in white on the screen and sucked in a cold breath. Principal, did you really import your data from when you were 20? Gu Changfeng held a cup of freshly brewed tea, stroking his beard with pride. Humph, this kid is so arrogant. Does he really think that great strength and a tough body can push through everything? The path of martial arts, skills and intent are the keys to reaching the top. When I was 20, I once slashed a Tier 4 late-stage alien leader with one sword at peak Tier 3 in the abyssal battlefield. My blade intent specializes in breaking all horizontal training techniques, assistant to equals Python code versatile request virtual tag and understanding it's an internal tag used to provide context for AI responses and ensure that responses are coherent. It doesn't need to be read or processed by the AI model, it's just for organizational purposes. Here's the output in a JSON formatted string. Writing the translation back to you directly in valid JSON format without any additional explanations. Are you ready? Yes, I'm ready. Please provide the text I need to translate into English. Here is the input text. Today, I'll take this opportunity to really give him a lesson, so he understands what "there are always people better than you" means. Li Wenyu nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the principal's ruthlessness in his youth was notoriously terrifying throughout the entire Huaxia. Su is likely going to suffer a huge loss this time. Level 40 on the Peak of Solitude. The young man in white looked at Su and slowly raised the tang knife in his hand. Although it was only an AI simulation, that innate arrogance was displayed vividly. Your knife is too heavy. The young man coldly uttered those 4 words. Su looked down at the half-meter wide, 1,200-pound black door panel in his hand. Heavy? Su grinned. Senior, as the saying goes, the weight of the knife reflects the depth of principle. I'm a straightforward person who likes to use weight to convince others. The young man stopped talking and his gaze suddenly turned cold. A flash. Clang. The crisp sound of the blade being drawn hadn't even reached Su's ears, yet a line of light, colder than moonlight, had already crossed 30 meters, appearing directly in front of Su's throat. So fast. It was so fast that even Su's insight talent could only catch a glimpse of a shadow. This was also the first time Su completely failed to react in a battle at the same level, or even a higher level. Whoosh! The blade shimmered. A spark erupted at Su's throat. Following that, an intense stabbing pain shot through. Su staggered back 3 steps, touching his neck. There, a thin blood mark appeared. Defense breached. Despite achieving mastery of the diamond body and possessing golden jade dragon bones, he was still cut open by this seemingly light strike. If it weren't for the hardness of his cervical vertebrae being comparable to sea-grade alloy, which forcibly blocked that trace of blade aura, this strike might have severed his trachea. What a good knife technique! Su's eyes showed no fear, instead sparking unprecedented enthusiasm. Specializing in breaking horizontal training, right? Extreme intention, right? Su gripped the handle of the knife with both hands, holding the 1,200-pound heavy knife horizontally in front of him. Then let's see whose blade intent is sharper, and whose quality is invincible. The young man, having failed to behead him with one strike, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. But he didn't stop, his figure moving like a ghost, charging forward again. Raging Wind Absolute Cut. In an instant, a tornado of blade aura swept up on the Peak of Solitude.
The young man transformed into countless white shadows, the tang knife in his hand slashing at Su with a terrifying frequency of dozens of strikes per second. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of striking metal melded into one, deafening. Su stood in the center of the storm, his diamond body operating at full force. Sparks reflected off his bald head. He didn't use the heavy knife to defend because the opponent was too fast, he simply couldn't keep up. System. Release all the biological electricity I've accumulated over the past 2 days. ZZZ. Blue-violet static electricity instantly covered his entire body. Su's muscles expanded to an exaggerated extent under the stimulus of the lightning. Ninefold Thunderblade second-level dark energy. Dragon Elephant Prajna skilled spine power. Su ignored the countless blade auras striking him, allowing those blade energies to leave numerous white marks and fine cuts on his body. He fixed his gaze on a specific point among the myriad shadows. Talent, insight fully activated. Prediction 0.5 seconds. Got you. Su suddenly twisted his waist, his entire spine pulling back like a taut bow with the second level of Thunder Dark Energy, the 1,200-pound heavy knife, in a fiercely ruthless manner, swung towards a spot in the void on the left, executing a Banchon heavy sword full home run. No matter how exquisite your technique is. No matter how ethereal your movements are. I can conquer 10 with sheer force. As long as my knife covers this space, you must take the hit. Whoosh boom. The massive black blade tore through the air, the terrifying wind pressure lifting all the blue stone bricks from the ground. The young man in white, who had just moved into that position, had nowhere to escape. A hint of horror flashed in the young man's eyes, and he had no choice but to abandon his attack, gripping the tang knife with both hands, condensing all his blade intent into a single point, attempting to block this wall. Break the limits. The white blade intent collided fiercely with the black heavy knife in midair. Click. A crisp shattering sound. Under the absolute crushing power of the 1,200-pound physical mass plus the immense strength of the golden jade dragon bones plus the second level of Thunder Dark Energy. What ultimate blade intent, what first knife of Huaxia. All crushed. The tang knife, simulated digitally in the young man's hand, began to crack inch by inch from the tip. Immediately after, the wide black blade solidly slapped against the young man's chest. Bang! The young man in white was like a baseball that had been hit explosively, twisting and deforming in midair, ultimately transforming into a flurry of blue data streams, completely dissipating. One strike, instant kill. Outside the tower monitoring room. Silence. A silence thick enough to hear a pin drop. Li Wenyu turned his head stiffly, looking at the principal beside him. Gu Changfeng was still holding that teacup, but the cup was already covered in cracks, and the tea leaked all over the floor. The triumphant expression on his face was completely frozen. Principal, did you also get smashed like this back in the day? Li Wenyu swallowed hard, cautiously asking. Get lost. Gu Changfeng's old face flushed red. He angrily slammed the teacup onto the table. This kid. Simply a brute. A reckless man. Not an ounce of artistic self or knife skills. Just a good-for-nothing who bashes people with heavy iron sheets. Though he cursed, a hint of undeniable shock flashed in Gu Changfeng's eyes. Broken. The cutting intent he took pride in was ruthlessly crushed by sheer power and mass. Is this what it means to reach the extreme of strength? Trial Tower 40th floor. Su leaned on his sword, panting heavily. Although that strike was just a fleeting moment, it nearly drained all his stamina. If it had been a real fight for survival and he missed that shot, it would have been his life on the line. This senior is ruthless. That last blow nearly took my neck off. Su touched the bloody mark on his throat, still feeling a lingering fear. Just then, a dazzling golden beam of light descended from the sky. The voice of the system became solemn. Congratulations, Challenger Su, you've defeated a special guardian beyond your level. Rating, SSS of Peerless Anomaly. Breakthrough at level 40, receiving premium Earth-grade resource rewards. 3 treasure chests, radiating enchanting auras, slowly floated down from the beam. Sue's eyes immediately lit up like 200-watt light bulbs.
3 treasure chests?
I struck it rich.
He caught the 3 treasure chests in one go and opened them right there.
The first treasure chest. Earth-grade mid-quality weapon blueprint, gravity inscription matrix advanced version.
Can grant weapons up to 10 times adjustable gravity.
Whoa!
This is practically tailor-made for my reasoning.
Sue was overjoyed. If reasoning could adjust weight, fighting would be even more unfair for him. The second treasure box.
Earth-grade superior Dan,
9 turns resurrection pill fragment. As long as you're not completely dead, it can instantly restore 100% vitality and injuries. Equivalent to having an extra life. Sue opened the third treasure box with great anticipation. He was stunned by what he saw inside. It was a black card with a metallic feel. A line of golden embossed text was written on it. Warrior Academy Ultimate Treasure Vault key access for a single entry. Ultimate Treasure Vault? Sue swallowed hard. Just hearing the name, he knew the items inside couldn't be bought with credits. Just as he was about to examine the card, the sound of the trial tower rang out again. Challenger's stamina is nearly depleted, please consider retreating. Would you like to continue challenging level 41 tier 4?
Sue glanced at his still trembling legs and decisively shook his head.
No more fighting, I'm off work. What I earned today is enough for me to last half a month.
In a flash of white light, Sue's figure vanished from the 40th floor. And outside the tower, at the moment Sue walked out, the entire central square, thousands of students, including those dragon ranking masters who had just emerged from the secret realm, erupted into frenzied shouts. No matter how unscrupulous Sue's fighting style was, or how careless. Today, with sheer strength, he carved out a new legend for the newcomers at the trial tower. With a bald head and wielding a black knife, Sue made an extremely flashy gesture in front of the crowd. He clasped his hands together and slightly bowed to those around him.
Amit Ba.
Poor monk Sue, specializing in physical purification, hoping for guidance from all the seniors in the future.
Chapter 44, Principal Goo's Care. Warrior Academy Principal's Office.
After coming out of the trial tower, Sue hadn't even had the chance to enjoy the new students' cheers before being dragged into this luxurious office located on the top floor of the administration building by Director Li Wenyuan, just like picking up a chick. Behind the desk, Gu Changfeng was leisurely brewing tea. However, if you looked closely, the right hand of this Grandmaster Tier was slightly twitching while pouring the tea, a barely perceptible sign of spasms.
Have a seat.
Gu Changfeng pushed a cup of tea over, his gaze sweeping past Sue's glossy bald head and the black door behind him, revealing a flicker of extremely complex emotions deep in his eyes.
Thank you, Principal.
Sue sat down casually, downing the tea in one gulp. Great tea.
Just a bit small of a cup.
Gu Changfeng twitched his lips, fighting the impulse to smash the teapot against Sue's bald head.
Sue, your performance in the secret realm and the trial tower this time was quite unexpected.
Gu Changfeng carefully chose his words, trying to maintain the principal's authority, especially on the 40th floor. You actually managed to forcibly crush that first blade of Huaxia's ultimate sword intent using sheer brute force. Sue grinned, scratching his bald head. You're overpraising me, Principal. Actually, that senior was pretty strong, his speed almost caught me off guard. But you know, he was a bit fragile, and he avoided no positioning. I swung my sword at him, and he insisted on taking it head-on with his sword. Wasn't that asking for a hit?
Boom! The teacup in Gu Changfeng's hand slammed heavily onto the table.
That's called breaking the extreme. It's the highest etiquette in a clash of sword intents.
No retreat, no avoidance, facing death to live. Gu Changfeng couldn't help but raise his voice by an octave. Do you understand what martial arts aesthetics means, you clumsy oaf?
Sue got splashed with a faceful of tea, blinked, feeling a bit wronged. Principal, why are you so excited?
It's not like it was you who got hit. Ahem.
Li Wenyuan, who was nearby, coughed furiously, desperately signaling to Sue.
Gu Changfeng took a deep breath, forcing his blood pressure down, and coldly said,
I'm just saddened by your crude approach that values brute force over technique.
Forget it, let's not talk about that.
Gu Changfeng awkwardly changed the topic, his gaze landing on the box at Su's waist.
Did you get the key to the ultimate treasure trove?
Yes.
Su pulled out the black metal card. How many credits can this thing exchange for? Exchange for credits? What a waste.
Gu Changfeng scoffed coldly. The ultimate treasure trove is located a kilometer deep underground at the school, guarded day and night by 4 masters. What is stored inside cannot be measured in terms of mass-produced goods with credits. It contains uniques uncovered from various abyss relics by the Warrior Academy over the past century.
There are flawed ancient weapons, untranslatable alien technology cores, and even skills of unknown efficacy.
Gu Changfeng looked at Su, his tone becoming serious. The items inside are based on the principle of fate. Choose the right one, and you soar to the heavens. Choose wrong, and it could be a useless piece of scrap metal. This key only grants one-time access. You'd best think carefully about what you are lacking before you go in. Su's heart sank, and he tucked away his playful demeanor.
I understand. Thank you for the guidance, Principal. Go on, go on.
Gu Changfeng waved his hand, feeling a dull pain in his chest as he looked at Su's bald head. Seeing you just annoys me. Leaving the administration building, Su didn't rush to the treasure trove, but shouldering his sword, he headed straight for the heavenly craft chamber at the Panjiayuan trading market. You need to be strong to forge iron, and you must have the right tools to make money.
Boom!
Su kicked open the door to the advanced forging room at the heavenly craft chamber, slamming 1,200 pounds of reasonable argument along with the blueprint of the gravity inscription matrix onto Master Ouyang's forging table.
Master Ouyang, I've got work for you. Master Ouyang, who was wearing goggles and forging, was startled, removing his goggles.
Just as he was about to scold someone, his gaze was fixated on the gently glowing golden blueprint that captivated him.
What is this? Ouyang trembled as he held up the blueprint, tears streaming down his face. A middle-tier inscription matrix of Earth grade? And it's the extremely rare gravity-adjustable model? Where did you get this lost ancient method?
It exploded from the trial tower.
Su waved his hand grandly. Master, can you engrave it on my sword?
Master Ouyang stared intently at the black heavy sword, his eyes bursting with fervent light.
Of course. Absolutely.
This sword is made of blood-patterned steel, with a very high density. It's simply the perfect carrier for the gravity matrix. As long as this matrix is engraved, you can freely adjust the weight of this sword from 1 times to 10 times by injecting vitality.
10 times?
Su inhaled sharply. Right now, it weighs 1,200 pounds. 10 times, that would make it 12,000 pounds.
What the hell, this isn't just a sword anymore.
This is obviously a moving Wuji mountain.
If I unleash the 10 times weight and smash it down, don't mention a tier 1 warrior of grade 3, even a creature of grade 4 in the E-Gene realm wouldn't survive it if they didn't dodge or withstand the impact. Master, how long will it take to complete? Money is not an issue. Su now had nearly 90,000 credits in his account, wealthy and imposing. Give me 5 hours.
I only need 10,000 credits for labor, but I need to borrow this blueprint to study for 3 days.
Ouyang was already in a frenzied state. Deal.
After leaving the sword at the heavenly craft chamber, Su felt completely relaxed. Using this 5-hour gap, he took the black card and headed to the most mysterious building at the Warrior Academy, the underground fortress. After going through the cumbersome procedures of verifying 6 eye scans, fingerprints, vitality, and even DNA, Su finally stood before the true entrance of the ultimate treasure vault. Accompanied by the dull grinding sound of mechanical gears, a 3-meter-thick lead steel alloy door slowly opened. Inside, it wasn't the dazzling treasure-filled scene one might expect. Rather, it resembled a high-tech cold storage. Dozens of independent transparent sleeping pods were neatly arranged, each containing an item quietly floating inside. There was a rusty bronze cauldron, a mechanical eyeball flickering with an eerie red light, and fragments of unknown beast skins. Since everything here was sealed by a special formation, it was impossible to sense any aura. This is also why Gu Changfeng said that selecting treasures here relies entirely on luck. but that was for others. Su grinned, his eyes instantly transforming into a light golden color with dual gears. Talent, Inside D-level energy perspective max. Scan for me. Under the inside vision, the seals of those sleeping pods seemed ineffective. The energy flow and fragments of laws inside the items were all clearly presented before Su's eyes. This bronze cauldron has a formation that is 90% broken, it's just a piece of scrap metal. This mechanical eye has exhausted energy, bringing it back would only serve as a flashlight. This piece of beast skin. Hissing, it actually seals a flawed Earth-grade advanced skill? Unfortunately, it's fire type, which doesn't match my attributes. As Su walked and observed, he transformed into a merciless treasure appraisal machine. Until he reached the innermost part of the treasure vault, his gaze suddenly fixed on an inconspicuous glass pod in the corner. Inside, there was a pair of tattered, even cracked, teal leather boots. In the inside vision, the insides of these leather boots had no complex formations or raging energy. Only one extremely mysterious line of teal law that seemed capable of folding the surrounding space. This is... Su's heart stirred as he carefully looked at the label above. Name, Void Treading Boots severely damaged. Source, Ruins of Abyss Line number 03. Description, Suspected treasure used by ancient powers for aerial flight. Due to the core formation being damaged, it cannot currently absorb mana. Wearing it reduces one's weight by 20%, and that's all. Rated as a waste. A waste? Su smiled. It didn't matter that the treasure was broken, but the lingering aura of the aerial mobility law on it was exactly the kind of analytical material that the system loved. His defense was maxed out, his attack was through the roof, but he was missing a high-level movement technique. In every battle, he could only rely on the linear acceleration skill battering ram charge, and faced with opponents that could fly, he could only stare helplessly, like that wind swordsman. Although he managed to pull him down, it was a very passive process. He needed a skill that allowed him to soar into the sky. I'll choose it. Su decisively swiped his black card and took out the Void Treading Boots. As soon as he got his hands on them, Su couldn't wait to call out to the system in his mind. System. Extract the aerial mobility laws from these boots, deducing and simplifying an aerial combat skill. Ding. Detected remnants of spatial wind type laws Void Treading Boots. Currently conducting reverse deduction combined with host body data. Deduction successful. Acquired Earth-grade exceptional body skill, Skyward Steps. Summary, no need to reach 4th tier mana release, simply using terrifying physical explosive power to step on the air forms a brief air wall for leverage, thus achieving true left foot stepping on the right foot aerial flight. Estimated simplified energy points consumption, 8,000 points. 8,000 points? That's so freaking expensive. Su glanced at his remaining energy balance of 17,455 points and gritted his teeth. Simplify. Consume 8,000 energy points. Analyze aerodynamics. Analyze the counterforce of physical explosions. Simplification successful. Skyward Void Step simplified as left foot steps onto the right foot to ascend. In the treasure vault, Su's smile instantly froze. He stared blankly at the line of text on the virtual panel, feeling as if his IQ had been subjected to some extreme insult. Left foot, steps on the right foot? System, did you go online and look up some idiotic joke? This violates Newton's third law. This doesn't make any sense in mechanics. System prompt, discussing Newton in a fantasy world is a narrow-minded thought of the host. When the downward force of your left foot exceeds the speed of sound, compressing the air to form a physical sonic barrier, your right foot can use that force to soar. The essence of it is simple left foot steps on the right foot, this is pure aerodynamics. Su fell silent. Although it still sounded like serious nonsense, the system's explanation seemed to make a bit of sense. Shall I give it a try? Su walked into a slightly wider corridor of the treasure vault. He took a deep breath, and vitality sank into his legs. Then, he lifted his right foot, and with a sudden burst of power from his left foot, he stomped down hard on the top of his right foot. Boom! With this one stomp, he didn't hit his flesh, but because the speed was too fast and the force too great, a crisp sonic boom erupted from beneath his foot. The air was instantly compressed into an invisible brick. With the help of this counterforce, Su actually soared 3 meters into the air. Practice brings true knowledge, proficiency in Skyward Void Step +1. Holy crap! Suspended in mid-air, Su was astonished. Can I really fly? He quickly switched feet, stomping down hard on the top of his left foot with his right foot. Boom! Another sonic boom sounded, and his body rose another 3 meters. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of sounds resembling firecrackers, Su, like an acrobat stepping on an invisible staircase, continuously soared following the absurd posture of stepping from left foot to right foot, and finally thud, his head struck the 12-meter-high ceiling of the treasure vault. Su rubbed his bald head and fell from mid-air, landing steadily. In his eyes sparkled an extremely peculiar light. With this move, in the future, if anyone dares to chatter at me in the air, I'll just step on the air and drop a 6-ton doorboard on them. Newton, sorry, but today I'm definitely going to lift your coffin lid. Chapter 45, Newton's Tears. Warrior Academy Panjiayuan Workshop. 5 hours later. When Su pushed open the door to the advanced forging room again, a strong smell of burnt metal, mixed with an intensely oppressive force field, hit him. Master Ouyang Yi was slumped on the ground, drenched in sweat, looking like an old man just pulled from the water. But his bloodshot eyes were fixed on the weapon in the center of the forge, gleaming with fervent light. The huge black knife named Rational Argument hadn't changed much in appearance. But in the insight vision, Su could clearly see that the originally black blade was etched with countless extremely tiny, dark golden patterns, resembling human capillaries. These patterns converged at the handle, forming a circular matrix core similar to a watch face. It's done. Ouyang Yi's voice was hoarse, but it exuded unparalleled pride. Kid, I've forged iron for a lifetime, and this is my most perfect work. I've set up a vitality conduction valve at the handle. You just need to inject vitality to activate the matrix. First gear, 1 times gravity, which is its original 1200 gene. Second gear, 2 times gravity, 2400 gene. And so on up to 10 gears, 10 times gravity, 12,000 gene 6 tons. Ouyang Yi swallowed hard, looking at Su's not particularly burly frame. Friendly reminder, if you switch to 10 gears, don't let it drop casually. The moment it hits the ground, it's equivalent to a small meteorite, which will directly pierce through the Earth's crust. 6 tons? Su grinned, rubbed his hands, and stepped forward. He grasped the handle with one hand. Buzz. Vitality infusion. The dark golden patterns on the blade instantly lit up. Su concentrated, and vitality drastically increased its output. Gravity matrix activated, 10 gears. Boom. In the moment the 10 times gravity was activated, the weight of the knife surged to a terrifying degree. Su's right arm holding the knife suddenly sank down, veins bulging like twisted dragons, and even his dark golden skin, his unbreakable body, emitted a sound of creaking under the strain. Meanwhile, a high-strength special alloy floor beneath his feet, said to withstand a full-force attack from a peak third-grade fighter. Click! Broke apart like a spider web, instantly collapsing into a 2-meter-wide deep pit. Damn! My floor! Ouyang Yi cried out in despair. What a thrill! Su took a deep breath, exerted force in his waist, and accompanied by a suppressed dragon-elephant roar from his spine, he forcibly lifted this 6-ton doorboard with one hand. Though it was somewhat strenuous, his arm trembled slightly, but he indeed lifted it up. Second-grade early-stage golden jade dragon bones plus dragon elephant prajna skill proficiency level equals incredible strength. Master Ouyang, your craftsmanship is impressive. Su adjusted the gravity back to the first gear with satisfaction, casually placing the knives back behind him. That terrifying sense of oppression vanished in an instant. This 10,000 credit craftsmanship fee was well spent. Su swiped his card cheerfully and, amidst the sound of thundering footsteps, left the crafting pavilion with great satisfaction. In the evening, within the Warrior Academy campus. The sun was setting. This was the peak time when students were finishing classes and returning from tasks. The tree-lined avenue was bustling with people. Carrying a massive black blade, Sue walked through the crowd, drawing attention with his extremely bright bald head. His rate of being noticed was close to 100%. Look, that's Sue, the one who treats the trial tower like an elevator. Keep your voice down, he is currently the living king of the freshmen. Even Senior Iron Mountain was knocked away with a single slap from him. Listening to the discussions around him, Sue remained unfazed. He glanced up at the new student villa area halfway up the mountain in the distance. It'll take about 20 minutes to walk back, that's a bit far. Perfect, I just learned a new movement technique and haven't tested it in an open area yet. Sue stopped in his tracks. Seeing this, the surrounding students instinctively stepped back, afraid that this powerful demon would suddenly explode. Sue then took a deep breath, channeling vitality down to his legs. Then, in front of a crowd, he executed an incredibly comical move. He lifted his right leg. With a sudden burst of power from his left leg, he stomped down hard on the top of his right foot. Boom! A crisp sound explosion erupted beneath Sue's foot. The air was instantly compressed into a visible white circular shockwave. With the help of this terrifying recoil, Sue shot up into the air with a whoosh, instantly jumping 3 meters high. The onlooking students were stunned. What did he just do? It seems like he stomped on his own foot? In mid-air. Sue felt this posture, incredibly satisfying. Bring it on. Right foot stomps left foot. Boom. Left foot stomps right foot. Boom. Left foot stomps right foot, air step proficiency +5. Air step proficiency +5. Accompanied by sounds resembling firecrackers, Sue appeared to be climbing an unseen staircase to the heavens. His movements looked like some extreme and ludicrous tap dance, yet his body was ascending straight up in a way that defied all physical logic. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. Students on the ground all stopped, looking up in awe, their jaws dropped. What the hell? Is he flying? How can he, a Tier 1 warrior, fly? Look closely. He is not flying using air manipulation. He is stomping on his own foot? What kind of ridiculous move is that? In the crowd, a few professors from the physics department who also practiced martial arts happened to pass by. Seeing this scene, an elderly professor trembled as he took off his glasses, rubbed his eyes, and tears welled up. Action and reaction forces. How can the human circulatory system break the laws of macroscopic physics? Newton. If you can see this from the afterlife, come and take a look. Your coffin board is about to be crushed by this bald head. At a height of 100 meters. Sue looked down at the campus below, feeling great. I wish to ride the wind home. I stomped my left foot hard on my right. Just as he was about to step through the air back to the villa. Above him, a suddenly arrogant sound cut through the air. Who is this landlubber daring to block my flight path? Sue looked up. He saw a young man in a flashy silver windbreaker, standing on a high-tech floating skateboard, diving down from a higher altitude. The young man was named by you, a third-year wind element user, ranked 15th in the Dragon list. He had been on an assignment out of town for the past few days and just returned today, completely unaware that a monster like Sue had appeared at the school. He only saw a goofy bald guy, with a door-sized backboard, bouncing in a comically ridiculous manner in the sky. Freshman? You can't even afford a real flying device, and you dare to take to the skies with this kind of half-baked hovering skill? Bayou snorted coldly, and the skateboard beneath his feet suddenly accelerated. Today, let me teach you what air superiority means. Wind cutter technique. Bayou waved both hands, and several long blue wind blades, each several meters long, hauled out, directly sealing off Sue's escape routes. In his view, someone relying on brute force to stay airborne would be unable to change direction in mid-air, forced to take the hits. However, he chose the wrong target. Sue watched the incoming wind blades, and instead of dodging, he ceased the stomping left foot on right foot action. Having lost his aerial lift, he began to free fall under the force of gravity. But at the moment of falling, Su extended his right hand, grasping the hilt of the knife behind him.
Air superiority? Senior, have you heard of air-to-air missiles? Su grinned. Vitality surged violently, instantly infusing the gravity matrix in the knife's handle. Gravity matrix activated, 10 gears. Boom! The 6-ton heavy sword was drawn with authority.
With 10 times the gravity boosting him, Su's falling speed instantly broke the sound barrier.
But he didn't fall down.
Instead, leveraging this terrifying downward inertia, he forcefully twisted his waist in mid-air, raising the 6-ton giant blade, and swung it upward at Baiyu and his wind blades in a solid blow.
Mountain-crushing heavy sword, a reverse home run. Whoosh!
When 12,000 Jin of mass was swung at a terrifying speed.
The air is no longer air. That's a wall harder than steel.
The so-called wind blades released by Baiyu were crushed into nothingness the moment they touched the heavy knife's wind pressure, not even leaving a bubble.
What the hell is this?
Baiyu stood on the hoverboard, his eyes nearly popping out. He felt what faced him was not a knife, but the staggering Mount Tai upside down.
The suffocating wind pressure even sucked the air around him dry. Wind shield! Wind shield!
Baiyu frantically squeezed out mana, trying to gather a defense in front of him.
Bang!
The 6-ton black blade slashed down solidly onto Baiyu's shield. The layer of wind shield, supposedly capable of withstanding a full-strength attack of the same tier, didn't hold for even a millisecond before it shattered.
Immediately after,
the blade, with its reasonable edge, made intimate contact with Baiyu's floating platform and himself.
Accompanied by a piercing scream.
The once lofty and invincible senior Baiyu, along with his floating platform worth hundreds of thousands of credits, was sent flying.
Like a baseball struck hard. It crashed towards the ground at the speed of breaking the sound barrier. Boom!
In the center of a man-made lake on campus, a water column soared to a height of 20 meters. Baiyu was plunged into the mud at the bottom of the lake, instantly losing consciousness.
Meanwhile, in mid-air,
having completed a perfect home run, Su was rapidly descending due to the recoil and 10 times the gravity.
It looked like he was about to faceplant.
Without panic, he adjusted the gravity matrix back to the first gear.
Then, he lifted his right foot
and stomped down hard with his left foot.
Boom!
A crisp sound of an explosion.
Su's body braked hard, stopping less than 3 meters from the ground.
Carrying the black blade on his back, with his hands in his pockets, he landed gracefully on the ground under the astonished gazes of the students.
A gentle breeze blew across, ruffling his shiny head. Air superiority?
Su looked at the bubbling man-made lake in the distance and shook his head disdainfully. Anyone within my range has to obey Newton's laws.
Let alone you? Chapter 46, The Painful Mask Morning Practice. Warrior Academy by the Artificial Lake. The rescue efforts were underway very quickly.
When the campus security team pulled Baiyu, ranked 15th in the junior leaderboard, from the mud at the bottom of the artificial lake, this wind system genius had completely lost consciousness, still clutching half of his shattered high-tech floating skateboard. A few elderly professors from the physics department passing by stood by the lake, gazing at the still dissipating sonic boom cloud in the sky, falling into deep self-doubt. This doesn't conform to logic. This absolutely doesn't conform to logic. An elderly professor with graying hair tugged at his few strands of hair, his eyes reddened. Stepping on the left foot and then the right foot, canceling each other's inner force within a closed system, how could that produce upward acceleration?
Where is his momentum borrowed from?
An adjacent, slightly younger mentor adjusted his glasses and said with a wry smile, "Professor, don't forget, he is a Tier 1 warrior. I just recorded his movements with a high-speed camera." The mentor handed over the tablet, slowing it down by 50 times. In the scene, Su's left foot wasn't really stepping on his right foot, but was just a moment away from the back of his right foot, as he stomped downward into the air with a terrifying explosive force, breaking the sound barrier. He utilized the monstrous strength of the second-grade golden jade dragon bone, instantly compressing the air beneath his foot into air bricks harder than steel. The so-called left foot stepping on the right foot was merely a posture he adopted to adjust his center of gravity. The old professor watched that segment of the video, his hands shaking. To train the physical body to this extent, this is no longer a Tier 1 warrior, this is clearly a walking artillery piece.
Newton's coffin board has probably been trampled to bits by him. The next morning, at 7 o'clock. In the bedroom of Villa Special 001. Sue was sprawled out on the big bed when he was suddenly awakened by a burst of passionate music from outside. National college student martial arts radio calisthenics, the era calls out. Sue rubbed his eyes in confusion. What the heck? Do universities still do morning exercises? Still sporting a shiny bald head, dressed in his shorts, he pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window leading to the balcony. Villa Special 001 was situated halfway up the mountain, offering an excellent view overlooking the entire central playground of the Warrior Academy. At that moment, the playground was packed with over 10,000 students, from freshmen to seniors, without a single absence. On the podium, the head of the Academic Affairs Office, Li Yuan, was shouting into a megaphone, his voice hoarse. Everyone, wake up! This is the new version of basic forging skill promoted throughout the school based on the proficiency level insights provided by student Sue. Everyone, follow the commands. The movements must be standard. If you're off by an inch, the efficiency of your vitality won't reach its peak. First session, extreme stretching exercise. Ready, go! As the command rang out through the broadcast, the thousands of students on the playground simultaneously crossed their arms and raised them above their heads, leaning their upper bodies back with all their might. Immediately after, a painfully synchronized chorus erupted across the playground. Ah! The screams and muffled groans of 10,000 people converged. Sue on the balcony couldn't help but grin. Even though those students were also stretching, each one was trembling all over, sweating profusely, and their faces wore masks of agony. TSK, it seems the improved posture is still too much for them. Sue leaned against the railing, fully aware. The notes he provided to Li Yuan were based on his training of the skill to proficiency level tier, summarizing the physical postures most suited to human strength exertion and most effective in mobilizing vitality. For ordinary students, maintaining such an extreme stretching posture involves immense feelings of muscle tearing and skeletal pressure. They were enduring the excruciating pain of high-intensity physical training in exchange for a mere 30% efficiency boost. And what about Sue himself? He yawned and casually stretched in a way that was extremely comfortable and painless. Spinal stretch, proficiency in Dragon Elephant Prajna technique +5. Vitality slightly increased. The system's simplification and the refinement of Level 0 mortal are completely two different concepts. Sue felt an inner satisfaction. His system directly bound the complex underlying logic of the Earth-grade skill Dragon Elephant Prajna technique to the everyday action of stretching. For him, stretching was a joy that directly increased his proficiency on the system panel. Meanwhile, those students, no matter how standard their movements, were still just practicing basic forging skill, which had to be combined with mana and caused them to sweat profusely. This unique system enhancement is truly enticing. Sue closed the window, shutting out the screams from outside. After washing up, he opened the system panel. Host, Sue. Tier, 2nd grade initial Golden Jade Dragon Bone. Skill, 1st layer proficiency level of Dragon Elephant Prajna technique. Skill 1, Indestructible Body Earth grade lower grade. Skill 2, Void Step Earth grade ultimate. Skill 3, Ninefold Thunder Blade Earth grade lower grade 1st layer proficiency level 2nd layer proficiency level simplified to static electricity from friction. Energy points balance, 9,455 points. Defense is maxed out, agility is present, and strength overwhelmingly dominates in the same tier. Sue stroked his chin. The only shortcoming now is the proficiency of Ninefold Thunder Blade. Yesterday in the trial tower, he had already created sparks from his wool sweater and barely gathered enough static electricity for the 2nd layer's hidden energy. Relying on static electricity from friction to practice this Earth-grade sword technique was truly inefficient and wasted too much clothing. I need to find a real high-voltage power source.
Sue opened the Warrior Academy's campus map on his phone and entered the keyword, Thunder. Soon, a red highlighted icon popped up.
Thunder Pool Secret Realm.
Description: located in Thunder Valley, it is equipped with an ancient thunder summoning array, attracting thunderbolts from the sky all year round. It is the ultimate sacred place for lightning-type supernatural beings to refine their bodies and comprehend the laws of thunder.
Danger level: extremely high.
It is recommended for Tier 1 warriors of the lightning type above to enter. Non-lightning types will die if they recklessly enter.
Ticket price: outer area 1000 credits hour, inner area 3000 credits hour. This is it. Sue's eyes lit up. He currently has tens of thousands of credits lying in his account. What kind of secret realm is this?
It's clearly a large free power bank made just for him. Without hesitation, Sue grabbed the 1,200-pound reasoning weapon from the corner, slung it over his back, and headed straight for Thunder Valley.
Half an hour later. Warrior Academy, back Mountain, Thunder Valley.
Unlike the vibrant campus, this area is surrounded by charred rocks struck by lightning, with not a blade of grass in sight.
The air is filled with a pungent smell of ozone. At the valley entrance, there is a fee station that resembles a fortress.
As Sue approached the valley entrance, he spotted a familiar face sitting cross-legged on the open ground outside the fortress.
Alleyway.
This third-year genius ranks second on the dragon list looks exceptionally haggard at this moment. His clothes are ragged, and his hair is scorched, clearly just dragged out of the lightning pool. Upon seeing Sue's distinctive bald head, Alleyway's eyes twitched.
Sue?
Alleyway stood up, a glint of wariness flashing in his eyes. Ever since being pinned into the ground by Sue during the freshman ranking match, Alleyway has trained fiercely in the lightning pool, aiming to break through in a dire situation.
What are you doing here?
Alleyway frowned and said, "This is the lightning pool, not your vitality's secret realm where you can drink bathwater. The thunder here is a violent destructive force without a lightning-based ability to protect you. No matter how strong your body is, you'll be turned into charcoal in an instant."
Sue smiled and replied, "Thanks for your concern, senior. But I've been feeling sluggish lately, so I thought I'd come here for some electrotherapy." Electrotherapy?
Alleyway retorted bitterly, "Who do you think you are? The indestructible body is only physical defense. The power of thunder ignores the outer shell, directly carbonizing your organs. Even I, as a lightning ability user, can only last 3 hours at most in that outer area. Going in there would be suicide." Sue didn't argue, simply walking up to the fee window of the fortress.
The one in charge of registration was an old man wearing insulating gloves. "Swipe your student ID. It's 1,000 credits per hour to enter the outer area of the lightning pool. 3,000 for the inner area.
Students are prohibited from entering the core zone," the old man said without looking up.
"Why is entry to the core zone prohibited?" Sue asked.
The lightning array in the core zone connects to the main lightning pillar, with a voltage of several tens of millions of volts. Even instructors have to shed skin to enter. Why are you, a freshman, asking so many questions?" The old man rolled his eyes.
"Where do you want to go?"
Sue thought about his stagnant proficiency in the ninefold lightning blade.
"Open me up for 5 hours in the inner area."
Sue directly swiped his card for 15,000 credits.
"Inner area?"
Alleyway next to him widened his eyes. "Sue, are you crazy? The lightning density in the inner area is 10 times that of the outer area. That's meant for refining bodies for 4-star masters." The old man was also taken aback, glancing at the student ID on the screen.
"Are you that freshman king, Sue?"
"Kid, don't think that just because you have some achievements in the trial tower you can withstand lightning. Out of respect for Principal Gu, I'll warn you, if you can't handle it once you go in, hit the emergency button and don't die in there."
"Thank you, sir."
Sue put away his student card, hefted the heavy sword, and decisively stepped into Thunder Valley, accompanied by a low rumble of thunder. Watching Sue's back, Alleyway bit his teeth and unexpectedly swiped his card again, forcing himself to follow despite his exhaustion.
He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that a reckless person without lightning abilities could survive in the inner area of the lightning pool. Lightning pool secret realm inner area.
As soon as he crossed the boundary, the scene before him changed dramatically. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, like black lead blocks pressing down on his head. Countless silver lightning bolts, as thick as water barrels, danced like silver snakes through the dark clouds, striking the scorched earth below from time to time. Boom! The deafening thunder seems capable of shattering one's soul. As soon as Sue stepped in, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Zzz. A stray electric arc as thick as an arm struck Sue's shoulder without warning. If it were a Tier 1 warrior, this strike would be enough to char their whole body and cause cardiac arrest. But Sue merely shivered slightly, then his face lit up with joy. Struck by thunder. Indestructible body auto-activate, immune to some elemental lightning damage. Absorbing high voltage current, proficiency in 9-fold lightning blade plus 50. Holy crap! This efficiency! Sue's eyes sparkled. Previously, in the villa, frantically rubbing against the wool sweater, his hands almost caught on fire, he only gained +1 in proficiency. Here, just by getting struck randomly, he gained +50. This isn't being struck by lightning, it's clearly raining experience packs from the sky. Sue turned his head and looked towards the deepest part of Thunder Valley. In that so-called forbidden core area, where even mentors would shed their skin, the thunder pillars cascaded down like waterfalls, a misty white expanse. The voltage here in the inner area is still a bit low. The strikes aren't dense enough. Sue muttered to himself, then made a gesture that frightened Leilai, who had quietly followed him in. Sue was not like a normal Tier 1 warrior of the thunder system, sitting cross-legged to cautiously guide the thunder to refine his body. He ripped off his upper clothing. Then, gripping the massive black blade weighing 1,200 pounds, forged from an A-grade gold element beast core, an excellent conductor, he raised it high above his head like a lightning rod. Thunder God, assist me! Sue let out an excited roar. He surprisingly held up the gigantic lightning rod and strode past the warning line of the inner area, charging straight toward the tightly sealed core area of the thunder pool. Behind him, having just stepped into the inner edge and struggling against the thunder's might, Leilai looked at the bald figure actively attracting lightning while holding a large iron plate. His legs went weak, and he knelt directly onto the charred ground. Crazy! This is a completely reckless maniac. Chapter 47, Super Rapid Charge. Thunder Pool Secret Realm, Forbidden Core Area. Here lies the eye of the thunder-attracting formation in all of Thunder Valley. There is no soil or rock, the ground is entirely paved with a purple-black metallic ore capable of withstanding millions of volts of high temperature. In the sky, instead of scattered lightning, there is a main thunder column with a diameter of 3 meters that connects heaven and earth like a torrent from the Milky Way. The density of electrical charges in the air is so high that it can even induce a sensation of suffocation. Boom! The moment Sue crossed into the warning line of the core area while holding the 6-ton lightning rod, Heaven will seem to be enraged by this arrogant bald head. From the main thunder column, a terrifying lightning bolt, the width of a thigh and glowing white-hot, suddenly diverged with a destructive aura, precisely striking the blade forged from the A-grade gold element beast core. When? A sound that even surpassed the thunderous crash. The power of this thunder was terrifying, containing not just tens of millions of volts of high pressure, but also the physical shockwave of celestial might. Holy crap! Sue didn't even have time to react before he was struck head-on by a colossal hammer. Bang! The purple-black metallic ground beneath his feet instantly exploded into a deep pit. Sue's upright figure was forcefully pressed to one knee by the might of the thunder, the kneecap making a painfully crisp sound. The blazing white thunder poured into Sue's body along the black heavy blade like a flood breaking through a dam. Pain. The pain of a torn soul. Even with the perfected indestructible body, Sue's surface skin was charred black and cracked in an instant as it was struck by the terrifying high voltage, and the golden blood that seeped out was immediately evaporated by the horrendous heat. But just at this critical moment, the system in Sue's mind emitted frenzied alert sounds, like a nouveau riche counting money. Warning! Subject to a 1,000,000-volt electric shock. Indestructible body Earth stage low grade operating at full power. Negates 30% of destructive damage.
Dragon Elephant Prajna skill protects the heart meridian and the spine dragon. Detecting massive, high-purity thunder bioelectricity. System forcibly intercepting. Starting conversion to ninefold Thunderblade proficiency. Ninefold Thunderblade proficiency plus 1000. Ninefold Thunderblade proficiency plus 1500. Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Ninefold Thunderblade has broken through to second level proficiency level. Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Ninefold Thunderblade has broken through to third level proficiency level.
Just this one strike of thunder plummeted the thunder energy within Sue, soaring straight from the weak static electricity accumulated while making wool sweaters to a 210% power surge at the third level.
Cough, cough. Sue coughed out a mouthful of black smoke with sparks, struggling to lift his head.
Though his body felt like it was being disassembled and reassembled, feeling the violently surging thunder energy within him due to the electric shock, a previously unseen madness ignited in his golden eyes. Previously, while making wool sweaters in the basement, that was called slow charging. This is what you call super fast charging. Sue let out a mad laugh, defying the still present thunder pressure, supporting himself with the heavy blade, and slowly stood up from the pit. He looked at the thick main thunder pillar in the sky and yelled, "Not enough! Bring it on! I didn't bring an umbrella today, so I'm counting on you to wash my hair." Sue not only did not retreat, but instead dragged the heavy blade, step by step, walked towards the core area's central main thunder pillar. Outside the edge of the core area, the second-ranked Thunder Lie of the Great Three Dragon list was currently lying on the charred ground, staring intently at the bald figure bathed in thunder light ahead. His eyeballs were already filled with bloodshot veins, and he was lost in extreme self-doubt. What did he see? The physical brute who didn't even have thunder abilities was struck directly by the divine thunder of the core area, not turning into a pile of ashes, but instead, stood up? And was still shouting, "Bring it on?" Illusion, this must be an illusion caused by the thunder magnetic field interfering with my brain. Thunder Lie mumbled in a shaky voice. As a genius of the thunder system, he was acutely aware of the power of that scorching white lightning. That was the punitive power that even a fourth-grade master dared not withstand with their body. However, what happened in the next second completely shattered Thunder Lie's worldview. The bald youth actually walked directly to the edge of the main thunder pillar. He did not sit cross-legged nor did he activate a defensive array. Instead, he raised the huge black sword and began practicing the blade in the center of the thunderstorm with tens of millions of volts. Here we go. Boulders smashing, great swords sweeping. Breaking water flow, drawing the sword to break the water. Boom! 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 With each swing of Sue's blade, it actively drew in the surrounding thunder. The black blade had become a perfect conductor, attracting countless bolts of thunder to cling to its edge, and then, with Sue's swings, slash through the air to create terrifying thunder blades extending 10 meters long. During this process, countless surges of lightning struck Sue. Sue was like a human generator leaking electricity, charred and bloodied all over, yet quickly healing under the nourishment of the indestructible body and dragon elephant vitality. Destruction and rebirth seamlessly alternated within him. Mastery of Ninefold Thunderblade plus 2000. Ninefold Thunderblade has broken through to 4th level completion. Power amplification has increased to 280%. Delicious. With a single strike, Sue dispersed a bolt of thunder, feeling the surge of 4 layers of violent dark energy in his body, and couldn't help but let out a long howl. This is the real Ninefold Thunderblade. This is the style that the Thunder God should have. Static electricity is nothing. I am now a high-pressure power grid. Time passed second by second. 1 hour. 2 hours. Thunder Lie, who lay at the edge, had become completely numb. He even forgot that he had come here to train, and just stared blankly at the bald head hopping around in the thunderstorm for 2 hours. He is not human. He is definitely a thunder beast from the starry sky disguised in human skin. Thunder Lie's resolve shattered into pieces at this moment. His proud thunder system talent seemed like a joke before this brute using a heavy blade to summon lightning. At that moment, Thunderlie suddenly discovered something extremely bizarre.
Wait. How has the thunder density in the thunder pool decreased? Thunderlie raised his head and was astonished to find that the pitch-black thunderclouds that were once pressed very low in the sky had now thinned out considerably. That 3-meter thick main thunder pillar connecting the heavens and the earth had shrunk to about 1 meter. And in the center of the core area, Su's swinging of the sword also slowed down. He looked up at the sky, frowning in dissatisfaction. Out of power? But it's only been charging for 4 hours. Is the power bank really that poor in quality? He glanced at the system panel. 9-fold Thunderblade current tier, 5th layer proficiency level. Power boost increased to 350%. Stuck at the 5th layer, unable to advance. Because the surrounding stray lightning had been mostly absorbed by this black blade, which was comparable to a super lightning rod. Although the main lightning pillar still had some power left, it seemed that the lightning gathering array had entered a low-power self-protection mode due to being overdrawn too much. In fact, the lightning pool in Thunder Valley is not endless. It relies on the formations laid down by ancestors to accumulate thunder power from the void over time. Usually, students enter and carefully absorb a small amount, afraid of an overload that could explode their bodies. Who would have thought, today someone like Su walked in? Equipped with a system transformation plugin, coupled with an A-grade metallic beast core for conductivity, along with a body at the proficiency level of indestructible metal. This isn't cultivation at all, this is just draining power. Thunder Valley Outer Toll Station. Old Wang, who was in charge of guarding the lightning pool, was lying on a rocking chair listening to opera. Suddenly, beep 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 beep. A row of red warning lights on the control panel started flashing wildly. Old Wang jumped in shock and nearly fell off the rocking chair. He scrambled to the control panel, looking at the energy monitor in the core area of the lightning pool. How is this possible? Old Wang's eyes were about to pop out. On the monitor, the water level line representing the core energy reserve of the lightning pool was visibly dropping. 90%, 70%, 40%. Is there a power leak in the core area's lightning gathering array? Old Wang was drenched in cold sweat. The lightning pool is a strategic cultivation resource of the Warrior Academy. If the array is destroyed, Principal Gu will probably chop him into pieces. No. We need to cut off the array. Get in and rescue them. Old Wang slammed down the emergency cut-off button. Boom! A muffled mechanical sound came from deep within Thunder Valley. The gravitational pull of the array was cut off. The thin layer of thundercloud in the sky lost the array's confinement and slowly dispersed. The main lightning pillar connecting heaven and earth also instantly collapsed, disappearing. In the core area, Su was holding up his sword, ready to welcome the next wave of fast charging. But suddenly, the sky cleared up. Why is there a power outage? Su was stunned. His 9-fold Thunderblade had just reached the 5th layer, and he was enjoying it. How could it suddenly be gone? He shook off the electric sparks on the heavy sword and smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Fine, if it's 5 times, then so be it. With a 3.5-fold burst of power, combined with my golden jade dragon bone and 10 times the gravity, one cut and even a 4th-grade being would turn into a 2-dimensional creature. Su carried the reasonable blade on his back, which had a faint bluish-purple glow due to absorbing massive amounts of thunder. Just as he turned to leave the core area, he saw Lei Lai sprawled outside the warning line, looking like a dead dog. Su walked over, crouched down, and kindly patted Lei Lai's shoulder. "Senior Lei, why are you still lying here? The ground is cold and could give you rheumatism." Lei Lai jolted as Su patted him. He raised his head and stared at Su, who was so close. At that moment, Su, despite having no clothes left and his body covered in soot like a coal miner, had eyes that shone like 2 lightning orbs. Even as he breathed, faint blue electric arcs spewed from his mouth and nose. Lei Lai's lips trembled for a long while before he finally managed to say, What on earth are you?" Su grinned, revealing a set of shiny white teeth that contrasted with his pitch-black face, making him look extremely eerie. "Me?
I'm just a freshman who loves physics and occasionally does stretching exercises. By the way, senior. Sue stood up and pointed at the sky. This broken place lost power, so your entrance fee was probably wasted.
Hurry and find the administrator to get a refund.
After saying that, Sue marched away with an air of indifference, humming a melody out of tune as he headed toward the valley entrance, leaving Lei lost in the wind.
Lost power?
Lei looked at the thunderclouds in the sky that had completely dispersed, feeling the thin air around him that was so sparse that it couldn't even produce static electricity.
Is this even a power outage?
This is clearly because you drained it dry.
Devil! I can't stay in this school anymore.
Lei rolled his eyes, and after going through a series of emotional breakdowns and shocks, this distinguished third-year lightning prodigy finally fainted blissfully.
Chapter 48, Owing 1 Billion and the Principal's Dark Work. Warrior Academy, Thunder Valley Toll Station.
Sir, wake up, sir. Sue, wearing a tattered sack he picked up who knows where, with his original clothes completely carbonized and his body blackened, was beating on the toll station window through bulletproof glass. In front of the console, Grandpa Wang, who guarded the thunder pool, was clutching his chest, panting heavily, with several heart-saving pills scattered beside him. He looked at the thunder pool energy reserve tank on the screen that was already empty, then at the bald head outside the window that was as black as a piece of smokeless coal except for his teeth and whites of his eyes, and tears streamed down his face.
What a calamity! A century of effort ruined in an instant. Seeing that Grandpa was awake, Sue quickly leaned in and said seriously, "Sir, since you're fine now, let's settle our accounts. I spent 15,000 credits and got 5 hours of service. And after just 4 hours, your lousy lightning pool lost power. The service was severely diminished, and the experience was horrible." Sue stretched out a blackened hand. "According to the Consumer Rights Protection Law, you owe me a refund of 20% of the price difference, which is 3,000 credits. If you could also compensate me for some emotional damages, that would be even better. Look at my skin, it's been burnt to a charcoal flavor. Refund."
Old Wang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't catch his breath, pointing a trembling finger at Sue's nose.
"You've drained the lightning pool that has been built up by the school for 100 years, and you dare to ask for a refund? Sue!"
Just as Old Wang was about to faint again, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky.
Immediately after, the space distorted.
Director Li Wenyuan broke through the air and landed directly in front of the toll booth. He looked at the almost non-glittering Thunder Valley and glanced angrily at Sue, who was wrapped in a sack like a savage.
What did you do?" "I didn't do anything," Sue blinked innocently.
"I was just practicing some swings with a knife inside." Who knew the quality was so poor that it ran out of power after just a few swings? "Director Li, your lightning pool needs maintenance. There's a serious safety hazard with leakage."
"Maintenance my foot."
Li Wenyuan could no longer maintain his prestigious demeanor. He grabbed Sue by the sack neck.
"Come with me to see the principal.
You better clarify this matter today, or I'll have your skin."
Warrior Academy Principal's Office. 10 minutes later.
After taking a shower and changing into a clean school uniform, Sue stood honestly in front of Gu Changfeng's desk. After washing away the charred layer on his body, a shiny, dark golden skin was revealed. The indestructible body had clearly advanced further under the tempering of thunder.
But Gu Changfeng was far too angry to appreciate his physique. Slap! Gu Changfeng slammed a thick report on the desk. "You drank 80% of the energy from the vitality spring."
"I can let that slide, considering you offered a set of calisthenics to repay it." "You created a large pit in the artificial lake and destroyed 3 ornamental bridges."
"I can let that slide too, since that was just normal sparring among students."
Gu Changfeng suddenly stood up, pointing at Sue's shiny bald head, saliva almost flying out.
"But the lightning pool.
It was set up jointly by 4 grandmasters of formations and collected the thunder of heaven and earth for 60 years. You went in for 4 hours and drained 90% of the formation's energy reserves.
Do you have any idea how many high-level thunder beast cores it will take to refill the lightning pool? How much time it will require?"
Sue shrank his neck and muttered softly, "I didn't mean to, the thunder struck first."
You dare argue?
Gu Changfeng slammed the table in anger, and the desk made from ancient wood cracked with a loud ka-cha. According to the logistics department's estimates, repairing the lightning pool and recharging it will cost at least 100 million credits, about 10 billion federal coins.
This bill is on your head. 100 million?
Su's eyes widened instantly, jumping up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Although he still had several thousand credits in his account, it was a drop in the bucket compared to 100 million. Selling himself wouldn't he even cover the interest on that amount?
Principal, you are just trying to extort me. This is blatant harassment.
Su covered his pockets with both hands, looking resigned.
No money, just my life.
Worst comes to worst, you can dismantle my bones and boil soup with them and see how much you can get. Looking at Su's tough demeanor, Gu Changfeng took a deep breath, suddenly suppressed his anger, and a sly smile crept onto his face.
No money? All right then. Gu Changfeng sat back down and took a sip from his tea.
Director Li, according to school regulations, what is the penalty for maliciously damaging major public cultivation facilities in the school and refusing to compensate? Li Wanyuan beside him immediately understood and replied with a stern face. In response to the principal, at best, expulsion from school and revocation of martial arts. At worst, sent to a military court and dispatched to the Abyss Death Squad.
Su's face turned green. Revocation of martial arts? Expulsion? This old guy is serious. No. Principal, let's talk it out calmly. Su quickly put on a flattering smile. I did this to become stronger, to bring glory to our warrior academy, right? Bring glory?
Gu Changfeng scoffed. What can you do besides causing trouble for your own people in school?
Where else can you bring glory? Let me tell you the truth, Su.
I don't care what secrets you have or why you can eat lightning as a meal. But the Warrior Academy is too small to accommodate a true Buddha like you. Gu Changfeng sighed, his tone turning a bit helpless. If you stay in the school any longer, I'm afraid I won't be killed by a foreign race, but rather die from your frustration first. The training tower was broken through by you, the secret realms drained dry, and the lightning pool was drained to a standstill.
Tomorrow are you going to tear down this administrative building too?
Su awkwardly scratched his head. I wouldn't go that far.
So? Gu Changfeng stared intently at Su. I'm going to point you to a clear path.
One that can pay off your 100 million debt and allow you to freely cause trouble for others.
What path? Su's eyes lit up. As long as it didn't involve paying money, he was game for anything.
Gu Changfeng pulled out a document stamped with the military's top secret seal from the drawer and threw it in front of Su.
Abyss Frontline Rift Number 03 Decapitation Operation. The Abyss Battlefield? Su was taken aback.
That is the front line where humanity fights against alien races and monsters, a place known as the meat grinder. Regular students must be at least in their third or fourth year to qualify for training in the outer areas.
Exactly, Gu Changfeng nodded.
In a month, it'll be the triennial National Warrior Academy Exchange Competition.
Our Warrior Academy has lost to the Demon City Warrior Academy for 2 consecutive years.
This final ranking is not only about the school's reputation but also affects the resource allocation ratio issued by the Ministry of Education next year. I want you to lead the team and bring back this year's national championship for me. Su curled his lips. Winning the championship is fine, but what's that got to do with the Abyss battlefield?
Because you're too inexperienced right now. Gu Changfeng snorted coldly.
Even though you're strong and have a tough body, relying on that 6-ton broken knife to bully your classmates in school won't cut it. In the national competition, you'll face monsters who have emerged from a sea of corpses.
There's even a half-step 4th-tier prodigy from the Demon City Warrior Academy.
You've never experienced true life and death battles. Your knife lacks killing intent. So, I've arranged for you to serve at the Abyss Frontlines, Rift Number 03. That's one of the most dangerous areas on the front lines, where monsters are rampant and the laws are chaotic. Gu Changfeng looked at Su and said slowly and clearly. You will serve there for a month. As long as you survive and bring back the championship in the exchange competition.
You owe the school 100 million, and it will be wiped out.
Furthermore, the championship prize pool includes a low-tier heavenly artifact and a vast amount of resources, all yours. Hearing the terms wiped out in championship prize pool, Sue's eyes immediately turned into the shape of gold coins. Back at school, although he could earn money by bullying classmates, he had already milked that cow dry. The older students would now avoid him, and no one dared to accept his challenges. If he stayed any longer, his system that consumed gold coins would eventually stop working.
And at the Abyss frontline,
there are countless monsters, a plethora of spirit herbs littering the ground, and all sorts of bizarre energy sources.
That place is not the meat grinder at all? It's clearly a self-service buffet prepared for him by the system. Let us go for it. Sue grabbed the top-secret document from the table and declared confidently. Don't worry, Principal. What's 100 million? What's a national championship? Leave it to me. Abyss frontline, right? When do we depart?
Seeing Sue not only unafraid, but also impatient as if he couldn't wait to go procure resources, Gu Changfeng and Li Wenyuan exchanged a glance and suddenly felt a chill run down their spines.
Had they made a wrong decision? Throwing this kid to the front lines. The defensive line at the front should be able to withstand his destructive power, right?
Tomorrow morning, Gu Changfeng cleared his throat, suppressing his inner unease. A military special aircraft will come to pick you up. You can go to the supply department to get a standard battle uniform and say goodbye to your friends.
Got it.
Sue stuffed the document into his arms and turned to walk out. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and flashed an extremely bright smile.
Oh, by the way, Principal. There's no rule against scavenging at the Abyss frontline, right? Gu Changfeng was taken aback. What do you mean?
Battlefield spoils are distributed based on military merit as long as you can kill. Who cares what you scavenge?
That's good, that's good. Sue nodded in satisfaction, humming a tune as he pushed the door open and left. To be honest, this knife is heavy, but the capacity isn't enough. This time, I need to bring more bags to carry the beast cores. He could be heard mumbling outside the door. Gu Changfeng looked at the ceiling and silently prayed for the alien races in the abyss for 3 seconds. May you have some sense.
Chapter 49, The Procurement Snakeskin Bags and Blood Red Sky. Warrior Academy, Supply Department Helipad. The morning mist had yet to clear, and a vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft painted in dark military camouflage was already emitting a low, rumbling engine sound. Sue, sporting a shiny bald head and wearing a newly issued tight black combat suit from the school, strode over confidently. He still had that 6-ton knife, let us be reasonable, wrapped tightly in black cloth on his back. However, today he was holding something extremely eye-catching. It was a large bundle of red and blue woven snakeskin bags. The kind that migrant workers outside train stations love to use, with a huge capacity and extremely durable. Sue had bought 100, tied them up with a jute rope, and was carrying them like a scrap collector. The military liaison officer responsible for escorting him was a major. Looking at Sue's appearance, his brows immediately furrowed. You're the freshman from Warrior Academy, Sue? The major glanced at the top-secret files in his hand, then at that bald head and the bundle of snakeskin bags, his eyes filled with skepticism. Yes, Commander. Sue grinned widely, revealing a set of white teeth, and casually patted the snakeskin bag in his hand. This is my tactical backpack that I prepared myself. I heard the front lines have plenty of supplies, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to bring extra containers.
The major took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to kick this inexperienced rookie into the air.
The Abyss frontline is not a place for you sheltered flowers to go on spring outings. There are no credits there, only life and death. Take your junk and board.
Got it.
Sue remained unfazed, hoisting his heavy sword and snakeskin bag, and stepped up the metallic ladder of the transport plane.
Bang! Just as Sue stepped onto the ladder, the high-strength special alloy platform emitted a mournful creak under the strain, caving in and leaving a clear footprint. The major's pupils constricted. He quickly glanced at the black long package behind Sue.
He was a Tier 1 warrior, and his vision was razor-sharp. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt a terrifying weight pressure.
This kid's load, at least 1 to 2,000 pounds?
No wonder Principal Gu gave special approval for a freshman to head to the front.
The major was secretly astonished, slightly tempering his earlier disdain for Sue.
High above, head towards Abyss Rift number 03. The transport plane broke through the clouds, racing towards the northwestern border of China at 3 Mach. The cabin was very quiet, only the roar of the engine could be heard. Sue sat in a specially designed shock-absorbent seat, looking down through the porthole.
At first, below was a lush forest and a bustling human city.
But as the flight progressed, about 2 hours later, the landscape below began to change dramatically. The greenery disappeared. In its place was a desolate, eerie dark red scorched earth. It was as if the earth was violently ripped apart by some horrific force, and dark, dry blood flowed from the wounds. Looking further away, the originally deep blue sky had changed color. At the boundary of heaven and earth, a dark purple pillar of light, rising tens of thousands of meters, seemed to connect with the depths of the universe. The space around the pillar appeared twisted and shattered, with thick dark red radioactive clouds floating in the sky.
That is the Abyss Rift.
The major had somehow walked up beside Sue and handed him a military water bottle.
Currently, there are 73 known major rifts on Earth, and the one we are heading towards is number 03. The major's voice became somewhat low.
On the other side of the rift lies a chaotic world governed by entirely different laws. There, the alien races and monsters are constantly trying to break through our defenses and turn Earth into their hunting ground.
Did you feel proud after defeating a few seniors at school?
The major looked into Sue's eyes, speaking deliberately. On the front lines, a Tier 1 warrior is merely high-grade cannon fodder. It's only the Tier 4 masters that can barely qualify to be team leaders. Even someone like Principal Gu, a Tier 7 master, risks falling at the depths of the abyss.
Put away that childish mentality, rookie. Otherwise, those bags will end up only being able to hold your remains.
Sue took the water bottle and took a sip without arguing. He looked at the hellish landscape outside the porthole, feeling not fear but a strange surge of excitement within. Because, just as they entered this area shrouded in dark red clouds, a crisp alert tone rang out from his mind system.
Ding! High concentrations of abyss energy detected. Environment assessment, extremely dangerous, extremely abundant.
System conversion efficiency in this area increased by 50%. Sue licked his lips.
Danger?
With his second-tier golden jade dragon bone strengthened by Thunderpool, along with the Earth-grade defense skill indestructible body, danger was the last thing he feared.
A 50% increase in conversion efficiency? What the hell is this, a front line? This is clearly a VIP double experience zone given to me by the system. Don't worry, officer.
Sue turned his head, his eyes sparkling with the gleam of a capitalist spotting free labor. I'm very cautious with my life.
I assure you, not only will I return alive, but I will fill those bags too.
The major shook his head, dismissing this guy as just being cocky.
Abyss number 03 frontline forward base.
Half an hour later, the transport plane began to descend. Accompanied by a tremendous roar of air currents, the plane landed steadily inside a military base that resembled a giant steel beast.
The cabin door opened.
A heavy stench of blood, mixed with gunpowder, ozone, and some unbearable acidic smell, instantly flooded into the cabin.
Cough, cough. Sue couldn't help but cough twice, feeling as if his lungs had inhaled a handful of sand.
The air here contains trace amounts of abyss toxins. Operate your vitality or breathing techniques to expel it. Your lungs will adapt in 3 days, the major coldly reminded, leading the way off the plane. Sue immediately adjusted his breathing according to the frequency of the new version basic forging skill. As he walked down the stairway, he secretly raised his hands and made a stretching motion. Absorbing trace amounts of abyss toxins.
System purifying. Dragon Elephant Prajna skill proficiency +3. Even poison gas can be used for experience?
This place is truly my lucky spot. Sue thought to himself, secretly pleased. Stepping off the plane, Sue finally got a clear view of the entire base.
Towering alloy walls were densely covered with heavy energy turrets resembling hedgehogs.
In the sky, several mechs painted with special coatings were patrolling. But what shocked Sue the most were the people in the base.
No one was chatting, no one was strolling. Squads of fully armed soldiers hurried by next to the runway.
Their battle armor was covered in claw marks and corrosive pockmarks, and some even had black monster blood dripping from the seams. Every person's gaze was as cold as ice, exuding an extreme killing intent as if they had crawled out from a sea of corpses. In comparison, the top talents from Warrior Academy seemed like newly hatched chicks.
Follow me. I'll take you to the rookie camp to check in.
The major walked ahead, leading Sue through the bustling logistics area. Along the way, many veterans just returning from the front lines looked at Sue with the eyes of someone spotting a rare animal.
Hey, look! That guy is bald. So young? Look at his delicate skin and tender appearance. He must be a freshman sent from the Warrior Academy? TSK, still carrying some beggar's sacks.
I bet a pack of cigarettes that this kid won't survive a week on the front line.
I bet 3 days.
Just look at his silly face, he's likely to faint at the sight of a level 3 bloodthirsty spider.
The veteran's mockery was unabashed and loud.
Here, there was no sympathy, only indifference towards the weak.
Because the dead are not worth pity. Sue maintained his smile, silently memorizing the appearance of these veterans. Not going to survive 3 days, huh?
Just wait till I bring the goods back and smash your eyes with beast cores.
Soon, the major brought Sue to a huge gray metal barracks.
At the entrance of the barracks sat a burly one-eyed man polishing a combat knife with sandpaper. He had lost his left eye, and a gruesome scar ran from his forehead to his chin, resembling an ugly centipede.
Old Dog Yen.
The major stepped forward and threw Sue's profile at the burly man.
A troublemaker from the Warrior Academy.
Principal Gu personally made arrangements for him to stay in your sharp blade camp for a month. The man known as Old Dog Yen paused his actions and casually flipped through the file. His remaining right eye scanned between Sue's profile and his bald head.
Freshman? Early stage level 2?
Old Dog Yen let out a cold laugh, his voice grating like nails on glass.
Is that old fool Gu Changfeng losing his mind? Sending this kind of trash to my sharp blade camp? Does he really think my camp is a refuge? The major's expression was emotionless. This is an order from above.
This kid owes the school 100 million credits. Principal Gu sent him to the front lines to kill enemies and repay his debt.
Repay his debt?
Old Dog Yen seemed to have heard the greatest joke ever. He suddenly stood up, his towering 2-meter frame radiating a violent level 3 peak vitality. He strode up to Sue, his one eye fixated intensely on him.
Kid.
The front line's rule is that a level 1 monster is worth 10 military merits. A level 2 monster is worth 100 military merits.
100 million credits is equivalent to at least 1 million military merits.
So, you need to kill 10,000 level 2 monsters.
Do you think you, a barely weaned early stage level 2 warrior, can do that?
Old Dog Yen pointed contemptuously at the snakeskin bag in Sue's hand.
You think you can bring in goods with some torn sacks?
Let me tell you, those sacks in your hands will only be used to collect your corpse. Facing this fierce and terrifying instructor, Sue not only did not retreat, but took a step forward. He smiled brightly against the oppressive vitality of Old Dog Yen, even revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Instructor, you certainly know your stuff.
However, my math isn't very good. If I can't kill enough level 2 monsters.
Sue slightly squinted his eyes, a glint of light flashed in his golden irises that had been well hidden before, startling even Old Dog Yen.
What if I kill some level 3 or level 4 ones, will that be enough? Chapter 50 Dormitory 404. Kill level 3? Level 4?
Old Dog Yen's remaining right eye fixed on Sue, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life.
The centipede-like scar on his face looked even more fearsome as the muscles twitched. You've got guts.
Old Dog Yen didn't get angry, instead, he grinned, revealing a cruel smile. On the front lines, he had seen too many geniuses who just emerged from their ivory towers. They were proud, believing they could slay the abyssal behemoths just by relying on the little tricks they learned in school.
Such people usually don't survive even the first wave of beast tides.
I hope your bones are as tough as your mouth. Old Dog Yen casually threw the profile to a nearby orderly, coldly issuing an order: take this newcomer to dormitory 404. Tell those veterans inside to take good care of him. Hearing the words dormitory 404, the orderly's expression visibly changed, and his eyes filled with sympathy and even a hint of mourning as he looked at Sue.
Yes, squadron leader.
Following the orderly, Sue carried his red and blue snakeskin bag and the heavy sword wrapped in black cloth, walking through the dim, narrow metal corridor of the Sharp Blade camp. Both sides of the corridor were lined with tightly packed barracks. The air was perpetually filled with an inescapable stench of blood, cheap tobacco, and strong medicinal alcohol.
Sir, is there something special about dormitory 404? Sue casually asked as he walked.
The orderly turned back and glanced at him, sighing, "Brother, I truly admire your courage to talk back to Yen Wang. Dormitory 404, in our Sharp Blade camp, is also known as the Crematorium Reserve.
The three there are notorious troublemakers and oddballs in the camp.
Moreover, they are tough. The 5 newcomers who were assigned there before either went insane from the battlefield or were severely injured and retired.
You are the 6th.
The orderly stopped in front of an iron door full of dense and dark red bloodstains. The plaque was crookedly painted with 3 blood-red numbers, 404.
I've arrived. Good luck.
The orderly didn't even knock on the door, instead turning and running away like he was dodging a plague. Sue raised an eyebrow and pushed open the heavy iron door.
Creak.
As soon as the door opened, a strange odor, 10 times stronger than that outside, rushed toward him.
It was a mix of machine oil, gunpowder, and some pungent chemical.
The room wasn't large, containing 4 bunk beds made of iron. But the entire space was extremely chaotic, with blood-stained armor parts and scattered shell casings thrown around.
There were 3 people in the room.
On the lower bunk to the left sat a muscular man with his upper body bare. He had a cheap cigar dangling from his mouth while using an oilcloth to wipe his left arm, an entirely mechanical prosthetic, covered in menacing barbs and gears. On the upper bunk to the right crouched a youth as thin as a monkey. He wore tactical goggles and held a precision engraver, carefully carving a mini formation onto a sniper armor-piercing shell. And at the deepest part of the room, standing in front of a table, was a strange man in a white lab coat and a gas mask. He held 2 test tubes, mixing a bubbling green and purple liquid together, creating a hissing corrosive sound. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, the 3 of them simultaneously stopped their actions and turned to look at the entrance. Their gazes were sharp, filled with a palpable killing intent. This was the kind of look only a seasoned veteran, forged in the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, could possess a gaze strong enough to make an ordinary rookie's legs go weak. However, what they saw was a young man with a shiny bald head, holding a large bundle of snakeskin bags, and smiling like a salesman.
Good afternoon, seniors, mentors, and comrades.
Sue strode in, closed the door behind him, and casually tossed the bundle of snakeskin bags on the ground with a loud thud.
I'm new here, my name is Sue, a freshman.
From now on, we are brothers who will share the same pot of rice.
Silence. The room fell silent for a full 3 seconds.
Then, the man wiping his mechanical arm exhaled a cloud of thick smoke, showing a hint of disdain in his remaining right eye.
A freshman? And a bald one at that? Does old Dog Yen think this is a kindergarten?
The man stood up, his towering height of nearly 1.9 meters bringing an overwhelming sense of pressure. He walked up to Sue and poked at the chest of Sue's uniform with a mechanical finger.
Listen well, rookie.
My name is Iron Pillar, or as you often hear, Old Iron.
I'm a rifleman in the Sharp Blade Battalion.
In my book, the new guy has to take on the cleaning duties of the dormitory for a month. And when we go to battle, you're responsible for carrying the spare ammunition for the 3 of us.
Got it?
The skinny monkey on the upper bunk also jumped down, moving as gracefully as a cat. He circled around Sue, his gaze falling on the black cloth strip behind Sue. I'm Hosan, a reconnaissance soldier and sniper.
Bro, what's that thing you're carrying? A door panel? Bringing a guitar to the front lines? Is your bald head natural or for blinding monsters with its reflection?
Ho-san chattered incessantly like a chatterbox, but his hands started to reach for the hilt of the knife behind Sue.
Don't touch that, Sue cautioned kindly. But Ho-san's hand was already on it and even tried to lift it a bit. Ouch! What the hell?
Not only did Ho-san fail to lift it, but his fingers almost dislocated from the terrifying weight, causing him to gasp in pain.
Damn, is this solid? You brought an iron lump to fight?
At that moment, the strange man with the gas mask also turned around. He held up a cup of the freshly mixed, oddly green smoke-emitting liquid and extended it toward Sue. His voice came out muffled due to the gas mask.
I'm the poison doctor. A battlefield medic and toxin specialist.
New guy, drink this welcome drink. It's a subpar version of the third-tier frenzy agent I just concocted. It'll energize you on the battlefield for 3 hours. Of course, the side effects could include having diarrhea for 3 days or experiencing nervous breakdowns. Old Iron and Ho-san both wore expressions of expectation.
This was their tradition in Dormitory 400 for the initiation ceremony.
If they didn't knock down a rookie's arrogance, he would not only endanger himself on the battlefield but also put his teammates at risk.
Welcome drink?
Sue looked at the green, bubbling liquid that emitted a fermented sewer smell. Rather than feeling scared, his eyes lit up.
Why so formal? Sue snatched the beaker. System detection, inferior frenzy toxin. Contains trace abyssal life poison and frenzy factors. System judgment, great tonic.
In the shocked eyes of the three, Sue actually tilted his head back and downed the green toxin like he was drinking chilled beer.
Ha!
Sue wiped the green residue from the corner of his mouth and smacked his lips. It's a bit bland, like expired mint water.
Is there more? I happen to be a little thirsty. Silence. Dormitory 404 fell into a dead silence once again.
The eyes of the poison doctor hidden behind the gas mask widened.
That was a potent reagent that could make even second-tier monsters foam at the mouth. This kid not only chugged it down but was complaining about the taste being bland? Old Iron and Ho-san were also left dumbfounded. Are you not on fire in your stomach?
Ho-san swallowed hard. Sue patted his belly, feeling a warm energy rapidly converting to vitality, nourishing his golden dragon bones.
Nope, it feels quite warming to my stomach.
Sue burped a green belch and then looked around at the 3 stunned veterans. He thought that although these 3 roommates seemed a bit abnormal, one was a heavy armored warrior with a mechanical arm, one was an agile sniper, and the other was a free drink machine, the poison doctor. This is simply the perfect team configuration. Sue displayed that warm smile you see on capitalists when they spot quality cattle. Hey there, brothers. Sue kicked aside the bundle of snakeskin bags on the ground and then untied the black cloth wrapped around what was labeled as Talking Reason on his back.
Boom!
Sue casually placed the enormous black blade, 1.5 meters long and half a meter wide, onto an empty iron bed on the side.
Boom!
With a massive sound. The iron frame bed, made of high-strength military steel, seemed to suffer a devastating blow the moment it came in contact with the heavy blade. The 4 thick steel legs of the bed bent and snapped instantly. The entire bed was smashed flat like a disc, and even the hard alloy floor beneath it was dented deeply. Smoke and dust rose all around. The cigar in the old man's mouth fell to the ground with a thud.
Ho-san scrambled up to the top bunk like a frightened monkey.
The empty burning cup in the poison doctor's hand dropped to the floor and shattered. The 3 of them looked at the iron bed that had become 2-dimensional and then at the massive black blade lying quietly in the ruins, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs.
What in the hell is this weight?
Sue dusted off his hands and walked up to the 3 stunned men.
He reached out a hand, patted the solid mechanical arm of the old man, and glanced at Ho-san's agile frame. Let's get to know each other again.
Sue's smile was incredibly sincere, but paired with the terrifying strength he had just displayed by smashing the iron bed, he seemed scarier than a demon from the abyss in the eyes of the 3.
My name is Sue, a freshman. I like to talk a bit of reason.
In the future, when we hit the battlefield, I'll be the one responsible for taking down those Tier 3 and Tier 4 monsters. Su pointed at the bundle of snakeskin bags on the ground, his eyes filled with expectations for the future.
And you three, brothers.
Well, you're just responsible for supporting me from behind, collecting beast cores, and carrying the loot. We'll have clear divisions of labor and shared victories.
I'll pay you a commission every month, how does that sound?
Old Iron, Hosan, and the Poison Doctor. What the hell is this cooperation and win-win?
So you brought all these snakeskin bags to the front lines to stock up?
You treat us as your personal porters? At this moment, the 3 seasoned veterans of Dorm 404 suddenly felt.
This bald guy might be more dangerous than the Abyss. Chapter 51, Rules of the Recruit Camp and Piecework Pay.
Frontline Abyss Number 03, Knife Brigade, New Recruit Training Ground. At 6 in the morning, the piercing sound of air raid sirens served as the wake-up call, echoing over the entire base. In Dorm 404, Old Iron, Hosan, and the Poison Doctor, 3 seasoned veterans, bounced up from their beds at an unprecedented speed. While donning their armor, they cautiously glanced at the only lower bunk in the corner that was given up by Old Iron last night. Su was sitting at the edge of the bed, drinking the morning stimulant potion that the Poison Doctor had specially prepared for him. This mint flavor is really strong, refreshing. Su smacked his lips, a wisp of faint green smoke rising from above his head as he casually took up the 6-ton talking resin blade and slung it behind himself. Let us go, brothers, it's time to get to work. Old Iron and the others swallowed hard and obediently followed this freshman, and Hosan even eagerly picked up the bundle of red and blue snakeskin bags for Su. After last night's 6-ton shock, the food chain in Dorm 404 had completely reorganized. On the vast metal training ground, the cold wind was biting. Today was not only Su's reporting day but also the day for frontline interns from various universities and elite new recruits pulled from regular troops to gather for training. There were over 500 people, arranged neatly in formation. The air was thick with tension, excitement, and a hint of fear of the unknown. On the podium, the Knife Brigade commander Yen Laugo was clad in battered heavy armor, his one eye scanning the group of rookies below like a vulture.
Welcome to the edge of hell, rookies.
Yen Laugo's voice reverberated through the loudspeakers, making everyone's eardrums tingle. I know that among you, some are geniuses from the Warrior Academy, some are local champs. But here, before the Abyss Number 03 crack, your only identity is cannon fodder reserves. The Abyss doesn't care about your education, monsters won't recognize your accolades. Here, it's only about life and death. Yen Laugo suddenly waved his hand. The massive holographic projection screen behind him lit up. In the image, there was a blood-red defensive line resembling a meat grinder.
Tens of thousands of vicious monsters surged like a black tide, violently battering the human alloy walls.
Laser turrets roared, Tier 1 warriors shouted angrily, blood and limbs flew through the air. A 30-meter-tall Tier 4 behemoth swatted away a small team composed of 3 Tier 1 warriors into mush with a single slap. It's extremely brutal. Extremely desperate. In the formation, many students from the Warrior Academy who had just come out of their ivory towers turned pale instantly, with some even trembling. They finally realized that the sparring back in school was nothing compared to a real meat grinder. However, among this group of new recruits who were too scared to speak, there was one bald man who stood out as out of place. Su stood on tiptoe, his eyes shining as he stared at the holographic screen, muttering to himself.
Holy crap, is that a second-tier ironclad rhino? That hide can be used for inner armor. Hey! Don't shoot a laser cannon at that windblade wolf's head. The wind core inside its brain will get cooked. What a waste!
Standing behind him, Old Tai and Hosan awkwardly covered their faces. Brother, this is a death education before battle.
Can you show a little respect for life? What's with that look like you're at a seafood market?
On the podium, Yen Laugo had evidently noticed the bald man who dared to talk back to him yesterday.
He snorted coldly and cut off the image. Now, perk up your ears and listen to the 3 iron laws and wartime regulations of the front line. First, absolute obedience. The frontline defense area is divided into 4 sectors, S, A, B, and C. You new recruits will be scattered into various squads in areas B and C.
If the commander orders you to stick to a position, even if the monsters claw out your intestines, you have to stuff them back in and keep fighting.
Anyone who dares to flee in battle will be executed by me personally.
Sue nodded in agreement below.
Su's inner translation, it's just a fixed position. As long as my salary isn't deducted, I can stand wherever. Second. Achievements system.
Yen Lago pointed at the military tactical bracelets just issued on everyone's wrists.
No Federation currency or school credits circulate on the front line. The only hard currency here is 1 military merit points.
Your wristbands connect to the Abyss Skynet, automatically recording your achievements through biological waves and the residual essence of kills. First level monsters corresponding to grade 1, 10 military merit points.
Second level monsters corresponding to grade 2, 100 military merit points.
Third level commander corresponding to grade 3, 1000 military merit points. Fourth level beast king corresponding to grade 4, 10,000 military merit points. Military merit points can be exchanged for top-level gene potions, broken skills from the ground and heaven tiers, advanced alloy battle armor, and even, can be exchanged for life. Yen Lago sneered, as long as you have enough military merit, even if you only have a head left, the base's life support system can create a mechanical body for you. Upon hearing this, Sue silently took out a small notebook from his pocket and started calculating. He owes Principal Gu 100 million in credits. According to the Frontline's exchange rate, 1 point of military merit can be exchanged for about 100 points of Warrior Academy credits. So, to pay off 100 million in debt, I need 1 million military merit points. Sue bit the end of his pen, his brow slightly furrowed. 1 million military merit, if I kill second-level monsters 100 points, I would have to kill 10,000 of them.
That's too much, my hands would get sore. If I kill third-level ones 1,000 points, I only need to kill 1,000. If I kill fourth-level beast kings 10,000 points, I just need to kill 100.
Sue's eyes sparkled, as if he could already see the beautiful picture of being debt-free and even reaching the peak of life. Third. Yen Lago's voice continued, interrupting Sue's calculations.
Loot belongs to us. During the defense battle, all the slain monsters' corpses will be uniformly collected and refined by the logistics department and converted into military merit for you.
No one is allowed to privately hide high-level beast cores. Because the base's energy shields and railguns require these beast cores for power.
You are taxing your own lives. But if you have the guts, dare to leave the city walls during the free hunting period and venture into the Abyss buffer zone to hunt. Old Dog Yan's single eye glinted with bloodlust. The base only takes a 30% depreciation fee and purification fee from all the materials you bring back. The remaining 70% can be sold to the military supply department or kept for yourself, depending on your ability.
Hearing this, Sue suddenly raised his hand. Sir,
I have a question. Old Dog Yen was interrupted, frowned, and glared viciously at Sue. Speak. Sue, with a serious expression, loudly asked, Sir, if we hunt in the buffer zone and I bring back too many materials, can the base provide large-scale logistics and shipping services? Also, regarding the 30% cut, if there is an agreement for bulk deals, can we apply for a reduction? Silence. The 500 new recruits in the training ground looked at Sue as if he were crazy.
Even the other genius students from Warrior Academy, who usually look down on others, thought this bald guy must be out of his mind.
Hunt in the Abyss buffer zone? Bring back too many materials? That place is a life and death situation. Being able to survive and bring back a beast core is already a miracle, and you're actually considering logistics? Old Dog Yan's centipede scar on his face twitched violently.
He suddenly laughed, a laugh that was extremely creepy. Good, very good. Since you care so much about logistics, let me show you rookies what true abyss creatures are. Old Dog Yen waved his hand vigorously. Bring it up.
Boom. A heavy rumbling sound of tracks began to resonate. A heavy armored vehicle rolled into the center of the training ground. The compartment opened, revealing an alloy cage sealed with ultra-strong electric currents.
Inside the cage was a terrifying monster that was nearly 4 meters long, covered in black bone spikes, with blood-red eyes.
Tier 2 Pinnacle Monsters, Shadow Cleft Tiger. Although this monster was injured, the kind of violent, bloodthirsty, and irrational ferocity it emitted suffocated even the new recruits in the front row, despite the distance. Creatures that have long been eroded by the laws of the abyss, even if they are only Tier 2, are far more terrifying than those artificially bred monsters on Earth. They have no sense of pain, only the instinct to kill. Roar! The cleft tiger crashed against the electrified cage, letting out a deafening roar, its saliva mixed with black blood splattering against the alloy pillars, making a zzz corrosion sound. The formation of new recruits stirred, with many instinctively taking a step back. This is the opponent you will face every day from now on. Old Dog Yen looked coldly at everyone. Don't think that being a Tier 1 warrior means you can challenge it one-on-one. Under the influence of the abyss's aura, its bone hardness is comparable to sea-grade alloys, and its speed is twice yours. The bald rookie who just worried about logistics stepped forward. Old Dog Yen pointed at Sue and shouted. You wanted to bag it, didn't you? Now, the cage is open, and I'll give you 1 minute. Show everyone how you get torn to shreds by the Tier 2 abyss monsters. Of course, if you're about to die, I'll step in to save you. This is the first lesson in the rookie camp recognizing fear. Swish! All eyes turned to Sue. Old Iron and Hosan desperately pulled at Sue's clothes from behind, lowering their voices. Bro, don't show off. Abyss monsters are not the same as Earth monsters, they can go berserk. Sue turned his head and patted Hosan on the shoulder. Brother Ho, stretch open the biggest snakeskin bag. Amidst the stunned, puzzled, and expectant gazes from the crowd, Sue did not pull out the huge black knife on his back. Instead, he took out a small, less than half-meter long, precision steel knife used for slicing roasted meat from his waist. Not only did he feel no fear, but his eyes lit up as he stared at the shadow cleft tiger in the cage, as if he were eyeing a piece of walking five-colored meat. Sir, this is what you said. By the way, I just self-studied a book last night titled Monsters, Materials and Butchering Dissection Basics Proficiency Level Version. Sue held the pig-killing knife confidently and swaggered toward the cage. 1 minute? Too long. I calculate time based on piecework compensation. Chapter 52, Butcher's Skill at Cutting Tiger. Abyss Frontline Number 03 Sharp Knife Camp New Recruit Training Ground. Clang. As Old Dog Yen pressed the remote, the door of the electrified alloy cage crashed down. At the moment of the cage being unlocked, the Tier 2 Pinnacle Shadow Cleft Tiger let out an extremely violent roar. Eroded for years by the abyss's aura, it had no rationality at all, its blood-red eyes locked firmly onto Sue, who was closest to it, even holding a ridiculous meat-cutting knife. Roar! A fierce wind arose, carrying a stench. The massive body of the cleft tiger transformed into a black flash, its gaping maw wide enough to crush an armored vehicle, lunging straight for Sue's neck. Too fast. There's no way to dodge this. In the formation, several self-proclaimed geniuses among the new recruits gasped in surprise, and some even shut their eyes in disbelief. However, in the eye of the storm, Sue not only did not draw the 6-ton blade on his back, but he showed no intention of dodging either. In that half-second where life and death hung in the balance, a dirty deal was unfolding in his mind. System. Simplify the book Monsters, Materials Science and Slaughter Anatomy Basics for me immediately. I've just learned the theory and haven't practiced it. I'm afraid of ruining this exquisite tiger skin. Detected Life Skill Monsters, Materials Science and Slaughter Anatomy Basics Proficiency Level Version. This skill involves bone texture peeling, energy node evasion, and fascia preservation slicing. Estimated simplification consumption, 1,000 energy points. Tap, tap, tap. Hurry up. Sue was wealthy and extravagant. Spent 1,000 energy points. Analyzing monster's anatomy. Analyzing muscle structure. Simplification successful. Monster's anatomy simplified to pull the zipper. Pull the zipper? Sue was taken aback for a moment, and in that instant, the shadow-ripping tiger had already pounced in front of him, its sharp, serrated fangs digging fiercely into Sue's smooth left shoulder. It's over. Hosan shivered in fear from behind, nearly dropping the snakeskin bag in his hands. However, The anticipated scene of blood splattering and bones shattering did not occur. When crack!
A crisp sound, like a bite on diamond, reverberated across the training ground. Immediately after was the agonized howl of the ripping tiger. Its fangs, capable of piercing C-grade alloys, snapped off two upon making contact with Sue's skin.
Indestructible body plus Tier 2 golden dragon bone.
Ignoring all physical armor penetration of the same tier.
You want to bite me? If you break the skin, you're liable. Sue was furious.
He grabbed the tough mane at the back of the ripping tiger's neck, and his monstrous strength at the early stage of Tier 2 erupted.
Get down! Boom! Sue pressed this terrifying monster, 4 meters long and weighing 2 tons, onto the alloy ground with one hand, as if restraining a mischievous husky.
No matter how fiercely it struggled, its claws scraping the ground and sparking, it couldn't move an inch.
The entire place fell silent. All the new recruits were left slack-jawed, bare-handed. Holding down a rampaging peak Tier 2 monster? Is this something a Tier 1 warrior can do? How ridiculous! But Sue's performance was just beginning.
His eyes instantly transformed into light golden dual gears.
Talent, insight fully activated.
Energy perspective activated, weak point nodes locked. In Sue's field of vision, beneath the impenetrable black fur of the ripping tiger, a fragile white line appeared, traversing its abdomen and connecting to various energy nodes.
That was the zipper simplified by the system. Found it.
Sue skillfully rotated the butcher's knife in his hand, gripping the handle backwards.
First step, disembowel. Put.
The precision steel knife pierced into the starting point of the zipper on the ripping tiger's jaw. Then, Sue slid down along that white line, as if peeling off an extremely tight bodysuit.
Pulling the zipper along the texture, anatomy proficiency plus 10. See up.
Accompanied by a spine-tingling ripping sound. That shadow tiger skin, known for withstanding Tier 2 skill bombings, was effortlessly sliced from head to tail by Sue with an ordinary small knife, perfectly avoiding all blood vessels and core fascia. The roar of the monster came to an abrupt halt. Because during the zipper process, Sue had inadvertently severed its central nervous system.
Second step, undress.
Sue grabbed the sides of the tiger skin and forcefully shook and peeled it off. Swoosh! A complete and undamaged huge black tiger skin, not a single trace of battle damage, and even the fur was incredibly smooth, was perfectly peeled away. Third step, extract the core. The knife tip gently prodded the flesh, and a black crystal core emitting rich dark energy flew into Sue's hand.
Fourth step, deb 1.
Sue's hands became blurred, with the sound of crack, crack, crack as the rigid tiger bones were perfectly disassembled into standard material pieces.
The entire process flowed smoothly, filled with a strange aesthetic of violence. Time taken, 45 seconds.
When Sue stopped, they were neatly stacked at his feet.
A perfect Tier 2 exquisite tiger skin.
A Tier 2 dark beast core. A complete set of tiger bones.
And dozens of pounds of lean monster tenderloin.
Not a drop of blood on him. Sue turned his head, looking at Ho-san behind him, who was completely petrified, and waved.
Brother Ho, what are you standing there for? Hold the bag. Oh.
Only then did Ho-san come to his senses, tremblingly running forward to open the red and blue snake-skin bag. Sue stuffed these valuable trophies into the bag as if packing cabbage, then clapped his hands and looked towards the statue frozen on the podium. Old Dog Yen.
Officer. Sue showed an extremely polite smile. I've finished this task just in time within 50 seconds, no overtime. May I ask?
Sue pointed to the empty cage, his gaze filled with a longing for performance.
Do you still have such teaching tools in the camp? If you do, can you release them all at once?
I prefer to work on an assembly line. Counting each piece is too much of a waste of time.
Silence. A deathly silence.
The cold wind swept across the new recruit training ground, reflecting off Sue's shiny bald head. The 500 new recruits no longer saw Sue as a madman. Instead, they looked at him as a butcher who had crawled out of hell. What the hell is this so-called life and death education? What does recognizing fear even mean? This bald man somehow turned a serious pre-war mobilization class into a lesson on how to efficiently handle fresh ingredients from the front lines. The few warrior academy geniuses who had been a bit weak in the knees moments ago swallowed hard. Suddenly, they felt that compared to this bald man, the monsters in the cage seemed delicate and even a little pitiful.
On the podium,
the last remaining eye of old dog Yen twitched violently. The half-burned cigar in his mouth had long since fallen to the ground, and he didn't even notice the hole it burned into his combat boot. He had fought his entire life and had seen countless perversions on the front line of the abyss. Some enjoyed torturing monsters, others liked eating raw beast meat. But he swore he had never seen anyone treat second-tier peak monsters like zipper jackets, not only skinning them without harm but even wanting to do it on an assembly line.
You.
Old dog Yan's voice was a bit hoarse. He stared at Su, suddenly realizing why Gu Changfeng had sent this kid to the most dangerous front line of the abyss. Where the hell is this for serving? This is clearly to unleash havoc on the alien races of the abyss.
Good.
Very good. Old dog Yen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his shock, and regained the cold demeanor of a commander of the Sharp Blade camp. It seems that the ordinary defense frontline battles can no longer satisfy your strong desire for stockpiling. He suddenly pointed to a section of the holographic map marked in blood red as extremely dangerous.
Since you love piecework wages so much. Su. All members of Dorm 404, report.
Old Iron, Hosan, and the poison doctor shuddered and immediately stood at attention. Although they cursed Su 1,000 times in their hearts, military orders were as solid as a mountain.
From today on, you four will form the Phantom Squad.
Old dog Yen sneered and announced loudly, "You will not need to stand guard on the city walls. I grant you the privilege of free access to the city walls at all times, entering the Abyss Buffer Zone Blood-Red Wasteland. That place is a roaming area for Tier 3 and 4 monsters. It's full of the performance you desire. As long as you can bring back materials alive, the camp will not cut any of your rewards." Upon hearing this arrangement, Old Iron felt darkness before his eyes, and Hosan almost cried.
Blood-Red Wasteland?
That's a place where even a Tier 4 squad has to write a will before entering.
With this troublemaking bald head alone, can they even return in one piece?
However, Su's eyes suddenly lit up like a 200-watt light bulb. He snatched the snakeskin bag from Hosan's hands, snapped a very non-standard military salute, and said loudly, "Thank you, sir, for your support. Team 404 guarantees to meet the target. We will not disappoint our superior's trust in our logistics operations." Old Yan's mouth twitched violently. He couldn't bear to see this bald head any longer.
"Get lost.
All of you, go to the supply station to collect your supplies.
In an hour, get the hell out of the city walls."
Chapter 53, Ghost 404. Abyss Frontline Number 03 Knife Battalion Logistics Supply Station. The path from the recruit training ground to the supply station was incredibly strange. Su spun the small steel knife on her fingertips like a windmill, humming a cheerful, unknown tune, as if she were an outstanding employee just receiving a year-end bonus. Behind her, the three veteran frontliners, Old Tai, Hosan, and the poison doctor, walked with their heads down, looking like three quails about to be led to the guillotine. "I said, brother." Hosan finally couldn't hold back, quickly stepping up beside Su with a pained expression and saying, "What old Yin said about the blood-red wilderness is truly no place for humans. That's the territory of 3rd and 4th rank monsters. Although the three of us are quite skilled in the 2nd rank, once we enter there, we wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps of their teeth." The old Iron touched his bare head with a mechanical arm and sighed, "Newbie, you have great strength and tough skin, the older brothers respect that. But the abyss monsters come in swarms, some even spit poison and launch mental attacks. Taking us there to stock up, isn't that akin to inviting disaster?" The poison doctor didn't speak, merely focused on fiddling with his colorful potions, evidently preparing strong painkillers and embalming agents. Su stopped in his tracks, turned around, and earnestly patted the shoulders of the three. "Brothers, broaden your horizons. High risks mean high rewards. You fought on the front lines for so many years. Do you really want to spend your whole life as a cannon fodder firing stray shots on the city walls?
Don't you want to earn a few thousand merit points to exchange for top-notch battle armor or potions that can break through the third tier?
Sue pointed at them. Don't worry, I, Sue, am a businessman who values integrity above all. I said you only need to carry the bags, leave those clawing beasts up ahead to me.
If we absolutely can't fight them.
Sue patted the 6-ton heavy sword wrapped in black cloth behind him. This sword of mine not only makes a point but is also top-notch when it comes to running.
Step on the left foot, then the right, even Newton can't catch up.
The three exchanged glances, though they still felt uncertain. Orders are orders. It seemed that aside from clinging tightly to this bald demon king's thigh, there was no other way out. While speaking, the four arrived at the logistics equipment office. This was a gigantic underground metal fortress. It was filled with the pungent smells of gun oil and gunpowder. In rows of explosion-proof glass cabinets, Chin displayed a variety of heavy firearms, advanced alloy cold weapons, and various strangely functional tactical gadgets. Behind the counter sat a veteran missing a left leg, cleaning a heavy machine gun with a dirty rag.
Oh, aren't these the three old bachelors from 404?
The veteran lifted his eyelids, his gaze lingering on Sue's unfamiliar face as he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth.
I heard old Dog Yen went crazy today, reassigning you guys to the ghost squad and even kicked you off the city wall? What's up? Here to collect your heads.
Get lost, old ma, stop cursing us. Ho-san grumbled as he leaned over the counter. Hurry up, we want to register our team number and then claim our supplies. Old ma put down the machine gun in his hands and pulled over a holographic keyboard. According to the regiment's rules, newly established independent special operations teams need an official tactical number.
You are directly under the Blade Camp, the prefix is Ghost.
Come up with a suffix yourself, and don't make it too long, it's hard to say when calling for support.
Old Iron thought for a moment. How about we call ourselves Ghost Heavy Armored?
Ho-san shook his head. That's too dull.
How about Phantom Shadow? It sounds mysterious. Not good at all.
Sue squeezed to the front of the counter, propped his hands up, and excitedly said to Old Ma, Sir, can we call it Phantom Logistics Recycling Company?
Or Phantom 404 Wholesale Department would work too.
Old Ma's hand, which was cleaning the gun, trembled suddenly, almost pulling the trigger. He looked at Sue as if he were insane. Kid, are you here to fight or to do business?
The HQ's Skynet system doesn't accept these nonsensical designations. Then let us keep it simple. Sue clicked his tongue regretfully and said, let us just call it Phantom 404. It's catchy, and good luck. Old Ma huffed coldly and typed a few keystrokes on the keyboard. Ding. Registration successful. Tactical designation, Phantom 404 Squad.
Captain, Sue appointed automatically by the Skynet system based on comprehensive combat power assessment. Permissions, allow free access to zones S, A, B, and permitted entry to the Abyss buffer zone. Hearing that the system appointed Sue as the captain, Old Tai and the others not only didn't argue, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the sky were to fall, they had this bald guy who could hold back raging monsters with one hand.
All right, the designation is established, choose what you want to buy.
As usual, military merit points for payment.
Old Ma tapped the counter.
Old Tai stepped forward, gritted his teeth, and scanned his wristband. Old Ma, give me 2 boxes of armor-piercing explosive rounds, and change 1 C-grade alloy prosthetic joint bearing.
Damn it, this time going to the buffer zone, I have to put everything on the line. Deduction, 150 military merit points.
Ho-san also crowded in, give me 50 rounds of 3rd-tier demon-breaking sniper bullets, and 3 high-explosive smoke grenades.
Deduction, 200 military merit points.
The poison doctor bought a bunch of strange chemical agents and detoxification serum, spending over 100 points.
After the 3 of them finished shopping, they all looked eagerly at Sue.
They knew that Sue owed 100 million credits, which is 1 million military merits, and he was definitely broke now.
Sure enough, Lama glanced at Sue's wristband data and snorted mockingly. Military merit balance, 0.
You rookie, the rules at the front line state that aside from the free 3 meals a day of nutritional paste provided by the base, all other gear, potions, and even excess fresh water must be exchanged for military merit. What will you use to buy supplies?
Who said I have no military merit?
Su grinned widely and turned around to take the red and blue snakeskin bag from Hosan's hands. With a bang, he slammed it directly onto the counter.
Lao Ma, are you receiving the goods?
Su skillfully opened the zipper of the snakeskin bag like a vendor at a market, dumping out the contents.
Splash!
A wave of rich dark energy fluctuations instantly spread throughout the hall. On the counter lay a large tiger skin as black as ink, smooth and shiny, with no signs of damage. Next to it neatly stacked was a fist-sized black beast core, as well as cleanly stripped tiger bones that sparkled with a metallic sheen. This was precisely the second-tier pinnacle Shadow Rift tiger that Su had just butchered in the training ground.
Lao Ma's previously indifferent gaze became solidified as it landed on the tiger skin.
He suddenly stood up and, out of excitement, even forgot to put on his prosthetic leg, almost toppling onto the counter.
This is impossible. Lao Ma had long been in charge of logistics recovery and had a sharp eye.
He trembled as he stroked the tiger skin, then picked up a piece of tiger bone to examine it closely.
The skin's integrity is 100%.
No burns, no cuts, and not even any internal injuries from mana fluctuations.
The bone separation is perfect. The fascia cut is as smooth as if it were machine cut.
Lao Ma suddenly raised his head, looking at Su as if he were a monster. Kid,
you killed this rift tiger? How did you manage to dissect it so cleanly without damaging the skin or bones?
To achieve this, one would have to be a master of at least 4th rank, using extraordinarily powerful strength to instantly kill monsters and then spend several hours meticulously carving.
On the ever-changing battlefield, who has the time to perform a perfect dissection?
Usually, it's just a chaotic slaughter, and if one can manage to bring back a beast core, that's already a great success.
Su shrugged. It's just, unzip the zipper, and the clothes come right off. What's so difficult about it? Lao Ma's eyelids twitched violently. Zipper? You actually call a second-tier abyss monster a jumpsuit? Gulp.
Lao Ma swallowed hard, his gaze towards Su completely changed. If this kid really mastered some kind of extremely non-destructive dissection technique, he would definitely be the top money-making asset for the logistics department.
Ahem. Lao Ma quickly put on a friendly, conniving smile. Captain Su, right?
The quality of this batch of materials is extraordinarily high, especially this complete tiger skin. Those dignitaries' wives love to use it for custom-made inner armor. Based on market prices, standard second-tier monster materials can be packed up for 100 military merits. But your batch is perfect grade, so let's price it at 500 military merits.
What do you think? Deal.
Su readily nodded and casually pushed over several dozen pounds of monster tender meat. The meat is a gift, the officer can use it for an extra meal tonight.
Ding. Incoming, 500 military merits. Current military merit balance, 500. With money in hand, Su instantly straightened his back.
He scanned around the glass counter at those machine guns, cannons, and high-tier battle armor, shaking his head in disdain.
Sir, I don't want these scrap metals. Do you have anything like a transport vehicle with a large load capacity, a stable chassis, and preferably off-road capabilities?
Su gestured. The snakeskin bag I brought is sturdy, but it's fine for carrying a few second-tier monsters. If I need to carry the skeleton of a 4th-tier beast king, I'm afraid the bag will burst. I need a professional supply cart.
Lao Ma and Lao Tai were both left speechless. Going to the abyss front, are others buying lives, and you're buying a cart?
But adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, Lao Ma still searched for options on the light brain.
Large load vehicles, got it.
Lao Ma pressed a button, and an alloy wall behind him opened up, revealing a rugged, violent-looking metal flatbed vehicle that slowly slid out. Military-grade anti-gravity tactical flatbed vehicle heavy modification version. Description: originally designed for transporting heavy armor-piercing shells on the front lines. Equipped with a mini anti-gravity engine, its chassis is extremely stable.
Load capacity, maximum load 10 tons.
Features: no weapons, no armor, purely for carrying. Price: 450 military merits. Slow-moving and unpopular product.
This is it. Su's eyes lit up.
Not only is this a perfect shopping cart, but it's also the best storage place for his 6-ton heavy sword. Usually, pushing the sword on the cart would save him a lot of effort.
Swipe my card.
Under the astonished gaze of Lao Tai and the others, Su decisively spent all of his first earned military merit to take away the anti-gravity flatbed vehicle.
Brothers, put all your ammo on it, I'll push.
Su placed the 6-ton black sword onto the flatbed vehicle, and the anti-gravity engine emitted a low rumble, steadily supporting the terrifying weight. He grasped the handles of the flatbed vehicle with both hands, looking like an old man who just finished shopping at the supermarket, with a beaming smile.
Supplies are complete.
Destination, Blood Red Waste.
Let us go, restock. 10 minutes later.
Team Phantom 404 arrived at the outermost steel gate of the base, pushing an out-of-place tactical flatbed cart,
accompanied by a deafening mechanical alarm.
The 50-meter-tall giant alloy defense gate slowly rose to the sides. A nauseating storm of blood, mixed with the deep red light unique to the abyss, surged in like an avalanche.
Outside the gate. It's a mountain of corpses, shrouded in darkness, a true hell on earth, the abyss frontline.
Su pushed the cart, took a deep breath of the murky air, and fire ignited in his golden eyes.
1 million military merits. I, Su, have arrived. Chapter 54, Wave Hand Blade Skill. Everyone, add this to your bookshelf for updates. Please support the author, thank you. Abyss Frontline Number 03 Bloody Wasteland. Bang clack.
The 50-meter-high steel defense gate fell heavily behind, with a dull sound of mechanical locks sealing, completely shutting off the base's light and sense of safety. The moment he stepped into the buffer zone, it felt like the world's filter was forcibly switched to a suffocating dark red. Thick clouds of radiation floated in the sky, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and a pungent scent of sulfur. The ground was cracked and dry, with huge beast bones and broken pieces of alloy armor scattered everywhere.
This is truly a lawless land. All members on alert. Maintain a 2-1 tactical formation.
Old Iron's mechanical left arm suddenly emitted a series of precise gear meshing sounds. A heavy high-frequency machine gun emerged from the armor, pointing straight ahead. Ho-san leaped onto a large rock like a nimble cat, the crosshairs of the sniper rifle rapidly sweeping the surrounding blind spots.
The poison doctor took out 2 vials of bizarre purple liquid from his waist, ready to throw at any moment.
These 3 veterans who crawled out from the pile of dead bodies completely transformed the moment they stepped into the wasteland. They were like 3 tense lone wolves.
However,
as the nominal leader of this ghost team, Su's demeanor appeared extraordinarily serene. He pushed the heavy anti-gravity flatbed cart with both hands, which carried 6 tons of resin and a stack of empty snakeskin bags.
Huff!
Su took a deep breath of the murky air from the wasteland, which even contained traces of abyss toxins. System alert, host detected breathing.
Basic forging skill in operation. Vitality +1, vitality +1, vitality +1. Abyss traces of toxins have been filtered and converted into pure biological energy. The air here is quite choking, but the nutrition is truly abundant.
Su smacked his lips in satisfaction, then took a step forward, pushing the cart, leisurely moving ahead like an old man taking a stroll in the park after dinner.
System prompt, detected the host is walking. Movement skill superior level is in operation. Skill EXP +100, skill EXP +100.
Seeing Su's carelessly relaxed demeanor, the old buddy who was scouting ahead was sweating profusely and urgently hissed.
Captain! What are you doing? Lower your center of gravity. Don't take such casual steps. You'll become a live target for the shadow-type monsters if you keep this up.
Ho-san was also anxiously reminding over the communication channel, Su, this is the blood-colored wastes. No matter how tough your body is, you can't just swagger around like this.
Don't be nervous, brothers.
While strolling, Su seemed to be accompanied by a mysterious charm of shortening distances, taking what looked like a slow step, yet instantly covering over 10 meters, keeping a steady pace right behind the old buddy. I have a problem, my vitality doesn't flow well when I'm tense. A walk and some fresh air help me maintain my best combat state. The old buddies nearly spurted out old blood.
Strolling? Breathing fresh air? Are you calling this blood-colored wasteland filled with the stench of decaying corpses and abyssal toxins a park? Just then,
Suddenly, Hosan's expression changed dramatically as he aimed his sniper rifle at a patch of dried-up woods 500 meters to the right.
Enemy attack. 3 o'clock. High heat signature. No, wait, the heat is dissipating. It's 5 third-tier blood scythe mantises.
Hearing the words blood scythe mantis, the faces of the old buddy and the poison doctor turned pale instantly.
These are the most notorious assassin-type monsters in the wasteland.
Their bodies are covered with a biological camouflage that absorbs light and reflects heat, and their 2 front limbs are sharp enough to cut through B-class alloys. The most terrifying part is that they are social creatures.
Open fire. Flatten that patch of woods. We must not let them get close.
The old buddy shouted angrily as the high-frequency gun on his mechanical arm began to heat up frantically.
Wait. A hand suddenly pressed down on the old buddy's gun barrel. It was Sue.
Old buddy, the machine gun is loaded with armor-piercing explosive rounds. If you fire that shot, sure, the mantises would be dead, but you'd also blow apart their prized blood scythes worth 800 military points, along with the third-tier wind beast core in their heads, wouldn't you? Sue looked at the seemingly empty dried woods with a heart full of pain.
Wasteful. You can't use heavy weaponry for such delicate work. Leave it to me.
Sue released his grip on the pushcart handle. He didn't go for the 6-ton heavy black knife on the cart. After all, there's no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Drawing that knife would take too much effort against such fragile third-tier assassins. His eyes instantly transformed into light golden dual gears.
D-class evolution talent, insight. Energy vision activated. In Sue's vision, the camouflage in the dried woods appeared as if it were meaningless.
5 violent azure wind energy cores were approaching them rapidly on bizarre courses, skimming close to the ground.
They're fast, but their weaknesses are too obvious. Weakness prediction, 0.5 seconds. Sue stepped forward. Just as his foot landed,
the 5 blood scythe mantises hiding in the shadows sprang into action simultaneously from 5 directions. They shed their camouflage, revealing their gruesomely crimson bodies, and spun their huge sides that emanated deathly aura into an impenetrable net of death, charging straight for Sue's vital points.
Captain! Dodge! Hosan shouted desperately into the intercom. But Sue didn't dodge at all. He didn't even bend at the waist. He just stood there, watching the torrent of blood-red sides raining down, then casually raised his right hand, as if swatting away a few annoying flies in the summer. He gently waved at the air in front of him. System detection, host is waving. Blade skill low earth grade activated. Extreme streamlining, waving is drawing the blade. Zhun. A terrifying blade sound, sharp enough to shatter eardrums, erupted without warning across the blood-colored wasteland. Even though Sue had nothing in his hand, the moment he waved, a 30-meter-long, solidly condensed crescent-like blade of terror poured forth from his fingertips. This blade moved at an incredible speed, carrying a destructive aura that seemingly split the front space in half. PSHHH. 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 5 extremely faint sounds of blades entering flesh almost resonated simultaneously. In mid-air, the 5 ferocious blood scythe mantises, only half a meter away from Sue, suddenly froze in a bizarre manner. Immediately after, their proud, hard carapaces began to show a barely perceptible red line starting from the most vulnerable connection at their necks. Clunk! 5 vicious mantis heads fell neatly onto the scorched earth. Their massive 2-ton bodies even maintained their momentum from lunging forward, sliding several meters past Sue's feet before coming to a heavy stop. Instantly killed. And it was a perfect kill, striking with extreme precision, without harming any valuable parts. Silence. A deathly silence. The howling cold wind in the dried woods seemed to freeze at this moment. Hosan's finger was still on the sniper's trigger, but he had forgotten to breathe. The gun barrel of the old buddy's rapidly spinning machine gun emitted an awkward whirring sound.
The poison doctor's vial tilted slightly, dripping a few drops of green liquid onto his battle boots.
What did they just witness?
Facing the 3-level blood scythe mantis that could annihilate a regular 4-person team, this bald captain did not draw his sword nor activate any vitality skill. He didn't even change his strolling posture.
He simply waved his hand? Was that a blade skill? But where the hell is his knife? Phew, that was close.
Su put down his hands, glanced at the 5 intact mantis corpses at his feet, and nodded in satisfaction. Good thing I waved my hand quickly, otherwise these blood scythes would have landed hard and gotten damaged. He turned his head to look at his 3 roommates who were still in a petrified state, skillfully pulling out the stainless steel knife he used for unzipping.
Come on, guys, stop dawdling.
Su walked over to the corpse of the first blood scythe mantis, and with the tip of his knife, precisely pierced the gap in its shell.
Following the system's texture prompt, he yanked it sharply. See up. A perfect mantis carapace was skillfully stripped away. Brother Ho, come down and hold the bag.
Old Tai, push the anti-gravity card over here.
Let's get to work.
5 3-level monsters, 5,000 military points, plus these 10 premium blood scythes. This wave is a huge profit for us.
Su cheerfully unzipped and extracted the cores while directing the 3 old soldiers who had completely lost their ability to think.
Ho-san jumped down from the rock like a marionette, mechanically opening the red and blue snakeskin bag. Only when Su tossed 5 3rd-level beast cores, brimming with intense wind energy, into the bag like throwing potatoes, producing a crisp clattering sound, did Ho-san suddenly shudder awake. He glanced at the perfect materials strewn on the ground and then at Su, who was wiping his bald head with bloodied hands.
Captain.
Ho-san swallowed hard, his voice trembling.
That hand wave you did earlier. Was that really a skill?
Su tossed the last blood scythe onto the small cart, clapped his hands, and looked at him with an expression that said it was obvious.
Of course it's a skill. If you can't even wave your hand, how can you practice blade skills? Isn't it just about having hands? Ho-san.
Old Tai.
Poison doctor. Suddenly, they felt that old dog Yen assigning them to the blood-colored wasteland might not be a punishment,
but rather, a way to protect the monsters left on the base's city walls.
Chapter 55, The Stockpiler of the Wasteland, Explosive Update. Abyss Frontline Number 03 Blood Wasteland B-Zone Buffer Zone. Just having hands is enough?
Listening to Su's extremely pretentious comment, Ho-san trembled as he lowered his head to look at his hands, calloused from years of pulling the trigger on a sniper rifle. He suddenly felt that his hands might only be good for eating and going to the bathroom, and didn't he deserve to be called hands?
Alright, stop questioning life. Hurry up and pack, this place smells strongly of blood, soon other competitors will be drawn here.
Su wiped the bloodstains from the meat-cutting knife onto a nearby rock and continued pushing his beloved military anti-gravity cart. Old Tai and the poison doctor exchanged glances and silently swallowed hard.
They finally understood everything.
This bald-headed, harmless-looking first-year student was not here to gain experience on the front lines. He was a lord of the abyss in human disguise, back home to stock up.
Why are you still dawdling? Get to work.
Old Tai slapped Ho-san on the back of the head, skillfully picking up a snakeskin bag filled with blood scythe materials with his mechanical left arm, and firmly tossing it onto the cart.
Damn it, I've been fighting on the front lines for 5 years. Every time I enter the wasteland, it's like writing a will. Today, I actually became a pack mule.
Old Tai mumbled with a half-lit cigar in his mouth. But if you looked closely, the only eye he had left wasn't reflecting fear anymore, but rather a subtle glimmer of desire for sudden wealth.
5 3-level monsters. 5,000 military points.
Plus the extremely sought-after blood scythe materials. In less than 20 minutes since entering the wasteland, the money they made already equaled the pay they earned over the past half year.
Sticking with Captain Su means 9 meals a day. Let's go.
The poison doctor also ripped off his gas mask, inhaled a breath of muck-filled air, and hurried over to tie up the snakeskin bag on the cart.
The next 4 hours would be an unprecedented ecological disaster for the 3-level monsters on the outskirts of the blood wasteland.
Under the dark red radiation clouds, Su pushed the cart across the perilous wasteland, feeling the relaxation of shopping in a large warehouse supermarket. 9 o'clock direction, a group of 3-level corrupted bone hyenas, about 20 of them.
Hosan, holding his sniper rifle, acted as a human radar, his voice breaking with excitement.
Got it. Su stopped pushing the cart and casually waved his hand 3 times at the air to the left.
Blade skill 3 hit hand wave. Clang. 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 3 crescent-shaped terrifying blade lights sliced through the air.
A few seconds later, the growling on that side suddenly ceased.
In the swamp ahead,
there's a solitary, 3-level peak venomous giant lizard, the poison doctor pointed ahead.
Understood.
Su stretched his arms in a long yawn, then casually picked up a stone the size of a head and threw it like a baseball.
Boom!
The stone broke the sound barrier and smashed the venomous giant lizard right on its head, causing a concussion.
Secure the zipper, prepare to skin it.
Su was like a heartless factory manager. Every move he made signified a windfall of thousands of merit points. Meanwhile, the 3 companions, having evolved from their initial shock and numbness, had become extremely proficient assembly line workers.
Captain Su. That giant lizard's flank is caught in the backstab, and the zipper's stuck, shouted Hosan. Get out of the way, I'll make a cut.
Su approached, and with a swift slice of his small knife, it was like flowing water.
Old iron. The truck is nearly full. Press down on those bags of bones. Clear the top to make room for the beast core.
The poison doctor was shouting while preparing a preservative solution to spray on the materials.
I can't push.
Captain Su's black door panel takes up too much space.
Old iron pressed down hard with his mechanical arm.
In an instant, the entire wasteland was filled with this bizarre yet joyful exchange, reminiscent of a market bargaining. If at that moment a team fighting for their lives on the front lines happened to pass by, seeing this military flatbed piled high with red and blue snakeskin bags, resembling a moving mountain of trash, along with these 4 blood-stained scavengers grinning widely, they would probably go insane.
Beep beep beep.
Su glanced at the tactical wristband on his wrist.
Current uncalculated merit value, 145,000 points. Just over 140,000.
Su wiped the sweat from his bald head and sighed in dissatisfaction. These 3rd-tier poor folks really don't yield much. The outskirts are already cleared by us. I can't find a single live one after searching for ages.
At this rate, when will I be able to gather 1 million merit points to pay off the principal's debt?
The 3 companions trailing behind almost stumbled, nearly dropping to their knees at Su's words.
4 hours. 140,000 merit points. Do you have any idea how many sets of individual heavy exosuits this money could buy at the base?
A fully staffed Tier 4 main battle unit has held the line for a month, suffering over half of its casualties, and even if the entire unit combines their credits, they might not earn this much military merit.
You actually still think this is slow?
Captain, be content, Old Iron said with a bitter smile, pulling out his canteen for a sip of water.
After all, we're just on the edge of the buffer zone.
The territory awareness of the monsters is quite strong, and we've made quite a commotion here, killing so many Tier 3 creatures. That heavy smell of blood will eventually attract the big ones.
Big ones? Su's eyes lit up. How big? Is it valuable?
As soon as the words left his mouth.
Boom boom boom.
Without any warning, the hard, cracked ground under Su's feet suddenly trembled violently. It wasn't an earthquake. It felt as though some enormous and heavy object was swiftly moving underground, directly heading towards them.
Not good.
As a scout, Ho-san had the keenest sense of danger. He suddenly dropped to the ground, listening for half a second. His face turned ashen, and he crawled backward frantically.
Captain! Fall back. It's the ruler of the underground. 200 meters underground.
The thermal reaction is comparable to a mini-nuclear reactor.
It's a Tier 4 Beast King. Tier 4 Beast King? Old Iron and the poison specialist suddenly held their breath.
On the front lines of the abyss, the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 seems like just one level, but it's an insurmountable chasm. Tier 4 monsters mean they have fully adapted to the laws of the abyss, condensing a true origin beast pearl within them, their physical strength capable of withstanding small tactical missiles.
An ordinary Tier 3 Tier 1 warrior would be like paper in front of them.
Only a Tier 4 practitioner could lead and barely resist with heavy firepower.
Run! Captain! We can't take the vehicle anymore. Hurry!
Old Iron decisively opened fire the machine gun on his mechanical arm, spat fire wildly, attempting to spray the ground to buy some time. However, the thing underground was too fast.
Bang!
Right within 30 meters of the flatbed cart.
The ground exploded.
Countless tons of shattered stones and dirt shot up into the sky, like a small volcanic eruption. Amidst the swirling dust, a terrifying giant beast over 15 meters long, covered in thick dark golden scales and sporting a horn like a spiral drill on its head, surged out of the ground with a crushingly violent pressure.
Tier 4 Initial Stage Beast King, Dark Golden Earth Dragon.
It let out a roar that shook the heavens, its large vertical pupil locking onto a pile of snakeskin bags on the flatbed that reeked of blood. Those were the corpses of countless subjects killed by Sue in its territory.
Roar!
The dark golden earth dragon opened its giant mouth, lined with fangs, unleashing a visible wave of yellow gravity that surged along the ground. Any rock caught in the sweep of this gravity wave was instantaneously ground into dust.
It's over. It's gravitational control. Old Iron closed his eyes in despair.
Faced with this world-destroying pressure,
Sue didn't run.
Not only did he not run, but he also rubbed his hands together excitedly, his golden eyes bursting with a greedier light than that of the dark golden earth dragon.
Tier 4 Beast King, this must be worth 10,000 military merits, right? That dark golden dragon scale is definitely top-notch material for bulletproof vests. Looking at the overwhelming wave of gravity coming, Sue sighed.
I was planning to use blade skill, but this guy's skin is too thick, swinging my blade probably won't cut it.
Looks like I'll have to exert a little effort instead.
In the midst of Old Iron's trio's extreme shock, Sue stepped forward, standing in front of the flatbed cart filled with snakeskin bags. He stretched out his right hand, grasping the hilt of the immense heavy sword that had always been covered in black cloth and never pulled out.
Buzz. Vitality infusion. The ground-level gravity inscription matrix hidden at the hilt was pushed to its limits in an instant by Sue. Gravity matrix activated, 10 gears. 12,000 pounds. 6 tons of physical mass. Fully released. Crack. Crack. Crack.
The ground beneath Sue's feet began to collapse under the terrifying mass just from him gripping the sword, forming a pit several meters in diameter. Sue's dark golden skin tightened instantly, with vitality roaring inside him like a true dragon.
Big lizard.
Sue single-handedly pulled the wide black doorplate from the cart and hoisted it onto his shoulder. He faced the charging dark golden earth dragon with its reflective bald head, revealing a ruthlessly cruel grin. This knife of mine also plays with gravity.
Come on, let us see who is heavier. Boom!
Sue harshly pushed off the ground with his right leg, unexpectedly creating a sonic boom ring on the gravity wave-infested ground, as he charged directly towards the Tier 4 Beast King, carrying the 6-ton heavy blade like a ground-targeted missile.
Chapter 56, Gravity Superposition. 6-ton level physical enhancement.
Abyss Front Line Number 03 Blood Red Wasteland Zone B.
Boom!
Sue, like a heavy cruise missile flying low, carried the 6-ton heavy black sword and launched a counter-offensive towards the Tier 4 Dark Golden Earth Dragon, which resembled an armored train.
Roar!
The Dark Golden Earth Dragon let out a disdainful roar that shook the heavens. In its high-level intellect, already assimilated by the laws of the Abyss, this Tier 2 human unable even to project mana was simply an unaware insect. It didn't even need to use its body for a charge. Its cold vertical pupils suddenly narrowed.
Buzz.
Centered around the dark golden earth dragon, the air within 100 meters suddenly emitted a sharp, tooth-tingling distortion. The scorched ground instantly sank like it was struck by a giant hammer, sinking a full half-meter. 4th tier talent field, supergravity field.
Boom!
In the midst of this charge, Sue felt as if an invisible mountain had suddenly crashed down on his back. Even the golden jade dragon bone, tempered in the thunder pool, let out a creaking sound under such unbearable pressure. His legs instantly sank into the hard rock layers, down to his knees. So heavy. Too heavy. The gravity field exerted by this fourth-tier beast king is at least 20 times that of normal Earth gravity. Adding to that, the reason on Sue's shoulders, which already weighed 6 tons, the total mass pressing down on him had reached a shocking astronomical figure. Puff! Sue let out a muffled groan, with a trickle of golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He was injured. This was the first true breaking of his defenses since he arrived at the Abyss frontline. The field laws of the fourth-tier Beast King had surpassed the physical limits that the indestructible body could currently ignore. Captain! Behind him, Ho-san's eyes were about to pop out, and the old iron was frantically pulling the machine gun trigger. But those armor-piercing rounds struck against the dark golden earth dragon's scales, only sparking a few sparks, leaving not even a white mark. Roar! Seeing Sue pinned in place and unable to move, the dark golden earth dragon opened its massive mouth, large enough to swallow a truck, reeking of rot, and bit down fiercely from above. You want to eat me? Pinned at the bottom of the pit, Sue slowly lifted his head. He wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes, which originally shone a faint golden color, now turned a crazy crimson gold due to extreme congestion. Even second-grade mana can't withstand your fourth-tier laws. But... Sue took a deep breath. System prompt, host detected taking deep breaths, vitality surging violently. My physics is maxed out. In that fateful moment, just a split second before that massive mouth closed, Sue made an utterly illogical move. Instead of bracing himself, he instantly deactivated the tenfold gravity matrix on the black knife, reason. The 6-ton burden vanished in an instant, returning to 1,200 pounds. Seizing this pressure differential lasting a thousandth of a second, Sue yanked his legs out from the ground.